Crossing the continent of Douqi, I become the revered Pill King Gu He, endowed with a disciple-giving system that offers a 10,000-fold return. By bestowing gifts upon my disciples, I can receive a myriad of rewards in return. Ding! You have gifted your disciple Lu Ling the heart fire of the Ching Lin from the depths of the earth, triggering a 10,000-fold return, and thus you have obtained the sacred fire of Ching Lin. Ding! You have bestowed upon your disciple the 7-colored poison classic, triggering a 10,000-fold return, and you have acquired the supreme poison classic. Ding! You have granted your disciple Nalan Yanran a month's worth of cultivation, triggering a 1,000-fold return, and you have gained 80 years of cultivation. The 3-year agreement has come to fruition, and Xiao Yan confidently steps onto the grounds of Yunlan Sect. Xiao Yan declares, 30 years in Heshi, 30 years in Hedong. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Nalan Yanran, today I shall demonstrate to you what true genius looks like. Nalan Yanran smiles indifferently. Is that so? With that, a surge of Dou Huang aura erupts forth. Xiao Yan stares in disbelief. Impossible. How can you possibly be a Dou Huang powerhouse? Nalan Yanran replies with a proud smile. With a master, anything is possible. Chapter 79. The Vermilion Bird Seal. Bang! After Gu He had been seated in the pavilion for half an hour, a muffled roar resonated from within Lu Ling. His aura surged suddenly, and his cultivation broke through to the 5-star Dou Shi. At this moment, Lu Ling finally absorbed all the profound energy within him. His cultivation stabilized completely. Moments later, Lu Ling slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at Gu He in the pavilion, he was momentarily taken aback, then quickly checked his own cultivation. 5-star Dou Shi. In the next moment, an ecstatic expression graced Lu Ling's face. Feeling the immense power within him, Lu Ling was overwhelmed with excitement, almost wanting to dance with joy. In such a brief moment, he had ascended from a 1-star Dou Shi to a 5-star Dou Shi. This was utterly insane. He felt grateful that he had managed to endure a bit longer in the final round. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through to 5-star Dou Shi. Then he recalled the rigorous training he had undergone during this period. Had it not been for that training, which significantly enhanced his physical strength, he realized that during the earlier transmission of power, he would have likely faltered in the first round. Reflecting on this, Lu Ling felt that his recent hardships had not been in vain. Awake! At this moment, Gu He set down his teacup and glanced at Lu Ling. Hearing Gu He's words, Lu Ling immediately leaned closer, smiling. I am awake, master. Gu He inquired, how does it feel to experience such a surge in cultivation? Lu Ling's face lit up with excitement as he replied, it feels exhilarating. Gu He understood Lu Ling's inner excitement perfectly. After all, he too often relished the sensation of sudden increase in power. Now you understand what benefits the special training has brought you, right? Gu He remarked casually. Indeed, Lu Ling nodded decisively, his tone unwavering. Master, I believe the upcoming special training can be intensified. I think we can add a few more bottles of blood fuel powder. I'm not afraid of pain. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Lu Ling immediately proposed to Gu He to increase the supply of blood fuel powder. As long as you're not afraid of pain, Gu He smirked. Rest assured, the upcoming special training will not disappoint you. Observing the smile on Gu He's face, Lu Ling inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. A premonition of misfortune suddenly washed over him. Master, just 2 or 3 more bottles will suffice. Too much would be a waste. After all, blood fuel powder is a 4th-grade spiritual liquid and not inexpensive, Lu Ling said somewhat awkwardly. Indeed, this young lad has finally learned to save me some money. Gu He patted Lu Ling on the shoulder, a hint of appreciation in his voice. However, you need not worry. Did I not mention that my family has a mine? This money is insignificant. Simply focus on your training. With thoughts of the infinite gold cards in his spatial ring, Gu He felt emboldened. 220 billion gold coins. Even if Lu Ling trained to exhaustion, he would not be able to spend all. Hearing the praise in Gu He's words, Lu Ling felt a surge of joy. Master, you know I have always been frugal. I will lick every drop of spiritual liquid clean from the jade vial. Gu He, stunned for a moment, Gu He looked earnestly at Lu Ling and declared, lick well. I have high hopes for you. Upon hearing Gu He's commendation, Lu Ling's heart swelled with pride. It seems that the master greatly appreciates my thriftiness, so I must ensure to be even more meticulous in the future. All right, continue to squat down. I shall bestow upon you your second reward. After chatting for a moment, Gu He suddenly spoke. Understood, master. At his words, Lu Ling's heart raced, and without hesitation, he squatted before Gu He. Gu He slowly rose, placing his palm on Lu Ling's crown. With a thought, he invoked the divine transmission technique, imparting the training methods and insights of the advanced Dou technique, blazing palm, to Lu Ling. In an instant, Lu Ling felt a torrent of information surge into his mind, which then exploded outward. Realizing the significance of this moment, Lu Ling tightened his focus, absorbing the influx of information with unwavering attention. Moments later, Gu He had fully transmitted the training methods and all insights regarding the blazing palm into Lu Ling's mind. After completing this transmission, he gently withdrew his palm. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of the host bestowing the advanced Dou technique, blazing palm. To the eldest disciple, Lu Ling, congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return and acquiring the advanced Earth Tier Dou technique, Vermilion Bird Seal. The advanced Earth Tier Dou technique, Vermilion Bird Seal, has been delivered to the system space. Please check host. As the system notification resonated in his mind, Gu He was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shining with delight. A 10,000-fold return. An advanced Earth Tier Dou technique. The Vermilion Bird Seal. He had not anticipated that the return from the advanced Dou technique would yield an advanced Earth Tier Dou technique. Glancing at Lu Ling, who was immersed in absorbing the information, Gu He's spirit surged, and he promptly plunged into the system space. There, he beheld a fiery red orb suspended in the system space. Is this the advanced Earth Tier Dou technique, Vermilion Bird Seal? Gazing at the radiant red orb, excitement flickered in Gu He's eyes. Then he silently called to the system. System, commence extraction of the Vermilion Bird Seal. In the next moment, the fiery red orb transformed into a crimson beam, shooting towards Gu He and penetrating into his mind. Boom! A torrent of profound and esoteric information flooded into Gu He's mind. A dizzying sensation akin to the shifting of stars enveloped him. Fortunately, Gu He had grown accustomed to this feeling. In the next instant, an endless starry expanse suddenly materialized in Gu He's mind. Within this ancient expanse, countless brilliant stars flickered wildly, as if influenced by some unseen force, constantly shifting and transforming. Gu He was entranced by the spectacle before him, as the shifting starlight coalesced into dazzling runes, radiating brilliance. Reflected in Gu He's eyes were these ever-changing runes, and he understood that this was the cultivation method for the Vermilion Bird Seal. He firmly etched the methods of condensing these runes and their transformative pathways into his memory. A sense of enlightenment gradually dawned upon Gu He. Caw! Just then, a resounding cry of a phoenix reverberated through the starry sky. The starlight in this expanse began to converge towards those runes, causing the void to tremble. There, a majestic aura, imbued with the weight of ancient times, surged within this starry realm. The energy of the world instantly became wildly turbulent. Finally, with a piercing sound, flames erupted, transforming into heavenly fire that howled forth. Within, a colossal shadow gracefully unfurled its magnificent form, emerging reborn amid the endless heavenly fire. Chapter 80. A step away from heaven and earth. The illusion of the Vermilion Bird. Gu He gazed, somewhat astonished, at this elegant phantasmal figure. From this apparition, he sensed an overwhelming force capable of incinerating the very heavens. Only after the vivid scene in his mind faded did Gu He slowly open his eyes. A sensation of profound clarity washed over him, swiftly followed by a surge of ecstatic emotion. At that moment, Gu He felt he had completely mastered the Douqi Seal, an advanced Earth Tier combat technique, and not merely mastered, but perfected it to an exquisite level. The concept of tenfold return not only pertained to the technique's rank, but also extended to the insights he imparted to Lu Ling, which he received back 1,000-fold, allowing him to not only accept the inheritance of the Douqi Seal, but to also flawlessly grasp this formidable skill. This realization ignited a spark of excitement within Gu He. Advanced Earth Tier combat techniques are notoriously arduous to cultivate, requiring immense dedication of both time and energy. Yet now, Gu He had acquired this advanced skill in mere moments, undoubtedly saving him a considerable amount of both time and effort. Reflecting on the terrifying might displayed by the Douqi Seal in his mind's eye, Gu He felt an irresistible urge to test his newfound abilities. Armed with this advanced Earth Tier combat technique, Gu He was confident in his ability to confront a Dou Zong powerhouse head-on. Furthermore, the innate divine fire within him was a fusion of extraordinary flames, greatly enhancing the efficacy of the fire attribute Douqi Seal, exponentially amplifying its power. Should Gu He's innate divine fire undergo further enhancement, the Douqi Seal he would wield in the future might rival that of a low-grade heaven-tier technique. Subsequently, Gu He turned his gaze towards Lu Ling, who had yet to awaken, and patiently awaited his return to consciousness. After a brief moment, Lu Ling's eyelids fluttered before he gradually opened his eyes. As he recalled the information he had just received, a radiant expression of joy illuminated his face. An advanced Xian-tier technique, the blazing palm. His master had actually bestowed upon him an advanced Xian-tier combat technique. Moreover, the insights imparted by his master encompassed not only the method of cultivating the blazing palm, but also profound realizations regarding its practice. With these cultivation insights, Lu Ling was confident that he would soon master this combat technique. As he contemplated this, his gaze shifted to his esteemed teacher, a wave of boundless gratitude swelling within him. Master, your thoughtfulness is truly remarkable. You have even conveyed the cultivation insights to me. Have you grasped it? Dou Huang inquired slowly, sensing Lu Ling's gaze. Lu Ling eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Master, I have learned it. Then let us proceed to the final reward I bestow upon you. Dou Huang replied nonchalantly as he stood. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure and positioning himself in front of Dou Huang, brimming with anticipation. Master, I am ready. Dou Huang approached Lu Ling, extending his hand and placing his palm upon Lu Ling's crown. With a focused thought, he directly imparted the advanced Xian-tier body technique, Step of the Wind, into Lu Ling's being. Simultaneously, Dou Huang transmitted his reflections and insights on cultivating Step of the Wind over the past 2 days. Moments later, he successfully conveyed the technique to Lu Ling and withdrew his hand. Just as Dou Huang retracted his palm, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has granted the advanced Xian-tier technique, Step of the Wind, to his eldest disciple, Lu Ling. Congratulations, host, for triggering the tenfold return, obtaining the advanced Earth-tier technique, A Step Away. The advanced Earth-tier technique, A Step Away, has been deposited into the system space. Please check accordingly. Another advanced Earth-tier technique, and one of the body techniques. Upon hearing the system's notification, Dou Huang's heart soared with delight. The value of an advanced Earth-tier body technique could nearly rival that of a low-grade Heaven-tier technique. Advanced body techniques are undoubtedly rarer than their lower-tier counterparts. Throughout the vast continent of Douqi, such high-tier body techniques are exceedingly scarce. Observing that Lu Ling showed no signs of awakening in the short term, Dou Huang's thoughts shifted as he immersed himself in the system space. Upon entering the system space, Dou Huang beheld a transparent sphere radiating a silvery glow, suspended in the void. Is this a step away? Filled with excitement, Dou Huang did not hesitate to declare within his mind, System, initiate the extraction of a step away. The moment he uttered these words, the silver transparent orb shot forth like an arrow, directly piercing into Dou Huang's body. Boom! As a silver light surged into his being, Dou Huang's body trembled violently. An overwhelming torrent of information erupted in his mind, manifesting as a radiant shadow that flickered through his consciousness. In the next instant, an ancient hall materialized within his awareness, filled with an array of stone platforms. Just then, a humanoid figure appeared within the hall. Gazing at this figure, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Dou Huang's eyes. He focused intently on the shadow in his mind, and at that moment, the previously still humanoid silhouette suddenly darted toward the platforms. In the dimly lit hall, silvery beams of light flickered erratically. Whoosh! The humanoid shadow transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant, appearing a dozen paces away. This speed momentarily left Dou Huang at a loss. When he looked again, the humanoid figure had seemingly vanished. No, it had not disappeared, but was instead darting among the numerous stone platforms, appearing wherever the light glimmered. Whoosh! 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 The sharp sound of slicing air resonated as the area became a flurry of fleeting shadows, so dense that Dou Huang could no longer discern the figure's movements. The speed of this humanoid shadow was astonishingly swift, quick enough that Dou Huang struggled to react. Yet, he could still perceive the trajectory of these fleeting shadows, as if they were indelibly imprinted in the depths of his mind. Moments later, Dou Huang slowly opened his eyes, rubbing his throbbing head as he murmured to himself, I never imagined such an arcane combat technique could exist in this world. Constructing a foundation in the void using the power of the soul, and then allowing the body to move with the soul. As Dou Huang spoke these words, his figure began to blur. In the next instant, he found himself standing at the entrance of a separate courtyard without any warning. Following this, his form swiftly dissipated, reappearing within a pavilion, leaving behind a slowly vanishing remnant at the courtyard entrance. A step away, as distant as the heavens, yet as close as a breath, a smile of exhilaration graced Dou Huang's lips. Chapter 81. The alchemist Dou He, just a trifle. Within the confines of the pavilion, Dou He, having executed the technique of inch of heaven and earth twice, exhibited a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This technique, founded upon the essence of soul power, allowed him to traverse the void with remarkable agility. Wherever his soul power could extend, with merely a thought, Dou He could instantaneously arrive at that destination. The swiftness of this movement was unparalleled, akin to teleportation. However, the extent of this instantaneous travel was contingent upon the quantity of fighting energy within the cultivator's body. The farther the distance, the more fighting energy consumed, which could be quite alarming. Given Gu He's current prowess as a 9-star Dou Emperor, should he exert himself to the fullest in employing inch of heaven and earth, he would likely exhaust his fighting energy after merely 10 applications. This was, however, a consequence of the remarkable strength of his soul power. When fully unleashed, his soul power could extend to 10 miles away. Thus, a complete application of inch of heaven and earth would enable him to arrive at a location 10 miles distant in an instant. As he envisioned the myriad applications of this technique, Gu He felt a surge of exhilaration. With inch of heaven and earth, his abilities for both escape and pursuit would undergo a profound transformation. At that moment, he caught sight of Xiao Yan frolicking atop a wall in the courtyard. With a mere thought, Gu He executed inch of heaven and earth, and his figure materialized directly behind Xiao Yan. Before the latter could react, Gu He swiftly reached out and clasped him in his palm. Startled by the sudden grasp, Xiao Yan initially instinctively attempted to resist, but upon sensing Gu He's familiar aura, he settled down. After playfully teasing Xiao Yan, Gu He smiled gently before returning to the pavilion. His movements were marked by an elegant grace. At this juncture, Gu He sensed that Lu Ling was about to awaken. Sure enough, after a brief moment, Lu Ling finally stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes, a rush of stored knowledge flooded her mind, and a look of surprise involuntarily graced her features. Another high-level, profound technique. Moreover, it was a movement technique. She was acutely aware of the immense value that such a high-level, profound movement technique possessed. Have you comprehended it? Gu He, noticing the excitement on Lu Ling's face, couldn't help but smile faintly. In response, Lu Ling nodded enthusiastically. Master, with your insights, I have preliminarily grasped this high-level, profound movement technique. Very well. Gu He replied with a subtle nod, having anticipated this outcome. Now, I have bestowed upon you 3 rewards. Looking at the sky outside, Gu He continued, when you next break through to the 6-star Dou Master rank or ascend to the rank of a 3rd-rank alchemist, I shall bestow upon you 3 more treasures. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling momentarily froze, before a look of sheer joy illuminated her face. She promptly vowed to diligently cultivate and expedite her breakthrough in both cultivation and alchemy. Now that the rewards have been given, you may return. Do remember to arrive early for special training tomorrow. Gu He gestured for Lu Ling to depart. Yes, Master, Lu Ling replied, nodding slowly as she rose to leave the courtyard. After exiting Gu He's residence, she ambled toward her abode, unable to suppress a smile at the day's achievements. If she were to receive another enlightening session, she might very well break through to the Great Dome Master realm. At that moment, a figure clad in moonlight white caught her eye. Sister Yanran, long time no see, Lu Ling exclaimed, recognizing the stunningly beautiful Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran, upon seeing Lu Ling, also exhibited surprise, for it had been some time since they last met. Previously, Lu Ling would often trail behind her, which had become somewhat bothersome. Observing Lu Ling's enthusiastic demeanor, Nalan Yanran frowned slightly and replied coolly. Seeing your brother Lu Ling unperturbed by her aloofness, Lu Ling inquired with curiosity, are you on your way to my master's residence? Nalan Yanran nodded. I have some matters to discuss with Sister Xian. Lu Ling, nodding in understanding, suddenly recalled something and smiled. I heard you've been training with my junior sister lately? You could also seek me out if needed. Nalan Yanran glanced at Lu Ling without responding. Mistaking her silence for a judgment of his cultivation level, Lu Ling could not help but assert, Sister Yanran, do not underestimate me. I have also reached the Dome Master realm. As he spoke, Lu Ling released his aura. Nalan Yanran was momentarily taken aback, and her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. You've broken through to the Dome Master realm? She had always been aware of Lu Ling's capabilities. Why? After such a short time, had his cultivation suddenly surged to that of a Dome Master? Lu Ling nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and I have already reached the 5-star Dome Master level. Nalan Yanran's expression shifted, and she gazed at Lu Ling with a complex look, murmuring, how did you achieve this? Instinctively, Lu Ling was about to answer, of course, it was Master who enlightened me. Suddenly recalling his Master's admonishment, he quickly amended, it is all due to Master's exceptional guidance. Nalan Yanran remained silent, merely casting a profound glance at Lu Ling before turning to leave. Enlightenment? Is this the reason for Sister Xian's rapid advancement? Nalan Yanran mused to herself. In Wutan City, beneath a secluded cliff at the rear of the Xiao family estate, A black-clad youth sat cross-legged within a cave, barely a meter wide. Across the cliff, enveloped in swirling mists, lay the perilous monster mountain range, with an unfathomable abyss beneath the precipice. The youth caressed the spatial ring in his hand, and a ghostly figure emerged from within. Upon closer inspection, it was an elder with an ethereal presence. Looking at the elder, the youth's eyes brimmed with determination. "Master, I am ready." The elder nodded in approval. "Then commence your breakthrough. The chi gathering powder I have refined is sufficient for you to transcend to the Dou fighter realm." Taking a deep breath, the black-clad youth slowly retrieved a jade vial from his robe. As he tilted the vial, a blue-green pill rolled out. Admiring the lustrous surface of the chi gathering powder, the youth smiled slightly, inhaling the refreshing aroma before decisively placing it into his mouth. As the chi gathering powder touched his tongue, a cool sensation spread throughout his mouth. Moments later, a warm, pure energy surged from his mouth into his body, causing the black-clad youth to tremble violently. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he swiftly formed hand seals to absorb the fighting energy, his breathing gradually steadying. The faint fighting energy within him responded eagerly, rapidly intertwining with the potent medicinal power, commencing a frenzied refinement. Within the confines of the small cave, the tranquil air suddenly surged. Wisps of pale, white fighting energy seeping from the atmosphere and continuously entering the black-clad youth's body. Clenching his teeth, the clash of energies within him sent waves of pain through his meridians. Fortunately, his channels were considerably more resilient than those of ordinary individuals, allowing him to endure the discomfort without suffering severe harm. Inside his body, the fighting energy enveloped clusters of pure green energy, and, as the refinement progressed, more and more green energy was assimilated into pale, white fighting energy. With this newfound strength, the scale of the fighting energy within the black-clad youth was visibly expanding at a remarkable pace. The pure medicinal potency, although continuously refined, seemed to flow ceaselessly. Each time the fighting energy refined a portion of this medicinal force, an even larger surge of verdant energy would rush forth. Under the ongoing refinement within his body and the incessant infusion of fighting energy from outside, the black-clad youth felt his fighting energy gradually saturating most of his meridians. The process of refinement persisted, and as the residual potency began to wane, the youth, intoxicated by the rapid growth of power, suddenly realized that the fighting energy within him had expanded to a critical point beyond which it could not increase. The swelling of the energy caused his meridians to quiver gently, and waves of excruciating pain split his lips. "Quick, condense the fighting energy vortex, or it will explode." The elder's voice thundered in the youth's mind like a clap of thunder. Taking a deep breath, the black-clad youth swiftly altered his hand seals, interlocking his thumb and index finger while touching his middle fingers together, forming an intricate hand sign with all 10 fingers. As the youth's hand movement shifted, the tumultuous fighting energy within him, as if drawn by a tremendous force, rapidly contracted toward his lower abdomen. The pale white fighting energy coursing through his meridians began to retreat in unison, and when all the energy coalesced in his lower abdomen, it transformed into a milky white hue. "Quick, compress the fighting energy. Use your soul perception to condense it. If you fail to form the fighting energy vortex, you will regress to the 8th level of fighting energy." The elder's voice echoed fittingly in the youth's mind. Nodding slightly, the black-clad youth focused his mind, and his exceptional soul perception swiftly seized control of the fighting energy within him, initiating a fervent process of compression, driven by his soul perception. The mass of milky white fighting energy began to resist, churning violently. Although the force of resistance was formidable, the youth's soul perception had once astonished even the elder. Thus, the fighting energy's protests were akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After a brief stalemate, it began to shrink helplessly. When the fighting energy was reduced to the size of a palm, it solidified once more. "Compress it further," the elder commanded, gritting his teeth. The black-clad youth closed his eyes, and the soul perception encircling the mass of milky white fighting energy suddenly surged to its maximum, forcefully compressing downwards. With a soft thud, a muffled sound echoed silently within his body. As the sound resonated, the overwhelming sensation of resistance dissipated into thin air. Exhaling heavily, the black-clad youth collapsed, utterly exhausted, his chest heaving violently. Lying in the icy cave, he sensed the abundant energy within him that he had been deprived of for 4 years. A faint smile crept across his lips, which gradually blossomed into a light chuckle, then a full-blown laugh, a cacophony of joy. Releasing a breath, the black-clad youth gently closed his eyes, his mind sinking deeper within. Inner vision, a skill accessible only to fighters, allowed those of greater prowess to investigate their internal state with increasing depth. As his consciousness delved into his lower abdomen, he observed a palm-sized milky white vortex slowly rotating, surrounded by a layer of nebulous, milky energy. Satisfied with this tiny vortex, the black-clad youth nodded, though its current size was small. The energy it contained was undoubtedly over tenfold stronger than his previous 9th-level fighting energy. The distinction between a fighter and 9th-level fighting energy was fundamentally profound. The energy absorbed before becoming a fighter was termed fighting energy, while the energy absorbed thereafter was the true fighting chi. Despite the mere difference of a word, the disparity between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth, utterly incomparable. Controlling the vortex with his consciousness, a flicker of inspiration struck the black-clad youth, and a strand of milky fighting chi swiftly detached from the vortex, surging forth as directed by his mind. As he increasingly mastered the inhalation and exhalation of the vortex, he finally ceased his playful actions, gradually withdrawing his consciousness from within. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and the milky light within his dark pupils lingered for a good 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. Gasping slightly, the black-clad youth expelled a wave of murky air, and after doing so, his complexion visibly brightened. He twisted his neck, the cracking of bones eliciting a grin, and he lifted his gaze toward the elder, who hovered like a phantom at the cave's entrance, exclaiming with radiant joy, "Master, I have successfully broken through to the fighter realm." The elder nodded and remarked, "If you could not even achieve the fighter realm, it would be a jest for me to take you as my disciple." At this, the black-clad youth's lips twitched slightly, and he retorted, "Master, achieving the fighter realm in just a few months should be commendable, don't you think?" Hearing this, the elder replied nonchalantly, "Xiao Yan, becoming a fighter is merely the beginning. In my time, even alchemists of the Dou Huang realm had to kneel and acknowledge me as their master." "A Dou Huang master would bow to you?" The black-clad youth was immensely shocked, incredulously asking, "Master, what level of alchemist are you?" The elder, upon hearing this, replied coolly, "I shall not divulge my background for now, lest it distract you. Just know that those who claim to be the king of pills, like that Gu He, are essentially nothing." The youth's lips twitched at the elder's casual demeanor, and the words he almost spoke were swallowed back. "What on earth is your background? Is the famed Gu He of the Jia Ma Empire merely a triviality? If this were to be known, I would surely be ridiculed as a madman by the entire Jia Ma Empire." Nonetheless, the elder's words instilled immense confidence in the black-clad youth. Recalling the humiliation of his broken engagement months prior, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. "Nalan Yanran, just wait. In the battle 3 years hence, I, Xiao Yan, will unleash my full strength and defeat you in one fell swoop." This youth, clad in black, was none other than Xiao Yan, and the ethereal figure of the elder was none other than Yao Lao. "You, Yunlan Sect, have Gui now? My master, however, possesses strength that far surpasses Gu He. When I step into Yunlan Sect, I, Xiao Yan, will make you understand what true genius is." Chapter 82, The Soul Hall. On the back mountain of the Yunlan Sect, at the edge of a precipice, Gu He's figure appeared out of thin air. Expanding his soul force and sensing that the surroundings were devoid of life, Gu He concentrated, beginning to execute hand seals. With his hands moving gracefully, an array of profound seals coalesced from his fingertips. In an instant, dozens of intricate marks materialized, and as these enigmatic symbols converged, a radiant starry sky pattern emerged in the void. Following this, a high-pitched screech resonated from the celestial expanse, and an elegant yet colossal figure slowly emerged from within. The phantom of the Vermilion bird, enveloped in crimson flames, radiated an intensely ferocious and searing aura, standing in the void like a massive beast, as if poised to incinerate the entire world. Fixated on this apparition, Gu He trembled slightly, his eyes gleaming with extreme exhilaration. Truly, as a high-level Earth-tier fighting technique, such might would likely daunt even a Dou Zong expert. Subsequently, Gu He concentrated his thoughts, directing the Vermilion bird phantom toward the cliff below. With a cry, the colossal Vermilion bird phantom transformed into a blazing crimson beam, hurtling downwards at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, Gu He's figure flickered and vanished from the back mountain's precipice, only to reappear in his own secluded residence. Although he had returned to the secluded residence, Gu He's soul energy lingered at the precipice, A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the cliff, as towering flames surged skyward from below. Crack! In the next moment, the cliff, overwhelmed by the immense shockwave, shattered into countless fragments, cascading downwards. As the cliff was obliterated, Dou Huang gradually retracted his soul energy, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, reveling in the formidable power unleashed by his vermilion bird seal. Just as the resonating explosion echoed, a beam of moonlight swiftly descended upon the edge of the cliff. An elderly man with white hair and a weathered visage, emanating a terrifying aura characteristic of a peak 9 star Dou Huang, appeared. Such a rich concentration of fire attribute energy. The old man gazed at the destroyed cliff, a hint of gravity etched upon his aged face. Who could have appeared at the back mountain of Yunlan Sect? What could this person's intentions be? A show of force? As he sensed the lingering, powerful presence in the air, the old man's countenance grew increasingly somber. The arrival of such a formidable being at Yunlan Sect instilled an acute sense of crisis within him, regardless of the visitor's intentions. At that moment, a swirling mass of black mist materialized beside the old man. With such overwhelming might, the newcomer's strength likely has reached the Dou Zong level. It is astonishing that such a powerful entity remains hidden within the Gamma Empire. Yet, one cannot discern whether this individual is friend or foe to Yunlan Sect. It seems that the position of Yunlan Sect within the Gamma Empire is far from secure. A mocking voice emerged from the black mist, dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing the voice from within the mist, the old man's expression darkened further. Unperturbed by the old man's grim demeanor, the entity in the black mist continued. Well, Yinshan, I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you cooperate with me, within 2 years, I will ensure your ascension to the Dou Zong realm. Only then can Yunlan Sect's standing in the Gamma Empire remain solid, or even eliminate the royal family and unify the entire Gamma Empire. The patience of this guardian is finite. Do you not fear that I might turn to the Gamma royal family if you continue to procrastinate? I believe that old fellow, Jia Xingtian, will be quite eager to collaborate with me. The old man's expression shifted at these words. Should Jia Xingtian, his sworn enemy, truly break through to the Dou Zong realm, Yunlan Sect's standing in the Gamma Empire would be irreparably compromised. After a moment's hesitation, the old man spoke gravely. Can you truly assist me in reaching the Dou Zong realm within 2 years? It appears you still doubt my capacity. Merely a Dou Zong level. To my soul palace, what does that signify? Yinshan, were it not for my mission requiring the strength of Yunlan Sect, even if you were to kneel and beg, I would not spare you a glance. The voice from the black mist replied coldly. Hearing this, Yinshan fell into silence. And after a moment, he slowly nodded. Very well, I accept your proposal. At last, you have come to your senses. Rest assured, on the day you ascend to the Dou Zong realm, you will not regret the decision made today. A triumphant laugh echoed from the black mist. Yinshan nodded slightly in response. I hope that is indeed the case. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the cliff's edge. The black mist then circled the cliff before gradually dissipating into the void. Little did he know, within the Gamma Empire, there lurked such a formidable Dou Zong powerhouse, the identity of whom remained a mystery. From within the black mist, a peculiar whisper faintly emerged. Unbeknownst to Dou Huang, the colossal explosion at the back mountain of Yunlan Sect not only compelled Yinshan to collaborate with the Soul Palace, but also drew the attention of numerous elders from Yunlan Sect. Several elders arrived at the cliff, their faces etched with astonishment as they beheld the destruction. Their minds raced with various conjectures. Could there be an exceedingly powerful magical beast at the back mountain? Or perhaps an unparalleled expert pass by Yunlan Sect? A myriad of strange speculations flickered through the minds of the elders. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this chaos leisurely sat in a pavilion at the secluded residence, savoring his tea. At that moment, Dou Huang's expression shifted slightly, a look of surprise crossing his face. What does this old fellow want from me? Momins latte. An elderly man clad in moon-white robes slowly approached the entrance of Dou Huang's residence. Elder Dou Huang, I seek an audience. The white-haired elder was none other than Dou Huang, an official from the outer sect of Yunlan Mountain. Come in, came Dou Huang's calm voice from within the residence. Hearing this, Dou Huang respectfully stepped into the secluded residence. I pay my respects to Elder Dou Huang. Upon reaching the pavilion, Dou Huang bowed with reverence. What brings you here, Dou Huang? Dou Huang inquired, setting down his teacup, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Dou Huang replied, Elder Dou Huang, just now, someone from the Maitel family came, saying they wish for you to visit the Maitel auction house for a discussion. The Maitel family? Dou Huang paused momentarily, quickly recalling his agreement with Tung Shan from that day. Could it be that he has gathered the materials for the Qingming longevity pill? Chapter 83. Refining the Qingming longevity pill. An hour later, at the Mytel auction house, in the VIP room. Did you summon me here, clan leader Tung Shan? Regarding the Qingming longevity pill? In the VIP room, Gu He sat across from Tung Shan of the Mytel family. Upon hearing this, Tung Shan nodded, indeed. Your Excellency Dou Huang, I have gathered all the materials required to refine the Qingming longevity pill. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Gu He's eyes. The Mytel family truly lives up to its reputation as the wealthiest family in the Gamma Empire. The materials for refining the Qingming longevity pill are notoriously difficult to assemble, yet Tung Shan managed to procure them all in such a short time. Your Excellency Dou Huang, you flatter me. How can my Mytel family possibly compare to Yunlan Sect? Upon hearing this, Tung Shan's face betrayed a look of trepidation as he explained. It was merely by chance. I had to expend tremendous resources to gather these materials. As he spoke, a flicker of pain crossed Tung Shan's face, clearly indicating that the Mytel family had incurred significant losses in procuring these materials. You are too modest, clan leader Tung Shan. Since the materials are gathered, please present them. Gu said nonchalantly. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Tung Shan handed Gu He a spatial ring. Accepting the spatial ring from Tung Shan's hand, Gu He mentally delved within, inspecting its contents before nodding. Inside the ring, not only were there 2 sets of materials for refining the Qingming longevity pill, but also several main ingredients for the revitalizing purple spirit pill. After stowing the spatial ring, Gu He rose directly, stating, since the materials are ready, and time is still on our side, I shall assist you in refining them now. Gu He turned his gaze to Tung Shan. Might there be a quiet place within the auction house? Hearing Gu He's words, Tung Shan exhibited a look of hesitation. Your Excellency Dou Huang, do you intend to begin refining the Qingming longevity pill right away? In his view, Gu He should make some preparations prior to commencing the refinement, considering that this was a 6th grade pill. Any slight misstep could result in utter failure. Tung Shan was well aware of the protocols in the alchemy world. If both sets of materials were to fail in the refinement, the one who would suffer would only be himself. The Mytel family had expended vast amounts of wealth to gather these materials. Should the refinement fail, the losses would be immense. Thus, Tung Shan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Gu He's nonchalant attitude. However, facing the foremost alchemist of the Gamma Empire, he dared not express his grievances. And so, he merely suggested, Your Excellency Dou Huang, why not take the materials back and prepare thoroughly for 2 days before starting the refinement? No need. Gu He waved his hand dismissively and said, It's merely a Qingming longevity pill. There's no need for excessive preparation. As always, his demeanor exuded confidence. When considering the difficulty of alchemy, the Qingming longevity pill was even less challenging than the Huangji pill. After all, he had already successfully crafted a 6th grade top-tier pill. So what was a mere Qingming longevity pill to him? Seeing Gu He's unwavering confidence, Mytel Tung Shan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Gu He, noticing his hesitation, discerned his thoughts, and, with a hint of displeasure, remarked, If clan leader Tung Shan lacks faith in my alchemical skills, perhaps you should seek someone more capable. At these words, Mytel Tung Shan's heart skipped a beat. Seek someone more capable? There was no other 6th grade alchemist in the Gamma Empire. Who else could he turn to? Although somewhat speechless, he noticed Gu He's displeasure and hastily clarified, Your Excellency, the Pill King, you overestimate me. Since you possess such confidence, we shall proceed as you wish. As for a quiet place, our Mytel auction house has an alchemy room that may suit your needs, if you do not mind. Before Mytel Tung Shan could finish a sentence, Gu He simply nodded and said, Then please lead the way, clan leader Tung Shan. Soon, under the guidance of Mytel Tung Shan, Gu He arrived at the alchemy room within the Mytel auction house. The Mytel family, being the wealthiest in the Gamma Empire, had naturally nurtured several alchemists within their ranks. This alchemy room was specifically prepared for their use. Gu He surveyed the room, noting several impressive cauldrons that were of excellent quality, rivaling the one Lu Ling had gifted to Xiao Yan. He silently marveled at the Mytel family's affluence before centering his thoughts to focus on the alchemy process. Finding an open space, Gu He flicked his fingers, and in an instant, the massive dragon soul cauldron materialized and crashed heavily on the ground, resonating with a deep dragon's roar. With narrowed eyes, Gu He recalled the alchemical methods for crafting the Qingming pill and the myriad of details to consider. After a moment, his eyes abruptly opened, and from their depths, violet flames began to surge. With a faint sound, a flicker of violet flame burst forth from Gu He's being, and with a deft flick of his fingertip, the flame transformed into a streak of light that darted into the cauldron like a bolt of lightning. The violet flame instantly morphed into a blazing inferno, its intense heat permeating the air, raising the temperature in the alchemy room despite the cauldron's insulating properties. Ignoring the rising heat around him, Dou Huang's gaze remained fixed on the cauldron. Moments later, he summoned forth a spiky, green fruit that exuded a rich fragrance, which fell into his hand. Glimpsing at the Qing Ming fruit, one of the primary materials for crafting the Qing Ming longevity pill, Dou Huang sensed a surge of vibrant life force emanating from it. Firmly grasping the fruit, he flicked his fingers once more, unhesitatingly launching it into the cauldron, where it was engulfed by the roaring emerald flames. His soul energy expanded from his brow, ultimately penetrating the cauldron, as he concentrated on regulating the heat and monitoring the fruit's transformation. Under the searing blaze of the primordial divine fire, even the hardest medicinal materials would yield swiftly. And the Qing Ming fruit was no exception, although it initially resisted the heat with its life force. Once Dou Huang willed it, the flames roared, and a trickle of milky sap began to ooze from the fruit. As the flames gradually evaporated the moisture, an increasing amount of milky liquid flowed forth, eventually coalescing into a glob about the size of half a palm. Fixating intently on the cauldron, after approximately half an hour, Dou Huang altered his hand gesture, causing the flames to subside. The Qing Ming fruit had entirely vanished, replaced by a sphere of milky liquid that radiated vitality. Relieved at the successful extraction, Dou Huang flicked his fingers, causing the flames to surge once more. Under the intense heat, the palm-sized milky liquid began to shrink at a visible rate, its color deepening until it resembled a lustrous white pearl. Seeing that the processing of the Qing Ming fruit had gone smoothly, Dou Huang did not pause for breath. With a wave of his hand, he summoned another herb, which he then added to the cauldron. As time progressed, Dou Huang continuously introduced various herbs into the cauldron, resulting in a growing array of potent medicinal essences within. At this moment, a serious expression finally crossed Dou Huang's face, as his soul energy enveloped every strand of medicinal power, meticulously regulating them at their requisite temperatures, slowly refining them. After about an hour of steady refinement, all the herbs were expertly processed by Dou Huang. Following nearly 3 hours of intricate alchemy, a rough form of the pill began to take shape within the cauldron, and with its emergence, a robust vitality radiated forth. Taking a deep breath, Dou Huang felt the fatigue in his brow gradually dissipate. Indeed, it was a miraculous pill capable of extending life. He silently praised its rarity. Such a pill was exceedingly scarce even across the entire Douqi Continent. After all, unless one truly attained the pinnacle of Douqi cultivation, everyone would inevitably face the end of their lifespan. While breakthroughs could extend life, failure to achieve them would result in even the mightiest, be they Dou Huang or Dou Zong, eventually returning to the earth. Thus, a pill that could prolong life was immensely precious, for if one were to possess this pill, it might offer the chance to break through during the extended years, leading to not only a significant increase in lifespan, but also a remarkable enhancement in strength. Consequently, longevity-enhancing pills were pursued with fervor across the Douqi Continent, rivaling the demand for pills that directly enhance power. In fact, from a certain perspective, they were even more coveted as recipes for strength-enhancing pills were relatively common, while those for longevity-enhancing pills were exceedingly rare. It was likely that only a select few possessed such recipes across the entire continent. Were it not for Dou Huang having received the legacy of a ninth-grade alchemist, he would not have known the method for crafting such a rare pill. As Dou Huang's thoughts swirled, the uneven form of the pill gradually became more rounded under the gentle caress of the violet flames, releasing a rich aroma. With careful maintenance, the surface of the milky pill grew increasingly lustrous. After about half an hour, the pill suddenly trembled and a powerful energy ripple erupted, expanding wildly like ripples on water. Boom! Boom! The energy ripples spread out, crashing against the cauldron's inner walls, producing a series of crisp, bell-like sounds. Chapter 84. Gathering of the Strong. Fortunately, my Dragon Soul Cauldron is sufficiently sturdy. Had it been an ordinary cauldron, it might have shattered under such energetic impacts. Observing the cauldron, which only exhibited slight tremors from the energy collisions, Dou Huang couldn't help but inwardly commend its resilience. Outside the alchemy room, Maitel Tangshan paced nervously in the corridor, occasionally stopping to glance at the alchemy room, his face etched with worry and anxiety. He silently prayed, hoping for success. Just then, he suddenly sensed a violent tremor emanating from within the alchemy room. Hearing the commotion, Maitel Tangshan's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that he has failed? Upon contemplating this, Miter Tengshan's expression involuntarily darkened. Yet, shortly thereafter, he perceived a potent surge of energy rapidly coalescing. Simultaneously, an exquisite fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the alchemy chamber, permeating the surroundings. Success. Sensing the intensity of this energy fluctuation, Miter Tengshan momentarily froze, only for his face to swiftly illuminate with unbridled joy. At that precise moment, the energy within the alchemy chamber surged to a terrifying magnitude, followed by a resounding explosion. A beam of energy, approximately half a foot in diameter, erupted directly from the alchemy chamber, tearing through the ceiling and soaring into the heavens. Gazing at the radiant column that pierced the ceiling, Miter Tengshan was momentarily taken aback, his countenance reflecting sheer astonishment. Is this the might of a sixth-grade elixir taking shape? The energy beam emanating from the Miter auction house captured the attention of numerous powerful figures from the imperial capital almost instantaneously. Many wore expressions of disbelief before swiftly darting out of their rooms. Within mere moments, a multitude of formidable beings gathered outside the Miter auction house. As they drew nearer to observe, certain powerful individuals finally discerned the source of the beam, prompting exclamations of astonishment to resound. The column was suffused with the fragrance of elixirs, indicating that someone was concocting potions within that room. While high-grade elixirs can indeed cause a stir, such phenomena are rare unless a 7th-grade elixir is involved. Could it be that someone is crafting a 7th-grade elixir? Unthinkable. The commotion accompanying a 7th-grade elixir S formation would be far greater. It must be some exceptional 6th-grade elixir. Indeed, an elixir capable of inciting such a spectacle is undoubtedly extraordinary. I wonder which master alchemist is responsible for this. Could it be Master Fama from the Alchemist Guild? Yet, Master Fama is merely a Pinnacle 5th-grade alchemist. How could he possess the capability to concoct a 6th-grade elixir? As more and more powerful figures assembled around the pavilion, whispers proliferated. Those who overheard these discussions cast covetous glances toward the beam. An elixir that could provoke such a disturbance is undeniably rare. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind pierced the air, and figures began to flash into view, ultimately hovering in the sky. Their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld the soaring beam. Such an anomaly surely indicates the crafting of a 6th-grade elixir. I wonder which master is concocting potions at the Miter auction house. In the sky, one figure stood suspended, an elderly man clad in a coarse robe, gazing with surprise toward the direction of the Miter auction house. Indeed, judging by the commotion, the elixir may well be nearing the 7th-grade level. Such a high-caliber elixir would be challenging even for the esteemed Gu He to produce. Beside the elderly man, a middle-aged man flapped his battle-chi wings, his countenance grave. Had Miter Tengshan been present, he would have recognized this elder as Jiaxing Tian, the guardian of the Jaima royal family. The middle-aged man beside Jiaxing Tian was none other than Mu Chun, the head of the Mu family. Not long ago, news had emerged from the Yunlan Sect that the Elixir King Gu He was now capable of refining 6th-grade superior elixirs. Suddenly, a thought crossed Jiaxing Tian's mind as he gazed toward the Miter auction house, a glint of speculation flashing in his eyes. Mu Chun, taken aback, replied, "Are you suggesting that the alchemist inside is none other than Elixir King Gu He? Highly probable." Jiaxing Tian nodded slightly, his expression darkening. It seems the royal family has exerted considerable pressure on the Miter family. I wonder how Miter Tengshan managed to invite Elixir King Gu He. For the Jaima royal family, the Yunlan Sect, the foremost sect in the Jaima Empire, poses a significant threat. The power of the Yunlan Sect is formidable, bolstered by the presence of the Dou Huang expert Yun Yun, while Yun Shan remains in seclusion, seeking a breakthrough to Dou Zong. Though the strength of the Jaima royal family is not to be underestimated, it pales in comparison to the Yunlan Sect. Over the years, while these two colossal entities have seemingly coexisted peacefully, they have secretly clashed on numerous occasions. Publicly, neither side has expressed its stance, yet behind the scenes, they have been vying for influence, fostering their own development without directly provoking conflict. While the royal family has remained vigilant against the Yunlan Sect, they have not yet reached the point of open hostility. Furthermore, Yun Yun remains unaware of the royal family's foundation, even if she harbored intentions. She would not dare to act. The Yunlan Sect boasts several Dou Huang elders, yet the Jaima royal family also possesses its own Dou Huang experts, supported by numerous families, such as the Mu family, which is a staunch ally of the royal family, commanding several legions within the Jaima Empire. As for the Nalan family, Their stance was ambiguous until Nalan Yanran joined the Yunlan Sect as a direct disciple of Yun. Given the choice, there is no doubt they would side with the Yunlan Sect. The only remaining entity is the Mitre family, which has maintained a neutral position throughout the years. Although the royal family has coveted the wealth of the Mitre family, they have refrained from overt actions, fearing that such pressure might push the Mitre family toward the Yunlan Sect. Now, with Elixir King Dou He appearing at the Mitre auction house and allegedly refining 6 great elixirs, Xiao could not help but suspect that the Mitre family might have indeed allied with the Yunlan Sect. Upon contemplating this, Xiao's expression darkened. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he remarked, "I didn't expect Nalan Jie to be here as well." Upon hearing this, Mu Chan was momentarily taken aback. Then followed Xiao's line of sight. In the sky not far away, a figure hovered, none other than Nalan Jie, the patriarch of the Nalan family. Mu Chan shot a cold glance at Nalan Jie, stating, "It seems the previous Dou Ling elixir has already aided him in breaking through, even suppressing the poison within him." Xiao also cast a frosty glance at Nalan Jie, remarking, "The poison is not so easily suppressed. Find out what Elixir King Dou he is refining this time, and whether the Mitre family has indeed allied with the Yunlan Sect." After speaking, Xiao took one last look toward the Mitre auction house before turning to leave. At this moment, within the alchemy chamber, the sound of the bell gradually diminished. A milky white elixir within the cauldron suddenly emitted a blinding brilliance, forcefully breaking free from the cauldron under the enveloping white light. However, despite soaring within the sealed chamber for some time, it was unable to escape. This Qingming Shouhua is truly extraordinary. It seems to be intent on fleeing right from its inception. Observing the elixir's actions, Dou He was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a force that captured the erratically flying white light, subsequently placing it into a jade vial. As the elixir was secured within the vial, it gradually settled down. Satisfied with this outcome, Dou He exhaled deeply. This refining process had indeed consumed much of his energy. Chapter 85, Ice Hard Armor. Creak. As the door to the alchemy chamber swung open, Mitre Tengshan, who had been anxiously waiting outside, immediately rushed forward at the sound. "Your Excellency, the Elixir King, what is the result?" he inquired, his excitement palpable. Dou He smiled faintly, producing the jade vial and handing it to Mitre Tengshan, stating nonchalantly, "I have not failed your expectations." Although Mitre Tengshan had anticipated the outcome, he could not suppress the thrill that surged within him upon seeing the vial. After a brief moment of exhilaration, he gradually regained his composure and glanced at Dou He, somewhat awkwardly expressing, "Thank you, Your Excellency, the Elixir King." Dou He shook his head with a gentle smile, replying, "It was merely a trifling effort." Upon hearing this, Mitre Tengshan's lips twitched slightly. A 6th-grade elixir can hardly be characterized as a trifling effort in the entirety of the Jiama Empire. Only this individual before him has the standing to make such a claim. Although he found the response somewhat absurd, Mitre Tengshan nonetheless maintained his courteous demeanor, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Your Excellency, the Elixir King. Please allow me to escort you to the VIP room for a moment's respite." Upon hearing this, Dou He nodded and said, "Very well, I happen to require the assistance of the Tengshan clan leader." After stating this, Dou He led the way toward the VIP room. Mitre Tengshan felt somewhat puzzled. The alchemist Dou He needed his help? Shaking his head, Mitre Tengshan promptly followed Dou He into the VIP chamber. "May I inquire what matters require my service, Your Excellency, the alchemist?" Mitre Tengshan asked, casting a questioning glance at Dou He. With a gentle smile, Dou He retrieved a pre-prepared list from his spatial ring and handed it to Mitre Tengshan, stating with a serene demeanor, "I would appreciate it if you could help me gather the herbs on this list as swiftly as possible. I am pressed for time." "Herbs?" Mitre Tengshan approached, intrigued, and took the list from Dou He's hand. Upon examining the contents, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Although the list included several 5th-tier herbs, gathering them would not pose a challenge for the Mitre auction house. However, he was slightly perplexed by the inclusion of numerous poisonous herbs. This left Mitre Tengshan wondering if such herbs were indeed necessary for alchemy. Despite his curiosity, he understood that a list provided by an alchemist should not be casually questioned. Such inquiries were taboo. With this thought in mind, Mitre Tengshan nodded with a smile and assured Dou He, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I will promptly dispatch individuals to procure these herbs for you. Please wait a moment." Dou He nodded appreciatively, and then presented his infinite gold card to Mitre Tengshan, saying, "Please deduct the cost of the herbs from this card." Surprised, Mitre Tengshan's expression shifted as he chuckled awkwardly. Your Excellency, you jest. You have already assisted me in crafting the Qingming Shou Dan, and I have yet to compensate you. Consider the herbs on this list a token of my gratitude. Gui was momentarily taken aback and then firmly declined Miter Tingshan's generous offer. There is no need for that. I appreciate your goodwill, clan leader Tingshan. However, the quantity of herbs I require is substantial. I would need 10 of each item listed. Gui stated calmly. What? 10 of each? Miter Tingshan exclaimed, his face registering surprise. Your Excellency, that. Noticing Miter Tingshan's hesitation, Gui inquired, is it beyond your capabilities, clan leader Tingshan? Of course I can manage it. It will just take a bit of time. I kindly ask for your patience, Your Excellency. Miter Tingshan replied, regaining his composure. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added, if you do not mind, I can offer you these herbs at a 70% discount. At this, Gui was about to refuse, as he possessed the infinite gold card, and the value of gold held no significance for him. However, considering that this treatment was well-deserved, he acquiesced with a gentle nod. Since you have offered, I shall graciously accept. Miter Tingshan smiled slightly and stepped outside the VIP room, handing the list to a steward before returning. After a brief exchange, Gui suddenly asked, Miter Tingshan, might there be any treasures up for auction at the Miter auction house soon? Treasure? Miter Tingshan was momentarily taken aback. Quickly assuming Gui was interested in the upcoming auction, he nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, there have been several noteworthy acquisitions recently. Gui's eyes brightened at this, and he asked, may I see the list of items to be auctioned at the next event? Miter Tingshan replied with a hearty laugh. What could be simpler? If you wish to see it, Your Excellency, you may. Saying this, Miter Tingshan retrieved a list from his spatial ring and presented it to Gui. With a hint of anticipation, Gui examined the list meticulously. After a moment, he looked up with surprise. It appears you have prepared a considerable array of valuable items for the next auction, clan leader Tingshan. Miter Tingshan was about to respond when Gui interjected, would it be possible for me to acquire the ice hard armor listed here directly? The ice hard armor, embedded with several 5th-tier ice attribute magic cores, boasted formidable defense, capable of withstanding the full force of a Dou Huang's attack. Miter Tingshan hesitated momentarily, his expression shifting as he contemplated the request. After a pause, he finally nodded slowly, since Your Excellency has taken a liking to the ice hard armor. I cannot refuse your request. Though it posed some inconvenience, Miter Tingshan, considering Gui's stature, consented to his wish. Gui smiled appreciatively. Then I shall extend my gratitude to you, clan leader Tingshan. Miter Tingshan waved his hand dismissively. It is but a small favor. Afterward, Gui and Miter Tingshan continued their conversation. Nearly an hour later, a steward entered the room, presenting a spatial ring to Miter Tingshan. Accepting the ring, Miter Tingshan promptly handed it to Gui. Your Excellency, everything you require is contained within. As he spoke, Miter Tingshan also returned Gui's infinite gold card. Upon inspecting the spatial ring, Gui's smile broadened. With these herbs, even on his journey away, the cultivation resources for Lu Ling and the little doctor would be well insured. Chapter 86. Departing from the Yunlan Sect. Teacher, I have arrived. Lu Ling exclaimed as she rushed into the courtyard, calling out to Gui, who was resting in the pavilion. At her shout, Gui slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Lu Ling, and then sat up, saying coolly, you've come. There is no need for all the fuss. Lu Ling chuckled sheepishly. Teacher, it's time for my special training. Very well. Gui nodded nonchalantly, and with a wave of his hand, a large wooden barrel appeared in the courtyard. Seeing the barrel, Lu Ling expressed confusion. Teacher, didn't you say you would change the training method today? A hint of disappointment crossed her face. Having broken through to the 5th-tier Dou Shi, the blood ignition powder was no longer as effective for her. Stop your prattling and jump in, Gui said, glaring at her. All right, teacher. Lu Ling, realizing she had no choice, hurried to fill the barrel with water and obediently leaped in. Good behavior, Gui remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Ling before approaching with a jade vial in hand. As he opened a vial, a stream of emerald liquid flowed into the barrel. Observing this, Lu Ling exclaimed, Teacher, have you made a mistake? That's the purple jade spirit liquid. Shouldn't you pour in the blood ignition powder first? Gui gave her a cool glance and replied, I'm merely taking precautions. I fear for your safety. Fear for my safety? Lu Ling felt a chill run down her spine as she looked at Gui, timidly asking, Teacher, you can't be serious, can you? Gui shot her a sidelong glance and scoffed. What? Are you scared now? Who was it that declared with such conviction yesterday that they would intensify their efforts? Feeling a twinge of guilt, Lu Ling weakly protested. Teacher, could you perhaps go a little easier on me? Absolutely not, Gui retorted, and then produced another jade vial from his spatial ring. Handing it to Lu Ling, drink this, and make sure to savor it. This is a 5th-tier spirit liquid worth over 1 million gold coins. With that, Gu He turned and returned to the pavilion. In the wooden barrel, Lu Ling stared at the jade vial in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. Drink it? Why is it that I must drink it directly this time? Remembering Gu He's earlier words, she felt a sense of trepidation and hesitated to take a sip. At that moment, Gu He returned to the pavilion and poured himself a cup of tea. Noticing Lu Ling still hesitating, he spoke up. The potency of the Ziyu spirit liquid will dissipate. If you continue to delay, the effects will fade, and your life may very well be in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling's expression shifted dramatically, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. He promptly opened the jade vial in his hand. The instant the vial was opened, a wave of scorching heat emanated from it. Lu Ling's countenance changed as he glanced at Gu He in the pavilion, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Without further ado, he tilted his head and brought the vial to his lips. In the next moment, a crimson liquid flowed forth from the vial and was swallowed directly by Lu Ling. As the fiery liquid entered his belly, Lu Ling felt as though he had ingested molten lava. A searing sensation surged from his abdomen, causing his face to contort in pain. As the medicinal power spread, an excruciating burning sensation rippled through his entire being. In an instant, Lu Ling's countenance was twisted in agony, and once again, a heart-wrenching scream reverberated in the courtyard. Inside the room, the little medical sage was awakened by the anguished cries coming from outside. She languidly opened her eyes, remnants of a dark powder lingering at the corner of her mouth, reflecting on the torment she had experienced after consuming poison the previous night. A shadow of trepidation crossed her features. At that moment, Lu Ling's piercing scream reached her ears once more, causing her delicate face to shift slightly as she murmured, "Master is conducting special training for senior brother again. Compared to the suffering my brother endures during his training, my experience with poison seems somewhat milder. Senior brother's talents may not match mine, yet he works so diligently. With my cursed poison body, I must naturally strive even harder." With this thought, the little medical sage struggled to rise, sitting cross-legged on her bed, beginning to consolidate her growing power. An hour later, Lu Ling weakly crawled out of the wooden tub and feebly made his way to the pavilion to sit down. "Master, this special training nearly cost me my life," he gasped, collapsing onto his seat, still appearing far from fully recovered. Gu He smiled faintly and looked at Lu Ling, asking, "Did it yield any results?" "Results?" Lu Ling hesitated momentarily before slowly responding. "Indeed, there are results." Gu He interrupted him. "Since it was effective, spare me your rambling. From now on, your standard for special training will be the Scarlet Flame Spirit Liquid." As he spoke, Gu He took out dozens of jade vials from his storage ring and placed them on the table. "This is your supply for the next month. Your future training will depend on your own efforts," he stated calmly. Lu Ling stared blankly at the dozens of vials on the table before suddenly realizing and exclaiming, "Master, are you leaving?" Gu He nodded slowly. "I have matters to attend to outside and will set off tomorrow. This journey will likely take about a month. During my absence, you must not slack off in your training. Upon my return, I will assess your progress, and if you have stagnated, do not blame me for being harsh." Gu He fixed Lu Ling with a stern gaze. Feeling a tightening in his chest, Lu Ling immediately assured, "Master, rest assured, I will diligently train." Gu He nodded appreciatively. "Your talent may not surpass that of your junior sister, but hard work can make up for shortcomings. As long as you apply yourself, you may yet catch up to her." Lu Ling replied earnestly, "Master, I will." Moments later, Lu Ling exited the courtyard, and Gu He called for the little medical sage. "Disciple, how has your cultivation progressed?" he asked with a smile. The little medical sage beamed and replied, "Master, I have already broken through to the 7-star Dome Master level. In about 10 days, I will reach the 8-star Dome Master level." Hearing this, Gu He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The cursed poison body is indeed formidable. It was already astonishing, and, combined with his teachings, it could be said to defy the natural order. "Disciple, I have left a gift for you in the room, as a reward for this month," Gu He said, ruffling the little medical sage's hair. "However, you must wait until you break through to the 8-star Dome Master level in 10 days before you can retrieve it." With a few days remaining, it had been almost a month since he last imparted his teachings to her. Yet, Gu He was unwilling to wait any longer. To avoid unnecessary delays, he decided to swiftly bring Ching Lin under his wing and obtain the green lotus earth heartfire. As for the gift he had left for the little medical sage, it was a test of sorts. The system did not specify that rewards had to be given in person to trigger a return, so Gu He sought to see if this method would activate the system's return. Upon hearing that Gu He had prepared a reward for her, the little medical sage's eyes sparkled with surprise. Although she did not understand why he wished to wait until 10 days later, she obediently replied, "Master, I understand." "Very well." Observing her obedient demeanor, Gu He nodded with satisfaction. "I shall set off tomorrow. After I leave, you must seize the opportunity to train diligently and not slack off." The little medical sage replied earnestly, "Master, you need not worry. You know I have always been dedicated to my training." At this, Gu He laughed heartily, affirming, "Indeed, indeed. You are far more industrious than your senior brother." Chapter 87. The Enigma of the Valley. The following day, at the break of dawn, Gu He rose to pack his belongings in preparation for departure. With a creak, as he opened the door and stepped out of his room, he spotted a small figure sitting in the pavilion not far away. What is this girl doing up so early? He pondered, observing the little medical sage sleeping against the pavilion. Gu He approached and gently patted her delicate face. "Disciple, disciple." At the sound of Gu He's voice, the little medical sage stirred awake, her eyes meeting his as she instinctively called out, "Master." Gu He, puzzled, inquired, "Disciple, why are you not resting in your room?" The little medical sage paused, then her expression changed as she remembered something. "Oh, Master, I have something to give you." She then retrieved a large package from her storage ring, cradling it in her arms. "Master, since you're going on a long journey, I prepared some pastries for you to take along. Rest assured, I made all your favorites," she said with a sweet smile. Gu He remained silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "You stayed up all night just for this?" The little medical sage nodded slightly. "Master, don't you love my cooking? If you go away for so long without tasting my food, wouldn't that be unbearable? So I made extra." Seeing the joyful expression on her face warmed Gu He's heart. He accepted the package from her, smiling. "You're such a thoughtful girl. I have not spoiled you in vain." The little medical sage giggled adorably. Gu He gently ruffled her hair, saying softly, "Now, go on, return to rest. I will only be away for a month. I shall return swiftly." She nodded obediently and walked back toward her room. Gu He glanced at the package in his hands before storing it in his ring. The next moment, with a thought, he activated the technique of bridging worlds. When Gu He reappeared, he was already at the foot of Yunlan Mountain. Afterward, Gu He released Xiao Yan, which he had stored in the system's space the previous night. "Xiao Yan, grow." At Gu He's command, Xiao Yan instantly transformed into a colossal celestial bird and soared into the sky. Gu He leaped onto Xiao Yan's back, and they quickly vanished from the territory of Yunlan Sect. "First, I need to find a place to break through to the Dou Zong realm." Sitting steadily on Xiao Yan's back, Gu He's eyes gleamed with contemplation. After a moment, he pointed in a direction and instructed Xiao Yan, "Head in that direction." Chirp! With a piercing cry, the speed of Xiao Yan surged dramatically, racing swiftly in the direction indicated by Gu He. Above, the sky was shrouded in swirling clouds. A colossal bird soared through the mist with remarkable speed, with Gu He standing atop its back, extending his soul force downward. Almost there. As he gazed at the towering mountain range that soon came into view, Gu He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Xiao Yan, prepare to descend," he commanded, observing the approaching monster beast mountain range. With a cry, Xiao Yan let out a shrill sound and swiftly plummeted downwards. As they neared the verdant Qingshan town, a fleeting moment of nostalgia washed over Gu He. The last time he had been here, he was merely a 9-star Dou Huang. In just a few short months, his power had undergone a remarkable transformation, reaching the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Huang. Passing through Qingshan town, Gu He showed no inclination to pause. Instead, following the memories of his previous journey towards the small valley on the outskirts of the monster beast mountain range. Navigating through the forest, Gu He sat atop Xiao Yan as they gently landed at the entrance of the valley. Upon touching down, Xiao Yan swiftly transformed into a diminutive golden bird. Perching gracefully upon Gu He's shoulder, standing at the valley's entrance, Gu He couldn't help but reflect. The last time he had broken through to the Dou Huang realm here, he never anticipated returning now to achieve a breakthrough into the Dou Zong realm. The concept of fate is truly wondrous. Regaining his composure, Gu He began to walk slowly into the valley. Before he had fully entered, he sensed a rich energy permeating the air. Truly, this was an excellent place for a breakthrough. A smile graced Gu He's lips as he stepped further into the valley. Within, the energy thickened, coalescing into a misty haze. Various precious herbs thrived amidst the energy, their fragrant aromas mingling with the mist, creating a refreshing ambience. Observing the energy-laden mist and the abundance of rare herbs, Gu He felt a twinge of curiosity. Why was there such dense energy within this valley? And how had such a vast array of precious herbs come to flourish here? During his last visit, he had been too hurried to ponder this mystery. Now, confronted with the scene before him, Questions arose in Gu He's mind. Could it be that this valley concealed some secret? Suddenly, the thought flashed through his mind. Otherwise, the peculiarities of this valley would defy explanation. Perhaps it harbored some treasures. With this notion, Gu He's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If such a scene could manifest, then any treasures hidden within the valley would surely be extraordinary. With a focused intention, Gu He unleashed his soul force, beginning to probe the valley. Today, he was determined to uncover the secrets hidden within. As the soul force swept through the energy mist, he meticulously noted every unusual aspect. Moments later, Gu He let out a soft exclamation, his soul force converging towards a particular corner of the valley. Through his soul force's perception, he realized that the energy mist in this corner was significantly denser than elsewhere. It appeared that the anomaly lay here. With a thought, Gu He immediately appeared at that corner of the valley. Drawing near to the rock face, he scrutinized it closely. Just then, a surge of dense energy mist erupted from a crevice in the cliff. Gu He was instantly captivated, his eyes widening in astonishment. And he soon realized the energy mist within the valley emanated from this very spot. It seemed that the cliff concealed some secret. After a moment's hesitation, Gu He's resolve firmed, and he summoned forth his soul fire. As the purple flames blazed in his eyes, a roaring fire ignited before him on the cliff face. Under the relentless heat of the origin divine fire, the rock began to melt gradually. Chapter 88. The Seven-Colored Saint Lotus. Within the valley, Gu He wielded his soul fire, concentrating the origin divine fire against the cliff face in a relentless assault. The origin divine fire, formed from the convergence of extraordinary flames, was indeed formidable. As it burned, the cliff gradually melted away. Before long, a large hole emerged in the cliff before Gu He. With a mental command, he expanded the fire's reach, sweeping it outward. As the hole grew larger and deeper, a fist-sized crack suddenly appeared before him. From within the crack, a torrent of energy mist surged violently outward. Clearly, the energy mist in this valley was indeed emanating from this cliff. Feeling the purity of the energy mist, a spark of brilliance shone in Gu He's eyes. He then intensified his efforts, continuing to incinerate the cliff. Moments later, as the origin divine fire persisted, it penetrated deeper, ultimately revealing a gaping hole 3 meters deep. After a short while, a glimmer of darkness appeared within the depths of the hole. Gu He's gaze sharpened in surprise. The cliff had been completely burned through by his efforts. Indeed, there was another realm hidden within. Gazing at the hollowed cliff, Gu He felt a surge of excitement. He continued to amplify the fire's intensity, enlarging the aperture further. Soon, the darkness within the hole expanded, revealing a shadowy space gradually coming into view. In no time, a black passageway unfolded before Gu He's eyes. A torrent of rich energy mist surged violently from the dark passageway. What an intense and pure energy. If one were to cultivate here, their progress would undoubtedly accelerate several-fold. Gu He marveled inwardly, turning his gaze toward the interior of the dark passageway. All he could see was an inky void, devoid of any discernible features. With a thought, Gu He released his soul force into the darkness. As his soul force penetrated deeper, his vision brightened. In the midst of the shadowy space, he beheld a flicker of light. Moreover, he sensed a remarkable surge of energy emanating from this light. Indeed, treasures lay hidden within. This energy fluctuation was definitely not that of a monster. It was highly likely to be a rare treasure. Determined to investigate further, Gu He slowly opened his eyes, and with a flash, he vanished from his previous location. In an instant, Gu He's figure reached the depths of the dark passageway. Before him lay a pool of water, crystalline and clear, pulsating with powerful energy waves. This water was entirely composed of condensed energy. Gu He stared in astonishment at the pool. However, what captivated his attention most was the lotus flower at the center of the pool. Floating serenely on the water's surface was a 7-colored lotus, its enchanting fragrance wafting through the dark space. The 7-colored lotus. Gu He's gaze lingered upon this exquisite flower. This lotus was approximately 10 feet in length, its ethereal, multicolored radiance shimmering upon its petals. From a distance, it appeared as if it had been sculpted by masterful hands. Simultaneously, as the multicolored glow flickered, waves of terrifying energy surged across the petals, ultimately converging at the very center of the 7-colored lotus. Lotus seed. Gu He's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld a glimmering azure orb nestled among the petals, resembling a lotus seed the size of fingertip. Circles of azure light radiated from the seed, exuding a powerful energy. Gu He's gaze remained fixated on the seven-colored lotus in the pool. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. From the legacy of the ninth-rank alchemist, he recalled the information regarding this seven-colored lotus. The nine-colored Saint Lotus. In ancient times, it is said that on the continent of Combat Chi, there existed a magnificent nine-colored lotus, known as the Sacred Lotus of Nine Colors. This sacred lotus possessed the extraordinary ability to harness boundless energy, captivating the attention of numerous pinnacle forces upon its emergence. However, having attained sentience, the sacred lotus transformed into 9 lotus seeds at a critical moment, vanishing into the void to escape. Subsequently, someone acquired one of these seeds and, through relentless effort, cultivated it into an 8-colored sacred lotus. Although the 8-colored lotus could not compare to the legendary 9-colored lotus, it too could amass substantial energy. With the aid of this 8-colored sacred lotus, the individual ultimately transformed an ordinary family into one of the continent's apex powers. Gu He fixed his gaze intently upon the 7-colored sacred lotus before him, pondering whether this lotus was, in fact, a manifestation of the seed from the 8-colored lotus, having grown into its current form. If that were true, he would have struck gold. The thought of the legendary 9-colored lotus's capabilities ignited an uncontrollable ecstasy within his eyes. While the 7-colored sacred lotus's effects might pale in comparison to the 9-colored lotus, it undoubtedly ranked among the continent's premier treasures. It was no wonder that the valley was enveloped in pure energy day and night, nurturing a plethora of rare medicinal herbs. The 7-colored sacred lotus was the source of such vitality. As he reflected on the scene within the valley, Gu He experienced a moment of revelation. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Gazing at the 7-colored sacred lotus in the pond, he contemplated the prospect of transplanting it into his own courtyard, thereby creating a sanctuary for cultivation. A new idea sparked in his mind. If he were to bestow this 7-colored sacred lotus upon his disciples, the returns might be manifold, possibly even leading to the re-emergence of the ancient 9-colored lotus. This notion made Gu He swallow hard, his eyes glimmering with fervor as he gazed at the lotus in the pond. The power of the 9-colored lotus could indeed forge a unique realm for cultivation. In the original text, the ancient 8 great clans, these hidden powers, lived in a secluded world, where the energy of heaven and earth was incomparably denser than that of the outside realm. If he were to establish a force in the future, planting a 9-colored lotus within it would undoubtedly yield energy capable of overwhelming these ancient family-secluded worlds. The sight of the 7-colored sacred lotus stirred Gu He's heart. He then approached the pond, preparing to transplant it into his system space. Upon witnessing the pure energy coalescing into a liquid form in the pond, Gu He could not help but think of his purpose for being here. This was, after all, an ideal sanctuary for cultivation. With a glimmer in his eyes, Gu He extended his soul power into the pond. After sensing no immediate danger, he leaped into the water with determination. Chapter 89. Breaking through to the Dou Zong. With a splash, Gu He plunged into the pond. As he entered, he felt a tremendous energy gradually infiltrating his body, almost without needing to activate any techniques. This energy flowed into him of its own accord. Gu He marveled at the sensation, realizing that even a brief immersion here could significantly enhance his cultivation. He swam to the side of the 7-colored sacred lotus, and with a thought, he directly collected the lotus into his system space. Within his system space, time and space were under Gu He's control. With a mere thought, the passage of time could be halted. Therefore, he had no concerns about the 7-colored sacred lotus deteriorating upon entering the system space. Moreover, as a wondrous creation of heaven and earth, it would not easily succumb to decay. After completing this, Gu He focused his mind and sat cross-legged at the center of the pond. Subsequently, he concentrated and directly contacted the system, silently intoning, "System, extract 27 years of cultivation." As his words echoed, an energy sphere suspended in the void within the system space transformed into a beam of light, shooting directly into Gu He's body. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, an immense surge of energy flooded into him. This force was wildly tumultuous, akin to a raging river, crashing within him. A muted thud resounded within Gu He's body, and his face flushed crimson. The energy within the sphere detonated, causing his entire being to tremble slightly. Realizing the transformation occurring within him, Gu He quickly reacted, without a moment's hesitation, activating the divine fire technique to absorb the overwhelming energy. However, as he began to engage with this power, he discovered it exceeded his expectations in magnitude. This energy charged through his body like a runaway stallion, wreaking havoc upon his meridians and overwhelming his senses with excruciating pain. He had underestimated this energy. A bead of cold sweat formed on his brow, and his face contorted in agony. Having previously experienced energy integration, Dou He thought he had become accustomed to such sensations, believing he could manage this force with ease. Yet, this energy was far greater than in previous encounters, corresponding to the cultivation level of a Dou Huang at the 9-star realm. The sudden influx of such immense power tested even Dou He's now formidable physical resilience, causing him great distress. In this moment, Dou He seemed to empathize with Lu Ling and Xiao Yan, who had endured similar torment when receiving his impartation of knowledge. This energy, filled with destructive force, caused his muscles to twitch uncontrollably. To refine this energy, he first needed to subdue it. Dou He concentrated, and the swirling Dou Qi within him surged forth like a tempestuous sea. He commanded his Dou Qi to form barriers within his meridians, attempting to block the oncoming torrent of energy. If his body had not been tempered by the primordial divine fire, it might not have withstood such turmoil. However, merely containing this energy was not a viable solution. The relentless energy continued to surge within him, and as it accumulated, the Douqi halos he had formed began to shatter. The energy once again slammed into his meridians, which began to twist under the strain of the onslaught. Realizing the urgency, Dou He furrowed his brow. He needed to refine this energy swiftly. Otherwise, if it fully inundated his body, he might not be able to endure the impact, and even if he ultimately refined it, he would likely suffer hidden injuries. With a sudden shift, Dou He's handsome visage grew stern, and his long hair, cascading down to his waist, seemed to dance wildly as a potent aura radiated from him. Then, an astonishing purple light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, numerous tangible purple flames materialized within his being. As these flames ignited, Dou He immediately directed them towards the overwhelming energy, employing the primordial divine fire to disperse it, allowing it to scatter throughout his body, from which he would then refine it piece by piece. With a resounding roar, the purple flames intensified, and streams of violet fire erupted from within Dou He, forcefully colliding with the surging energy, fracturing it into disarray. Upon witnessing this scene, Dou He exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at the overwhelming surge of energy that resembled a flood. The next step was to refine this energy. Though fully assimilating, it would likely require a considerable amount of time. Subsequently, Dou He closed his eyes, centering his mind and immersing himself in the process of refining the energy within his body. In the dimly lit space, an extraordinary silence enveloped the surroundings. As time passed, half a month swiftly elapsed. On this day, within the tranquil valley, an unexpected explosion of energy erupted, resonating with a thunderous roar. The energy of the surrounding realm began to undulate violently, as if drawn by an unseen force, frantically converging towards the valley. As time progressed, the tremors of the earth intensified, with dense waves of energy continuously permeating from the heavens and flowing towards the dark passageway of the valley. From a distance, the entire valley appeared enveloped in a kaleidoscopic frenzy of energy, a sight of immense grandeur. Such a phenomenon inevitably captured the attention of all the beasts in the Beast Mountain range, their astonished gazes directed towards the spectacle. The sight of the tangible, chaotic energy in the sky, coupled with an ominous pressure that pervaded the atmosphere, sent shivers down the spines of the weaker beasts, compelling them to retreat into their lairs. As time continued to elapse, the changes in the void grew increasingly terrifying. In Qingshan Town, numerous mercenary groups observed the vibrant ribbons of energy seemingly descending from the heavens, their expressions marked by awe and trepidation. With the influx of more and more chaotic energy into the valley, a colossal aura began to seep forth, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening from its rest. Even the king of the Beast Mountain range, the amethyst-winged Lion King, found himself cowering within his lair, gripped by fear. Chapter 90, A Surge in Power. Within the valley, the ferocious energy howled towards the heavens. In the dark space, a whirlpool formed in the pond, its rotation accelerating with each passing moment. Waves crashed violently against the surrounding cliffs, producing a thunderous cacophony. Perhaps due to the immense energy fluctuations within the valley, dark clouds began to coalesce in the sky. In an instant, the previously bright and sunny weather transformed into an ominous overcast. Shortly thereafter, it seemed that the energy Dou He absorbed from the pond had reached a critical threshold, with a resounding boom that echoed like thunder. The pond erupted as if countless bombs had been detonated, shooting forth a multitude of water columns. The jets of water burst forth, resembling a torrential downpour in the dark space. As the water erupted from the pond, a sound akin to a crane's call pierced the air, carrying a powerful fighting spirit that surged from the darkness into the valley, shooting straight into the heavens. Boom! 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 With this clarion call, it appeared to resonate with the very fabric of the universe, causing the skies to erupt in a symphony of thunder, silver serpents dancing wildly, and in an instant, a torrential downpour commenced. The vast energy fluctuations induced tremors in the space, distorting the very essence of the surroundings. Even the entire Beast Mountain range quivered at this moment. In the valley, cracks spread rapidly like a spider's web, the deafening roar echoing ceaselessly throughout the valley. Deep within the Beast Mountain range, the amethyst-winged Lion King widened his eyes, staring in horror towards the valley. This was Dou Zong. Someone was breaking through to the Dou Zong realm. As the fifth-tier beasts sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the void, they immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, too afraid to rise. In Qingshan Town, many townsfolk knelt in reverence towards the valley, as if a divine being were present. Moments later, the tremors of the Beast Mountain range gradually subsided. Boom! At that moment, a colossal water column descended from the heavens, nearly engulfing the entire valley within its embrace. This water column shot forth from the void like a volcanic eruption, crashing down upon the swirling energies, dispersing them entirely. The towering water column reached several dozen feet in height, and as it fell, countless droplets cascaded from the sky, forming an unending curtain of rain. The downpour relentlessly pelted the valley, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound. At this juncture, the vast curtain of rain that enveloped the valley seemed to be cleaved by a mysterious force, revealing a celestial pathway. As the curtain gradually parted, an ethereal figure emerged. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Gou He stood upon the void, exuding an air of refined elegance. The overwhelming aura emanating from his body surged forth like a divine sword piercing the infinite sky. Dou Zong, as a tremendous presence, radiated from him. Whispers of incantations escaped his lips. Suspended in the void, Gou He remained motionless, yet the magnificent energy enveloping him caused the very heavens to tremble. Dou Zong represented the true dividing line of power on the continent. Only by stepping into this realm could one be deemed a true powerhouse. Possessing such strength was sufficient to establish a sect. Even in the vast, formidable central continent, where experts abound, Dou Zong practitioners could still thrive. At this moment, with Gou He breaking through to the Dou Zong realm, he finally secured his place in this world. Boom! The boundless rain continued to cascade from the heavens, enveloping the entire valley, the patter of raindrops resonating throughout. Standing in the void, Gou He did not manifest the dual wings of fighting spirit behind him. For walking upon the air was the unique mark of a Dou Zong expert. The motionless figure in the sky rendered the entire Beast Mountain range silent, save for the crisp sound of raindrops falling upon leaves. Gou He's form remained still, unfaltering amidst the deluge. As the vast rain curtain approached within half a yard of him, it automatically dissipated as if an invisible barrier surrounded him. At this moment, Gou He kept his eyes tightly shut, the overwhelming aura rippling around him, resembling a statue in its stillness. Above the valley, the torrential rain gradually subsided, and warm sunlight once again poured down from the sky, illuminating the entire mountain range, creating a particularly refreshing atmosphere after the rain. After maintaining his motionless stance for a prolonged period, Gou He suddenly trembled lightly, and his tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a surge of killing intent within his dark gaze. He let out a sigh of relief, delving into the depths of his being to sense the changes within. He discovered that his body had undergone a transformation akin to rebirth. His meridians had expanded more than tenfold, and a faint layer of fighting spirit crystal enveloped both his meridians and bones, emanating a soft glow. Clenching his fist lightly, he unleashed a simple punch. Instantly, the space around his fist warped, and a deep, resonant sonic boom erupted in the skies like distant thunder. This seemingly unremarkable punch demonstrated a ferocity comparable to Gou He's previous full-force execution of the Vermilion bird seal. The distinction between Dou Zong and Dou Huang was indeed a chasm of disparity. His strength now firmly anchored at the 2-star Dou Zong level. He had eliminated a significant amount of adjustment time, presumably thanks to the energy pool. In the void, Gou He murmured softly to himself. Most individuals who ascend to the Dou Zong level typically undergo a prolonged period of adjustment before they can genuinely attain the 1st star of Dou Zong. Yet, Gui had bypassed this phase and successfully reached the second star level. Although the first star might seem inconsequential at a glance, the disparities between each star in the realm of Dou Zong are substantial. For the majority of Dou Zong practitioners, advancing to the next star through conventional training often requires several years, if not over a decade. Such occurrences are hardly considered rare. Reflecting on his fortunate circumstances, Gui cast his gaze downward toward the valley. With a subtle movement of his feet, he stepped into the air, gradually descending before landing softly within the valley. Chapter 91. The Arrival of Yunlan. Indeed, such a significant enhancement in cultivation inevitably left his internal Dou Qi somewhat unstable. Within the valley, Gui traversed through his body with his consciousness, shaking his head in resignation. Fortunately, he possessed the divine fire body refinement technique, which could temper the Dou Qi within him. Otherwise, Gui would have hesitated to elevate his cultivation so recklessly. Finding a piece of azure stone, Gui cleared it off slightly and slowly seated himself upon it. As his mind stirred, the flames of his life force swiftly enveloped him entirely. Employing the divine fire body refinement technique, he began to refine the somewhat unstable Dou Qi within him. This had become an indispensable step following each of his breakthroughs. In no time, Gui was entirely encased in violet flames, forming a purple shield around him. Beside him, Xiao Yan transformed into a golden bird, vigilantly guarding his side without leaving an inch. As time passed, the dark clouds above the valley gradually dissipated, restoring the tranquility that once prevailed. 3 days later, deep within the Beast Mountain range, the crystal-winged Lion King finally emerged from the shadow of the terrifying pressure it had felt 3 days prior. It glanced apprehensively toward the valley, fear still evident in its eyes. Has that human powerhouse left? Observing the vanishing celestial phenomenon above the valley, the crystal-winged Lion King couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. It seemed that the human had merely paused here to find a location for a breakthrough. With this thought, the crystal-winged Lion King felt a slight relaxation in its heart. Noticing the pleasant weather, it sprawled lazily at the entrance of its cave, basking in the sun. Suddenly, the crystal-winged Lion King opened its eyes wide, alert and focused on a certain direction. It sensed a formidable presence approaching its lair. On the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, a green figure soared toward the depths of the mountains, exuding the aura of a Dou Huang. Upon sensing this presence, the crystal-winged Lion King felt a weight in its heart, rising to its feet with a solemn expression, fixing its gaze on the oncoming purple figure. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted as the crystal-winged Lion King launched itself into the air, racing toward the green figure. Human, why do you dare intrude upon my Beast Mountain range? Simultaneously, the crystal-winged Lion King roared in human speech toward the approaching figure. Soon, the two faced off in the skies above the Beast Mountain range. The green figure revealed itself to be a stunningly beautiful human woman, radiating a regal and elegant aura. It was none other than Yunlan, the leader of the Yunlan Sect. I seek to make use of the purple spirit crystal from the Lion King. Gazing intently at the crystal-winged Lion King, Yunlan spoke calmly, her voice as melodious as pearls falling onto a jade plate. The purple spirit crystal? My crystal-winged lion clan takes 20 years to shed even a small piece from our bodies. Do you think it can simply be given at your request? The crystal-winged Lion King scoffed in response. I can offer you something you require in exchange. Yunlan, somewhat wary of this fearsome sixth-tier beast, did not speak with an assertive tone. Exchange? Huh, perfect. I happen to be in the transformation stage. If you can procure a transformation pill for me, I will gladly provide you with a purple spirit crystal. How does that sound? The crystal-winged Lion King burst into laughter upon hearing this. The transformation pill can only be concocted by a 7th-tier alchemist. With that pill, a beast can completely transform into human form, and once in human form, their cultivation speed can rival that of true humans. Beasts naturally have a significantly longer lifespan than humans, and while some miraculous pills can extend life, they still pale in comparison to the longevity of high-tier beasts. One can imagine how formidable a high-tier beast would become after successfully transforming and safely cultivating for a century or more. Clearly, a single purple spirit crystal is far from comparable to a transformation pill. Upon hearing this, Yunlan furrowed her delicate brows slightly before shaking her head and replying softly. I regret to inform you that such a transformation pill is likely unattainable within the borders of the Gamma Empire. However, if you're willing, I could offer you 3 5th-tier magic cores along with a high-level profound technique and battle skills for your cultivation. Not interested? If you cannot provide a transformation pill, then you should leave the Beast Mountain range. The crystal-winged Lion King shook its massive head without hesitation. outright rejecting Yunlan's proposal. It had plenty of fifth-tier magic cores within the Beast Mountain range, and as for techniques, they held no value to a beast like it. Seeing the crystal-winged Lion King's immediate rejection, Yunlan sighed softly. It seemed that a confrontation was now unavoidable. In the next moment, she slowly drew her long sword, her voice icy as she declared, "Since the Lion King refuses to negotiate, I shall have to seize it myself." Huh. Humans are always like this, believing they can do as they please simply because they possess some power. Upon witnessing Yunlan's readiness to strike, the crystal-winged Lion King erupted into enraged laughter. Then, an overwhelming aura exploded from its form, sweeping toward Yunlan. Do you truly think your Dou Huang's strength allows you to act recklessly in the Beast Mountain range? Human, should you dare to make a move today, I shall ensure you cannot leave the Beast Mountain range alive. The crystal-winged Lion King's enormous beastly eyes locked onto Yunlan, its voice seething with fury. If that is the case, then there is no need for further discussion. Let's engage in battle. Unfazed by the Lion King's threats, Yunlan spoke with a calm demeanor. In the next instant, she raised her jade hand, and with the motion, a surge of robust Dou Qi surged within her palm. Soon, a small azure tornado materialized in the skies above the Beast Mountain range. Initially, this tornado measured only 2 meters in size, spiraling in the void. Yet moments later, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal vortex a dozen meters tall. The azure tornado whirled violently, uprooting massive trees from the ground and reducing them to mere splinters in the turbulent winds. Oof. The Beast Mountain range is not your human domain. You have no right to act so recklessly. Witnessing the ever-growing tornado, the crystal-winged Lion King could no longer contain itself. It roared at Yunlan, its deep growl echoing throughout the mountains. With a resounding lion's roar, the crystals on the crystal-winged Lion King's body suddenly glimmered with brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming surge of violet flames erupted from its being. The violet flames danced and swirled, ultimately converging into a massive pillar of purple fire that shot skyward, aiming directly at the gigantic azure tornado. In the next moment, the fierce battle between these two Dou Huang-level entities erupted in the skies above the Beast Mountain range. Chapter 92. A Fierce Battle. Douqi Awakens. In the skies above the Beast Mountain range, Yunlan waved her jade hand, summoning a colossal azure tornado that surged forth with a ferocious wind, racing toward the crystal-winged Lion King opposite her. Wherever the tornado swept through, not a blade of grass could survive, ruthlessly transforming the land into barren wastelands. Many of the affected magical beasts emitted cries of despair as they fled from their lairs into the distance. Such formidable humans. It is no wonder they dare to be so arrogant. Observing the massive tornado that was hurtling toward it, the enormous amethyst-winged Lion King felt a flicker of gravity in its beastly gaze. The strength of this human woman was somewhat beyond its expectations. However, as the sovereign of the Beast Mountain range, its power was certainly not to be underestimated. With a thunderous roar directed toward the heavens, the amethyst-winged Lion King's colossal form suddenly radiated a dazzling purple light. It then opened its massive jaws and unleashed an exceptionally thick pillar of purple flames toward the oncoming tornado. In the next moment, the two colossal entities collided mid-air, and at the instant of impact, the space around them seemed to still. A resounding boom echoed across the clear, cloudless sky. The massive tornado clashed violently with the raging purple fire pillar, both unleashing terrifying energy. As they made contact, the surrounding space appeared to warp slightly. With a thunderous crash, after a brief moment, the energies dissipated into nothingness above the Beast Mountain range. In the void, Yunlan and the amethyst-winged Lion King hovered in opposition, both wearing solemn expressions as they regarded one another. Since the onset of their battle, they had been engaged for a full half-day. Even now, neither had managed to gain the upper hand. This was to be expected at the level of Dou Emperor. It was generally difficult to vanquish one's opponent without an exceptionally powerful trump card. Casting a glance at the ravaged Beast Mountain range below, the Lion King's eyes glimmered with fury. "Human, you have gone too far. King of the Lions, I require merely a single amethyst spirit crystal. Once it is in my possession, I shall withdraw immediately." Facing the Lion King's wrath, Yunlan slowly spoke, her crimson lips parting. Observing the imposing amethyst-winged Lion King before her, she remained composed. Throughout the half-day of their confrontation, she had maintained the upper hand. She was confident that if she could endure, the Lion King would inevitably relent. With this thought, a glimmer of hope flickered in her heart. Fortunately, she had consumed the Emperor's peak pill, elevating her cultivation from a 3-star Dou Emperor to a 5-star Dou Emperor. Otherwise, facing the amethyst-winged Lion King today, she would surely have been at a disadvantage. Never. The proud amethyst-winged Lion King, seeing Yunlan adopt such a condescending posture, was not one to submit easily. It roared, "To obtain the amethyst spirit crystal, you must slay me first. Then let us fight again," Yunlan replied, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. After a brief standoff, Yunlan finally made her move once more. With a powerful flap of her azure wings, she transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly traversing the turbulent energy field and appearing behind the amethyst-winged Lion King. In her hand, an extraordinary long sword thrust forward, the tip of which manifested a swirling ring of razor-sharp wind blades, resembling a blue sphere adorned with blades. The clashing of the long sword against the Lion King's body produced a series of crisp sounds. However, the swift thrust merely left white scratches on the surface of the amethyst crystal, which faded away almost instantly. Such formidable defenses. Witnessing this scene, Yunlan was taken aback. Indeed, the physical defenses of magical beasts surpassed those of humans by a considerable margin. "Humph, you dare to engage me in close combat? You are truly courting death." The amethyst-winged Lion King scoffed, disregarding Yunlan's ordinary attacks before unleashing a massive purple fire pillar toward her. As she observed the approaching purple flames, Yunlan furrowed her brows slightly, then waved her jade hand casually, conjuring a wall of wind composed of a fierce hurricane that perfectly deflected the Lion King's fire. Realizing that her opponent's purple fire attack was ineffective, the amethyst-winged Lion King's purple eyes gleamed intensely. It abandoned its fire assault, choosing instead to engage in close-quarters combat. In the next moment, a massive claw lunged toward Yunlan with ferocity. As it passed through the air, it tore apart the very fabric of the atmosphere, producing a sharp, piercing sound that resonated through the sky. Gazing at the Lion King's powerful physical attack, Yunlan's expression finally reflected a hint of seriousness. She raised her jade hand, summoning a substantial wind shield that appeared directly before her. Boom! The Lion King's ferocious claw struck the wind shield, and with a brilliant flash of purple light, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed. The enormous wind shield that had protected Yunlan was shattered into countless fragments. Such overwhelming might. Faced with the Lion King's physical assault, Yunlan was left with no choice but to rely on her speed to evade in the void. After all, engaging in close combat with a foe as physically formidable as the amethyst-winged Lion King was not a prudent choice. In the skies, Yunlan continuously dodged the Lion King's attacks. While it appeared she was at a disadvantage, upon closer inspection, she had not sustained any substantial harm. Utilizing her exceptional speed, Yunlan skillfully maneuvered around the amethyst-winged Lion King. As time passed, the battle in the sky continued from noon until the sun began to set on the horizon. Observing the colossal sun dipping toward the earth, the relentlessly pursuing amethyst-winged Lion King abruptly came to a halt. Its blood-red eyes tinged with purple glinting with a chilling impatience as they fixated on the woman in the void. "Human, you have worn down what little patience I possess. Withdraw now, and I shall regard this incident as though it never occurred." The amethyst-winged Lion King roared, its voice reverberating through the forest. The purple crystals of the amethyst-winged Lion King could absorb the sun's power. Once the sun set, its strength would undoubtedly diminish considerably. At that moment, the Lion King would surely find itself at a disadvantage. With this thought, the Lion King felt a surge of urgency. "If the Lion King can exchange the amethyst spirit stone with me, I will never trouble you again." Having been relentlessly pursued for an entire afternoon, Yunlan appeared regal and dignified, a swirling azure tempest surrounding her, as she softly spoke. "If that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious." A ferocious roar erupted from the amethyst-winged Lion King's massive maw as an exceptionally brilliant purple light burst forth from its enormous body, illuminating the skies above the Beast Mountain range. Moments later, this resplendent purple light began to overshadow the setting sun on the horizon. The magical beasts below, caught in the radiance of the purple light, revealed expressions of terror and quickly distanced themselves from the battlefield. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle surrounding the amethyst-winged Lion King and feeling the turbulent energy surging through the space around her, Yunlan's expression turned grave. "It seems things are becoming serious," she murmured, her crimson lips whispering. With a wave of her jade hand, a tempestuous wind suddenly surged from the surrounding space. The purple radiance enveloped the realm, and after a brief moment of accumulation, the light violently compressed, condensing into a deep purple beam no more than half a foot in diameter. In the next instant, with the Lion King's furious roar, Amethyst Seal, a purple beam shot through the skies above the Beast Mountain range like a lightning bolt. The speed of the purple beam was astonishing, appearing before Yun in mere moments. As the deep purple beam materialized, Yun's expression shifted slightly. The powerful Dou technique she had been preparing surged forth as her Dou Qi activated. Rift Wind Dance. As Yun's soft command fell, the space before her shimmered slightly, and countless enormous deep azure wind blades, each measuring over a dozen yards, materialized from thin air, intertwining as if forming a cylindrical structure bristling with razor-sharp edges. They spiraled violently outward at an astonishing speed. Boom! The violet beam of light collided with the wind blades, distorting the very fabric of space around them. And in an instant, their clash echoed with a terrifying force reminiscent of a meteor strike. As the violet beam and the wind blades clashed, the latter found itself at a distinct disadvantage, and within mere moments, the wind blades erupted in a thunderous explosion, while the violet beam merely dimmed slightly. After obliterating the wind blades, the violet beam surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, piercing through the numerous wind shields that the mysterious woman had arrayed before her, ultimately embedding itself within her very being. This is bad. It's a seal. Upon the instant the violet beam entered her body, Yun's expression shifted dramatically. The fierce battle between Yun and the violet crystal-winged Lion King had disturbed countless forests and startled many magical beasts. Yet, in a certain valley, tranquility prevailed as usual. Within the valley, Dou Huang was enveloped in a cocoon of violet flames, resembling a radiant purple chrysalis. Beside him, Xiao Yan vigilantly guarded the chrysalis, casting wary glances toward a particular direction, the very direction of the battle between the violet crystal-winged Lion King and Yun. As a 9-star Dou Emperor, Xiao Yan had long sensed the clash of power. Had it not been for the fact that the battle posed no threat to Dou Huang, he would have rushed out to deal with those two troublesome adversaries. As time passed slowly, the sun gradually sank below the horizon, and the sky dimmed. At that moment, the violet chrysalis enveloping Dou Huang suddenly deepened in hue. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan's gaze fixed on the chrysalis, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. The master is finally awakening. In the next instant, without warning, the violet flames transformed into wisps of ethereal fire, vanishing into Dou Huang's body. Subsequently, after sitting cross-legged on the bluestone for 3 full days, Dou Huang slowly opened his eyes, and within his dark pupils, flashes of lightning coursed like thunderbolts. Then, the once serene valley erupted into an energy storm, the air crackling with sounds akin to popping fireworks. With the opening of his eyes, a formidable aura, which had seemingly slumbered for eons, gradually rose, akin to a mighty beast awakening. As he lifted his gaze skyward and let out a roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth, a surging presence immediately emanated from Dou Huang, sweeping outward in all directions. Under the weight of this presence, the entire valley trembled slightly, and loose stones cascaded down, shattering the prior silence. Crack! The momentum intensified, growing ever more formidable. In the next moment, from where Dou Huang sat, thick fissures suddenly spread out. Even the surrounding mountains bore cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. Crack! The blue stone beneath him suddenly emitted a faint sound, and then fine cracks rapidly appeared, swiftly engulfing the entire stone, culminating in a low rumble as the blue stone shattered into countless fragments. Despite the explosion of the blue stone, Dou Huang remained undisturbed, his legs crossed in midair, floating without any external support. He chuckled softly, after being tempered by the divine fire. My Dou Qi has become extraordinarily pure. As Dou Huang slowly spread his hands, savoring the overwhelming Dou Qi within him that surged like a torrential flood, a subtle smile graced his lips. In that moment, a sense of audacity surged within him as if he held the heavens in his grasp. At last, I possess the means for self-preservation. Sensing the immense power contained within him, a confident expression appeared on Dou Huang's face. Since arriving in this world, Dou Huang had rapidly enhanced his strength, yet he had refrained from revealing his capabilities. Even after attaining the level of 9-star Dou Emperor, he had chosen to remain inconspicuous. For he understood that even at the level of 9-star Dou Emperor, he was not invincible within the Jiama Empire. After all, the Yunlan Sect had already come under the watchful eye of the Soul Palace. It was entirely possible that agents of the Soul Palace were already lurking within the Yunlan Sect. However, with his breakthrough to the Dou Zong realm, Dou Huang finally felt a sense of relief. With the power of a Dou Zong, coupled with his innate divine fire, the Vermilion bird seal, and advanced earth-level Dou techniques, such as within reach of heaven, he believed that not only in the Jiangma Empire but across the entire northwest region, no one could inflict harm upon him. Moreover, with his advancement to the Dou Zong realm, the strength of his soul power had also significantly increased. The next moment, as Gui focused his thoughts, a formidable surge of soul power erupted instantaneously, sweeping out from the valley like a tempest, enveloping the surroundings in all directions. Soon, this incredibly potent soul power enveloped the magical beast mountains in its embrace. Wherever the soul power traveled, Gui could clearly perceive the situations within the mountains. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar and beleaguered figure caught his attention through the resonance of his soul power. Gui frowned. Yan? What's she doing in the magical beast mountains? It seems her situation is quite dire. With a murmured thought, Gui immediately activated within reach of heaven, his figure vanishing from the valley in an instant. Chapter 93. Slaying the Violet Crystal-Winged Lion King. At this moment, a full moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light cascading over the entire magical beast mountains. Under the night's veil, the magical beast mountains appeared particularly tumultuous, with deafening roars resonating throughout the air. Amidst the night, a graceful figure fled in panic, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed through the night, and soon a massive silhouette emerged from the darkness, approximately 10 yards in length. This was a tiger-shaped magical beast, its colossal wings blotting out the sky, crackling with the power of thunder, exuding an intensely violent aura. The Thunder Tiger Beast, a remarkably formidable creature within the magical beast mountains, stood at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, born to command the power of thunder. Its body was perpetually subjected to the tempest's baptism, rendering it extraordinarily powerful. Among its peers, the Thunder Tiger Beast had virtually no natural enemies. Dazzling bolts of lightning danced across its form, permeating the air, occasionally striking the fleeing figure ahead. Sensing the terrifying presence behind her, a look of despair crossed Yunlan's exquisite face. It seems today I am doomed. Ever since being ensnared by the Violet Crystal-Winged Lion King's Violet Crystal Seal, Yunlan had felt her strength steadily declining. In merely 1 hour, her power had dwindled to the 5-star Dou Huang level. Moreover, this regression showed no signs of abating. Boom! The thunder that roared toward her constantly assailed her body. The power of the thunder coursed through her, rendering her limbs increasingly numb, her speed diminishing, and the wounds on her body multiplying. Damn it! Casting a glance at the relentless Thunder Tiger Beast pursuing her, a flicker of unrestrained fury ignited in Yunlan's beautiful eyes. This beast clearly possessed the capability to catch up to her, yet chose to toy with her like a cat with a mouse. Cursed creature! A surge of madness flared within her, and a torrent of extreme rage surged forth from her being, akin to a long-dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. In that moment, Yunlan fully ignited the Dou Qi within her, and a wildly violent force surged through her limbs and bones. Oomph! Human, do you still wish to fight back? Having fallen prey to my Violet Crystal Seal, today you will undoubtedly meet your demise. At that very moment, an even more powerful and turbulent aura suddenly erupted, enveloping the surroundings for hundreds of yards, simultaneously ensnaring Yunlan within its grasp. The enormous figure that suddenly emerged was none other than the amethyst-winged Lion King. However, at this moment, the regal presence it once commanded in daylight had vanished. The formidable horn atop its head had been brutally severed, leaving a smooth incision, and the aura emanating from the amethyst-winged Lion King was palpably weakened, clearly indicating it had suffered severe injuries. Upon its appearance, the creature's colossal eyes widened, fixating on Yunlan with a cold gaze brimming with overwhelming malice. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying aura descended, and in that instant, Yunlan felt as though the very heavens and earth were on the verge of collapse. An immensely heavy force enveloped her entire being, and the power within her, which had surged due to the burning of her fighting spirit, abruptly froze. Subsequently, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the amethyst-winged Lion King, her body trembled, and she found herself unable to remain upright. Yunlan's breath grew increasingly feeble as she struggled to stand, abandoning thoughts of escape, turning instead to cast a despairing glance at the amethyst-winged Lion King. It seemed that today, she was doomed to face her fate. In that moment, a pang of regret welled up within her heart. She had been far too confident, underestimating the amethyst-winged Lion King, a ruler of the Beast Mountain range whose power was not to be trifled with. Now, even her regrets came too late. Flickering through her mind were fleeting images of her teacher, I wonder if you have broken through to the Dou Zong realm? I fear I cannot fulfill your wishes to strengthen the Yunlan Sect. Ah, my dear disciple, it seems I may never again have a chance to guide you. Then there was Elder Gu He. Suddenly, a vision of Gu He flashed through her mind. Since their time refining the Qi gathering powder, Yun had developed a subtle fondness for him. His aura and extraordinary alchemical skills captivated her deeply. Later, when he crafted the Emperor's pill for her, that fondness only intensified. In her life, Yun had never regarded any other man with such interest. Yet towards Gu He, she felt an inexplicable connection in her heart. As a bittersweet smile graced her lips, she lamented the thought that she might never see him again. She wondered if he had received the gift she had sent him. Noticing that Yun had ceased her struggles, resigned to her fate, the amethyst-winged Lion King felt a wave of disinterest wash over it, losing the desire to pursue her any further. In the next moment, the massive wings behind the Lion King trembled, and its colossal form lunged towards Yun, excitement glimmering in its immense eyes. This human woman was a Dou Huang stronghold. Consuming her would undoubtedly elevate its strength significantly. With that thought, the amethyst-winged Lion King opened its gaping maw, revealing teeth nearly half a meter long, and charged at Yun. As she watched the monstrous mouth drawn nearer, despair washed over her, and she closed her eyes. Under the oppressive weight of the amethyst-winged Lion King's aura, her body was rendered immobile, and she could only helplessly await her demise. Just as the amethyst-winged Lion King was mere feet away from her, a terrifying pressure surged from the valley, crashing down upon the Lion King. This sensation, the amethyst-winged Lion King halted abruptly, its colossal eyes wide with horror as it gazed toward the valley. The Dou Zong powerhouse had not departed. At that moment, fear gripped the Lion King's heart. In the next instant, ripples appeared in the space beside the amethyst-winged Lion King, and a tall figure slowly materialized. Simultaneously, an extremely terrifying pressure bore down upon the Lion King. The creature's massive form quivered as it stared incredulously at the figure that had suddenly appeared before it. This apparition was none other than Gu He, who had just emerged from the valley, having traversed the distance in an instant. Clad in white as snow, with hands clasped behind his back, his garments rustled in the wind, resembling a celestial being poised to ascend from the mortal realm. Gu He regarded the amethyst-winged Lion King with an impassive gaze, his eyes glinting with coldness. "My lord," the Lion King stammered, sensing the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from Gu He, its massive frame trembling. At that moment, purple flames flickered in Gu He's eyes as he unleashed the soul fire upon the amethyst-winged Lion King. The Lion King attempted to plead, but the next instant, it was horrified to find itself engulfed in violet flames. Initially, it hesitated, mistaking the purple fire for its own beastly flame. However, the next moment, searing pain coursed through its entire being, a scorching sensation that penetrated to the marrow. With a pained roar, the amethyst-winged Lion King collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The excruciating agony compelled it to writhe on the ground. The few fifth-tier magical beasts that had accompanied the Lion King were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with terror as they fled into the distance. "My lord, spare me," the Lion King pleaded. Finally realizing that the terrifying purple flames were connected to Gu He, it immediately begged for mercy. Yet, Gu He remained unmoved, his expression devoid of any empathy, coldly observing the scene before him. He was no saint. In this cruel world, harboring compassion was the gravest error. Had he arrived even a moment later, Yun would have surely been devoured by the Lion King. This thought ignited a fierce, killing intent within Gu He. His memories had fused completely with those of his predecessor, who harbored affection for Yun. Though Gu He himself did not share the same obsession, he nonetheless held considerable fondness for her. Confronted with the amethyst-winged Lion King, which had nearly taken Yun's life, Gu He felt no inclination toward mercy. With a mere thought, he intensified the flames, mercilessly incinerating the amethyst-winged Lion King below. The roaring flames swiftly enveloped the creature's massive body. In an instant, the Lion King's agonized cries echoed throughout the forest. "I will fight you to the end," it bellowed, sensing the changes in the violet fire enveloping it. The Lion King, realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, resolved to fight with all its might. Witnessing this, a cold smile graced Gu He's lips, his demeanor remaining impassive. He casually unleashed a palm strike, forcefully suppressing the charging amethyst-winged Lion King. The chasm between a Dou Huang and a Dou Zong was like a vast gulf. Faced with the already severely weakened Lion King, Gu He merely exerted a slight effort to utterly subdue it. The origin, sacred fire, an amalgamation of extraordinary flames, was terrifying in its power. In a matter of moments, the Lion King's cries gradually subsided, its once mighty form reduced to a charred husk. With a mere thought, He retracted the origin sacred fire, leaving behind only the remnants of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Not far away, Yunyan gazed at He's silhouette, her eyes brimming with gratitude. As the night deepened, she could not see his face clearly, but this familiar silhouette stirred a sense of recognition within her. As she gazed upon the lifeless form of the amethyst-winged Lion King, engulfed in violet flames, Yunyan felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. She opened her mouth to speak, but was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. At that moment, she was gravely injured, her internal energy nearly depleted, and coupled with the seal imposed by the amethyst-winged Lion King, she was rendered exceedingly frail. With the Lion King's demise, she could no longer maintain her composure. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed softly onto the ground. In the void above, He's gaze lingered on the flicker of violet flame dancing atop the Lion King's remains. This flame, known as the Beast Fire, was the essence of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Ordinarily, when faced with the primal divine fire, such a flame would meet its end by being devoured. However, under He's command, this essence was preserved. As a sixth-tier magical beast, the amethyst-winged Lion King possessed this flame as its life force, which was even more potent than the purple eagle flame. He's intention in retaining it was clear: to bestow it upon his disciples. Should he manage to trigger a 10,000-fold return, he would acquire yet another formidable flame. To amplify the potency of his primal divine fire, He needed to consume various powerful flames. If he could devour another exotic fire, its power would surely at least double. With this thought, He's mind focused, and he approached the remains of the amethyst-winged Lion King, directly absorbing the violet flame into his system space. After completing this task, He turned slowly, his eyes falling upon the unconscious Yunyan. With a mere thought, He materialized beside Yunyan. He observed her tightly shut eyes and pallid cheeks, clearly indicating her grave injuries. With a sigh, he bent down and cradled the fainted Yunyan in his arms. Subsequently, He vanished from the forest, only to reappear before a colossal cave, the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. As the sovereign of the magical Beast Mountain Range, this lair was bound to house an abundance of treasures. Notably, the vast quantities of purple spirit crystals and the accompanying purple crystal essence were treasures he could not overlook. Though these treasures held little value for him, they were exceptionally suitable for Lu Ling and the Little Medicine Fairy. By bestowing these treasures upon his disciples, He would also secure a wealth of system rewards for himself. With a smile gracing his lips, He gently carried Yunyan and began to venture into the cave. Upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised to find the interior illuminated more brightly than expected, with occasional purple crystal formations embedded in the surrounding walls, natural adornments that, in the human world, were highly coveted decorative items of considerable worth. The cavern's spaciousness, adorned with these purple crystals, was breathtakingly beautiful. As he beheld this naturally formed lair, He couldn't help but reflect on how this refined lion seemed to relish a life of comfort even more than humans. As he stepped further into the cave, He traversed the long passageway while cradling Yunyan. Soon, two diverging paths appeared before him. After sensing with his spiritual power, he chose to proceed down the left passage. This path twisted and turned, and as he drew closer, he felt the surrounding temperature rising significantly. In the next instant, He grew impatient and decided to utilize his spatial ability, effortlessly traversing the passageway. In an instant, he found himself at the heart of the cave, where the heat intensified. His gaze fell upon the center of the cavern, where a platform of purple crystal stood, towering over a meter high. Atop this crystalline pedestal rested a spherical object, nearly the size of He's head, quietly lying there. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the heat radiating throughout the cave emanated from this very object. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Was this the accompanying purple crystal essence? The energy it contained was indeed formidable. He gently set Yunyan down in a corner, then retrieved a healing pill from his spatial ring and placed it in her mouth. After attending to her, he approached the purple crystal platform, reaching out to touch the accompanying essence, his eyes widening in curiosity. Despite the intense heat radiating from the cave, this artifact felt cool to the touch, a most peculiar phenomenon. Such an extraordinary treasure, born from the amethyst-winged Lion King, was indeed remarkable. The amethyst-winged Lion King was a creature of remarkable talent. Otherwise, it would not have ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier magical beast. Each time it gave birth, there was a minuscule chance that it would produce the accompanying purple crystal essence alongside its offspring. This essence, having matured within the Lion King's body for an extended period, held an astonishingly pure energy. Once the young beast reached the 4th tier, consuming this essence would elevate it directly to the 5th tier, amplifying its internal purple flame beyond that of others who had not ingested the essence. Recognizing the oppressive heat within the cave as detrimental to Yunlan's recovery, Dou Huang resolved to extract the accompanying purple crystal essence first. Drawing from his knowledge of the original text, he understood that to unlock the essence, he would need to locate a purple spirit crystal. With that in mind, Dou Huang unleashed his spiritual power and ventured towards the other fork in the path. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself at the opposite end of the cavern. Before him lay a mountain of purple crystals. As his gaze scanned the cave, it eventually settled upon a central spot where a juvenile amethyst-winged Lion King lay curled up, peacefully slumbering. Dou Huang had sensed the young lion's presence with his spiritual power and was not taken aback by its presence. The young lion remained blissfully unaware of Dou Huang's arrival, continuing its sleep undisturbed. In a swift motion, Dou Huang approached the young amethyst-winged Lion King and quietly absorbed it into his system space. This cub was a 6th-tier magical beast, far superior to the iron-winged giant eagle he had gifted to the little medicine fairy, and it was also a flying magical beast. Presenting it to his disciples would grant Dou Huang another powerful companion. Afterward, Dou Huang crouched down near where the young lion had been sleeping, extending his hand to gently tap on several nearby purple crystals. Upon striking one of the crystals at the edge, a hollow sound echoed beneath. Surprised by the sound, Dou Huang quickly explored and pried open the stone slab, causing a burst of purple light to explode forth, compelling him to close his eyes instinctively. Once the pain subsided, he cautiously opened his eyes to reveal a small, irregularly shaped, sharp purple spirit stone resting within. A stunning sight. The purple spirit crystal gleamed mesmerizingly, and Dou Huang smiled as he retrieved it. The moment he grasped the crystal, a wave of scorching heat enveloped him, and he could sense the immense energy it contained. With the purple spirit crystal in hand, Dou Huang swiftly traversed back to the purple stone platform and struck the spherical object with force. Crack! The sound of the spirit crystal connecting with the sphere echoed throughout the cavern, and after a brief pause, a fissure appeared on the surface of the sphere, which rapidly expanded until, with a thunderous crack, it shattered entirely. As the amethyst source shattered, a purplish liquid began to flow forth, moistening a significant portion of the stone platform. Observing the liquid's escape, Dou Huang hastily caught it in a jade bottle he had prepared earlier. Despite the scorching exterior of the amethyst source, the liquid within was surprisingly cool to the touch. Although the sphere appeared quite large, it contained only enough of the purple liquid to fill 6 small jade bottles. Satisfied, Dou Huang stored the 6 bottles of amethyst source into his spatial ring. With the extraction of the amethyst source, the cave's oppressive heat quickly dissipated and the temperature began to drop. Dou Huang then approached Yunlan, scrutinizing her closely. After consuming his healing elixir, her complexion had improved considerably, no longer bearing the pallor of before. As his gaze skimmed over her delicate features, Dou Huang's eyes gradually descended, and his brows furrowed slightly upon noticing 5 gruesome claw marks beneath her alabaster neck, oozing blood and staining her garments a deep crimson. In her unconscious state, her brows were slightly knitted, a hint of pain lingering on her cheek, a sight that, while somewhat incongruous with her usual demeanor, was nonetheless captivating. After a moment's hesitation, Dou Huang retrieved a jade bottle from his spatial ring and placed it on the ground before reaching out to unfasten Yunlan's clothing. However, just as his hands were about to touch her delicate form, Yunlan's previously closed eyes snapped open. A glimmer of icy resolve flashed in her beautiful gaze. But upon realizing that the person before her was Dou Huang, her expression swiftly transformed into one of astonishment. "Elder Dou Huang, how could it be you?" The suddenness of Yunlan's awakening startled Dou Huang, but he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke with concern. "Sect leader, your wounds require prompt attention. Delaying may leave scars. Since you are awake, you should tend to them yourself." With that, he handed the jade bottle to the bewildered Yunlan. Upon seeing the elegant figure clad in white before her, Yunlan instinctively associated him with the white-clad senior from earlier, exclaiming in surprise, "Elder Dou Huang, were you the one who saved me just now?" The thought surged in her mind, leaving even her somewhat incredulous. Although her consciousness had been somewhat hazy, she vividly recalled the formidable prowess of that senior. Having witnessed firsthand the way he subdued the amethyst-winged Lion King with ease, incinerating it alive. Such strength undoubtedly surpassed the realm of Dou Huang. Yunlan speculated that the senior had likely attained the level of Dou Zong. The Dou Zong realm was a pinnacle that her master had yet to reach even after years of seclusion. Given Elder Gu He's age, it seemed implausible that he could have achieved such a level. However, after she voiced her doubts, Gu He merely smiled faintly and nodded, stating, "Indeed, it was I who saved you." With Gu He's affirmation, Yunlan, lost in thought of the white-clad senior, momentarily failed to respond. When clarity returned, her expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. How could this be? Yunlan stared at Gu He in disbelief. Observing her incredulity, Gu He smiled gently, offering no further explanation. In the next instant, a surge of formidable energy, characteristic of a Dou Zong, erupted from Gu He, only to be swiftly reined in. Though the overwhelming aura vanished in a flash, Yunlan distinctly sensed it, recalling it as the very same presence that had emanated from the white-clad senior the day before. Once he had withdrawn his aura, Gu He maintained his refined smile, speaking softly, "Sect leader, do you believe me now?" Yunyan's pale countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. The white-clad senior who had rescued her was indeed the elder Gu He before her. After a moment of silence, Yunlan parted her lips, asking, "Elder Gu He, could you reveal your true cultivation level?" Although she had her suspicions, she felt compelled to seek confirmation. After a brief hesitation, Gu He replied, "I have already reached the Dou Zong realm." Upon hearing this, Yunyan's pupils constricted. Even though she had braced herself for this revelation, she could not suppress her shock. The Dou Zong realm. Elder Gu He is truly a Dou Zong powerhouse. Gazing at the familiar yet suddenly foreign figure of Gu He, Yunlan felt an unfamiliar distance. In her heart, she had always perceived Gu He as familiar. When he was recruited into the Yunlan Sect, she was but a girl, yet to inherit the position of sect leader. She had witnessed Gu He's growth, his prowess in her memory still lingering at the level of Dou Huang. After all, the name of Dan Wang Gu He had become renowned. Yet now, he claimed to have ascended to the realm of Dou Zong, a fact that left her momentarily unable to accept. Who would have thought that a Dou Zong powerhouse would willingly serve as an honorary elder in the Yunlan Sect? After a moment's contemplation, Yunlan raised her gaze to Gu He, her expression solemn. "Elder Gu He, what is your purpose in remaining in the Yunlan Sect?" At her words, Gu He raised an eyebrow in surprise, then met her gaze with a smile. Guess. Yunlan echoed, slightly taken aback as her eyes locked on Gu He's playful expression, her heart inexplicably racing. In an instant, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Elder Gu He stayed in the Yunlan Sect for her sake? Over the years, he had subtly expressed his affection for her, yet she had always gently rebuffed him due to her lack of feelings. But facing death earlier had awakened a flicker of fondness for Gu He within her heart, complicating her emotions. Throughout the years, regardless of her requests, the man before her had always strived to assist her. The last time, during her engagement annulment with Yanran, it was he who had counseled and encouraged her, even offering to concoct the qi gathering powder for her. Then came the Huang Jidan. Upon learning of her cultivation bottleneck, Gu He had unhesitatingly proposed to refine the Huang Jidan to help her break through. Just moments ago, when she faced a life-and-death crisis, it was this man who had appeared in the nick of time to save her. Memories flooded Yunyan's mind, leaving her heart in a tumult. It seemed she owed him far too much. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as a question arose. Why had Gu He appeared here? Moreover, why had he rescued her at such a critical moment? It all felt too coincidental. A thought surged in Yunyan's mind. Could it be that Elder Gu He had been watching over her all along? Only this could explain his presence in the Beast Mountain range. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she looked at the gentle man before her, waves of emotion stirring within her. To think that he would go to such lengths for her sake. A Dou Zong powerhouse who should be dominating the world, renowned for his might, willingly chose to remain hidden within the Yunlan Sect, solely to protect her. For a moment, Yunyan felt entranced. She gazed intently at Gu He, her eyes softening as she spoke. Gu He, thank you. For the first time, she addressed him without the title of elder. A seemingly simple alteration that carried a newfound intimacy. Unbeknownst to her, Gu He remained unaware of the depth of her thoughts. However, from the depths of Yunyan's gaze, he faintly discerned a significant shift in her attitude towards him. Upon hearing her expression of gratitude, he assumed it was merely in reference to his timely rescue. Thus, Gu He merely offered a faint smile and replied, "There is no need for the sect master to be so courteous. I happen to be present at the right moment. When the sect master is in peril, Gu He, would naturally not stand idly by. Happened to be present, indeed. At these words, Yun murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes fixing intently on Gu He. She was well aware that his words were far from the truth. This time, she ventured into the Beast Mountain range without informing anyone. How could a formidable Dou Zong like Gu He have simply stumbled upon her in this remote location? It was evident that the man before her had been following her all along. His words were merely an attempt to conceal the fact that he had been tailing her. Unbeknownst to her, Gu He remained oblivious to the turmoil within Yun's mind. He observed the injury on her chest, his brow furrowing slightly as he extended the jade vial once more, urging her, Sect Master, please apply the medicine swiftly. If too much time passes, the wound may worsen. At his words, Yun snapped back to reality. Gazing into Gu He's concerned eyes, warmth flooded her heart, and she reached out to take the jade vial. However, as she prepared to move, she discovered herself ensnared in a state of numbness. After a brief struggle, she slowly closed her eyes and moments later reopened them, cursing inwardly. Damn that sealing technique. Noticing her immobility, Gu He, understanding the situation, expressed his concern, Sect Master, are you all right? In response, Yun struggled once more, but ultimately resigned to her predicament, lifting her gaze to Gu He and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, Gu He, I must trouble you to assist me with the medicine. Hearing this, Gu He was momentarily taken aback. His gaze swept over Yun's exquisite features, stirring something within him. Yet, he quickly composed himself. Apologizing for the intrusion, he proceeded without hesitation, carefully tearing away a section of her garment over her chest. To his surprise, he discovered a light blue metallic armor beneath, its surface shimmering like rippling water, clearly not an ordinary item. 5 deep claw marks marred the armor, with fresh blood seeping from them. What a sturdy piece of armor, Gu He thought with a shudder. Had it not been for this protection, her injuries could have been fatal. As he fixed his gaze upon the blue armor, he became acutely aware of Yun's face flushing crimson as she exclaimed, What are you staring at? Clearing his throat to mask his own embarrassment, Gu He pointed to the blue armor encasing her form and, seeing her flushed cheeks, offered a wry smile. Sect Master, it seems your injuries are beneath the armor. To apply the medicine and stem the bleeding, it will need to be removed. Upon hearing his words, Yun visibly shivered, her complexion deepening in hue. After a moment of silence, she inhaled deeply, then gently closed her beautiful eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly as she spoke shyly, Please help me take it off. Realizing her acquiescence, Gu He felt no hesitation in assisting her. He swiftly rose to support her delicate form, turning his back to her as he sat down cross-legged. As he admired the alluring curve of her silhouette, Gu He's hands hesitated slightly as he carefully began to remove her upper garment. During this process, his fingers occasionally brushed against her tender skin, causing her to tense up noticeably. Sensing her reaction, Gu He smiled faintly. It was clear that Yun was not at ease in this moment. As he slid her garment down to her slender waist, he placed his hands on the metallic clasps of the armor, gently unfastening them one by one. Moments later, having undone the final clasp, he cautiously removed the armor from her body. Throughout the entire process, his movements were exceedingly gentle, ensuring that Yun felt no pain. Feeling his tender touch, Yun kept her eyes shut, a warm sensation flooding her heart. Once the armor was removed, her upper body was almost bare before Gu He, though only from the back. As for the front, Gu He could have seen it through his spiritual perception, but he deemed it unnecessary. Though he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he held no desire to engage in such base actions. If he wished to see, he preferred that Yun willingly allow him to do so, in a manner that was honorable and devoid of shame. Before the presence of a man, Yun's fair skin gradually flushed with a delicate pink hue, her body trembling slightly. Aware of this, Gu He smiled gently and removed his own white robe, draping it over her form to alleviate her embarrassment. Observing Gu He's considerate gesture, Yun couldn't help but open her eyes and glance at the white robe enveloping her, momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of gratitude flickered in her eyes. Gu He then gently adjusted Yun's position, allowing her to lie flat on the ground. Facing her, he noted the enchanting blush adorning her cheeks, her eyes revealing a softness as they met his. I am about to begin cleaning the wound, Gu He said with a gentle smile, offering a warm reminder. Upon hearing this, Yun nodded and softly replied, Gu He then proceeded to pull down the white robe, revealing her injury in its entirety, the sight of her alabaster skin prompting him to halt. Next, he retrieved clean cloth and cotton from a spatial ring and poured a light green liquid from a jade vial. As he gently dabbed at the wound, Yunyan's lovely lashes quivered with each touch. The exquisite phoenix adornment in her hair began to lose some of its grandeur, imbuing her appearance with a more relaxed femininity. Yun gazed at the man before her, who was intently focused on cleaning her wound, her expression softening further. After meticulously cleansing the injury, Gui sprinkled a white powder from another jade vial, causing Yun to furrow her brows in pain, a soft groan escaping her lips. It hurts. At her words, Gui paused momentarily, then smiled reassuringly. It's all right. The pain will subside soon. Just hold on a little longer. Meeting his gentle gaze, Yun nodded slightly and whispered, before slowly closing her eyes, surrendering herself to his ministrations. Subsequently, Gui evenly distributed the powder over her wound, carefully wrapping it up. Once he completed this task, he stole a glance at the pristine sight before him, reluctantly pulling the white robe back up. All done. Your wound has been treated, and it will heal within 3 days, he said, brushing off his hands as he rose slowly, turning to Yun with a smile. As for the seal on your body, I have methods to resolve it, but we shall address that once your injuries have fully healed. At his words, Yun slowly opened her eyes, looking at the white robe now covering her, and smiled radiantly at Gui. That smile was truly captivating. Gui found himself momentarily entranced. Chapter 96. Let Yanran take me as her master. Time flew by, and before long, it was already the next day. Inside the cave, Gui retrieved the package given to him by the little healer before his departure. Upon opening the package, he found it filled with pastries. The little healer was known for her culinary skills, and these delicacies were evidently crafted with care, looking quite appetizing. Gui picked up a piece and sampled it. This tastes rather delightful, he mused, unable to resist devouring several more pieces. Subsequently, Gui turned his gaze towards Yun, who was still lying on the ground, and approached with several pieces of pastry in hand. Hearing the sound of Gui's footsteps, Yun instinctively opened her eyes. How are you feeling? Gui knelt beside her, a warm smile gracing his face as he inquired with genuine concern, sensing the tenderness in his words. A smile graced Yun's delicate features as she replied, I feel much better. Gui raised the pastry in his hand and said gently, These are treats made by the little medical fairy. Would you care for some? Having not eaten for a full day and night, Yun, feeling the pangs of hunger, nodded slightly in response. Yes. With that, Gui extended his hands, helping Yun sit up properly. He then pinched a piece of pastry and held it to her lips, encouragingly saying, Go on, it tastes quite delightful. As the pastry was brought to her mouth, Yun's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She glanced at Gui and delicately took a small bite, observing her red lips moving gently as she savored the treat. Gui asked softly, How does it taste? Yun swallowed the morsel, nodding gently. A fond look flickered in her beautiful eyes as she recalled the little medical fairy's adorable demeanor. That girl certainly has a talent for cooking. I'm glad you like it. Gui replied, a smile illuminating his face as he offered another piece of pastry to Yun. I will venture out shortly to catch a few fish for you to restore your strength. Given Yun's current frail condition, she could not handle greasy food and needed fish to replenish her nourishment. Yun took another bite of the pastry, casting a glance at Gui and nodding slightly. She took 4 or 5 bites before finishing the piece. At the last morsel, her soft lips brushed against Gui's fingers, causing her cheeks to redden even further. Would you like another piece? Gui asked as he noticed Yun licking her lips. He once again lifted a piece of pastry to her mouth. Yun did not refuse and opened her mouth to accept it. Moments later, she said, I can't eat anymore. After reaching her 4th piece, she shook her head, indicating her fullness. Then we shall stop here. Gui smiled lightly and, glancing at the half piece of pastry left in his hand, casually tossed it into his mouth. After all, it was a delicacy prepared by his treasured disciple, and it must not go to waste. Watching Gui consume the pastry she had touched, Yun was momentarily taken aback, a hint of shyness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Master, what brings you to the monster beast mountain range this time? Gui, oblivious to the change in Yun's expression, casually picked up another pastry and replied, and why engage in battle with that amethyst-winged Lion King? At his words, Yun's thoughts were pulled back to the present. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke softly, I came to the monster beast mountain range for the amethyst spirit crystal. Gui, already aware of Yun's purpose for coming, was puzzled about her intentions for acquiring the amethyst spirit crystal. Why do you need the amethyst spirit crystal? It is a treasure of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and if you desire it, it will surely fight to the death with you. Reflecting on her recent endeavor, Yun realized she had been somewhat reckless, mistakenly believing that her breakthrough to the 5-star battle emperor would enable her to easily handle the amethyst-winged Lion King. However, she had not anticipated that the Lion King had a trump card in the form of the amethyst seal. Had Gui not arrived in time, she might have already met her demise. A bitter smile graced her lips as she slowly said, "I seek the amethyst spirit crystal for Yanran. I came across an ancient text that documented a 5th-grade pill called the amethyst pill, which can allow a great fighter to directly break through 3 realms without any side effects. The amethyst spirit crystal is the primary ingredient for this pill." The amethyst pill? Gui paused in surprise as memories of the amethyst pill flooded into his mind. Having inherited the knowledge of a 9th-rank alchemist, he was aware that this pill was indeed a rather special elixir. Turning to Yun, he remarked, "Yanran has yet to achieve the Battle Master level, and you're already preparing her with pills suited for a great fighter? Isn't that a bit premature?" Yun spoke softly, "You may not be aware, but news has come from Wutan City regarding the young man from the Xiao family who was rejected by Yanran. After the engagement was called off, for reasons unknown, his innate talent not only returned, but even surpassed his previous abilities. In just a few months, he has broken through to the fighter level, which has caused me some concern. The 3-year agreement between Yanran and that young man from the Xiao family not only concerns Yanran's future, but also affects the reputation of the Yunlan Sect. Therefore, in this agreement, Yanran must win. Failure is not an option." As she spoke, a solemn expression settled on Yun's lovely face, revealing her deep concern over the upcoming 3-year agreement. After all, the Yunlan Sect decision to break the engagement was clearly a sign of disdain toward Xiao Yan. If, 3 years later, the esteemed Yanran were to be defeated by the very person she once looked down upon, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation that the Yunlan Sect had cultivated over many years. Upon hearing Yun's words, Gui exhibited a slight surprise. The Yunlan Sect, as the foremost sect of the Jiama Empire, was indeed well informed, even about matters occurring in the distant Wutan City. It was evident that the pressure Xiao Yan exerted on Yun was substantial. What Gui did not realize was that Yun's quest for the amethyst spirit crystal was also closely linked to him. In the original story, while Yun did venture to the Monster Beast Mountain range for the amethyst spirit crystal, it was at least 6 months later than her current timeline. The reasons behind her premature arrival were twofold. The first being her confidence, stemming from a breakthrough after consuming the Emperor's Extreme Pill. The second reason was related to Nalan Yanran. During this period, it seemed that Nalan Yanran had suffered a significant setback while with the Little Medical Fairy, causing her to lose the confidence she once held and even to question her innate talent, wondering if she truly was as gifted as others claimed. Perhaps harboring such doubts had hindered Nalan Yanran's training, a fact that deeply concerned Yun. With Nalan Yanran in such a state of mind, there was a genuine possibility that she could falter against that young man from the Xiao family in the upcoming 3-year agreement. Yun resolved to gather the materials for the amethyst pill, believing that it might help restore Nalan Yanran's lost confidence. In the cave, observing the worry etched on Yun's face, Gui felt a stirring in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke, "Sect Master, I have a suggestion that may assist you." At his words, Yun turned her gaze towards Gui, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Gui did not keep her in suspense, stating plainly, "It's quite simple. Let that girl Yanran become my disciple." "Become your disciple?" Yun was momentarily taken aback, disbelief evident in her expression. "You wish to take Yanran as your apprentice?" Gui nodded slightly, seriousness etched on his face. "As long as Yanran becomes my disciple, I can assure you that by the time of the 3-year agreement, her cultivation will reach at least the Battle King level." Gui's words were filled with confidence. With the existence of the disciple return system, he would become the best mentor. In the realm of teaching, no one could surpass him. Once Nalan Yanran became his disciple, the 3-year agreement with Xiao Yan would merely be a farce, and she would undoubtedly crush him with overwhelming strength. Battle King? Hearing this, Yun's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she focused on Gui. "Elder Gu, are you serious? Is the sect master doubting me?" In the face of Yun's skepticism, Gui maintained a smile and suggested, "If you doubt me, why not indulge in a wager?" Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. "A wager?" Gui continued, "On the day of the 3-year agreement, should Yanran fail to reach the Dou Huang realm, I shall grant you a condition of your choosing." Yun, taken aback, exclaimed, "You are so confident?" Clearly, she harbored some disbelief regarding Gui's words. Even though Gui was a formidable Dou Zong, this only reflected his personal talent. With merely over 2 years remaining until the agreement, it seemed improbable for Gui to elevate Nalan Yanran to the Douling realm in such a brief span. However, given that he was a Dou Zong, it was conceivable that he possessed various profound methods. Moreover, recalling the rapid progress of Xiao Yan during this time. If Nalan Yanran could achieve similar advancements, she might indeed reach the Dou Ling realm by the time of their agreement. Yet, that was merely the Dou Ling realm. The Dou Huang realm that Gu He mentioned was still a distant goal. Gu He chuckled. Since I dared to make such a guarantee, I must possess the confidence to back it up. What say you, sect leader? Do you dare to accept this wager? A hint of playful mockery danced at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Yunyan. Yunyan hesitated before inquiring, and what if I were to lose? Gu He pondered momentarily, a sly smile gracing his lips as his gaze swept over Yunyan's exquisite features. It's quite simple. Let that girl, Yanran, modify the way she addresses you. Modify the address? Yunyan's face betrayed her confusion. What sort of modification? A flicker of amusement glinted in Gu He's eyes. If Yanran successfully breaks through to the Dou Huang realm on the day of our agreement, she shall henceforth refer to you as Shirmu. Shirmu? Hearing Gu He's words, Yunyan momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing a vibrant hue as she indignantly retorted, Elder Gu He. Do not jest. Meeting Yunyan's gaze, Gu He's expression turned earnest. I assure you, I am not jesting, sect leader. So, do you dare to accept this wager? Observing Gu He's sincerity, Yunyan felt an inexplicable flurry within her heart. Lowering her head, the usually poised Yunyan found herself at a loss for words. Memories of Gu He's timely intervention to save her the previous night surged through her mind, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Noticing her silence, a flicker of disappointment crossed Gu He's eyes. It appeared he had been too hasty. To lighten the mood, he wore a smile and began to speak. If the sect leader is unwilling, I shall propose an alternative. Wait, before Gu He could finish, Yunyan suddenly lifted her head, fixing her serious gaze upon him. Elder Gu He, I accept your wager. Taken aback, Gu He regarded the earnest expression on Yunyan's face, a smile slowly forming. Then it is settled. Yunyan reciprocated with a smile, her beautiful eyes radiating warmth and charm. However, should you wish to take Yanran as your disciple, her consent is paramount. At that moment, a thought struck Yunyan. Nalan Yanran had always been strong-willed and detested coercion. If she refused to acknowledge Gu He as her master, even Yunyan would be powerless to intervene. Moreover, Yunyan did not wish to impose upon her cherished disciple. In response, Gu He nodded. That is only natural. I will ensure that the girl willingly becomes my disciple. Gu He felt a surge of confidence regarding this matter. After all, how could he not win over a mere young girl? He had witnessed the envy in Nalan Yanran's eyes when he bestowed treasures upon Xiao Yan. Gu He was certain that with a single impartation of knowledge, he could easily sway her. Yunyan smiled. Given your confidence, that is undoubtedly the best outcome. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she added, Since you wish to be Yanran's teacher, I shall entrust you with the matter of acquiring the Xiling crystal. The Xiling crystal? Gu He was momentarily taken aback, then extended his palm, revealing a gleaming purple crystal. Is this the Xiling crystal you speak of? Yunyan stared astonished at the purple crystal in Gu He's hand, momentarily speechless. How did you come by this Xiling crystal? With a sly smile, Gu He replied mysteriously, Sect leader, can you guess where we currently find ourselves? At his words, Yunyan's beautiful eyes instinctively scanned the interior of the cave. Upon noticing the numerous embedded purple crystals adorning the cave walls, a spark of realization ignited in her mind. This is the lair of the purple crystal wing Lion King. Gu He nodded approvingly. Indeed, this is the lair of the purple crystal wing Lion King, and I have already secured the Xiling crystal. At that moment, Yunyan fully grasped the situation. If Gu He had already vanquished the purple crystal wing Lion King and taken possession of its lair, there was nothing surprising about it. As the ruler of the surrounding monster beast mountain range, the lair undoubtedly harbored treasures. Had she possessed the strength to slay the purple crystal wing Lion King, she too would have been unable to resist the urge to scour the place for riches. After a moment's contemplation, Yunyan retrieved an ancient scroll from her spatial ring and handed it to Gu He. Elder Gu He, since you have acquired the Xiling crystal, I shall also entrust you with the task of concocting the Xiling pill. Yunyan had intended to gather the materials for Gu He to refine. Now, she simply handed over the formula as well. Gu He glanced at the scroll in Yunyan's hand, accepting it with a nod of acknowledgement. Very well. You should continue to rest. Once your injuries have healed, I will assist in lifting the seal. Gu He reassured her before rising to his feet. In the Gu He residence of the Yunlan Sect, the courtyard lay silent, devoid of any sound. A faint murmur echoed from within a room. On the bed, Xiao Yan's eyelids fluttered slightly as she gradually awoke. A trace of black powder clung to her delicate lips, appearing rather incongruous. A fleeting look of confusion crossed her eyes as memories of the previous night's ordeal with the poison surged back. Glancing around the room, she noted the pervasive black mist in the air. With a determined thought, she began to execute the poison-devouring pill technique. Xiao Yan formed intricate hand seals, and as she did, the dark gas within the room seemed to respond to her summoning, swirling toward her before being completely absorbed. Moments later, the once dense black mist in the room had been entirely dissipated. Within Xiao Yan's body, amidst her Douqi vortex, a black pill floated serenely at its center. Tendrils of black gas began to merge into the pill through the vortex. Once the last wisp of black gas melded into the pill, Xiao Yan came to a halt, her eyes slowly opening. Rising, she focused within, examining her cultivation. Moments later, a satisfied smile graced her lips. 8-star Dome Master. I have truly broken through. She beamed at the thought of how her master would surely be delighted upon hearing of her advancement. Yet, as thoughts of her master crossed her mind, a wave of melancholy washed over her. He had been gone for over 10 days now, and she had no idea when he might return. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her master had mentioned leaving a reward for her in his room before he departed. As long as she achieved the rank of 8-star Dome Master, she was permitted to retrieve it. Filled with anticipation, Xiao Yan made her way directly to Gu He's room. Before long, she stood at his door. Creak! The young healer did not hesitate. She directly pushed open the door. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of 3 items laid out on the table: 2 jade vials and a piece of blue armor. Could this be the reward left for me by my teacher? A glimmer of curiosity flickered in her eyes as she approached the table to examine the 3 objects before her. She noticed that each of these items bore a small note. Picking up the note attached to the blue armor, she read, Ice Heart Armor, embedded with several 5th-tier ice attribute magic cores, boasting an astonishing defensive capability that can withstand a strike from a Dou Huang without succumbing. Upon reading the note, the young healer instantly comprehended its significance. This was indeed a description of the blue armor. Her teacher was remarkably considerate, even preparing a note for her. With a sense of delight, she grasped the blue armor, feeling a refreshing chill emanate from it, which she found quite appealing. The information about the Ice Heart Armor resonated in her mind, prompting a joyful smile to grace her features. Her teacher truly treated her well, bestowing such a precious item upon her. With this armor, her future excursions would undoubtedly be much safer. She tenderly caressed the Ice Heart Armor before gleefully stowing it away in her storage ring. Turning her gaze to the 2 jade vials on the table, she casually picked up one of them. The vial also had a small note affixed to it. Purple Heart Barrier-Breaking Pill, a Pinnacle 4th-tier elixir upon consumption, can elevate a Great Dome Master's cultivation by 1 star. To her astonishment, it was a pill capable of enhancing her cultivation. Upon finishing the note, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the Purple Heart Barrier-Breaking Pill was intended for Great Dome Masters, she felt no concern, for she had recently broken through to the 8-star Dome Master realm and was not far from ascending to the Great Dome Master level. Her teacher had thoughtfully prepared a pill for her future advancement. The thought brought a sweet warmth to her heart. After securing the Purple Heart Barrier-Breaking Pill, she turned her attention to the last jade vial. Lifting it, she read the description: Soul Refining Pill, a Pinnacle 5th-tier elixir, which offers a slight enhancement to one's soul strength. To her surprise, it was a pill that could enhance soul strength. After reading the description, a look of astonishment swept across her delicate face. She recalled her teacher mentioning the concept of soul strength in the past. Soul strength is the essence of all living beings. Without a soul, there is nothing. As long as the soul endures, there remains a glimmer of life. Such an esoteric matter commands a certain reverence from anyone. Generally speaking, enhancing soul strength is exceedingly challenging. It can only strengthen slightly when one's cultivation breaks through. However, the extent of this enhancement is quite minimal. Soul strength is an incredibly profound matter. Ordinary individuals can merely adapt to its changes, with true mastery being an impossibility. Even some alchemists only understand how to manipulate soul power but lack deep comprehension of it, due to the formidable difficulty in enhancing soul strength. The young healer was genuinely astonished by the effects of the soul refining pill. Although it only provided a slight boost to soul strength, its value equaled that of a typical 6th-tier elixir, especially in the eyes of alchemists who prioritize soul cultivation. Her teacher had even granted her such a remarkable item. The young healer gazed joyfully at the jade vial in her hand. With this soul refining pill, she was confident that she would soon break through to the 3rd-tier alchemist realm. Meanwhile, in the Monster Mountain range, at the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Gu He was meditating when a series of system notifications suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has bestowed the 5th tier Magic Core Armor, Ice Spirit Armor, upon the second disciple, the young healer. Congratulations, host! You have triggered the 10,000-fold return, obtaining the 8th tier Magic Core Armor, Xianbing Sacred Armor. The Xianbing Sacred Armor has been dispatched to the system space. Please check. As Gu He sat in meditation, the system notifications continued to sound, catching him slightly off guard. Ding! It has been detected that the host has granted the second disciple, the young healer, a Pinnacle 4th tier elixir, Purple Heart barrier-breaking pill. Congratulations, host! You have triggered the 10,000-fold return, obtaining a 7th tier elixir, Dou Zong pill. The 7th tier breaking sect pill has been dispatched to the system space. Please check. Ding! It has been detected that the host has granted the second disciple, the young healer, a Pinnacle 5th tier elixir, soul refining pill. Congratulations, host! You have triggered the 10,000-fold return, obtaining an 8th tier elixir, Sacred Soul pill. The 8th tier Sacred Soul pill has been dispatched to the system space. Please check. After hearing the system notifications, Gu He felt a bit bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure. It appeared that the young healer had already broken through to the 8-star Dome Master realm and claimed the rewards he had set aside for her. A flicker of joy passed through his eyes. Initially, he had left the rewards at Yunlan Sect merely as an experiment, curious to see if he could trigger the system's return mechanism without personally presenting the rewards to his disciples. Now, it seemed that this method was indeed viable. Gu He felt quite satisfied with this outcome. After all, he could not remain at Yunlan Sect indefinitely, nor could he constantly be by his disciples' sides. The discovery of the system allowed him greater freedom in his future endeavors. The only drawback was the vital aspect of imparting knowledge and skills, which necessitated his physical presence to trigger the system's return mechanism. Consequently, during this outing, he had undoubtedly missed an opportunity for impartation. Had he been at Yunlan Sect, personally bestowing knowledge upon the young healer, he felt confident he could have advanced to the 3-star or 4-star Dou Zong realm. Nevertheless, such circumstances were unavoidable and would likely occur frequently in the future. All Gu He could do was strive to minimize losses and maximize the effectiveness of the system's return opportunities each month. After pondering these matters, he slightly reined in his thoughts and gradually sank his consciousness into the system space. Once inside the system space, Gu He's gaze swept across the 3 items suspended in the void, a piece of armor radiating a dazzling blue light and 2 exquisite jade vials. His attention first settled upon the blue armor. Is this the Xianbing Sacred Armor? He murmured. He then commanded, System, extract the Xianbing Sacred Armor. As soon as Gu He's words fell, the blue armor in the void shimmered slightly before transforming into a beam of blue light that shot towards him. Once the light dissipated, he lifted his garment to find that he was now adorned with the blue armor, channeling his energy into the Xianbing Sacred Armor. A brilliant blue radiance erupted, illuminating the entire system space. A profound and potent force of Xianbing surged forth, enveloping Gu He in a suit of Xianbing armor. He ran his hands over the armor, and an immediate chill coursed through him the moment he extracted the Xianbing Sacred Armor. Its information flooded into his mind. Xianbing Sacred Armor, an 8th tier Magic Core armor, embedded with several 8th tier Magic Cores. With the acquisition of this soft armor, Gu He exuded confidence, believing that within the realm of Dou Zong, no one could inflict harm upon him. Even the strikes of a Dou Zong expert could be slightly resisted. This was still attributable to Gu He's current cultivation, as he had only attained the Dou Zong level. Once he broke through to the Dou Zong realm, he would be able to fully unleash the power of this Xianbing Sacred Armor. At that time, he could endure an attack from a Dou Zong expert without suffering any significant injury. What a treasure! He marveled internally as he retracted his Dou Qi. As the Dou Qi receded, the Xianbing Sacred Armor reverted to its original state, transforming back into a blue soft armor that clung to Gu He's body. Subsequently, Gu He directed his gaze towards the 2 exquisite jade vials suspended in the void. With a flicker of thought, he summoned one of the vials towards him. As the vial landed in his hand, he instantly received information about the treasure within. The Dou Zong pill, a 7th tier elixir, could elevate one's cultivation by 1 star upon consumption, with no effect from second pill. To think it was a pill for enhancing cultivation. Upon absorbing the information about the one Dou Zong pill, Gu He's eyes brightened. This time, he did not confer importation upon the little medicine fairy, feeling a tinge of loss in his heart. Now, this Dou Zong pill would perfectly compensate for his previous loss. His current cultivation had already reached the 2-star Dou Zong level, and with this Dou Zong pill, it would rise to 3-star Dou Zong. Logically, such a pill that provides a rigid elevation of 1 star in cultivation is best consumed when one encounters a bottleneck in the later stages. Dou Zong pills are typically chosen by high-level Dou Zong who find themselves stuck at a bottleneck for an extended period. After all, the Dou Zong pill is only effective upon its first use. However, these considerations were not within Gu He's purview. He possessed a disciple system, ensuring that he would never lack in cultivation resources. Whenever an opportunity to enhance his strength arose, he would never hesitate to seize it. After stowing the Dou Zong pill into his storage ring, Gu He's gaze turned towards the remaining jade vial. He reached out to draw it closer, and it landed directly in the palm of his hand, flooding his mind with information. The Sacred Soul Pill, an 8th-tier elixir, could significantly enhance the strength of one's soul, but could not be consumed by those below the Dou Zong level. Failure to heed this warning would result in the soul being torn apart. Upon reading the information about the Sacred Soul Pill, Gu He's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a pill designed to augment the strength of one's soul, and an 8th-tier one at that. It required the strength of the Dou Zong realm for eligibility. Truly, it was a high-grade elixir. Gu He marveled within. As an alchemist, the enhancement of soul power was paramount. Although he had already ascended to the 7th-tier alchemist realm, his foundation remained somewhat shallow, allowing him only to concoct low-grade 7th-tier pills. However, if he consumed this Sacred Soul Pill, his soul power would experience a substantial boost. For something as enigmatic as soul power, ordinary individuals could only adapt to its fluctuations. Mastering it was beyond their reach. Even Gu He, at present, could only harness soul power without complete comprehension of its intricacies. Nonetheless, having perused the original text and received the memory inheritance from a 9th-tier alchemist, he had gleaned some insights regarding soul power. In the Douqi Continent, soul power did not possess tier distinctions, but was nonetheless categorized by realms. Each realm represented a vast chasm with significant disparities. This is why many alchemists remain stagnated at the 7th tier throughout their lives. It is precisely due to the soul realm. In the Douqi Continent, the soul realm is divided into 4 levels: mortal realm, soul realm, celestial realm, and emperor realm. The vast majority of individuals, including alchemists below the 8th tier, predominantly remain in the mortal realm, with soul power varying in strength. Naturally, Gu He also found himself at the mortal realm level. However, compared to ordinary individuals, his soul power was significantly stronger. Some 7th-tier alchemists might, through fortuitous circumstances, touch upon the soul realm, should their soul power reach that level. They would possess a unique ability known as spiritual bestowal, endowing elixirs with sentience. Having accepted the inheritance from a 9th-tier alchemist, Gu He was well aware that 8th-tier elixirs typically possessed extraordinary sentience, and it was precisely this sentience that enabled them to attain the 8th tier. For ordinary alchemists, regardless of their prowess in alchemy, if they cannot impart sentience to their elixirs, those elixirs would never reach the 8th tier. A celestial realm soul is capable of concocting 9th-tier elixirs. 9th-tier elixirs possess intelligence akin to that of ordinary humans, which is almost tantamount to creation, birthing a being that requires both sentience and the power of heaven and earth. Achieving this, however, necessitates a soul power strength that reaches the transcendent celestial realm. This level is rarely accomplished by anyone across the Douqi Continent. As for the Emperor Realm soul, it exists almost solely in legend. Attaining this realm is requisite for concocting the fabled Emperor-grade elixirs, which are associated with the legendary Douqi. Yet, countless individuals have failed to reach this domain. Gazing at the jade vial containing the Sacred Soul Pill in his hand, a flicker of fervor ignited in Gu He's eyes. Although he was uncertain how far his current soul power strength was from the soul realm, it was undoubtedly a considerable distance. If he consumed this Sacred Soul Pill, it would greatly narrow that gap, potentially bringing him to the pinnacle of the mortal realm. The potency of an 8th-tier elixir was sufficient to accomplish this. Subsequently, Gu He gradually withdrew from the system space. Upon returning to his physical form, he cast a glance at the slumbering Yunlan. If he were to break through by consuming the Dou Zong pill, the commotion would likely disturb her. After some contemplation, Gu He decided to first consume the Sacred Soul Pill. With a flick of thought, a jade vial materialized in his hand, containing the Sacred Soul Pill. Upon uncapping the vial, a rich fragrance of medicinal essence wafted into the air. Gu He tilted the vial slightly, revealing a thumb-sized dark red pill before his eyes. The pill was entirely dark red, its surface remarkably smooth. Most astonishingly, it was surrounded by a faint mist that seemed to possess sentience. occasionally coalescing into various shapes that spiraled around the pill, exuding an otherworldly aura. Though the appearances of 7th tier and 8th tier pills may seem similar, even those who are completely unversed in alchemy could easily discern the difference. This distinction lay in the essence. 7th tier pills, though rich in energy, are lifeless, while 8th tier pills possess their own sentience, thus earning the title of living pills or spiritual pills. Chapter 99. Pinnacle of the Mortal Realm. Truly, it is an 8th tier elixir, and indeed extraordinary. As Dou Huang beheld the crimson pill in his hand, he could not suppress his admiration once more. He pondered when he might be able to concoct 8th tier elixirs himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Dou Huang grasped the sacred soul pill and placed it into his mouth. The sacred soul pill slid down his throat and into his body. In that instant, Dou Huang felt a resounding hum in his head. The soul power at his brow surged as if it had ingested a catalyst, swelling rapidly. The speed of this expansion was so intense that it brought about a sharp pain at his brow, resembling an imminent explosion. Sensing this abrupt change, Dou Huang was seized by a wave of trepidation. However, at such a critical moment, he dared not be complacent. He could only focus his mind and intently observe the changes within his body. As the holy soul pill entered Dou Huang's body, a searing sensation swiftly spread throughout him, transforming into countless streams of warmth that coursed through his limbs and bones. In the next moment, waves of grayish energy surged within him, penetrating through his flesh and advancing relentlessly towards the center of his brow. Dou Huang's consciousness noticed that as this gray energy entered his mind, it intertwined with the soul power that resided there. In that instant of entanglement, he was astonished to discover a formidable and peculiar energy rapidly infiltrating his soul. Moments later, he was alarmed to find that the intensity of his soul power was surging at an alarming rate, akin to consuming a potent tonic. Accompanied by the dramatic increase in his soul strength, Dou Huang initially rejoiced, but then his expression changed abruptly. He felt an increasingly intense, throbbing pain emanating from his brow. To his dismay, he had not anticipated the holy soul pill would have such a profound effect on the enhancement of his soul power. As he endured the growing pressure in his forehead, he had no choice but to let his soul power swell at a visible pace. More and more gray energy poured in, and his soul continued to strengthen. At that moment, Dou Huang truly experienced what it meant to have a splitting headache. His temples bulged, pulsating like small drums, as if they were about to burst. The sudden surge of soul strength was gradually exceeding Dou Huang's capacity to endure. Ultimately, he reached a certain limit. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed within his mind, nearly causing him to faint. Under the impact of this explosive sound, Dou Huang's consciousness was left in a daze, his vision filled with golden light, his thoughts engulfed in chaos. Just then, a refreshing stream of spiritual energy surged from within him, reviving his almost fainting awareness. Endless waves of cool energy flooded into Dou Huang's brow, ultimately converging deep within his mind, intertwining with the soul power that resided there. During this process, he felt as though his soul was immersed in a hot spring, a gentle force enveloping his entire being. A wave of extreme comfort coursed through his soul, nearly compelling him to moan in delight. This state of bliss persisted for a considerable duration before gradually subsiding. As Dou Huang's clarity returned, he realized that the throbbing in his mind was steadily diminishing. In his hazy awareness, he sensed that his soul power had increased several-fold compared to before. However, even with such enhancement, Dou Huang's soul power still fell short of the legendary realm of spiritual consciousness. After nearly an hour of this absorption, the unusual power at his brow suddenly intensified, culminating in an invisible wave that quietly radiated outward, ultimately breaking through the cave and spreading across the peak's horizon. Boom! As this wave expanded, the atmosphere of the mountain peak erupted like boiling oil, stirring chaos in the surrounding environment. The sudden upheaval drew the attention of numerous magical beasts in the Beast Mountain range. Yet, the fluctuations in soul power appeared too ethereal for them to comprehend. Only a select few high-level magical beasts could vaguely sense it. The others merely stared in confusion at the quaking world, unable to perceive any unusual phenomenon. In the cave, Yunlan, who had been in a deep slumber, vaguely sensed a mysterious force and suddenly opened her eyes, directing her gaze towards Dou Huang, who was seated nearby in meditation. What profound technique is he practicing? Her gaze lingered on Dou Huang, a flicker of astonishment crossing her beautiful eyes. With her insight and strength, she could not discern the changes in his soul power. However, she could feel a formidable pressure emanating from him, one that even made her soul tremble slightly. So powerful! Yun gazed in awe at the meditating Gu He, a storm of thoughts surging within her mind. Unbeknownst to him, Gu He was entirely absorbed in the rich, refreshing energy, the sensation of comfort reaching the depths of his soul, akin to the intoxication of inebriation, rendering him reluctant to awaken. Meanwhile, the immense influx of spiritual energy into his brow was gradually instigating transformative changes. The soul, a concept often elusive and ineffable, is the essence of life itself, shrouded in mystery. Typically, even for alchemists of Gu He's caliber, the soul at the brow manifests as a somewhat intangible entity. Yet under their control, this soul power holds significant utility once separated from the body. However, following the preceding transformations, the soul power at Gu He's brow was no longer the usual ethereal state. It coalesced into a cohesive form, occasionally pulsating delicately like a heartbeat. Perhaps due to the influx of spiritual energy, the soul at his brow appeared more vibrant than ever. As the ever-increasing spiritual energy continued to pour in, the soul writhed incessantly, as if something was gestating within. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Gu He felt an odd sensation, as though this gestation was lacking something essential. After pondering for a while without any resolution, he chose to abandon the thought. With the waves of this realm's fluctuations, more spiritual energy surged from the heavens, eventually filling the small cave to the brim with vitality. However, Gu He's expression began to darken as the influx of spiritual energy into his brow intensified. He realized that no matter how much energy poured in, his soul remained in a state of constant writhing, seemingly unable to take that final step. Furrowing his brow tightly, Gu He recognized he had reached his limit. More accurately, the enhancement from the Holy Soul Pill had reached its peak. Time slipped away quietly. In the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed since Gu He consumed the Holy Soul Pill. The extraordinary phenomena in this realm gradually began to dissipate. The cave once again fell into profound silence. After observing Gu He for a while, fatigue washed over Yunlan, prompting her to gently close her eyes and drift back into slumber. In due course, Gu He's eyelids fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his dark gaze. Beast Mountain Range. A figure suddenly appeared outside the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Gu He, holding several plump fish in his right hand, caught from a large waterfall at the mountain's edge. Since consuming the Holy Soul Pill yesterday, his soul power had experienced significant enhancement. He had a strong intuition that he had reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm in terms of soul power, just one step away from breaking into the realm of spiritual consciousness. However, the disparity between each level of soul power was vast, akin to a chasm between heaven and earth. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm, breaking into the realm of spiritual consciousness would still be exceedingly challenging. Although he had failed in his attempt to break through, Gu He remained undeterred, knowing that many opportunities awaited him in the future. As they entered the cavern, they beheld Yun leisurely seated upon a stone platform, her palm cradling her delicate chin. Upon noticing Gu He's return, a gentle smile graced her lips as she remarked, "You are back." Gu He nodded with a smile, then raised a handful of plump fish he had caught, exclaiming, "I brought back some fish to help restore your strength." With the current prowess of Gu He's spiritual force, he could easily envelop the surrounding Beast Mountain range. Wherever his spiritual force extended, he could employ the technique of within reach to instantly arrive at his destination. This capability afforded him the confidence to venture out for fishing while leaving Yun alone in the cave. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could promptly utilize his technique to return. Gu He placed the fish in a clean spot and flicked his fingers, conjuring a flame. After completing these tasks, he turned to Yun with concern, inquiring, "Do you feel a bit better?" Hearing his words, Yun rose slightly, a faint fragrance wafting from her, and approached Gu He. With a slight furrow of her elegant brows, she sighed, "The external wounds are nearly healed, yet the sealing spell on my body remains rather troublesome." Gu He skewered the fish and placed them over the fire, then turned his gaze back to Yun. "There is no need to rush. Once your injuries are fully healed, I shall find a way to break the seal upon you." Given that Yun's azure dress was now tattered, she had donned Gu He's white robe. While the white garment might appear plain on others, it was rendered enchanting against her curvaceous form, adding an air of mystery. As she moved, a glimpse of her porcelain-like, snow-white calves would occasionally appear, undeniably captivating. Gazing upon this breathtaking beauty, Gu He found himself wishing that her recovery would take a bit longer, allowing them to share more time together. Upon hearing Gu He's words, Yunyan fell into a momentary silence before softly replying, I would like to take a bath. Since arriving at the Beast Mountain Range, several days had passed without her bathing. Previously, even a single day without a bath would leave her feeling uncomfortable. Enduring so many days without one had become a form of torment. Yet, the notion of broaching such a delicate subject before Dou He proved to be a challenge. This was also the reason behind her eagerness to have the seal lifted. Once the seal was broken, she could venture out alone and find a quiet place to bathe. As it stood, with the seal unbroken and the surrounding Beast Mountain range, she dared not venture out alone. Encountering a beast would be insurmountable given her current strength. You wish to bathe? Dou He was momentarily taken aback by her words, but soon a smile spread across his face. Why didn't you say so? It's not a problem at all. After we finish eating, I'll take you to bathe. He handed her the grilled fish, assuring her. Okay, Yunyan replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she gently nodded. She accepted the grilled fish, tore off a small piece, and savored it delicately. Her elegant demeanor while eating delighted Dou He, who watched with appreciation. Once she finished the fish, she raised her gaze only to find Dou He staring intently at her, causing her cheeks to redden further. Why are you looking at me? She stammered, instinctively wiping her mouth with her sleeve, fearing she had gotten grease on herself. Returning to the moment, Dou He chuckled lightly. So how does the fish taste? Yunyan paused, surprised, then nodded slightly. Would you like more? Dou He inquired, raising the remaining fish he had yet to touch. Yunyan gently shook her head, replying softly, I've had enough. Upon hearing this, Dou He promptly devoured the fish in his hand. The flames used for grilling were his own divine fire, and his mastery over the cooking process was unquestionable. Coupled with the spices he had experimented with from his past life, the flavor of the grilled fish was exquisite. A moment later, having swallowed the last morsel, Dou He wiped his hands and stood, addressing Yunyan. Let us go. I'll take you to bathe. With that, he stepped out of the cave. Yunyan hesitated, then followed him outside. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, she watched Dou He's actions, momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson as she exclaimed, what are you doing? At that moment, Dou He stood with arms wide open, as if preparing to embrace her. Of course, I'm here to hug you. You're still weak, and I cannot let you walk alone to the waterfall. It's quite a distance from here. He took a step closer, arms still outstretched. Yunyan's face turned an even brighter shade of red as she hesitated, meekly suggesting, perhaps we shouldn't go after all. With that, she turned to retreat into the cave. Why go back now that we're out? Dou He smirked, then rather dominantly pulled her back. A fragrant breeze enveloped him as a soft, fragrant figure collided into his embrace, sending a tremor through his heart. The suddenness of Dou He's action caused Yunyan's expression to shift, and as she realized her predicament, she found herself snugly nestled in his arms. What are you trying to do? Yunyan's mind raced with confusion, unsure of Dou He's intentions. What else could it be? I'm taking you to bathe, he replied, inhaling deeply to suppress the surging emotions within him, and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. For a moment, he found himself lost in the softness of her form. Why aren't you moving? As Dou He lingered in the sensation, Yunyan's voice, tinged with embarrassment and indignation, broke through his reverie. My apologies, Dou He responded with a faint smile, though there was no hint of remorse in his tone as he tightened his embrace around her once more. Then, with a gentle push, he leaped into the air, carrying Yunyan along. The rush of wind enveloped them, pressing their garments tightly against their skin. Clad in Dou He's robe, the collar fluttered open in the breeze, revealing expanse of her fair skin. Captivated by the sight, Dou He instinctively slowed his pace, circling the Beast Mountain range with Yunyan before gradually heading toward the waterfall. Taking a deep breath, Dou He fought against the stirrings of desire within him, then lowered his gaze to the enchanting figure in his arms, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. After a short while, they finally arrived at the waterfall. We're here, Dou He announced softly, still holding her securely. Gazing at the cascading water, Yunyan suddenly broke free from his embrace, her face ablaze with embarrassment. Dou He chuckled gently, gesturing toward the waterfall. Go on, bathe. I'll wait here. Okay, Yunyan replied, her face still flushed as she lowered her head and made her way toward the waterfall. As she approached the water's edge, a thought struck her, and she hesitated, turning back to Dou He. Noticing her delay, Dou He could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Don't worry, I'll be right here. You needn't be afraid." Yunyan hesitated, then softly asked, "Could you perhaps step back a bit?" Understanding her concern, Dou He felt a twinge of annoyance. Did she truly think him the sort to peek? If he had the inclination to spy, he could easily do so anywhere in the Beast Mountain range, no matter where she chose to bathe. After a moment of contemplation, Gui pointed to the mist hovering above the water beneath the waterfall, saying, "Look at that dense fog. Even if one stands quite close, visibility is limited. With the distance between us, I surely cannot see you, so you need not worry about going down." Upon hearing this, Yun, standing at the water's edge, gazed at the mist below, her lips parting slightly as if to speak but hesitating. Gui, taken aback, stepped back a distance from the waterfall. After walking about 10 meters away, he turned to Yun and said, "This should suffice, right? I truly cannot see you, and should any danger arise, I can swiftly come to your aid. Go ahead, don't be afraid. Bathing here is quite pleasant. Do not turn back." Seeing Gui had created some space, Yun hesitated before issuing a warning. Gui, upon hearing her words, immediately assured her, "Rest assured, I shall not peek." Yun, standing on the bank, contemplated Gui's words for a moment longer before she began to loosen her garments. As the ties fell away, her flowing white robe slipped down gracefully. Beneath her cascading black hair, a delicate and snowy figure emerged. Slender, graceful, and enchanting, she stood with an elegance that captivated. Yun glanced at the misty surface of the water below, and then at Gui's distant silhouette before plunging into the water with a soft splash. The water erupted with droplets, and her alluring form became partially obscured by the ethereal mist. As she stood and lowered her head to wash her long hair, her alluring curves became all the more pronounced. Not far away, upon hearing the splash behind him, Gui instinctively felt his heart skip a beat. His focus sharpened, and he directed his soul energy toward the waterfall's base. In the next moment, a vision of her exquisite form materialized in his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, chastising himself inwardly for indulging in such thoughts. He then closed his eyes, striving to clear his mind. Yet, the image he had just witnessed relentlessly flashed through his thoughts, making it impossible for him to find peace. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could there be magical beasts lurking within the waterfall? If so, Yun would be in grave danger. Gui berated himself silently and sent a thin strand of soul energy to sweep across the water's surface repeatedly. The treacherous mountains harbored numerous dangers, and it was highly plausible that some mysterious creature could be hidden beneath the surface. He needed to remain vigilant, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Gui remained intensely focused on the water's surface, not allowing even a moment's relaxation, maintaining this state for a full half-hour. Meanwhile, Yun was in the water, gently caressing the scar on her chest. After several days of recuperation and Gui's miraculous remedies, the scar had nearly faded from sight. Perhaps by tomorrow, her wounds would be completely healed. After a moment, Yun finished her wash. As she prepared to emerge, her gaze fell upon her discarded white robe on the shore. The robe bore traces of blood corresponding to her wound, remnants of Gui's careless bandaging over the past days. Moreover, after wearing it for so long, it had become somewhat soiled. Observing her freshly clean body, Yun hesitated, sinking deeper into the water, and softly called out to Gui on the shore. "Could you bring me a new garment?" Hearing Yun's voice, Gui instinctively thought he had been discovered, and he promptly withdrew his soul energy. Feeling a pang of guilt. New clothes? He paused, feeling a sigh of relief. It seemed he hadn't been caught. But why should he feel this way? He hadn't been peeking. He was merely safeguarding her safety. With that thought, Gui stood up slowly, retrieving a purple robe from his storage ring and approaching the edge of the waterfall. He then raised the purple robe in his hand toward Yun, who was still submerged, saying, "I'll leave it on the shore. You can take it when you're ready. Why don't you come up and get it?" Gui asked, noticing Yun's delay. Was she waiting for him to deliver it? He directly inquired, "Shall I bring it to you?" Startled, Yun shook her head while still submerged, whispering, "Move further away." Gui acquiesced, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes as he returned to his previous spot. Turning his back to the waterfall, he then called out, "I have moved away. You can come up now." Upon hearing his words, Yun finally felt relieved. Gradually, she stood up from the water, quietly making her way to the shore. Tentatively peeking out, she confirmed Gui had indeed turned away, and then extended her delicate hand to retrieve the purple robe he had left behind. Soon, she draped the oversized purple robe over her form. The ample fabric of the robe hung loosely on her, subtly revealing her alluring collarbone and pristine thighs. As she inhaled the lingering masculine scent of Gui from the robe, her cheeks flushed with warmth, engulfed in a wave of embarrassment. She had never anticipated that one day, while bathing, a man would be nearby. The thought of the earlier scene made her face grow even redder. Seeing Gui, who was sitting obediently at a distance, Yunlan felt a gentle sigh of relief. Fortunately, although Gu He enjoyed jesting, he was ultimately a man of integrity. He had promised not to peek and had honored that promise, his gaze steadfastly averted. This deepened Yunlan's fondness for Gu He. She felt a pang of guilt. For so many years, she had been blessed with such a good man by her side, silently devoted to her, yet she had remained oblivious to his kindness. How could she have been so blind? Resolving to treat Gu He better in the future, she vowed never to hurt his feelings again. With this in mind, Yunlan gazed at Gu He's back, her eyes softening as she gently called out, "I'm done washing." Gu He, aware that she had finished, as his attention had remained on the waterfall, immediately rose and turned to face her, taking in her appearance with a slight smile. "It seems you've grown a bit." Feeling Gu He's gaze upon her, Yunlan instinctively tightened her grip on the robe, attempting to cover the exposed skin. Gu He withdrew his gaze and approached her, once again opening his arms with a gentle smile. "Come here. Now that you're done bathing, it's time to head back." Yunlan shot him an annoyed look, but eventually complied, stepping into his embrace. Gu He chuckled, holding the enchanting figure close, turning his head to inhale the sweet fragrance of her hair, which sent a slight thrill through his heart. Then, at Yunlan's urging, Gu He lightly stepped forward, lifting her into the air. As they soared through the void, the wind tousled Yunlan's robe, allowing Gu He another delightful glimpse. Moments later, at the mouth of the cave, Gu He reluctantly released Yunlan from his grasp. "Thank you," she murmured shyly, her cheeks flushed as she walked towards the cave. Gu He replied with a smile, "No need for thanks. I understand that you women appreciate cleanliness. Tomorrow, I'll take you down for another bath." Upon hearing this, Yunlan felt a rush of panic and quickened her pace into the cave without responding. "The following day, are you truly healed? Is further recuperation unnecessary?" Gu He asked, observing Yunlan in the oversized purple robe before him. He pondered the implications. Once the seal was lifted, Yunlan would depart, marking the end of their shared life. Reflecting on their time together, Gu He felt a twinge of reluctance. Upon hearing this, Yunlan shook her head gently and replied, "Fear not, I have completely recovered. Elder Guha, please tell me how I can swiftly unravel this seal." Hearing her words, Guha let out a faint sigh, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. Subsequently, with a thought, Guha retrieved a jade vial from his spatial ring. This vial contained the fabled accompanying purple crystal essence. Holding the vial of accompanying purple crystal essence in his hand, Guha addressed Yunlan in a calm tone. "This vial contains the means to unlock the purple crystal seal within you. The accompanying purple crystal essence originates from the body of the purple crystal winged Lion King, and the seal itself is a manifestation of the power residing within that very creature. Both derive from the same source. Once you consume this essence, it will temporarily assimilate the energy within you, thereby directly unsealing the purple crystal within." Upon hearing this, Yunlan's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she gazed at the jade vial in Guha's hand. "What is this?" she inquired. Guha smiled faintly and replied, "Have you ever heard of the accompanying purple crystal essence?" "The accompanying purple crystal essence?" Yunlan momentarily paused, and then her beautiful eyes revealed a look of shock. She stared at the vial in Guha's hand, unable to believe. "You mean to say that this contains the legendary accompanying purple crystal essence?" It was evident that Yunlan was already well acquainted with the significance of the accompanying purple crystal essence. Guha nodded slightly and stated, "Indeed, I obtained this from the lair of the purple crystal-winged Lion King." A tempest surged within Yunlan's heart. She understood that the purple crystal-winged Lion King was a creature of extraordinary talent. Otherwise, it would not have achieved the status of a 6th-tier magical beast. It was known that during its reproductive cycle, there existed a minuscule chance that along with its offspring, the accompanying purple crystal essence would also be produced. This essence, having resided within the Lion King for an extended period, contained an astonishingly pure energy. If consumed by a young beast that has reached the 4th tier, it could directly elevate them to the 5th tier. Furthermore, the purple flames within them would be far more formidable than those of other purple crystal-winged lions that had not consumed the essence. She was aware that among hundreds of purple crystal-winged lions, it was exceedingly rare for one to give birth to the accompanying purple crystal essence. She never anticipated that Guha's luck would be so extraordinary. However, beyond her astonishment, Yunlan felt a deeper sense of gratitude. She understood the immense value of the accompanying purple crystal essence, yet Guha had so readily offered it to her. Contemplating this, Yunlan gazed at Guha with complex emotions, a subtle affection rapidly taking root in her heart. "Guha, how am I to repay you for such kindness?" Unbeknownst to Guha, who was completely unaware of Yunlan's thoughts. He extended the jade vial towards her and said, "Since you understand the effects of the accompanying purple crystal essence, take it and consume it. Its efficacy is sufficient to unravel the seal within you." Yunlan hesitated for a moment, then slowly accepted the jade vial from Guha. Chapter 102. The side effects of the accompanying purple crystal essence. After receiving the accompanying purple crystal essence, Yunlan settled into a corner of the cave, preparing to consume it, while Guha stood by, guarding her. She uncorked the vial, revealing the purple liquid inside. Simultaneously, an exceptionally pure energy emanated from the vial. Merely inhaling the scent of this energy caused Yunlan's expression to change, followed by a look of delight. She could sense the purple crystal seal within her tremble slightly. Although it was just a fleeting motion, it was enough to confirm that Guha's words were true. The accompanying purple crystal essence indeed had an effect on her internal seal. Bringing the vial to her lips without any hesitation, Yunlan drank the entire contents of the accompanying purple crystal essence in one go. The purple liquid flowed down her throat, and she could feel an intense heat enveloping her. Before long, the accompanying purple crystal essence began to take effect. Waves of heat surged from her abdomen, permeating through her entire body, gradually integrating into her bones and flesh. The intensity of this heat increased with the passage of time. Purple patterns began to appear on Yunlan's delicate face, giving her an otherworldly allure. Despite the terrifying energy contained within the accompanying purple crystal essence, Yunlan, being a Dou Huang level expert, was capable of withstanding it. As the heat within her surged, her tender skin gradually began to take on a purplish hue. Feeling the growing warmth within her, Yunlan's expression shifted, and she quickly directed this force to assault the purple crystal seal within her. At this moment, throughout her body, numerous purple marks dotted her flesh. These purple marks seemed to possess some form of connection, completely isolating the energy within her Dou crystal from the external world, rendering it unable to circulate. With a thought, Yunlan commanded the purple energy transformed from the accompanying purple crystal essence to charge towards these purple marks. Boom! At the moment of collision between the purple marks and the purple energy, the marks seemed to undergo a chemical reaction, shattering into wisps of purple mist that merged with the purple energy. As she absorbed more energy from the purple marks, the hue of the purple energy within Yunlan deepened. When its color reached a certain depth, the purple energy quivered violently, and faint flames unexpectedly erupted from within it, transforming into a delicate purple flame in an instant. Within Yunlan's Dou Qi cyclone, a single purple flame danced alone, emanating a gentle warmth that finally permeated into her Dou crystal. Once that subtle warmth infiltrated the Dou crystal, Yunlan immediately realized that the Dou crystal within her could now operate successfully, and the Dou Qi could flow outward. Initially taken aback by this phenomenon, Yunlan was soon engulfed by a wave of ecstatic joy. This occurrence undoubtedly signified that the purple crystal seal within her was on the verge of being unraveled. However, at that moment, Yunlan found herself suddenly becoming increasingly restless. This agitation seemed to awaken her most primal desires, causing her to feel a sense of disorientation. Guha, seated not far from Yunlan, periodically checked on her fluctuating aura, initially sensing that there was some movement of Dou Qi within Yunlan. Guha had concluded that the purple crystal seal was likely about to be lifted. Yet, the next moment, his expression grew peculiar. The aura emanating from Yunlan had become somewhat erratic. Just then, Yunlan suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat dazed. Her cherry lips slightly parted as she exhaled warm breaths, murmuring softly, "So hot. I am so hot." At this sight, Guha finally comprehended the situation. He stared blankly at Yunlan, who had completely lost her composure, and muttered in disbelief, "The accompanying purple crystal essence actually has an aphrodisiac effect? No, that couldn't be." Guha suddenly recalled that in the original story, Xiao Yan had also consumed the accompanying purple crystal essence without any mention of such effects. Could it be that? At that moment, Guha formulated a hypothesis. The energy of the purple crystal seal had interacted with that of the accompanying purple crystal essence, resulting in some unknown transformation that endowed it with this so-called aphrodisiac effect. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Guha's lips twitched slightly. This was simply absurd. The sudden turn of events caught Guha off guard, leaving him, usually composed and calm, somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, as Guha pondered, Yunlan's state continued to grow increasingly chaotic. Guha's gaze remained fixed on her. At this moment, Yunlan's ebony tresses cascaded down, exuding an enchanting allure. Her bright eyes, veiled in a delicate mist, bore a hint of burgeoning charm. She was captivatingly beautiful, her ethereal visage flushed with a soft pink hue, while her cherry-red lips exhaled fragrant breaths. Her delicate, fair, and elongated legs were also bared, presenting an exquisite silhouette. Such an endless display of beauty was entirely absorbed by Dou Huang. "It's so hot, I'm so hot." In a haze of consciousness, Yun could not resist the urge to lift her flowing purple robe, revealing her curvaceous and exquisite figure to Dou Huang's gaze. In the past, Yun had presented herself to Dou Huang with grace, serenity, and nobility. But now, the Yun before him seemed to embody a spring-like allure, brimming with irresistible charm. Faced with such beauty, Dou Huang could not help but swallow hard, and soon he could no longer contain himself as he approached Yun. Feeling Dou Huang's masculine presence, Yun instinctively wrapped her arms around him. As her soft form nestled in his embrace, a surge of desire erupted within Dou Huang. He lowered his head and pressed his lips against Yun's ruby-red mouth. The heated breath escaping Dou Huang enveloped Yun's delicate face, intensifying her warmth. At that moment, she offered no resistance, her long arms tightly clutching his body. As they held each other closely, their eyes grew increasingly dazed, and their breaths became heavier. Just then, a cool breeze swept into the cave, momentarily pulling Yun back to a semblance of clarity. Observing her current state, her face paled instantly, and in a flash, she separated from Dou Huang, biting her silver teeth as she softly murmured, "No, Dou Huang, don't," due to the burning desire within her. Yun's voice carried a hint of sweetness, yet was laced with an unusual sobbing tone. Chapter 103, Consuming the Dou Zong Pill. After half a day, the activities within the cave gradually subsided. Both exhausted, they drifted into a deep slumber. Another hour passed. At this moment, purple energy coursed gently through Yun's body, replenishing the stamina she had expended earlier. After a long while, Yun's beautiful eyes fluttered open. Upon regaining consciousness, she was immediately struck by an overwhelming wave of fatigue. As she sat up and surveyed her body, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her complexion paling dramatically. Subsequently, a stream of tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes. Why is this happening? Yun hastily donned the white robe that Dou Huang had discarded, wrapping it around herself to conceal her body, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, her mind was a blank slate, unable to accept the reality before her. After a significant pause, Yun's gaze fell upon Dou Huang, who was already lost in slumber, and a complex expression flickered in her eyes. Although everything that transpired had been beyond her conscious control, the memories were indelibly etched in her mind. She understood that the current predicament was not solely Dou Huang's fault. Had she not taken the initiative, he would not have succumbed to temptation. Nor would such a situation have arisen. Despite this clarity, Yun found herself unable to face the man who had tarnished her purity, even though she harbored considerable affection for him. Reflecting on the events that had just unfolded, a deep crimson blush crept across her pale face. It was utterly humiliating. How could Dou Huang treat her this way? Observing the utterly exhausted Dou Huang, Yun's eyes were filled with a myriad of emotions. She had initially believed that consuming the accompanying purple crystal source would completely unravel the seals within her body, never anticipating that it would lead to the loss of her innocence. A bitter smile graced her lips as she contemplated her situation, struggling to rise from her fatigued state. She cast a glance at Dou Huang and left a note before slowly making her way out of the cave. The events that had transpired were simply unbearable for Yun. She could not fathom how to confront Dou Huang once he awakened. Would she harbor resentment? After losing her innocence to Dou Huang, Yun should have despised him. Yet, she found that her heart held little animosity. In this moment, she realized that during their time cohabiting in the cave, she had unknowingly developed feelings for Dou Huang. Dragging her weary body, Yun's eyes were vacant, devoid of purpose. As she exited the monster beast mountain range, at this moment, she only wished to escape it all. For the time being, she did not want to face Dou Huang. Half a day later, Dou Huang awoke leisurely. The instant he regained consciousness, he instinctively glanced beside him, noticing the absence of a familiar figure. An inexplicable panic surged within him, and he scanned the depths of the cave. Where is she? Not seeing Yun, Dou Huang felt a sense of loss wash over him. Memories of the previous night as frenzy flashed through his mind, and he felt a pang of shame. He had never anticipated that he would ultimately succumb, falling into the tender embrace of Yun. How could he have acted in such a base manner? It was utterly beastly. Slap. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed throughout the cave. A vivid imprint of a hand appeared on Dou Huang's handsome face. After a moment of self-reproach, Gu He donned his clothes and prepared to seek out Yunyan. However, he suddenly noticed the note she had left behind in the cave. "Do not look for me. Let me have some time to calm down." Staring at the note's contents, Gu He fell into a deep silence. After a long pause, he carefully tucked the note away. From the message, Gu He could glean nothing about Yunyun's current feelings. But at the very least, she had taken the time to leave him a note. That alone indicated that the situation was not beyond repair. There was still a chance for their relationship to mend. With this thought, a smile crept onto Gu He's lips. "Yaner, since you are now mine, you can never escape my grasp." He then cast his gaze toward the deep blue inner armor left behind by Yunyan. Reaching out to pick up the neatly folded garment, he noticed it still bore a faint fragrance. As his fingers traced the delicate cracks along the edges of the armor, a gentle light shone in Gu He's eyes. He then stored the armor in his spatial ring and slowly rose to exit the cave. The time spent alongside Yunyan had left a profound impression on him. However, with her departure, he had no reason to linger in the Monster Beast Mountain range any longer. His current objective was to seek the azure lotus earth fire in the Tagore Desert and to take Ching Lin as his disciple. Now was the time to leave the Monster Beast Mountain range. Nevertheless, upon departing, Gu He planned to consume the Dou Zong pill to further enhance his strength. Moments later, Gu He found himself in the valley where he had previously broken through. "Xiao Yan." Upon entering the valley, Gu He called out softly. In the next instant, a colossal bird descended from the heavens, gracefully landing beside him. This magnificent creature was none other than Xiao Yan. Watching the grounded Xiao Yan, Gu He's face flushed with embarrassment. Before he had departed the valley, he had instructed Xiao Yan to wait here. Little did he know that during his time lost in the tender embrace of Yunyan, he had completely forgotten about Xiao Yan. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Gu He finally spoke. "Master, why have you been gone for so long? Xiao Yan missed you so much." Upon seeing Gu Yan, Xiao Yan expressed its grievances. Cough. Gu He, at a loss for words, could only produce 2 fifth-tier magic cores to soothe Xiao Yan's feelings. "Xiao Yan, guard me well." After effortlessly creating a pristine platform, Gu He gradually settled into a meditative posture upon it, then turned to the diminutive figure of Xiao Yan beside him and instructed, "Proceed." "Understood, Master," came Xiao Yan's tender voice, resonating through the valley, and in an instant, it transformed into a golden little bird, perching loyally by Gu He's side, vigilantly guarding him. Soon after, a thought crossed Gu He's mind as he retrieved a jade vial from the depths of his system space. This vial contained a formidable 7th-grade elixir, the Dou Zong pill. Subsequently, a pill, roughly the size of a thumb and bearing a striking dual hue of crimson and violet, was poured from the vial. The surface of the pill was adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a yin-yang fish, exuding an aura that suggested an extraordinary level of sentience, rendering it quite remarkable. Chapter 104, 3-Star Dou Zong. As Gu He grasped the Dou Zong pill, he scrutinized it closely for a moment. Breathing out softly, he opened his mouth and directly consumed the pill. Once the Dou Zong pill entered his abdomen, it swiftly dissolved, unleashing a wave of warmth and potent medicinal energy that rapidly surged throughout his body. Feeling the immense power coursing through his limbs and bones, Gu He's expression shifted slightly. His lips trembled as a sharp pang coursed through him. Fortunately, after undergoing tempering with the divine fire, his meridians had become exceptionally resilient. Otherwise, he would have found it challenging to assimilate the overwhelming potency of the 7th-grade Dou Zong pill. As the medicinal energy surged through his meridians, Gu He inhaled deeply. With a focused mind, the innate divine fire within him erupted forth from various parts of his body, rushing into his meridians to envelop the colossal medicinal force, forcibly guiding it along the path of the divine fire technique, causing it to circulate gradually. During the tumultuous outpouring of the medicinal energy within Gu He, the surrounding space in the valley also began to fluctuate violently. Waves of energy surged forth, coalescing above his head into a vortex of power, which then slowly permeated through the crown of his head. Possessing the innate divine fire, refining the somewhat mottled energies of the world posed little difficulty for Gu He. He could refine as much as he was able to absorb. As the medicinal power of the Dou Zong pill dispersed within him, everything gradually fell into a state of equilibrium. Although the potency of the Dou Zong pill was terrifying, Gu He remained unperturbed thanks to his current strength and physical resilience. The entire process unfolded with a smoothness akin to flowing clouds and running water. And as for the extent to which this Dou Zong pill would elevate Gu He's strength, that would only be revealed with time. As Gu He entered a gradual state of refinement, the valley fell into a serene silence, save for Xiao Yan, who steadfastly maintained its watchful vigil. Within the valley, the spatial energies roiled, and waves of somewhat mottled natural energy surged forth, flooding into the body of the middle-aged man seated at the edge of the mountain. In the face of this seemingly endless influx, his body resembled a bottomless pit, absorbing the energy without any sign of overflow. Since consuming the Dou Zong pill, Gu He had maintained this state for nearly 2 days. During this time, he remained as immovable as a rock, while only the energy vortex swirling above him emitted a low, haunting hum. Within Gu He, the immense potency of the Dou Zong pill was refined into a surging torrent of Dou Qi, flowing through his meridians like a tidal wave. Furthermore, a continuous influx of natural energy streamed in, ultimately being refined by the innate divine fire into pure Dou Qi, merging into this vast tide. However, while the quantity of natural energy was substantial, the amount of refined Dou Qi available for Gu He to absorb after numerous refinements was relatively limited. Nevertheless, any addition was better than none. As the saying goes, a mountain is built from tiny grains of sand, and dripping water penetrates stone. With time, this accumulation would reach a formidable level. Most practitioners cultivate their Dou Qi in a similar fashion, relying on elixirs to enhance their strength, a shortcut that, if overused, might lead to a precarious state of inflated Dou Qi. Yet, Gu He bore no such concerns. The divine fire technique, which included the divine fire body refinement method, allowed him to refine both his physical form and the Dou Qi within him simultaneously. After the tempering of his innate divine fire, even the most ethereal Dou Qi would become exceedingly pure. Gu He's cultivation, this time, extended over a considerable duration. The potency of the Dou Zong pill had been completely refined a day prior, yet he chose to continue his practice rather than cease. Yet another day passed, and within these 3 days, Gu He had devoted nearly all his focus to absorbing the energies of the heavens and earth. Under this relentless influx, the Dou Qi flowing through his meridians gradually transformed into a robust torrent, each cycle bestowing upon him an almost boundless strength that ignited within him an urge to howl at the heavens. Gu He's cultivation finally stirred on the morning of the 4th day. The energy vortex above his head trembled slightly before gradually dissipating, and the surrounding spatial fluctuations began to settle into tranquility. Shortly after the vortex vanished, Gu He's eyelids fluttered, and after a moment, he slowly opened them. His dark eyes, seemingly devoid of extraordinary depth, bore a tranquil simplicity akin to one just awakening from slumber, free of any tumultuous emotions. As the seals of his cultivation dissipated, Gu He gently raised his head, palm outstretched, and with a flicker of his consciousness, the surging Dou Qi coursing through his meridians erupted forth, breaking free like wild horses unbridled, and finally merging into every part of his being. As the exuberant Dou Qi integrated into him, a sharp brilliance ignited in Gu He's dark eyes, intensifying rapidly, while his aura surged, propelling him past the 2-star Dou Zong level and stepping into the 3-star Dou Zong realm. A tremendous force emanated from within Gu He, only to be swiftly retracted like a receding tide. After assessing his internal condition, Gu He nodded in satisfaction. The Dou Zong pill truly lived up to its reputation as a 7th-grade elixir, not only enabling his ascension to the 3-star Dou Zong realm, but also stabilizing his newfound cultivation. Xiao Jin, let us depart, Gu He then stated, casting a gentle smile toward the little golden bird perched on a nearby rock. Chirp! With a sharp cry, Xiao Jin's form rapidly enlarged. Moments later, a colossal avian silhouette soared over the Beast Mountain range, gradually distancing itself from Qingshan Town. A day after Gu He's departure from the Beast Mountain range, a figure clad in blue once again entered the depths of the mountain. In no time, this azure figure reached the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. This blue figure was none other than Yun, who had departed without a word that day. At this moment, she wore a flowing blue robe, acquired from an unknown source. After lingering at the cave entrance for a moment and hesitating, she sighed softly and slowly ventured into the tranquil depths of the cave. Moments later, Yun emerged, her graceful silhouette now tinged with disappointment and melancholy. Has he already left? She murmured, holding a few fragments of a purple robe, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Gazing at the pieces of fabric, memories of the beguiling scene within the cave flashed through her mind. After a brief pause, the blue figure departed from the Beast Mountain range. Chapter 105, Arrival at the Tagore Desert. Another day passed. In the vast expanse of the sky, Gu He stood with his hands clasped behind him atop the back of the giant golden-winged eagle, gazing downwards. Below, a golden hue appeared on the distant horizon. At last, He had arrived at the Tagore Desert. With that, Guhi directed the golden-winged eagle to descend towards the ground. High above, in the distant sky, golden streaks of light streaked across the horizon like a comet chasing the moon, darting toward the earthen city that stood resolutely amidst a vast expanse of golden desert. As the ancient river descended from the back of the little golden creature, the proximity to the city became undeniable. A wave of heat surged towards him, and squinting against the brilliance of the nearly boundless golden terrain, he exhaled softly. Ice Emperor Hebadong, I have arrived. Given that this location was nearing the Tagore Desert, the surrounding atmosphere was decidedly arid and sweltering. The blazing sun poured down from the heavens, relentlessly scorching the earth beneath his feet and sending forth waves of oppressive heat that distorted the very air, rendering the landscape hazy and indistinct. Logically, one would expect that in such a harsh environment, few would feel any sense of exhilaration. However, upon stepping onto this land, the ancient river was taken aback to discover that his internal fighting spirit flowed more freely than ever before. A flicker of astonishment crossed his features, and in the next moment, he unleashed his psychic energy, extending a hand to grasp at the void before him. In an instant, a sphere of energy, suffused with both fire and earth attributes, coalesced in his palm. Observing the orb, the ancient river pursed his lips, and after a contemplative pause, realization dawned upon him. The essence of this space was predominantly composed of fire and earth energies. It seemed that the Tagore Desert was indeed an ideal place for those attuned to fire and earth to refine their skills. In the future, he might consider sending Lu Ling here for some training. The environment would undoubtedly accelerate his progress. Naturally, the ancient river would not keep his disciples sheltered under his protective wing indefinitely. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse could never truly flourish. Once they acquired a modicum of self-sufficiency, he would encourage them to venture forth and face challenges. With a gentle exhale, he brushed off the dust that clung to him and set forth, striding towards the looming earthen city that lay just ahead. As he approached the city, the number of passers-by increased. The men he encountered were mostly bare-chested, their skin bronzed and glistening with vitality, exuding an air of boisterousness. The occasional passing woman, similarly sun-kissed, bore a complexion of alluring bronze. Unlike the demure women of the empire, these women wore snug leather outfits that barely concealed their curves. Their slender waists were boldly exposed, and their long, taut thighs were encased in little more than short skirts or shorts, swaying with a serpentine grace that was undeniably captivating. As he walked, the ancient river indulged in the sights, licking his lips as he raised his gaze to the now clearly defined yellow city. Above the city gates, two enormous crimson characters were etched into the walls, evoking a faint sense of bloodshed from a distance. Desert City. He murmured the name softly, a smile gracing his lips as he made his way towards the entrance. At the gates, he observed a throng of armored soldiers brandishing weapons, vociferously interrogating those entering the city. Under the unrelenting sun, the soldiers seemed tireless, their impatience mounting as they questioned the incoming crowd. This scene took the ancient river by surprise. He had not anticipated such stringent vigilance in this remote desert town. The oppressive heat exacerbated the soldiers' irritation, leading to increasingly brusque shouts directed at the people. Approaching the gates, he furrowed his brow at the soldiers' harsh words. Never one to relish unnecessary complications, he decided against engaging them. In an instant, he unleashed his psychic energy and executed a swift maneuver, vanishing into the city in the blink of an eye. When he next appeared, he found himself in a secluded street within the city. His gaze swept across the landscape, and his eyes brightened at the sight of a cluster of uniquely desert-inspired buildings. Though constructed from unremarkable materials, these structures possessed an undeniable charm that caught his attention. After casually inquiring with a few locals, he soon learned of Hebadong's current residence. After a leisurely walk, he arrived at a quaint establishment known as the Ancient Map Shop. Glancing around, he noted that this shop lacked the ostentation of others, instead exuding a subtle, rustic aura. Intrigued, the ancient river stepped inside. The interior was not overly spacious, illuminated by the soft glow of two moonstones. Within, only a handful of customers were perusing the maps. As he made his way further in, his gaze settled on an elderly man behind the counter, meticulously crafting maps. The old man, though graying, possessed a steady hand that gripped the drawing pen with remarkable strength. 4 other patrons were also present, 3 men and 1 woman, all adorned in lavish attire. Behind them stood several imposing figures, who cast a brief glance at the ancient river upon his entrance before returning to their selections with a languid disinterest. As the four turned their heads, the ancient river's eyes swept over their faces. The three men were handsome enough but bore a hint of arrogance that marred their appeal. The woman, clad in a form-fitting red gown that accentuated her alluring figure, caught the attention of the men, their gazes revealing a mix of admiration and trepidation. Ignoring the peculiar dynamics of this group, the ancient river focused on the elderly man, leisurely approaching the counter and casually picking up a map to browse. He recalled that within Hebadong's possession lay a fragment of the pure lotus demonic fire map. Now that he had arrived, he was determined to acquire it. Chapter 106. Ice Emperor, long time no see. As thoughts of the pure lotus demonic fire map danced in his mind, a smile crept across his lips. He chose not to disturb the ongoing conversations, instead allowing his gaze to wander across the various maps displayed on the counters. He meticulously examined each scroll, gently shaking them to assess their contents. He remembered that in the original narrative, the pure lotus demonic fire map was hidden among these very maps. As he scrutinized the clear routes depicted on the maps, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The level of detail regarding the various hidden locations within the Tagore Desert was astonishing. It was no wonder that, with Hebadong's temperament, his humble map shop had gained such renown in Desert City. Clearly, there was substance behind the acclaim. For someone newly entering the Tagore Desert, this meticulously recorded map would prove invaluable. After some time spent perusing the maps, the ancient river had yet to locate the pure lotus demonic fire map. He glanced toward Hebadong, who seemed in no rush to conclude his work. With a slight purse of his lips, he ambled over to a rustic wooden shelf in the corner of the shop. The wooden frame, evidently aged and weathered, was riddled with decaying holes. Upon its surface lay a haphazard assortment of yellowed maps, their surfaces marred with signs of damage, seemingly discarded as failed attempts at cartography. As one's hand idly sifted through these antique maps, a faint musty odor wafted forth, causing a slight furrow of the brow. Douqi picked up a stack of these unsuccessful works, his hand trembling slightly, and a small, tattered image unexpectedly slipped from a pile. Upon noticing the fallen fragment, Douqi's gaze sharpened. He bent down to retrieve the tattered map, scrutinizing the vaguely familiar, enigmatic route depicted upon it. After a moment's contemplation, Douqi gradually narrowed his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire map. Although the intricate details of these mysterious lines eluded his comprehension, they bore a semblance of familiarity, reminiscent of a similar enigmatic image he had encountered within a cave while treasure hunting with the little medicine fairy in the Warcraft Mountains. With a faint smile, Douqi glanced at the still busy Hebadong, discreetly stowing the fragment into his storage ring before making his way further inside. Hearing footsteps approach from behind, Hebadong's ink brush, gliding smoothly over the maps, momentarily faltered. He frowned slightly, but did not lift his gaze, merely stating in a flat tone, "Apologies. This establishment is closed for the day. If you wish to purchase maps, please return tomorrow." Upon hearing the elder's curt words, Douqi couldn't help but shake his head. Such a peculiar demeanor for a shopkeeper. Just as Douqi prepared to speak, two robust men suddenly blocked his path, their hands gripping the weapons at their waists, their faces etched with menace. The abrupt turn of events left Douqi momentarily taken aback, his brow knitting in confusion as he turned to regard a striking woman in a red dress, who seemed to hold some degree of status within this desolate city. "Master Bing does not appreciate interruptions while crafting maps. I kindly ask you to step outside," the beautiful woman stated, slowly advancing. Despite her soft tone, an unmistakable air of authority and arrogance permeated her words. Had they already discerned Hebadong's true identity? Douqi was momentarily startled by the evident respect the woman in red afforded to Hebadong. Surely, he wouldn't have revealed his identity while living in seclusion here. Otherwise, the middle family would have sought him out long ago. Unbeknownst to Douqi, the red-dressed girl was also feeling a tinge of vexation. As the daughter of the city lord, she was accustomed to indulgence and had never shown such deference to anyone. However, her father had informed her that the proprietor of this humble shop was likely a formidable figure. Consequently, the city lord often instructed his daughter to assist in the shop, extending warmth to the elder in hopes of earning the recognition of this powerful individual. Trusting her father's words, she had always endeavored to provide the elder with the best care. Yet, the elder's indifference to her attentions had left her feeling unappreciated. Each time she visited the shop, he remained cold, leaving her feeling as though her warmth was met with icy detachment. This situation was difficult for the proud young woman to accept. Nevertheless, despite the elder's lack of warmth, she firmly believed in her father's words. One day, She inadvertently sensed the overwhelming aura that emanated from the elder, a presence so fearsome that it left an indelible mark on her memory. Under that aura, she couldn't help but tremble with trepidation. This was why, despite the elder's chilly demeanor, she continued to treat him with utmost respect. This meek and compliant demeanor often left her companions incredulous. Was this obedient girl still the same spoiled and tempestuous enchantress who had once thrown the desolate city into chaos? Today, as usual, the red-dressed girl came to the shop to assist the elder. His demeanor towards her remained as frosty as ever. He merely cast a fleeting glance her way before returning to his work. Though she maintained a composed exterior, the proud girl harbored a flicker of indignation in her heart. At that moment, Gu He's sudden intrusion served as the perfect outlet for her frustrations. She seized the opportunity to assert herself before the elder. Gu He paid little heed to the girl's haughty command, simply casting her a casual glance before lowering the map in his hand and effortlessly sidestepping the two hulking men blocking his path. The audacity of Gu He to disregard her command and press forward ignited a spark of anger in the red-dressed girl. She lifted her chin slightly and exchanged a meaningful glance with the two men. In an instant, the group of men in the room, their expressions darkening, advanced toward Gu He with intent. With her arms crossed over her chest, the girl regarded Gu He with a hint of amusement in her eyes. However, just as she was about to witness his plight, Gu He executed a move that left her utterly astounded. He suddenly concentrated a surge of battle energy in his hand and hurled it forcefully toward the elder, whom the girl esteemed highly, while calmly declaring, "Old Hai, an old friend has come to visit. Is this how you treat your guests?" As the energy neared Hai Buodong's form, it was abruptly arrested by a sudden chill, crystallizing into an icy block before falling feebly at the elder's side. The sight of the energy transforming into ice sparked a glimmer of intrigue in the red-dressed girl's eyes, her face reflecting shock. This was yet another opportunity to witness the elder's formidable prowess. This foolhardy man dared to strike at Master Bing. She was eager to see how this would unfold. Returning to her senses, the red-dressed girl cast a look of schadenfreude toward Gu He. In her view, the aloof Master Bing would never let this white-clad man off the hook. However, her assumptions were destined to be misguided. After Gu He's bold move, Hai Buodong indeed paused his actions, shifting his gaze from the map to the white-clad figure before him. His face, as dry as ice, revealed a solemnity that was unmistakable. Clearly, Gu He's casual address of Old Hai had disrupted his composure. "Who are you?" Hai Buodong's eyes scrutinized Gu He, a wave of familiarity washing over him. He was certain he had encountered this man before, yet the specifics eluded him. This was hardly surprising. When Gu He had first met Hai Buodong, he was but a spirited youth. Now, years later, Gu He's appearance had transformed significantly, and he bore an ethereal quality that eclipsed his former self. Hai Buodong regarded the striking young man before him, his demeanor exuding elegance and sophistication, and his murky old eyes revealed a glimmer of perplexity. Who exactly was this person? From the white-clad man's address, Hai Buodong understood that this individual had undoubtedly recognized him. Observing the elder's astonished expression, Gu He couldn't help but smile wryly. It was clear that Hai Buodong had not recognized him at all. "What is this, Ice Emperor? Has it been so long that you can't recognize Gu?" In the past, in an effort to woo me, someone had offered a high price for a 6th-grade pill recipe, remarked Gu He with a hint of indifference. Upon hearing this, a sudden spark of realization flashed through Hai Buodong's mind, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "You are Gu He?" At this point, Gu He had already dropped enough hints. If Hai Buodong still could not recall, it would be utterly unacceptable. Meanwhile, observing the interaction, the woman in the red dress appeared slightly taken aback as she noted that Hai Buodong not only refrained from attacking Gu He, but also engaged him in conversation. Casting a glance at Gu He, the red-dressed woman furrowed her brows slightly. Who exactly is this person, and why does Master Bing regard him with such favor? A twinge of jealousy stirred within her. Despite having assisted Master Bing on numerous occasions, he had never treated her with such kindness. This man, as she contemplated this with a simmering indignation, the words exchanged between the two suddenly rendered her rigid, as if struck by lightning. Of course, she was not the only one. The three young men and several burly men inside the shop also froze upon hearing the name Gu He uttered by Hai Buodong. Gu He, the Pill King Gu He. A chorus of incredulous and astonished gazes fixated on the figure of Gu He clad in white, their minds momentarily unable to process the revelation. Within the Gar Empire, the name of Pill King Gu He had undoubtedly become a household name. Thus, upon hearing the name, the red-dressed woman and others instinctively thought of the legendary Pill King Gu He. watching the seemingly unconcerned exchange between Gu He and Hai Buodong. The haughty demeanor of the woman in red gradually subsided. Although she was headstrong, she was not foolish, observing the mysterious elder's demeanor towards Gu He. Along with the content of their conversation, she realized that this man in white must possess an extraordinary status. With this realization, a bittersweet smile crept onto her delicate face. After a moment's hesitation, she timidly addressed Master Bing. Interrupted in their conversation, Hai Buodong frowned slightly, casting a glance at the red-dressed woman, and replied coolly, "You may leave now. There is no need for you to return. Inform your father that his tricks are rather stale." Taken aback by Hai Buodong's unceremonious dismissal, the red-dressed woman felt her eyes welling with tears, her lips pressing together tightly. Her intention had been to ask Hai Buodong to take her as a student, but his words had clearly dashed her hopes. At that moment, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her, tears threatening to spill as her long eyelashes became dampened. The earlier haughtiness she had displayed towards Gu He had vanished completely. Seeing Hai Buodong's indifferent attitude, Gu He could not help but shake his head. This old fellow was indeed quite obstinate. Although the woman's earlier arrogance had left a negative impression on Gu He, she was merely acting on behalf of Hai Buodong. Despite her earnest attempts to win his favor, it seemed that this stubborn and aloof old man had no feelings for her. It appeared that his temperament mirrored that of his title, Ice Sovereign. "Old Hai, with your stature, treating a woman in such a manner is rather beneath you," Gu He remarked lightly, toying with a map on the counter, a playful smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Gu He's smiling face. After a moment, he too smiled and nodded. He gently caressed a yellow ring on his finger, causing a scroll to materialize. With a flick of his finger, he sent it towards the red-dressed woman, saying with a hint of reluctance, "This is a low-level, mysterious combat technique. Since you've helped me for so long, I shall gift it to you. I know you wish for me to take you as a student, but I truly have no such intention, so consider this my compensation." Stunned, the red-dressed woman accepted the scroll, biting her lip tightly. After a brief moment, she bowed slightly in gratitude towards Gu He, her expression dimming as she quietly exited the shop. With her departure, the others in the store followed suit, leaving the establishment once again eerily empty. "I'm naturally inclined towards freedom and not particularly fond of teaching students. Her following me would not promise much of a future," Hai Buodong explained with a chuckle after the red-dressed woman left. With a slight smile, Gu He gazed at Hai Buodong and remarked cheerfully, "Indeed, the renowned Ice Sovereign would not easily take on disciples." Hearing this, Hai Buodong turned his gaze towards Gu He, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Gu He, how did you find this place?" In response to Hai Buodong's inquiry, Gu He did not elaborate, for he could not articulate it clearly. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "I have my own channels." Does old Hai truly believe that hiding in this remote town means no one knows of its existence? At this, Hai Buodong paused for a moment, then scrutinized Gu He intently. After a brief silence, a smile unexpectedly broke across his aged face. "No wonder you are the illustrious Pill King Gu He. Your methods are indeed extraordinary. I did not anticipate that you would grow to such heights." With that, Hai Buodong cast a contemplative gaze at Gu He. Although he had secluded himself in this remote town for years, he was well aware of the reputation of Pill King Gu He. The current Gu He was basking in glory within the Gar Empire, far surpassing the fame that Hai Buodong had once held as the Ice Sovereign. Reflecting on the past, when Gu He had just claimed victory at the Alchemist Conference, he had still been a mere youth. At that time, while Gu He had showcased exceptional talent, who could have foreseen that he would achieve such remarkable success? A wave of nostalgia washed over Hai Buodong's heart, observing the contemplative expression on Hai Buodong's face. Gu He could not help but smile slightly. When did the cold and aloof Ice Sovereign become so sentimental? Ice Sovereign. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of nostalgia crossed Hai Buodong's features as he murmured, "The former Ice Sovereign has long since vanished. What stands before you now is merely an old man at the Battle Spirit Realm." Upon hearing this, Gu He scrutinized Hai Buodong, then remarked coolly, "Old Hai, you seem to have been afflicted by some sort of seal which has resulted in your powers being diminished to the Battle Spirit Realm. Am I correct?" In response, Hai Buodong nodded with a touch of bitterness, sighing, "Indeed. After participating in the Inter-Imperial Strongmen's Conference, I ventured into the Taggart Desert, where I stumbled upon a fragment of a map. However, this attracted the pursuit of the desert's serpent tribe's queen, the Medusa. You must understand, the Medusa is among the top-tier experts within the Battle Emperor realm. Had the serpent tribe possessed more than one such powerhouse, they would have surely launched an attack on the human empire long ago. In that battle, I was inevitably defeated by her. Although I managed to escape, I fell victim to her serpent seal curse, which not only hastened my physical deterioration, but also sealed my powers at the battle spirit level. Hai bodong lamentet. For all these years, I have remained here, researching the secrets of that fragment, hoping to find something that could break the seal. Yet, this fragment only constitutes a small part of an entire map, and no matter how experienced I am, I cannot decipher it. Hearing this, Gui smiled slightly and produced the fragment he had obtained earlier, raising it towards Hai Bodong. Is this the fragment you mentioned, old Hai? Upon seeing the fragment in Guhi's hand, Hai Bodong's expression shifted, followed by a frown directed at Guhi. Guhi, is it not a bit excessive to take my belongings without my consent? Unfazed by Hai Bodong's irritation, Guhi responded casually, name your price, I want that fragment. In response, Hai Bodong narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to a serious tone. What do you mean by that? This fragment of a map has been in your possession for so long, yet you have failed to unravel the secrets it holds. Why not hand it over to me? I can promise you one condition, Guhi said with a faint smile. One condition? Upon hearing this, Hai Bodong was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Unless you can break the seal within me, I shall not agree. Guhi had anticipated this condition from Hai Bodong, and nodded in response. Then I shall assist you in unsealing your body. However, upon hearing this, Hai Bodong shook his head. The seal within me is beyond your ability to break. Guhi smiled subtly, exuding confidence. How can you be certain I cannot break it if you have not even attempted? Over these decades, I have acquired a formula capable of unsealing such seals. If I can concoct the elixir as described, I shall regain my strength. Hai Bodong spoke in a low voice. At this point, a bitter smile emerged on his face as he continued. However, the primary requirement for concocting this elixir is that the alchemist must possess a unique flame. Now, do you understand why I said you cannot break the seal within me? Hai Bodong gazed at Guhi with a wry smile. A unique flame, you say? What if I told you I possessed such a flame? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Guhi's eyes as he slowly extended his palm. With a mere thought, a strand of violet flame materialized in his hand. As the violet flame appeared, the surrounding space began to warp, and the temperature within the room soared to unbearable heights. The moment the violet flames manifested in Guhi's palm, Hai Bodong's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the fire. Staring at the violet flames before him, astonishment filled Hai Bodong's eyes, which soon transformed into sheer exhilaration. His lips trembled as he stammered, "Is this a unique flame?" Guhi nodded indifferently. "Indeed, the flame in my hand is a unique fire. Now, do I not possess the qualifications to unseal you?" Upon receiving Guhi's affirmation, a spark of excitement flashed in Hai Bodong's aged eyes. "Since you possess a unique flame, coupled with your alchemical prowess, you could indeed break the seal upon me." Hai Bodong looked at Guhi earnestly, stating, "As long as you can unseal me, I would gladly gift you this fragment of the map." Guhi responded with a smile. "Assisting you in breaking the seal is certainly no issue. However, I desire the complete version of the map." Guhi was well aware that the fragment in his possession was incomplete, with another piece still in Hai Bodong's hands. Upon hearing Guhi's words, Hai Bodong's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by Guhi's insight. After a brief moment of surprise, his demeanor returned to normal, and he smiled. "You are indeed the Alchemy King. Guhi, nothing escapes your notice. If I am unsealed, I shall naturally present you with the remaining piece of the map." At this, Guhi let out a sigh of relief, raising his gaze to meet Hai Bodong's expectant face, and nodded slightly, smiling. "Very well, I agree." Seeing Guhi's nod, Hai Bodong finally exhaled, and the smile on his aged face deepened. "Now, please provide me with the formula." "Oh, and you're aware of the customary rules for alchemists, are you not?" Guhi smiled gently at Hai Bodong. "You must prepare your own materials." Upon hearing this, a wry smile crossed Hai Bodong's face, for he understood the unspoken rules of the alchemical world. However, upon hearing Guhi's words, Hai Bodong awkwardly tugged at his sparse beard and confessed, "I have mostly gathered the materials specified in the formula, but I am still lacking one ingredient." Guhi paused, curious. What ingredient is still missing? Hai Bodong sheepishly replied, "The ingredient is called Samandragora, found only in the Tagore Desert, and it is more easily located in areas of higher temperatures. However, you must understand, I practice ice-based techniques, and with the seal from the Queen Medusa within me. The moment I step into the depths of the Tagore Desert, she will sense my presence." Seeing Hai Bodong's embarrassed expression, Guhi regarded him intently. "You do not expect me to venture into the desert to retrieve this ingredient for you, do you? I must inform you. Assisting you with alchemy is already quite a favor. Expecting me to brave the vast desert for your ingredient seems rather exorbitant for a mere fragment of map. Hearing Gu He's words, Haibo Dong awkwardly chuckled, then weakly replied, "How about this? I have some information that will surely pique your interest." "What information?" Gu He asked, somewhat astonished. "The information I possess pertains to unique flames." After Haibo Dong spoke, the wrinkles on his aged face deepened. His gaze fixed intently on Gu He as he continued with a slow smile. "I wonder if this information would persuade you to help me in locating the Sand Mandragora?" Upon hearing the mention of unique flames, Gu He's heart raced, his focus sharpening on Haibo Dong. "Surely, you have heard the rumors regarding unique flames within the Tagore Desert?" Observing Gu He's expression, Haibo Dong felt slightly relieved and chuckled. "Indeed." Gu He nodded slightly, looking at Haibo Dong. "Do you perhaps know where such unique flames might be found?" "I have a keen interest in cartography, and I once explored the Tagore Desert. Fortunate enough to gather some information about unique flames. I have mapped out potential locations based on my findings. While I cannot guarantee their accuracy, they provide a better chance of locating the flames than wandering aimlessly." Haibo Dong spoke with a hint of pride. "Without my insights, even if you spend over a year in the Tagore Desert, acquiring unique flames would remain exceedingly difficult. How about this? If you assist me in obtaining the Sand Mandragora, I shall share all the information I have accumulated regarding unique flames." Haibo Dong smiled at Gu He. "It's a deal." After hearing Haibo Dong's words, Gu He immediately agreed without hesitation. The allure of unique flames was simply too compelling for him to resist, and he was willing to pay a steep price to obtain them. Seeing Gu He's agreement, Haibo Dong nodded with a smile. Reaching into his garments and retrieving a thin piece of parchment, which he handed to Gu He, "Within my findings, I have identified 3 locations in the Tagore Desert where unique flames are most likely to exist. These locations are all recorded on this map." Gu He extended his hand to carefully accept the parchment, examining it closely before cautiously unfolding it. He discovered that it was a remarkably detailed map of the Tagore Desert, far superior to the maps previously available at the counter. This map not only marked the locations of water sources within the desert, but also meticulously indicated the locations of the serpent tribes scattered throughout. "Do you see the 3 flame symbols on the map?" Haibo Dong reminded him with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu He scanned the map and indeed found 3 conspicuous flame symbols in the northern, eastern, and western directions. These 3 locations represented the highest probabilities of harboring unique flames within the Tagore Desert. Pointing to the 3 flame symbols, Haibo Dong smiled. "Of course, these are merely conjectured locations based on my observations. The accuracy cannot be guaranteed, but they are undoubtedly far superior to aimless wandering." Upon hearing this, Gu He nodded slightly. Although his spiritual power was exceptional, the vast expanse of the Tagore Desert made it exceedingly challenging to locate a specific place where an unusual flame might exist. The detailed map provided by Haibo Dong would undoubtedly save him considerable time and effort. "You must remember to first head towards the locations marked by the flames in the east and north. If possible, avoid the western one," Haibo Dong advised, his finger resting on the flame symbol in the west. "Why?" Gu He inquired. "Because that area is perilously close to the depths of the Tagore Desert, where the Queen Medusa can sense any human presence within her territory. Even though you possess an unusual flame, I doubt you would stand much chance of escaping should you encounter the terrifying Queen Medusa." Haibo Dong sighed, recalling the formidable strength of the Medusa Queen with a hint of trepidation. "I will do my best," Gu He replied, his demeanor unruffled. He was acutely aware that if he did not find any traces of the unusual flames at the other 2 locations, he would likely venture towards the western flame symbol. As for the danger Haibo Dong mentioned, Gu He remained indifferent. With the prowess of a 3-star Dou Zong, he was more than capable of dominating the entire Tagore Desert. Even the Queen Medusa would have to be subdued at his hands. "This is the only assistance I can offer you. I hope you succeed in acquiring the unusual flame and return with the Sand Mandala," Haibo Dong remarked. Watching as Gu He carefully stowed the map away. "As for the formula and that fragment of the map, allow me to keep them for a while longer. I will return them all to you upon your return." "Very well." Gu He nodded slightly, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. "In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, he stepped out of the small shop. Upon exiting, Gu He turned back to gaze at the modest, antiquated storefront, raising his head to let the scorching sunlight pour down upon his face like boiling water. After a moment, he exhaled softly. Chapter 110, The Desert Iron Mercenary Corps. In the void above, Gu He sat astride Xiao Yan, swiftly traversing the golden expanse below. It had been 2 days since he departed from Mo City, and he was now following the route indicated on the map towards the Shimo City, where the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps was located. Holding the map, Guhi surmised that he should be nearing Shimo City. High in the sky, Guhi stood on Xiao Jin's back, releasing his spiritual power to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and cast his gaze downward. He spotted a man frantically fleeing atop a sand dune. As he crested the dune, he stumbled and tumbled down its side. From his vantage point, Guhi observed the man rolling down the dune, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. In the next instant, he activated his ability, appearing beside the man in an instant and producing a portion of fresh water from his storage ring. With the aid of the water, the previously unconscious man opened his eyes. He glanced at the unexpected figure before him, relieved to sense no malice. Guhi, after assessing the man, left behind the water and prepared to depart. He had never considered himself a benevolent soul, but encountering an injured stranger in the desert and offering some water was his limit. If the man expected him to accompany him out of the desert, that was simply out of the question. Brother, the man called out, surprised at Guhi's intention to leave. Please wait. Our mercenary team has been attacked by serpent men and is now facing a life-or-death situation. I implore you to go to Shimo City and seek help. I'm sorry, but I have no time, Guhi replied, not even turning his head as he dismissively refused. This was not a reflection of his cold nature. After all, not everyone could summon help in this world. They had chosen to become mercenaries in the Tagore Desert and should have been prepared for such outcomes. Brother, the man, growing desperate as Guhi continued to walk away, shouted after him, please help us. If our Desert Iron Mercenary Corps manages to survive this ordeal, our captain will surely reward you handsomely. Hearing the man's pleas, Guhi paused, a flicker of interest crossing his face. He turned back, and upon seeing the man's ecstatic expression, approached him. Desert Iron Mercenary Corps? You are from the Shimo City Desert Iron Mercenary Corps? Guhi blinked, a hint of surprise in his dark eyes. What a remarkable coincidence. Yes, brother. Have you heard of our mercenary corps? The man, unsure of Guhi's intentions, felt compelled to press on. Guhi then inquired, is your captain named Xiao Li? The man replied cautiously, yes. A smile crept across Guhi's face. It seemed he had indeed encountered the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps. He retrieved an antidote pill from his storage ring and tossed it to the man. Take this. It will neutralize the snake venom. Thank you, brother, the man exclaimed, hurriedly accepting the pill and swallowing it. Thank you. After consuming the antidote, the man expressed his gratitude once more. Guhi then produced a small vial of healing medicine from his storage ring and handed it to the man, saying with a smile, this is a healing potion. Apply it to your wounds. You should be fine. Afterward, take me to your mercenary team. To there? The man was taken aback, exclaiming, brother, that won't do. There are 8 serpent men attacking our team, 3 of whom are 9-star Dou Zong. Little brother, you should hurry to Shimo City and inform the mercenary corps. The captain and the others will come immediately. It's not far from here. The man urged desperately. Enough with the chatter. Quickly apply the medicine and lead the way. I have my reasons for doing this. Otherwise, by the time they arrive, your comrades will be dead, Guhi said, kicking the man's thigh lightly, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Hesitant yet intrigued, the man scrutinized Guhi once more. Clad in white and seemingly untainted, Guhi moved alone, which left the man questioning the extent of his strength. With a wry smile, the man applied the healing ointment to his thigh and shakily stood up, pointing towards the dunes. It's just over there, not far away. Glancing at the dunes, Guhi nodded slightly, grasped the man's arm, and in a flash, they arrived atop a hill. Looking down into the desert, Guhi spotted a group of mercenaries back-to-back, weapons drawn, encircled by 8 peculiar beings. These creatures possessed human heads and torsos, yet their lower halves were replaced by enormous serpent tails that hissed ominously, sending chills down one's spine. Are these the serpent men of the Tagore Desert? Guhi marveled, astonished at this being he had never encountered before since his arrival in this world. Sir, they're a small squad from our Desert Iron Mercenary Corps. We initially aimed to hunt magical beasts, but we were ambushed by these creatures, the man said, gazing at Guhi with a mix of awe and reverence, recognizing him as a concealed powerhouse given his earlier display of speed. Indeed, with a slight nod, Guhi cast his gaze once more over the 10 mercenaries before him, 8 men and 2 women. Upon closer inspection, he realized their strength was lamentably weak. Eliminate them. Spare the woman, commanded the leading serpent man, his triangular pupiled eyes roving over the female figure, his voice chillingly hoarse, laced with an unsettling lewdness. Serpentine by nature, their avarice for women was almost instinctual. As the leader issued his order, a bloodthirsty expression surged across the faces of the nearby serpent men, their mouths slightly agape, revealing crimson tongues flicking hungrily. Everyone be cautious. Old 5 has already gone back to seek help. If we can hold on for a little longer, We will be saved. A sultry woman from the MO Thai Mercenary Corps pressed her crimson lips together, her voice icy as she admonished her comrades. At her words, the surrounding mercenaries felt a flicker of hope, yet their palms remained slick with sweat around their weapons. The highest rank among them barely reached 7-star fighters, whereas their adversaries included several 9-star fighters. It was uncertain whether they could endure until reinforcements arrived. Kill! The Serpent Man leader sneered, gesturing with a wave of his hand, prompting the surrounding Serpent Men, eyes gleaming with malice, to pounce upon the mercenaries in the center. Just as the Serpent Men launched their assault, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the scene. Chapter 111. A first encounter with Ching Lin. This formidable aura arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Once it dissipated, both the MO Thai Mercenary Corps and the Serpent Tribe were taken aback to find a man clad in white standing abruptly between them. The sudden appearance of this white-robed figure startled both parties momentarily. However, the mercenaries gradually regained their composure, reassured by the fact that the newcomer was human, thus unlikely to ally with the Serpent Tribe. The Serpent Men, on the other hand, glared at Dou Huang, the unexpected guest, their faces contorted with fury. The leading Serpent Man, his cold, triangular eyes narrowing as he surveyed Dou Huang, wasted no time. With a flick of his hand, he dispatched 2 Serpent Men, each at the 5-star fighter level, to charge at Dou Huang with ferocity. Raising his gaze, Dou Huang inhaled the faint, metallic tang of the air as the 2 Serpent Men lunged at him. A slight frown crossed his brow before his eyes ignited with flickers of purple flames. In an instant, the 2 charging Serpent Men erupted into flames, engulfed entirely by a blaze of violet. The air filled with their agonized shrieks as they were reduced to ashes, swept away by the desert winds. Witnessing Dou Huang's display of power, the mercenaries behind him gaped in astonishment. What kind of sorcery is this? The members of the MO Thai Mercenary Corps exchanged bewildered glances. Such formidable strength, the sultry woman among them, her lips slightly parted and beautiful eyes fixed intently on Dou Huang, murmured in disbelief. "Hey, Sister Xiao Yan, are you all right?" From behind the sand dune, a mercenary known as Old Five hurried down, excitement radiating from him as he approached the mercenary group and addressed the alluring woman, Xiao Yan. "Old Five? Did I not instruct you to fetch reinforcements from Shimo City? Why are you still here?" Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Old Five, her brows knitting in anger. After receiving a scolding from Xiao Yan, Old Five finally got a chance to explain. He pointed to Dou Huang's back and said, "Sister Xiao Yan, this brother is the reinforcements I summoned." Him? Upon hearing Old Five's words, Xiao Yan paused, her gaze shifting to Dou Huang, her brow furrowing slightly. "Who is he? He cannot possibly be one of our MO Thai Mercenary Corps, can he? How did you manage to enlist him?" As a mercenary, Xiao Yan always maintained a high level of vigilance. In a vast desert, one must never trust a stranger. "Actually, I don't know him either," Old Five admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "He saved me earlier, so I thought to ask him for help in notifying Shimo City." At this point, Old Five felt somewhat awkward, recognizing the unreasonable nature of his request after being rescued. He continued, "Initially, he ignored me, but when I mentioned I was from the MO Thai Mercenary Corps, he suddenly became enthusiastic and even provided me with antidotes and healing potions. Could it be that this person has some connection to our MO Thai Mercenary Corps?" Xiao Yan pondered, her eyes reflecting a mixture of contemplation and intrigue. As she brushed a strand of damp hair from her forehead, her unintentional charm caught the attention of a nearby Serpent Man, igniting a glimmer of lust in his gaze. "I've never seen him in our ranks before. Could he be an acquaintance of our 2 leaders? Given his earlier display of power, he likely possesses strength on par with a grand fighter," Xiao Yan mused. "I'm not sure about that," Old Five replied with a rueful shake of his head. "But who cares? If he is willing to assist us, he should not pose a threat, right? It's certainly better than falling into the hands of the Serpent Tribe." Xiao Yan nodded, slightly in agreement with Old Five's perspective. The Serpent Man leader narrowed his eyes, his triangular pupils constricting at the sight of his 2 subordinates being incinerated. He turned his gaze toward Dou Huang, his crimson tongue flicking ominously. "Human, who exactly are you? Offending a Serpent Man in the Tagore Desert is hardly a wise choice." Dou Huang merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. "If you know what is good for you, I advise you to leave now. I can overlook your transgression against my subordinates." The leader's tone was icy, yet beneath it lurked a hint of wariness and concealed malice, clearly influenced by Dou Huang's earlier display of prowess. "I'm afraid not," Dou Huang replied with a light smile and a slight shake of his head, his curt words bearing an air of finality. "Seeking death." A dark expression crossed the Serpent Man leader's face. "Everyone, attack together. First, eliminate this one, and then take all the women back for our pleasure. Hissing, the other serpent men hesitated briefly before revealing their fierce countenances, brandishing their serpent spears as they charged toward Gu He. We'll join the fray, unable to stand idly by as the serpent men prepare to swarm. Xiao Yan raised her hand and shouted, "Stay back. I can handle this alone." Gu He replied coolly, turning his head slightly in resignation. "You." Xiao Yan halted in her tracks, her weapon poised to strike. Did he underestimate her abilities? As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Yan's brows furrowed in irritation. It was the first time she had ever been treated with such disdain. Just as she was about to object, she recalled that this man was their only hope for survival. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and shot Gu He a fierce glare, crossing her arms defiantly against her ample bosom, retreating a step while coldly observing him. In her heart, she murmured, "I shall see just how strong this fellow truly is. To be so arrogant." However, her contemptuous gaze did not last long before it was gradually replaced by astonishment, a sentiment echoed by the other mercenaries behind her. As the serpent men surged toward him, Gu He's expression remained unchanged. The next moment, purple flames erupted from within him, enveloping him in a swirling sphere of violet fire. Gasping in unison, the mercenaries behind him were taken aback. What kind of power is this? What is that flame? Such a display of might could hardly be performed even by a grand fighter. With her beautiful eyes wide open, Xiao Yan gazed in disbelief at the figure encased in violet flames before her. Could he possibly be an alchemist? It was said that only alchemists could wield such formidable fire. One mercenary spoke up. Yet, are not alchemists typically aloof and exalted? What could possibly bring him to the Tagore Desert? The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. No wonder he dared to confront the serpent folk alone. He possessed such immense fiery power. Among the mercenaries, the fifth member gaped, his expression akin to that of a ghost. Mumbling in a daze, though audacious, it was undeniable that he had the credentials to be so. A mercenary sighed, a wry smile creeping onto his face, tinged with envy and a sense of relief at having survived. Where on earth did this individual emerge from? I have never heard of such an extraordinary person in the nearby cities, Xiao Yan remarked, her brows furrowing. The surrounding individuals shook their heads in unison, oblivious to the answer. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could only smile wryly and say, "Well, regardless of his origins, it appears we are fortunate to have been saved today." Meanwhile, witnessing the sudden emergence of violet flames from Gu He, the serpent folk were thrown into disarray. They had witnessed the fate of their two comrades and had first-hand experience of the violet flame's might. Instantly, all the serpent folk turned their gazes towards Gu He, engulfed in flames, and fell into panic. Gu He opened his eyes, observing the dozen or so serpent folk charging towards him, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the violet flames swirled away from his body, transforming into fiery serpents that surged towards the serpent folk. The violet flames were the essence of Gu He's divine fire, a convergence of extraordinary flames, and thus possessed unparalleled power. Soon, the violet flames met the serpent folk. In the instant of contact, a chorus of anguished screams erupted from their mouths. The serpent folk, upon touching the violet flames, realized they were like maggots gnawing at their bones. Utterly indomitable, where the violet flames passed, they consumed everything, garments, flesh, and fighting spirit. The cries of the serpent folk soon faded into silence. Moments later, Gu He summoned the violet flames back to him, and they vanished into his being. By the time the members of the Magia mercenary group reacted, they beheld the remnants of the serpent folk, reduced to ashes, disappearing into the boundless desert. Such a method, is utterly terrifying. The mercenaries behind him gazed in horror at the scene unfolding before them, and witnessing the fate of the serpent folk filled them with a chilling dread. If they were to encounter these violet flames, they would likely meet the same end. With this thought, the members of the Magia mercenary group looked at Gu He's silhouette, and for a moment, none dared to step forward. Gu He, observing their reactions, felt a tinge of helplessness. He had exerted all his effort to suppress his strength. His intention was simply to join the Magia mercenary group and make contact with Ching Lin. Of course, he could have resorted to violence, threatening the mercenary group to hand over Ching Lin. However, Gu He desired to take Ching Lin as his apprentice, and considering his future image in her eyes, he had to portray himself as a hidden master to establish a favorable first impression. Gu He then slowly turned, approaching the members of the Magia mercenary group. As he drew near, a chill gripped their hearts, and some mercenaries, even involuntarily, took a few steps back. Gu He retrieved several bags of water from his spatial ring and placed them on the ground, along with a few bottles of healing potions, saying gently, "Please take these waters and healing potions." The group paused, slightly taken aback, their wariness diminishing. After a moment of hesitation, the leader among the Magia mercenaries stepped forward. Xiao Yan blinked and then smiled at Dou Huang, saying, "Regardless of your motives for assisting us, I must express my gratitude. Otherwise, we would have faced a dire fate. I am Xiao Yan, the captain of this team and a member of the Magia mercenary group." Dou Huang smiled and replied, "My surname is Gu." He then refrained from saying more. Hearing this, the others understood that Dou Huang preferred not to elaborate. Gu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan furrowed her brows slightly, pondering for a moment, but unable to find clarity. She could only shake her head helplessly and look up at Dou Huang with a smile. "So, Mr. Gu, where do you intend to go next? If you have the time, I would like to invite you to Shimo City. The Magia mercenary group values clear distinctions of gratitude. We will repay your kindness. Shimo City is not far from here. Merely a half-hour journey, so it should not greatly delay you." Seemingly fearing Dou Huang's refusal, Xiao Yan hastily added. Hearing this, Dou Huang smiled and nodded. The reason he saved these individuals was precisely because they belonged to the Magia mercenary group, seizing this opportunity to infiltrate the group and gather information about Ching Lin. Upon Dou Huang's agreement, Xiao Yan picked up the water and healing potions from the ground and distributed them among the others. "If there are no issues, shall we set off for Shimo City now? What do you think?" After a moment, once everyone had consumed the water and taken the potions, Xiao Yan turned to Dou Huang and inquired. "Indeed," Dou Huang replied with a smile. "Lao Lu, go fetch the camel-drawn cart." Seeing Dou Huang nod, Xiao Yan turned to a mercenary and waved her hand, giving the command. "All right," the mercenary replied with a smile, quickly darting towards the nearby sand dunes to retrieve a camel cart. When the cart was brought over, Dou Huang noticed that in the back compartment lay the corpses of two first-tier magical beasts, their blood still fresh, indicating they were the quarry of Xiao Yan's team. This camel cart, designed for the desert, was not particularly large, and now occupied by the beast carcasses, it was clearly unsuitable for use as a mount. "Take the items back to Shimo City and report the situation here to the captain," Xiao Yan commanded proficiently to the mercenary driving the cart. All right. I believe the captain will be delighted to meet a new friend." The mercenary smiled kindly at Dou Huang, then kicked the camel's flank, hastening away with the prey towards Shimo City. Chapter 112. The Xiao Brothers. Following this, Dou Huang and Xiao Yan's group began their slow journey towards Shimo City. Along the way, Xiao Yan made several attempts to befriend Dou Huang, subtly probing into his origins, all of which were met with Dou Huang's gentle smile. However, Xiao Yan did ascertain one fact. This Mr. Gu, indeed, was an alchemist. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be a high-ranking alchemist, possibly having reached the third tier. A third-tier alchemist? Upon realizing Dou Huang's status, Xiao Yan was utterly astonished. She never expected that such an extraordinary alchemist would emerge from the remote Shimo City. With this newfound understanding of Dou Huang's identity, Xiao Yan's demeanor towards him grew increasingly respectful. An hour later, the outline of a colossal city, situated on the eastern outskirts of the Tagore Desert, gradually came into view. Gazing at the distant Shimo City, Xiao Yan and the members of the Magia mercenary group could not help but display expressions of excitement. As mercenaries, they were accustomed to living on the edge of danger. On this mission, they narrowly escaped total annihilation at the hands of the Serpent Men, an experience that left them deeply shaken. Although they ultimately managed to salvage their lives thanks to Gu He's heroic intervention, the ordeal had undeniably drained their spirits. Now, the prospect of finally finding a place to rest filled them with immense excitement. Gu He, unable to suppress a smile, also looked forward to a well-deserved respite after so many days of hardship. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the members of the MO Thai Mercenary Corps, Gu He and his companions made their way to the city gates, flowing with the crowd as they entered the stone desert city. This city, nestled within the desert, exuded a rustic charm and a sense of gravitas that set it apart from the cities within the empire. Perhaps due to its proximity to the Tagore Desert, its defenses were significantly more formidable, with soldiers clad in full armor patrolling the streets. Upon entering the city, Gui followed Xiao Yan and her group towards the southern part of town. After navigating through several streets, a spacious courtyard gradually came into view. Above the courtyard, a banner fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the bold characters of the MO Thai Mercenary Corps, subtly emanating an aura of ironclad resilience. At the entrance of the courtyard, several robust figures stood sentinel, weapons in hand, their piercing gazes scanning the passers-by. The faint, metallic scent of blood wafting from them indicated that they were seasoned warriors who had truly fought on the edge of the blade. starkly contrasting with the inexperienced novices who merely donned weapons at their waists, mistakenly believing themselves to be mercenaries. Within the Stone Desert City, the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps ranked among the top 3 in strength, surpassed only by the San Mercenary Corps, whose leader was a grand fighter, rendering their status unassailable. Besides the San Mercenary Corps, the Storm Mercenary Corps was the only other faction in the city that could be considered a rival. As they approached the courtyard, Xiao Yan turned to Gu He with a smile that held a hint of pride. Gu He nodded slightly in response, his demeanor still radiating a cultured charm. The rivalry among mercenaries of this caliber in Stone Desert City hardly piqued his interest. Were it not for the need to cultivate a favorable image in front of Ching Lin, he would have boldly infiltrated the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps and taken Ching Lin away. However, such a course of action would likely startle the young girl, hindering her willingness to accept him as a mentor. Even if she were inclined to do so, it would not be a genuine choice. And Gui could not be certain whether the system would recognize such a coercive master-apprentice relationship. Originally, Gui was still deliberating, but upon witnessing the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps in crisis, a clear path to enter the Corps presented itself. This time, he could follow the lead of the original story as Xiao Yan, first joining the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps to open the young girl's heart, earn her trust, and then seize the opportunity to propose taking her as a disciple. Everything seemed to fall perfectly into place. Xiao Yan, you're back? Are you all right? I heard you encountered the serpent men. As they stepped into the courtyard, a burly man emerged from the entrance and greeted Xiao Yan with a smile. Xiao Yan nodded and then inquired, "Where are the captain and the others?" The man explained, "The captain and the others have just returned from their mission as well. I have already sent someone to inform them." He then turned his gaze to Gu He. "This must be Mr. Gu, right? Thanks to your timely intervention. The brothers of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps were spared from death." Gu He responded with a slight smile, refraining from further conversation. Though he appeared amiable and gentle, he simultaneously maintained an aura of distance. The man was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of discontent. At that moment, Xiao Yan leaned in and whispered something in his ear, causing his expression to change dramatically as he looked at Gu He with newfound respect. Gu He observed this subtle interaction with keen interest, yet felt no resentment. His revelation of being an alchemist was merely a means to avoid unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, he would soon be beset by every Tom, Dick, and Harry looking to provoke him, wasting precious time. After lingering at the entrance for a moment, several figures approached. Leading the way were 2 young men clad in black and white robes, their somewhat similar features suggesting they were brothers. "So, this is Mr. Gu?" They soon arrived at the entrance, and the young man in white robe stepped forward to greet Gu He with warmth and enthusiasm. "I am Xiao Ding, the leader of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. This is my younger brother, Xiao Li." "Indeed," Gu He acknowledged with a slight nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Xiao Ding was momentarily taken aback by Gu He's demeanor. Was a mere nod all he had to offer? He had initially intended to inquire further about Mr. Gu's background, but now found himself at a loss for words. Although he harbored some dissatisfaction, he clearly could not afford to be offended by such trivialities. Quickly redirecting the conversation, "Mr. Gu, thank you for your assistance. The Mo Tai Mercenary Corps has prepared a feast in your honor, and I would like my brothers to properly express their gratitude for your life-saving intervention." Inwardly, Xiao Ding plotted to get Mr. Gu inebriated, believing that would reveal more about his background. Yet, Gu He coolly replied, "Let us forego the banquet. I would appreciate it if you could prepare a room for me, as I merely wish to take a bath and rest for the night." Upon hearing Gu He's words, Xiao Ding was taken aback, temporarily speechless. Gazing at Gu He's refined smile, he understood his intent. This Mr. Gu had no desire to engage with them. Initially, he had been curious about the identity of the friend who had rescued Xiao Yan's team from the Serpent Man, but upon learning that this friend was named Gu, he quickly realized that neither he nor his brother knew this Mr. Gu. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Ding pondered why this Mr. Gu had chosen to assist the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Thus, when he met Gu He exhibited such enthusiasm. However, Gu He's repeated rejections of his inquiries made Xiao Ding feel increasingly uncomfortable. He wanted to express his frustration, but ultimately restrained himself, recognizing that this individual was the savior of his brother's life. "It seems Mr. Gu is indeed weary," he finally remarked, turning to the burly man beside him. "Did you not hear? Quickly prepare a clean room for Mr. Gu to rest." The man promptly approached Gu He with respect, saying, "Master Gu, please follow me." "Thank you." Gu He replied with a calm nod, following the man as he departed. "Brother, this Mr. Gu's temperament is rather peculiar. I assent it." Xiao Li remarked after Gu He had left, a hint of discontent on his face, clearly upset by Gu He's previous refusals. Xiao Ding frowned slightly, but chose to remain silent. Observing the expressions of the two brothers, Xulan surmised their thoughts and decided to share her knowledge regarding Gu He's identity as an alchemist. Upon hearing this revelation, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's expressions shifted dramatically. Mr. Gu is also a third-rank alchemist? Xiao Ding silently rejoiced, relieved that he had refrained from acting rashly. Offending a third-rank alchemist would have dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ding instructed his younger brother, "You should send several maidservants to Master Gu's room." Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Ding had already begun referring to Gu He as Master Gu. Xiao Li nodded in agreement, and the two brothers exchanged knowing smiles before Xiao Li left to carry out the task. Half an hour later, as Gui gazed at the four youthful maidens who had just entered, he couldn't help but smile wryly. What did the Xiao brothers envision him to be? Frowning slightly, Gui contemplated sending the four young ladies away. However, a thought suddenly struck him. Could one of them be Ching Lin? With this in mind, Gui surveyed the four and abruptly inquired, "Which of you is named Ching Lin?" To his dismay, all four timidly shook their heads. He then waved his hand, signaling them to leave his room. He was not anxious. After all, having arrived at the MO-Tai mercenary corps, how could he possibly fail to find Ching Lin? Gui shed his garments and reclined comfortably on the bed, stretching languidly. Since departing from Yunlan Sect, he had endured countless nights outdoors. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed a good night's sleep, excluding that one time with Yun in the cave. As he felt the softness of the bedding, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Had they all been dismissed? In the courtyard not far from Gu He's room, Xiao Li observed the four maidens who had been sent away, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. What on earth was Master Gu up to? Unbeknownst to him, above Gu He's room, a golden little bird perched on the eaves, vigilantly surveying its surroundings. The following day, when Gu He awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky. He sat up, stretched, and wore a satisfied expression. It had been ages since he had slept so comfortably. Just then, he frowned, his gaze shifting towards the door. Creak! The door was gently pushed open, and a delicate figure stealthily entered. Upon seeing Gu He seated on the bed, she was momentarily startled, quickly bowing to him and timidly saying, "Master Gu, you're awake?" Gu He found it puzzling. Had he not explicitly stated that he did not require a maid? Yet another one had been sent to him. However, recognizing her good intentions, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Observing the shy little girl before him, Gu He managed a faint smile and replied, "I just woke up." Seeing the smile on his face, the little girl hesitated for a moment before turning to pick up a basin of water placed by the door, softly saying, "Master Gu, the captain sent me to assist you with your washing." "Xiao Ding sent you?" Wait a moment. Gu He suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. Turning his gaze to the little girl and asking, "What is your name?" Taken aback by the question, the little girl replied timidly, "My name is Ching Lin." Upon hearing the name Ching Lin, Gu He's heart raced. He had found her. At last, he had located the girl he had come to the Tagore Desert to take as his disciple. He finally stood face to face with her. Looking at Ching Lin, Gu He revealed a gentle smile and inquired, "How old are you, little one?" Only then did Gu He take a serious look at the girl before him. Ching Lin appeared younger than the little medicine fairy by a year or two. Clad in a delicate green outfit, her petite frame exuded a certain freshness and charm, resembling a beautiful porcelain doll. Her timid demeanor evoked a sense of tenderness, akin to that of a frightened little rabbit, stirring a protective instinct within him. What an adorable girl. Gu He silently praised her, only to hear Ching Lin softly respond, "Master Gu, I am 14 years old." She placed the basin on a wooden rack outside the bed and nervously stated, "Master Gu, I will help you wash." He chuckled. Such trivial matters. I can manage on my own. With a smile, Gu He approached the wooden rack and casually washed up. Now that he had found her, there was no need to rush. He simply needed to spend quality time with the little girl before proposing to take her as his disciple. Everything would naturally fall into place. Gu He wiped his face with a handkerchief, tossed it into the basin, and inhaled a refreshing breath of air. Seeing Gu He had finished washing, Ching Lin quickly took the basin and hurried outside. Turning his head, Gu He watched the little girl's departing figure, a smile gracing his lips. His third disciple was finally secured. Chapter 114. Taking in Ching Lin. 2 days later. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking at the door stirred Gu He from his slumber. Slowly opening his eyes, he uttered, "Come in." As soon as the words left his lips, a small head peeked through the door. Ching Lin entered with a basin of water, observing Gu He seated on the bed. With a compliant demeanor, she said, "Master Gu, I have come to assist you with your washing." Compared to 2 days prior, Ching Lin now exuded a newfound confidence in Gu He's presence. This change was undoubtedly due to Gu He's demeanor over the past 2 days. To endear himself to the little girl, Gu He had always spoken with elegance and warmth. He even invited Ching Lin to share meals with him at the table. This treatment gradually eased her initial fears, and she became increasingly willing to attend to him. At this moment, gazing at the obedient little girl before him, Gu He felt an increasing sense of satisfaction and smiled gently, saying good. He then rose to begin his washing. Master, the captain requests your presence in the council hall, Ching Lin said softly, bending slightly as she stood beside him. Shouting. At her words, Gu He furrowed his brow for a moment before relaxing. It was time he met with him. After all, Ching Lin was now a part of the MO Mercenary Corps. Even if he intended to take her away, it was only right to inform them. With this thought, Gu He smiled at Ching Lin and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, lead the way. All right, she replied softly, carefully following behind him. Stepping out of the room, the sunlight spilled warmly over them, wrapping them in a gentle embrace. Although the desert was hot, it was still early morning, and the warmth of the sun was just enough to be pleasant without overwhelming. As Gu He walked alongside Ching Lin through the mercenary corps, they encountered various mercenaries who paused to greet him amicably, likely aware of his esteemed identity. However, when their eyes fell upon Ching Lin, their smiles gradually faded, and some even revealed veiled disdain in their gazes. Noticing their expressions, Gu He's brow furrowed slightly, but he felt powerless to change their sentiments. The mercenaries on the fringes of the desert bore an unshakable grudge against the snake people, and whenever they recalled that the innocent little girl before them carried the tainted blood of those filthy serpents, they could not help but display their disgust. This emotion was nearly impossible to suppress, stemming from the long-standing animosity between humans and snake people. Ching Lin, possessing both human and snake blood, bore the weight of disdain from both sides, making her an extraordinarily innocent victim in this turmoil. As she walked beside Gu He, the hateful glances thrown her way caused her petite frame to tremble slightly, and her once cherubic face, which should have inspired affection, became clouded with sorrow. Upon rounding a corner, Gu He could not suppress a sigh, and as he slowed his steps, he turned to the anxious Ching Lin, who was visibly unsettled by his sigh. After a moment of silence, he gently reassured her, little one, do not be overly concerned with the gazes of others. Remember, you do not live for them. You live for yourself. With that, Gu He affectionately ruffled her hair once more and continued on his way. Listening to Gu Hua's words, Ching Lin stood frozen in place, and after a long while, an inexplicable brilliance appeared on her adorable, delicate face. Her pert nose twitched lightly as she lifted her small face, and within her emerald green pupils, 3 exceedingly fine green dots suddenly re-emerged silently. Thank you, Master Gu, she murmured softly, and an unusual confidence suddenly radiated from her petite visage as she followed in Gu Hua's footsteps. A moment later, in the conference hall, Gu Hua held a cup of fragrant tea in his hands and inquired lightly, may I ask why the 2 leaders have summoned me? Seated beside him were the esteemed leader of the MO Mercenary Corps, Xiao Ding, and the second leader, Xiao Li. Meanwhile, Ching Lin stood quietly beside Gu Hua, maintaining her silence. Upon hearing Gu Hua's words, Xiao Ding appeared to be well prepared, a warm smile gracing his face. Xiao mentioned that Master Gu is a 3rd-tier alchemist. I have summoned you today to request your assistance in concocting a pill. In response, Gu Hua did not immediately reply, but gently sipped from his teacup before turning his gaze toward Xiao Ding. What kind of pill do you wish to concoct? Xiao Ding promptly responded, I would like to request Master Gu to craft a Ziyudan. Ziyudan? Gu Hua furrowed his brows as he took a moment to recall its significance. It seemed to be a 2nd-tier pill. Observing Gu Hua's frown, Xiao Ding mirrored his expression, perplexed. Did not Xiao claim that this individual was a 3rd-tier alchemist? Now, I am merely asking him to concoct a 2nd-tier pill. As Xiao Ding pondered, Gu Hua regained his composure and replied, there should be no problem in concocting the Ziyudan for you. However, I do have a request of my own, which I hope you will agree to. As he spoke, Gu Hua slowly set down his teacup, his expression unusually solemn. Seeing this, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li assumed Gu Hua was about to make a lofty demand and frowned slightly. After a moment's hesitation, it was Xiao Ding who finally asked, what condition does Master Gu propose? Gu Hua did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Ching Lin and gently said, Ching Lin, I wish to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? At these words, the hall fell into a state of confusion, with the Xiao brothers displaying expressions of shock. What is happening? Master Gu wishes to take Ching Lin as his disciple? Clearly, Gu Hua's actions had left the Xiao brothers baffled. Xiao Li, standing nearby, was equally bewildered. After learning Ching Lin's name from the 4 young girls, his heart had stirred. The following day, When he saw that Ching Lin had not been dismissed, he began to understand. It seemed Master Gu had a particular fondness for her. Yet now, Master Gu was unexpectedly proposing to take Ching Lin as his disciple, leaving Xiao Li utterly perplexed. What exactly does Master Gu intend? He wondered, seeking clarification. However, Gu Hua's attention was solely focused on Ching Lin, leaving him no room to respond. Simultaneously, the shock was not limited to the Xiao brothers. Ching Lin herself was even more taken aback. She gazed at the man before her, who wore a gentle smile. And for a moment, she felt dazed. Master Gu wishes to take me as his disciple? In that instant, Ching Lin's mind was flooded with confusion. She could not comprehend why Master Gu would suddenly desire to take her as his disciple. Yet, it quickly dawned on her that this was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity for her. Master Gu held a prestigious status, and even the leaders revered him. Thus, becoming his disciple could only bring her fortune. More importantly, unlike others, Master Gu did not regard her bloodline with disdain. In an instant, a wave of immense joy surged within Ching Lin, and a flicker of excitement sparkled in her eyes. The next moment, her melodious voice rang out. Master Gu, I am willing to become your disciple. Saying this, the young girl knelt on the ground, preparing to perform the customary bow of respect to Gu Hua. Please rise. Gu Hua raised a hand to assist Ching Lin back to her feet. There are no such formalities when entering my tutelage. Ching Lin's small face flushed with excitement as she chirped, Master. Gu Hua looked upon the obedient and charming Ching Lin before him, his heart swelling with delight. He nodded and said, From this day forth, you shall be my third disciple, and you will have an elder brother and an elder sister. An elder brother and an elder sister? Ching Lin's face fell into a daze. She had not anticipated that her master had two other disciples. A sudden worry crept into her heart. What if her elder brother and elder sister learned of her identity? As this thought crossed her mind, her previously flushed cheeks paled considerably. Noticing the change in Ching Lin's complexion, Gu Hua recalled his earlier words and understood. Rubbing her little head, he spoke gently, Silly girl, you need not concern yourself with others' opinions any longer. With me as your master, no one would dare to bully you. Feeling the warmth of Gu Hua's hand, Ching Lin momentarily froze, her fears gradually dissipating. She softly nodded, Master, I understand. Meanwhile, the Xiao brothers also began to process the situation. It seemed Master Gu was genuinely serious. Initially, they had suspected he would make exorbitant demands, only to find he sought merely to take a disciple. Xiao Li could hardly believe that a mere maid he had acquired would catch the eye of a respected alchemist, who had now taken her as a disciple. What incredible fortune! Xiao Li couldn't help but silently praise. As the realization settled in, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li approached Gu Hua to extend their congratulations. Congratulations, Master Gu, on acquiring such a well-behaved disciple. Xiao Li added gently to Ching Lin, having taken Master Gu as your teacher, you must be sure to listen well. Ching Lin timidly nodded. I will. Gu Hua had intended to say more to Ching Lin, but the interruption from the Xiao brothers left him somewhat displeased. Thus he spoke coolly. If you wish to have the Ziyu Dan concocted, please have the materials delivered to my room promptly. I shall be leaving Shimo City in 2 days. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding's expression shifted slightly, and he urged, Will Master not stay a bit longer? In this desolate place, it is not often we have a third-tier alchemist visit. Naturally, Xiao Ding wished to make the most of this opportunity and attempted to persuade Gu Hua to stay. However, he was unaware that Gu Hua's objectives in the MO Tai Mercenary Corps had already been fulfilled, and he had no intention of heeding Xiao Ding's plea. Gu Hua shook his head. I will remain for no more than 2 days. Within this time, you must prepare the materials for the Ziyu Dan, or I shall leave Shimo City without delay. Seeing Gu Hua's resolute stance, Xiao Ding understood he could not press further and simply nodded. Very well, I will ensure the materials are delivered to Master S room promptly. With that, Gu Hua nodded and departed the conference hall with Ching Lin. Brother, instruct everyone that Ching Lin is not to be bullied, Xiao Ding commanded Xiao Li after Gu Hua's departure. Xiao Li replied with a nod, Do not worry, brother. I will ensure the orders are given. Now that Ching Lin had become a disciple of Master Gu, her status was no longer that of a mere maid. If anyone within the MO Tai Mercenary Corps dared to provoke her, they would risk incurring Master Gu's wrath, which was something Xiao Ding wished to avoid. Ching Lin, now that you have joined my fold, I should also reveal my name to you. Back in the room, Gu Hua looked at Ching Lin and said. Upon hearing this, Ching Lin blinked her eyes, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in her gaze. Gu Hua smiled slightly, then slowly spoke. My true name is Gu Hua. Gu Hua. Upon hearing this, the adorable eyes of Ching Lin sparkled, and she chimed in a delicate voice, Teacher. I believe I have heard this name somewhere before. Observing the little girl's charming demeanor, Gu He could not help but chuckle, Is that so? It seems that my reputation is quite substantial, if even a little girl like you has heard of it. Blushing, Ching Lin murmured, I only heard from others. Dou Huang smiled gently, then turned to Ching Lin with a more serious tone. Ching Lin, do you wish to cultivate? He had already noted that the little girl bore no signs of having practiced cultivation. Clearly, no one had ever guided her in that direction throughout her life. Upon hearing this, Ching Lin paused for a moment, and then a flicker of determination crossed her verdant gaze as she replied earnestly, yes. A smile graced Dou Huang's lips, and he asked, why do you wish to cultivate? After a moment of contemplation, a shadow of sorrow crossed Ching Lin's face as she whispered, I want to become stronger, so that I can prevent the war between humans and serpent people. I don't want anyone else to suffer as I have, abandoned by their parents and despised by everyone. As she spoke, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. Dou Huang was momentarily taken aback, falling into a brief silence. The war between humans and the serpent people had persisted for over 1,000 years, steeped in an indelible hatred on both sides. The roots of this conflict lay in the struggle for land and resources. The Tagore Desert, with its sweltering heat, was inhospitable to the serpent people, who thrived in cooler climates. Forcing them to reside in such an arid environment was a torment in itself, which explained their ferocity and rage. They loathed humans, envious of the vast lands and resources that belonged to them. Had it not been for their lack of power, the serpent people would have long since declared war on the human realm. In Dou Huang's mind, the only way to cease hostilities between the serpent people and humans was to designate a suitable territory for the serpent people to inhabit. Otherwise, no other solution existed. Yet, which nation would willingly cede land to the notoriously fierce serpent people? After a moment, Dou Huang gently ruffled Ching Lin's hair and said softly, if you want to grow stronger, you must diligently follow me in your cultivation. Listening to Dou Huang's kind voice, Ching Lin felt her emotions gradually stabilize. She nodded resolutely, her green eyes filled with determination. Yes, teacher, I will. Dou Huang's gaze lingered on the 3 tiny green flecks in Ching Lin's eyes. With the presence of the 3 flowered green serpent eyes, her path to achieving her aspirations would not be insurmountable. Thus, Dou Huang began to guide Ching Lin in the most fundamental practice of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth into her body. Truth be told, Dou Huang felt somewhat helpless regarding Ching Lin's situation. Given his current level of cultivation, if he were to impart his power to the little girl, it might pose a grave danger to her life. As for martial arts techniques, she had yet to even step into the realm of fighting energy. So how could she learn any techniques? Reluctantly, Dou Huang decided to postpone the transmission of skills and rewards for the time being. For now, his priority was to enhance Ching Lin's strength. Under Dou Huang's guidance, Ching Lin slowly sat cross-legged on the bed, closed her eyes, and began to form peculiar hand gestures. Gradually, strands of the energy of heaven and earth were absorbed into her being. Observing the little girl as she began to enter a proper state of cultivation, Dou Huang smiled faintly, satisfaction evident on his face. Subsequently, Dou Huang retrieved the sheepskin map given to him by Haibo Dong and examined it closely, muttering to himself, it seems I must take Ching Lin to the eastern region outside Shimo City tomorrow. Over the past 2 days, Dou Huang had spent most of his time searching for the whereabouts of the Ching Lin Earth Heart Fire. The marked location on the map indicated the eastern part of Shimo City. However, the area was too vast, and with the Ching Lin Earth Heart Fire buried underground, even with his peak soul strength, he could not locate it within a short span of time. After 2 days of searching, Dou Huang had grown somewhat impatient, which led him to decide to bring Ching Lin along for a closer look. Given the current timeline, he was uncertain whether the Ching Lin Earth Heart Fire had already fallen into Medusa's hands. If Medusa had indeed been there, the fire would likely have been taken by her, and Ching Lin would sense its presence tomorrow. Dou Huang remained unperturbed. Even if Queen Medusa had acquired the Ching Lin Earth Heart Fire, he could simply reclaim it. After all, Queen Medusa was merely at the 9-star Dou Emperor level, while Dou Huang, with his 3-star Dou Zong prowess, was more than capable of handling her. The next day, Dou Huang summoned little Ching Lin and showed her the sheepskin map, pointing to the eastern region of Shimo City. He inquired, Ching Lin, have you sensed any special aura in this area recently? Upon hearing this, a contemplative look crossed Ching Lin's eyes, and then they brightened as she nodded affirmatively, exclaiming, yes. Teacher, a month ago, I sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura appearing outside Shimo City, and it resembled some of the bloodlines within me. Upon hearing this, Dou Huang's brow furrowed. If Queen Medusa had already appeared, then it was likely that the Ching Lin Earth Heart Fire had been taken by her. It seemed he would need to venture into the territory of the serpent people. Noticing Dou Huang's serious expression, Ching Lin grew anxious and gestured, Teacher, please do not take any risks. Even the leaders are significantly weaker than that aura. Observing Ching Lin's worried demeanor, Gu He couldn't help but chuckle. Then tell me, in the presence of that aura, am I weak or strong? Ching Lin was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her head. I cannot sense your aura, teacher. Gu He was momentarily speechless. Indeed, as a Dou Zong, he was beyond the perception of a little girl who had never cultivated. Ching Lin's ability to sense Queen Medusa's aura stemmed entirely from the resemblance of their bloodlines, which brought an innate pressure of their race. Cool me. I will take you to a place. Before Ching Lin could react, Gu He scooped her up and, with a flash, transported them directly to the eastern area outside Shimo City. Suddenly emerging from indoors into the open air, Ching Lin appeared momentarily stunned, her verdant eyes wide with astonishment. She looked at Gu He, confusion written across her face. Teacher. This Gu He smiled gracefully, offering no explanation, simply saying, you will grow accustomed to this in time. Hearing this, the little girl was left even more bewildered. However, witnessing Gu He's extraordinary abilities, she began to suspect that her teacher was not as simple as he seemed. Then, Gu He bent down to look at the little girl, smiling as he asked, Ching Lin, can you detect the specific location where that aura, akin to your bloodline, manifested? Although the Ching Lin Earth Heart Fire had been taken by Medusa, Gu He recalled that remnants of the Earth Fire Lotus Seeds and Ching Lin Lotus Pods remained beneath. Though these treasures had little significance for him, they would undoubtedly serve as valuable assets for his disciples in the future. As his disciples continued to grow in number, Gu He would not overlook any treasures encountered. After all, he did not want to be left without resources for his students in the future. I should be able to find it. Although a month has passed, the residual aura is still quite potent. I believe I can locate that place by relying on the trace of my bloodline. As she mentioned her bloodline, Ching Lin's face dimmed slightly, yet she forced a smile, declaring, if teacher wishes to go, Ching Lin will do her utmost to guide you. The little girl beamed brightly. With that, Ching Lin closed her eyes, her spirit reaching out to sense her surroundings with utmost focus. After a brief moment, Ching Lin opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with brilliance. She pointed in a direction and exclaimed, Master, over there. Dou Huang nodded in understanding and promptly transported himself and Ching Lin to the indicated spot. Following several moments of sensing, Ching Lin finally pinpointed the exact location of the aura they were tracking. Moments later, they materialized in a flat expanse of desert. Ching Lin, are you certain this is the place? Dou Huang inquired, scanning the area, which appeared utterly mundane. Ching Lin carefully attuned her senses once more and affirmed with a nod, Master, it is indeed here. With her certainty, Dou Huang resumed his examination of the terrain. The landscape was remarkably ordinary, lacking any features that would draw attention. Such flat, sandy expanses were countless in the vast desert, making it difficult for Dou Huang to comprehend how this seemingly inconspicuous location could harbor traces of extraordinary flames. However, with Ching Lin's assurance, Dou Huang held no doubts. In the next moment, he focused his mind, and his soul energy rapidly unfurled, concentrating on the ground below. His soul energy delved deeper and deeper. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. After shifting locations 7 times, Dou Huang finally sensed a searing heat. At last I found it. His eyes brightened at the sensation of the intense warmth. Here we are. In this flat desert, Dou Huang conducted a close-range probe with his soul energy, confirming his findings. Ching Lin, stand behind me, he instructed, casting a glance at her. Obediently, Ching Lin nodded and took her position behind him. With a thought, Dou Huang extended his palm, summoning the primal divine fire into his grasp. Under his command, the violet flames took on the form of a fiery dragon, burrowing into the sand below. As he directed his palm towards the ground, an endless torrent of violet flames surged forth from his hand, consuming the earth beneath. Before long, a pit began to form as the flames scorched the sand. A smile crept onto Dou Huang's lips as he intensified the flames, causing them to cascade into the depths of the pit. As time passed, the pit deepened, reaching a depth of 4 or 5 meters. Dou Huang, cradling Ching Lin, leapt into the chasm, his body suspended in midair as he continued to unleash fire below. As Dou Huang ventured deeper, the surrounding fire energy grew increasingly potent. If you feel overwhelmed, just let me know, all right? He said, lowering his gaze to Ching Lin. Understood. She nodded earnestly. Observing Ching Lin's complexion, Dou Huang noted she showed no signs of distress despite the surrounding oppressive heat. With that reassurance, he resolved to intensify the flames further, delving deeper into the passageway. After a brief while, as the passage continued downward, Ching Lin's face paled slightly. She was starting to struggle against the intense heat. Noticing her discomfort, Dou Huang activated his Xianbing holy armor, a wave of icy power enveloping him and counteracting the fiery energy that permeated the air, allowing Ching Lin to regain her composure. As they proceeded further, a flicker of delight crossed Dou Huang's face. He sensed that the divine fire within him was autonomously stirring, propelling his internal energy into rapid motion without any conscious effort on his part. This indicated that the fiery energy below had reached an extraordinary density. Moments latte. A vibrant red glow pierced through the depths ahead of him. We've arrived. Dou Huang's heart surged with excitement as he exerted his will. In an instant, a fiery red realm unfolded before his eyes. In a massive cavern, molten lava flowed languidly, with enormous bubbles occasionally surfacing and, moments later, erupting in a dazzling display akin to fireworks, casting a radiant glow. Suspended in midair with Ching Lin, Dou Huang and she gazed in awe at the seemingly boundless expanse of molten rock, both unable to suppress a gulp of astonishment. I never imagined such a fearsome place lay hidden beneath the surface of Shimo City. Dou Huang marveled, his body cloaked in a shimmering blue aura. Indeed, what a magnificent underground world of lava. Ching Lin echoed, similarly enveloped in a protective blue glow, shielding her from the searing heat. Master, I sense that aura seems to originate from beneath this lava, Ching Lin remarked, attuning her senses once more. Dou Huang, already aware, nodded thoughtfully. Ching Lin gazed at the endless lava below, her face paling further. Who on earth ventured into this molten abyss? Do they not fear for their lives? She pondered, anxiety creeping in her thoughts. Suddenly, noticing Dou Huang's unwavering gaze fixed below, her expression tightened with concern. Master, you aren't planning to go down there too, are you? Well, Dou Huang instinctively nodded, only to see the worry etched on her face. He quickly reassured her, fear not, this underground lava poses no threat to me. However, considering Ching Lin's well-being, he invoked the distance-shortening spell, instantly returning to the desert surface, then back to the mercenary core quarters. Stay here and wait for me. I shall return swiftly. As the scene around her shifted unexpectedly, Ching Lin was momentarily stunned by the sudden change. Dou Huang left her with a final word before vanishing from the room. When Dou Huang reappeared, he found himself hovering above the molten world once more. He surveyed the vast expanse of lava below, contemplation flickering in his eyes. He swiftly suppressed his presence and began to fly freely over the molten surface. Dou Huang recalled that within this lava dwelled a dual-headed fire spirit serpent, which seemed to know the whereabouts of the Ching Lin earth fire. This lava realm stretched endlessly, and aimlessly searching would take an eternity to locate the Ching Lin earth fire's hiding place. To expedite his search, he needed to lure the dual-headed fire spirit serpent into revealing its path. Thus, Dou Huang resolved to attract the serpent's attention and, while it was momentarily distracted, subdue it. As he soared through the air, he became increasingly aware of the cavern's immense scale. The flowing lava had coalesced into a gigantic lake, and at times, as waves of intense heat surged, columns of molten rock would shoot up dramatically from the depths. Witnessing this, Dou Huang's eyes widened, and he activated his Xianbing holy armor, a layer of protective ice armor forming around him to shield against the lava splashes. Gazing down at the molten realm, he pondered how Queen Medusa had managed to enter and successfully seize the Ching Lin earth fire. Could she have also relied on the guidance of the dual-headed fire spirit serpent? Questions swirled in Dou Huang's mind, and just as he grappled with confusion, his expression shifted as he caught sight of movement in the lava below. It has finally arrived. He maintained his composure, suppressing his energy. With a thunderous roar, the previously placid lava lake erupted, unleashing torrents of searing molten rock. Amidst the cascading torrents of molten lava, an immense and enigmatic creature suddenly erupted from the magma, lunging with lightning speed towards the ancient figure of Dou He, who stood resolute in the void. Observing this monstrous entity, a faint, sardonic smile crept upon Dou He's lips. Now that you've arrived, you shan't escape. Chapter 118, Entering the World of Magma. A mysterious being suddenly tore through the lava with a piercing shriek, hurtling towards Dou He suspended in midair. The chaotic splashes of lava stirred the previously tranquil lava lake into a violent frenzy, with towering jets of molten rock erupting spectacularly into the sky. As the mysterious creature approached, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Dou He's eyes. He swiftly maneuvered upwards, soaring above the magma surface. The creature hesitated briefly, but was unable to resist the temptation of its prey, pursuing Dou He relentlessly. As Dou He extended his spiritual power, he discerned the true form of this enigmatic beast. It resembled a serpentine monster, elongated and perhaps measuring at least 4 or 5 zhang in length. its entire body a fiery crimson. From a distance, it resembled a massive orb of blazing ruby. Its surface was adorned with palm-sized red scales. And what astonished Dou Huang the most was the creature's two heads, each with large, diamond-shaped eyes radiating ferocity and a thirst for blood. Is this the two-headed fire spirit serpent? Quite an unsightly beast, Dou Huang mused inwardly. With the two-headed fire spirit serpent now fully drawn to him, he came to a halt, awaiting its arrival. With a resonant screech, the serpent's massive body exhibited a surprising swiftness, gradually closing the distance to Dou Huang. Its gaping maw opened, revealing a scarlet forked tongue that shot forth like a blade. "Ha! You dare to show your teeth?" Dou Huang scoffed coldly, evading the serpent's assault in the nick of time. He swiftly conjured an enormous claw print, seizing the serpent's colossal body as easily as one might grasp a chick. Hiss! Above the magma world, the two-headed fire spirit serpent was ensnared by a gargantuan claw, emitting a terrified hiss that starkly contrasted with its earlier ferocity. Dou Huang tightened his grip, and the serpent felt an overwhelming force threatening to crush it. Hiss! After a moment of desperate struggle, the serpent's gaze met Dou Huang's. Its eyes now filled with a glimmer of pleading. Such high intelligence, Dou Huang thought, surprised that this creature was capable of feigning vulnerability to invoke sympathy. Observing the serpent's painful writhing in his grasp, a cold smile graced his lips. With a mere thought, he summoned a ball of violet flame in his left hand and gently tossed it towards the serpent. As the violet flame floated towards it, Dou Huang, with a detached demeanor, commanded, "If you wish to live, then obediently swallow it." The two-headed fire spirit serpent, possessing remarkable intelligence, clearly understood Dou Huang's words. However, as it gazed at the violet flame hovering before it, its massive body trembled, fear evident in its eyes. Casting another glance at the violet flame, the serpent's gaze shifted back to Dou Huang, pleading once more with a hiss that seemed to convey, "Is there no other option? I'm so afraid." Yet, unmoved by its entreaty, Dou Huang remained cold and resolute. "If you refuse to swallow it, then perish." With those words, Dou Huang prepared to exert more force. In a state of panic, the two-headed fire spirit serpent hastily opened its mouth and consumed the violet flame. Upon witnessing this, Dou Huang's expression softened slightly, satisfaction lighting his eyes. He then relaxed his grip, allowing the serpent to be free. The creature had just ingested a wisp of his primal divine fire, and Dou Huang was confident that with a mere thought, that flame could explode within the serpent's belly. He believed the serpent could sense the terrifying energy contained within the violet flame. True to Dou Huang's expectations, even after releasing its restraint, the two-headed fire spirit serpent remained obediently in place, refraining from fleeing. Dou Huang swiftly positioned himself above the serpent, looking down with authority. "You, creature, are quite clever. If you wish to preserve your life, you must obey me." Upon hearing this, both of the serpent's massive heads nodded fervently. Dou Huang smiled with satisfaction and continued. "About a month ago, did a woman from the serpent people visit this place?" The serpent paused, then nodded in affirmation. Dou Huang pressed on, "Lead me to where that woman went." The serpent's eyes flickered with fear, but recalling the violet flame within it, it reluctantly nodded. It then twisted its vast body and darted through the magma world, plunging directly into the molten depths, sending up great splashes of lava. Observing this, Dou Huang concentrated, activating his Xianbing sacred armor. Instantly, a blue radiance enveloped him as the armor encased his entire form. Clad in the Xianbing armor, Dou Huang flickered and followed suit, diving into the magma world without hesitation. Suspended amidst the searing lava, Dou Huang gazed in astonishment at the flowing crimson magma surrounding him. A massive bubble slowly formed beside him. Then with a resounding pop, it burst, splattering some lava onto Dou Huang. However, the Xianbing armor effectively shielded him from the heat. Protected by the Xianbing armor, he felt no trace of the intense temperatures from the outside world. Dou Huang cupped his hands to catch some of the fiery magma, letting it flow slowly through his fingers. He marveled at this close encounter with lava, which sent a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but imagine the dire fate that awaited him should the Xianbing armor suddenly dissipate. The image of a grasshopper frantically jumping in a hot oil pan flashed in his mind, sending a shiver through him. With this thought, Dou Huang turned, eyeing the two-headed fire spirit serpent waiting obediently not far away. He coldly commanded, "Big fellow, lead the way." Upon hearing Dou Huang's words, the serpent nodded in a somewhat ingratiating manner and began to descend beneath the lava surface. Watching the serpent create ripples in the molten lake, Dou Huang exhaled gently and plunged into the magma, closely following the serpent. In the depths of the magma, the world blazed red. Yet thanks to the protection of the Xianbing armor and his formidable spiritual power, Gu He was able to discern some semblance of his surroundings. He scanned the area before swiftly propelling himself, closely trailing the serpent as it burrowed deeper into the magma. Chapter 119, Earth Fire Lotus Seed, Azure Lotus Platform. Within the fiery depths of the magma world, hidden currents surged, occasionally unleashing fierce torrents of molten rock from unknown sources. These currents contained immense energy, and should one be struck, even a spirit combatant would suffer grievous injury. Fortunately, the fire spirit serpent was intimately familiar with this environment, adeptly navigating suitable routes before the torrents arrived. Gu He, following closely behind, employed his spatial movement to effortlessly evade the threats. In this crimson realm, it seemed that no other creatures existed apart from the two-headed fire spirit serpent. It was hardly surprising. The survival conditions here were exceedingly harsh. Were it not for the serpent's unique ability to thrive on consuming magma, other magical beasts, even those of the highest ranks like the amethyst-winged Lion King, would find it impossible to traverse this realm unscathed. As I delved deeper into the seemingly endless depths of molten lava, even with the protection of the ancient ice armor, I can faintly perceive that the external temperature is rising exponentially. Sensing this phenomenon, I hastily amplify the power of the ice armor to maintain its efficacy. In this increasingly profound abyss, any minor misstep could prove catastrophic. Even with the support of spatial power, there would be no salvation. While I concentrate on maintaining the ice armor, the two-headed fire spirit serpent continues its relentless pursuit into the depths, showing no inclination to check if I am keeping up. Moments later, I glance around and am astonished to discover that the surrounding crimson lava has inexplicably taken on a slight bluish hue. This sight tightens my heart. I understand that this change is a direct consequence of the rapidly escalating temperature. At this rate, I will likely expend even more energy to sustain the ice armor. Contemplating this, I feel a sense of trepidation as I observe the lava encircling me. In this environment, where all senses are stripped away, I lose track of time, merely trailing behind the fire spirit serpent. I take another look at the bluish lava and cannot help but shout ahead, "Hey big guy, how much further?" My voice, carried by my energy, pierces through the molten barrier and reaches the serpent's ears. One of its massive heads turns to me, letting out a series of hisses, before dismissively turning back. In the next instant, the serpent's descent accelerates dramatically. Witnessing this, I am spurred into action, quickening my pace to keep up. After a while of descending together, I scan my surroundings for any anomalies. Suddenly, my gaze is drawn to a nearby source of brilliant azure light. The blue radiance envelopes the lava, and as I focus intently, I discern a delicate blue lotus standing gracefully within its glow. My heart leaps with joy at the sight of the blue lotus. I have finally found it. Hiss! The fire serpent beside me emits a sharp sound, and when I glance back, I see a glimmer of trepidation in its enormous eyes as it gazes at the azure light, its massive body trembling slightly. Ignoring the serpent's reaction, I push off against the lava with my feet, propelling myself swiftly towards the area illuminated by the blue light. As I draw closer, I can distinctly feel the temperature around me rising sharply. Aware of this, I hastily channel more energy into the ice armor. Moistening my parched lips, I press on, finally plunging into the embrace of the azure radiance. Upon entering, the anticipated searing heat does not assail me. Instead, the temperature around me curiously drops significantly. This surreal scene leaves me momentarily bewildered. Regaining my composure, I hurriedly scan my surroundings, finally resting my gaze upon the central blue lotus. The lotus, with its 8 petals, resembles the purest jade, exuding an allure that is utterly captivating. Within the lotus, there seems to be a small pedestal, approximately 2 to 3 feet in diameter, from which faint glimmers of light emanate from numerous orifices. These lotus seeds, formed from the most refined fire attribute energy, shimmer enticingly. Below the blue lotus, an extraordinarily long stem extends over 10 meters, densely covered with delicate tendrils that, as they sway, seem to greedily absorb the violent fire attribute energy from the surrounding lava. This blue lotus floats amidst the endless molten sea like a water lily adrift in the ocean, without the guidance of the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Even with my exceptional soul power, it would have taken me months to locate such a relatively insignificant blue lotus in such a vast expanse. I glide cautiously towards the blue lotus, and, as I approach, its breathtaking beauty becomes even more apparent. Such near perfection could only be crafted through the relentless passage of time and the artistry of nature. Evading the swaying tendrils with utmost care, I finally arrive above the blue lotus. At the center of the small pedestal within the lotus lies a fist-sized cavity, yet it is empty. Gazing at the vacant lotus heart, I feel a pang of disappointment, despite having known that the heart of the blue lotus had been taken by the Queen Medusa. Shaking my head, I suppress my disheartenment. With my current strength, reclaiming the blue lotus heart from Queen Medusa would be a trivial endeavor. For now, it can remain in her possession. Subsequently, I turn my gaze back to the blue lotus pedestal, my eyes widening in astonishment. This azure pedestal, formed from the Earth's fire over millennia, would greatly enhance my cultivation speed. While it may not increase it tenfold, a 3- or 4-fold increase would be more than sufficient. Furthermore, in battle, activating it with my energy would unleash the hidden earth fire within, allowing me to escape even from formidable opponents with ease. Chapter 120. A Thousandfold Return. The sacred blue lotus pedestal. This blue pedestal is particularly well suited for Ching Lin. As thoughts of the pedestal's benefits flash through my mind, I think of the young girl Ching Lin. This blue pedestal will significantly enhance her training speed. I have made up my mind to present this blue pedestal to her as a welcoming gift upon my return. Next, I shift my attention to the lotus seeds within the blue lotus. These seeds, renowned as the essence of fire spirits, take a century to form. They are imbued with the purest essence of heaven and earth. Consuming them would yield tremendous benefits for either recovering energy or breaking through, even proving immensely effective for those at the emperor level. I then fixate on the blue lotus before me, determined to take the entire lotus with me. The original text mentioned that this blue lotus is a celestial wonder. Any iron that touches it would disintegrate, and it can only be cut with pure jade to preserve its properties. With this in mind, I retrieve a dozen high-quality rouge jade vials from my spatial ring, unleashing purple flames from my palm to melt them into a light azure liquid. As the liquid churns, it solidifies into an elongated jade blade. I meticulously eliminate any impurities, ensuring it appears crystal clear, resembling the lovely leaves of the blue lotus. Grasping the jade blade, I feel its cool touch, a sensation of comfort washing over me. Unable to resist a satisfied smacking of my lips, I cautiously swim towards the blue lotus and gently slice through the connection between the pedestal and the stem. In an instant, the exquisite blue lotus, akin to a work of art, detaches effortlessly. Watching the blue lotus fall, I swiftly reach out, drawing it towards me and allowing it to hover gently before me, my gaze scanning over it with admiration. With a mere thought, Gui swiftly stored the entire azure lotus into the system space. After completing this action, he gazed at the fiery root that was voraciously absorbing the surrounding magma's fire attribute energy, his eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. The fact that this root could absorb energy with such fervor undoubtedly indicated it was a rare treasure. However, after a moment's hesitation, Gui relinquished the notion. For these spiritual entities that took centuries to form, it was wise to leave a thread of hope, a token for auspicious omens. Though he had claimed the azure lotus, given another millennium, it would surely regenerate anew. Yet, if he were to extract this root, the heart fire of the azure lotus might forever plunge into extinction, making its reemergence exceedingly difficult. Gui's gaze remained fixated on the swaying root, a tinge of regret washing over him. In the realm of alchemy, uprooting spiritual entities or herbs was the most infuriating act, as the conditions for their genesis were remarkably stringent. Subsequently, Gui glanced around and noticed that since the azure lotus had departed from the root, the surrounding azure radiance seemed to be gradually diminishing. He exhaled softly, casting one last glance at the azure root, licking his lips before swiftly moving beyond the azure glow. Let's depart. Upon exiting the azure region, Gui waved at the distant two-headed fire spirit snake, then followed closely behind it, hastening along the path they had traversed. Moments later, Gui's figure abruptly appeared above the magma realm. He surveyed the magma world below with curiosity, pondering how such an expansive realm of magma could exist beneath. He resolved that once his strength increased and he no longer feared the magma, he would return to investigate. Perhaps unexpected treasures awaited him. Then, Gui's expression turned cold as he addressed the massive creature below. If you do not ascend now, you shall never rise again. The magma realm fell silent for a moment before the enormous body of the two-headed fire spirit snake emerged. With a roar, it directed a pleading gaze towards Gui, seemingly beseeching for mercy. Gui shook his head, a hint of coldness curling his lips as he stated indifferently, "You can either accompany me or perish. The choice is yours." Upon witnessing Gui's refusal, a flicker of despair crossed the snake's eyes. After a brief hesitation, Its colossal form twisted, and it extricated itself from the entire magma realm, coming to stand beside Gu He. Seeing this, Gu He nodded with satisfaction, a smile breaking across his face. Well done. Congratulations on earning the right to survive. With that, Gu He reached out and touched the two-headed fire spirit snake, drawing it into the system space. After completing this, he swiftly vanished and reappeared on the surface of the desert. Gazing at the passage leading directly to the magma world below, he pondered for a moment before extracting some iron from a spatial ring, melting it into a thick iron plate to cover the opening. He then used a considerable amount of sand to conceal it before vanishing above the desert. When Gu He reappeared, he found himself back at the residence of the Mo Tai mercenary group. His gaze swept across the room until it settled on the figure of Ching Lin, who was seated on the bed, diligently cultivating. This girl certainly possesses a commendable work ethic. Observing her engrossed in her practice, Gu He's lips curled into a slight smile. He refrained from interrupting her, instead pouring himself a cup of tea and quietly waiting. After half an hour, the young girl finally ceased her cultivation. "Teacher, you're back." Her eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing Gu He in the room. Gu He nodded, beckoning her over. "Come here, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Ching Lin paused. Her curiosity piqued as she approached Gu He, her voice bright with anticipation. "Teacher, what is it?" Without a word, Gu He focused his thoughts and retrieved the azure lotus pedestal from his spatial ring. "This is the gift from your teacher. From now on, you shall cultivate while seated upon this, and its effects will be greatly enhanced." He extended the azure lotus pedestal towards her. The lotus seeds had already been removed from the pedestal prior. Ching Lin's eyes sparkled with delight as she received the azure lotus pedestal. "It's so beautiful." Just as she grasped it, a notification chime echoed in Gu He's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has bestowed the azure lotus pedestal to the third disciple. Ching Lin, congratulations, host, for receiving a 10,000-fold return, acquiring the azure lotus sacred platform. The azure lotus sacred platform has been deposited into the system space. Please check it. The azure lotus sacred platform? Gu He's eyes narrowed with curiosity at the system notification. What on earth is this? Noticing Ching Lin's enthrallment with the azure lotus pedestal, Gu He's consciousness delved into the system space. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the void, where a magnificent azure lotus pedestal radiated brilliant light, floating gracefully in the air. This lotus pedestal was twice the size of the one he had just given to Ching Lin, measuring a full 2 meters in width. Even two individuals standing upon it would find ample space. Is this the azure lotus sacred platform? Gu He's eyes widened in astonishment as he promptly commanded the system. System, extract the azure lotus sacred platform. As soon as his command fell, the azure pedestal in the void emitted an even more dazzling glow before transforming into a beam of azure light and shooting towards Gu He. With a gesture akin to welcoming fortune, Gu He extended his hands, and the azure light descended into his palms, materializing into a miniature version of the azure lotus pedestal. It can even alter its size. Gu He's lips curled upward. At that moment, a strand of azure light shot forth from the lotus pedestal, penetrating Gu He's mind. Instantly, a profound understanding of the azure lotus sacred platform's functions and usage flooded his consciousness. Moments later, Gu He slowly opened his eyes, having completely absorbed the knowledge, fully comprehending the various capabilities and the operational methods of the azure lotus sacred platform. The primary function of the azure lotus sacred platform was to enhance cultivation speed. By sitting upon it, one could amplify their cultivation speed by 15 times. Additionally, the azure lotus sacred platform possessed formidable defensive capabilities, capable of conjuring an azure lotus shield that offered astonishing protection. Finally, it also possessed the ability to fly, akin to a flying treasure, with remarkable speed. What a splendid treasure! Gu He's expression revealed satisfaction as the myriad functions of the azure lotus sacred platform played through his mind. With a thought, he formed a complex hand seal, and the azure lotus pedestal in his palm emitted a radiant azure glow before vanishing into his hand. Gu He smiled faintly, then withdrew his consciousness from the system space. Upon returning to his corporeal form, he found Ching Lin still captivated by the azure lotus pedestal in her hands. Ching Lin, he began, this azure lotus pedestal will enhance your cultivation speed. From now on, you shall cultivate upon it. Ching Lin snapped back to reality, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Teacher, I want to try it right now. Gu He chuckled. If you wish to test it, go ahead. Nodding eagerly, Ching Lin cradled the azure lotus pedestal and moved to a corner of the room, then promptly settled upon it, gradually entering a state of cultivation. As Ching Lin deftly formed hand seals, Gu could distinctly perceive the soft azure glow emanating from the azure lotus platform enveloping her. Under the influence of this ethereal light, the celestial energy that Ching Lin inhaled and exhaled was remarkably pure and more potent than ever before. Moments later, the little girl opened her emerald eyes, revealing a look of delight. She gazed at Gu and exclaimed, "Master, my cultivation speed has truly improved significantly." Gu nodded with a smile, replying, "It is indeed a good sign. With this azure lotus platform, Ching Lin's cultivation will accelerate swiftly. This will enable her to receive my impartation of knowledge." However, he mused, this alone was insufficient. After all, the girl had commenced her journey far too late to catch up to Lu Ling and the little healer. Reliance solely on the azure lotus platform would not suffice. His own cultivation needed to progress at a faster pace, or else Ching Lin would undoubtedly lag behind. It seemed he would have to take measures regarding her eyes. Soon, Gu recalled the two-headed fire spirit snake he had secured within the system's spatial realm. His intention in capturing this creature was to gift it to Ching Lin, allowing her to form a contract with it. Possessing the exquisite talent of the azure serpent's triflower eye, Gu was determined not to squander such a remarkable gift. Having perused the original text, he understood that the ability of the azure eye triflower was a rare trait appearing only in the descendants of humans and serpent folk. This phenomenon arose when the hybrid lineage, in a fortuitous turn of events, activated the ancient bloodline of the serpent sovereign within their veins, a unique ancestral regression. The azure eye triflower was the nemesis of nearly all serpentine magical beasts, capable of establishing an unidirectional, coercive bond with them, thus allowing for their control. Moreover, she could confine these beasts within the space conjured by her azure serpent triflower eye, a space that, though limited at first, would expand as her strength grew. The magical beasts confined within would gradually have their power absorbed by the user, albeit at a slow rate and subject to certain limitations. Additionally, those possessing such eyes, with sufficient proficiency, could induce hallucinations in others. Just imagine, during combat, suddenly causing an opponent to become disoriented or even compelling them to attack their own companions. If Ching Lin could fully develop her azure serpent triflower eye, she would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. With this in mind, Gu beckoned Ching Lin forward, saying, "Ching Lin, come here. I now present you with your second gift." Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Ching Lin's emerald eyes. "Oh, there's another gift?" Gu smiled and explained, "It is my tradition. Every disciple who joins my ranks receives 3 gifts upon our first meeting. Your elder brother and second sister receive the same. So you, my little junior sister, shall not be excluded." Ching Lin paused for a moment, then beamed with joy. "Master, being your disciple truly makes me happy." Observing the girl's adorable expression, Gu couldn't resist pinching her tender cheek. "This is merely a token of our first meeting. As long as you diligently cultivate and achieve breakthroughs, I shall bestow upon you 3 rewards each month." 3 rewards every month? Ching Lin's small face lit up with surprise, and she inquired, "Master, do my elder brother and sister receive the same treatment?" Gu nodded affirmatively. "Of course, you are all my disciples, and I treat you equally." Upon hearing this, excitement filled Ching Lin's face, and her motivation for cultivation surged as she declared, "Master, I will certainly work hard in my training." Seeing her earnest demeanor, Gu affectionately ruffled her hair. "Now, let us see the second gift I have prepared for you. I am certain you will adore it." Hearing this, Ching Lin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 122, The Contract Signing. "Ching Lin, soon I will release a magical beast. Fear not, for I am here." Gu gently reassured, as he affectionately tousled her hair. Anticipating the appearance of the rather unattractive two-headed fire spirit snake, he felt it necessary to prepare her psychologically. "A magical beast? Master, are you giving me a magical beast?" Ching Lin's emerald eyes glimmered with curiosity, and after a moment's thought, she nodded, "Yes, master, do not worry. I will not be afraid." Having followed Gu for some time, she had come to understand that her teacher was no ordinary person, and after witnessing many of his secrets, her own composure had strengthened considerably. Gu smiled slightly, and with a thought, summoned the two-headed fire spirit snake from the system's spatial realm. In the next instant, a massive creature materialized within a room, its grotesque and fearsome form instantly filling the space. As the two-headed fire spirit snake appeared, the previously spacious room felt constricted. With a loud crash, the creature's bulk crushed the table beneath it into splinters. "You imbecile, can't you shrink a bit?" Gu scolded the snake irritably, annoyed by the cramped conditions. Hearing his words, the still-dazed, two-headed fire spirit snake bristled with annoyance, but reluctantly complied, shrinking its body in response to the purple flames within. As the two-headed fire spirit snake diminished in size, Ching Lin finally caught a clear glimpse of the magical beast before her. Despite her mental preparations, the sight of its two menacing heads startled her, prompting her to retreat behind Dou Huang in fear. Ching Lin, do not be afraid. I am here, and it dares not act recklessly. Dou Huang reassured her, noting her trepidation. Under his gentle encouragement, Ching Lin began to relax, gradually summoning the courage to look at the two-headed fire spirit snake. Ching Lin, do not fear. Open your eyes wide and concentrate on its gaze, Dou Huang urged, taking her hand and guiding her closer to the creature. As they approached, Ching Lin felt a surge of fear at the sight of its fearsome heads. Noticing her trembling form, Dou Huang continued to comfort her, do not be afraid. If it dares to harm you, I shall skin it alive. Now listen to me. Open your eyes wide and focus. With Dou Huang's soothing words, Ching Lin finally lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the two-headed fire spirit snake. As she stared into the creature's enormous, menacing heads and its chilling eyes, Ching Lin felt her heart race. Suddenly, 3 small green dots appeared beside her emerald pupils, more vivid than ever before. Upon closer inspection, these 3 green dots resembled tiny flower buds. The 3 small green dots in Ching Lin's azure eyes began to glow intensely, transforming into 3 minuscule green flowers in an instant. As these peculiar green flowers emerged, a powerful, eerie light burst forth, illuminating the two-headed fire spirit snake before her. Under the influence of this strange light, the massive body of the two-headed fire spirit snake stiffened, its large eyes filled with a hint of fear as they fixed upon the small girl before it. The eerie light slowly traversed the surface of the two-headed fire spirit snake, eventually settling at the center of its foreheads. Once the light halted its movement, it began to contract gradually. As the area of illumination became smaller, its brightness intensified. Ultimately, the light diminished to the size of a palm, at which point it ceased to shrink further. With a sudden burst of ethereal light, 2 diminutive green blossoms were imprinted upon the foreheads of the fire spirit serpent's 2 heads. As the flowers emerged, the ethereal glow began to gradually fade. Moments later, the tiny blossoms within the azure pupils swiftly dissipated, returning to their previous verdant hue. Once the pupils resumed their normal state, the azure-scaled creature staggered, its eyelids drooping, and ultimately collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Dou Huang's expression shifted, and he promptly reacted by catching the petite girl. However, upon the collapse of the azure serpent, the colossal fire spirit serpent remained stationary, its ferocity and savagery inexplicably vanishing whenever its gaze fell upon the fallen azure creature, replaced by an unexpected gentleness. Ding! The system detected that the host has bestowed the 3rd disciple, Ching Lin, with a 4-tier magical beast, the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10-fold return, thereby acquiring a 7-tier magical beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon. The Crimson Flame Dragon has been transferred to the system space. Please check your inventory. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed within Dou Huang's mind. However, at that moment, Dou Huang was oblivious to the system's announcement. He looked down at the unconscious Ching Lin and quickly retrieved a pill from his spatial ring, placing it into the girl's mouth. With a soft sound, as the medicinal effects took hold, Ching Lin slowly began to awaken, shaking her groggy little head. She raised her gaze to meet that of Liu Yun, her cheeks flushed, delicate fingers rubbing her temples, and she softly inquired, "Master, what happened to me?" "It's nothing. How are you feeling now?" Dou Huang asked with a hint of concern, relieved to see Ching Lin regaining consciousness. "I'm not quite sure," Ching Lin replied, slightly shaking her head. She took a couple of steps forward, her emerald eyes fixated on the imposing creature before her, and curiously remarked, "For some reason, it feels as though I've established a strange connection with it. I can sense its thoughts." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Dou Huang's lips. The fact that the young girl was able to feel such a connection signified her success. "Ching Lin, why don't you try giving it a command?" Dou Huang suggested. "A command?" Ching Lin tilted her small head, then turned to the two-headed fire spirit beast and gently said, "Come." In the next instant, the azure light upon the serpent's forehead surged dramatically. In a blink, its massive form rapidly shrank, transforming into a wisp of azure light that shot into Ching Lin's sleeve. She curiously patted her sleeve, a smile blossoming on her face as she murmured, "This is amazing." Chapter 123. The Crimson Flame Dragon. In the room, Ching Lin's face radiated excitement. She was unaware of the implications of the events that had just transpired. The youthful spirit within her only found it fascinating and delightful. observing Ching Lin's exuberant demeanor. Gui couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Ching Lin's three flower eyes had completely awakened. Ching Lin, come here, Gui beckoned to the girl, rolling up her sleeve. Instantly, a piece of azure scale appeared before Gui's eyes. Alongside the scale, he also discerned a serpentine pattern, which was none other than the recently summoned two-headed fire spirit serpent. Master, Ching Lin said, her excitement fading as she noted the scales on her arm, replaced by a look of timidity. Do not be anxious. Haven T, I taught you not to concern yourself with others' opinions. Gui understood her apprehension as he observed her pale expression. He gently pinched her soft cheek, reassuring her with a smile. Besides, this scale looks rather beautiful. Why be shy? Noticing that Gui did not disdain the scales on her arm, Ching Lin felt a bit more at ease, her complexion returning to normal. However, when she saw Gui gazing intently at her arm, her cheeks flushed once more. As Gui examined the pattern on Ching Lin's arm, he fell into deep contemplation. He recalled that in the later chapters of the original story, Ching Lin would be able to create a space within her three flower eyes. Any magical beast under her control would be directly drawn into this space. Though the capacity of this space was limited, it would expand as her strength grew, allowing her to gradually absorb the creatures contained within. However, it was evident that Ching Lin had not yet unlocked this space. Could it be due to insufficient strength? Gui pondered, uncertain how to develop the abilities of her three flower eyes. In the original tale, Ching Lin had only discovered this power after being captured by the Tianqi mansion. Might there be secret techniques for unlocking the three flower eyes hidden within the Tianqi mansion? It seemed that, should the opportunity arise, a visit to that mansion would be necessary. Given his growing power, Gui would not hesitate to seize the secret techniques within, ensuring no delays for Ching Lin. As for sending Ching Lin to the Tianqi mansion, that thought had never crossed his mind. After all, how could he part with such a precious disciple? Gui was confident that with his rapid development, it wouldn't be long before he could overshadow the Tianqi mansion. For now, he would keep Ching Lin by his side, focusing on enhancing her strength. He could capture a few serpentine magical beasts for her to bond with, which would also serve as a means to develop her three flower eyes. Meanwhile, the little girl was fixated on the serpentine pattern on her arm, her eyes filled with wonder. She could not comprehend how such a massive magical beast had been drawn into her arm. Observing her curiosity, Gui silently chuckled. Then, he recalled the system notification he had heard moments ago. A 7-tier magical beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon. It appeared that he would soon have another companion. A faint smile appeared on Gui's lips as he focused his thoughts, immersing himself into the system space. Upon entering the system space, Gui beheld the red luminous orb suspended in the void. He directed a thread of his spiritual energy to touch the orb. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. Knowledge concerning the 7-tier magical beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon. After a brief moment, Gui opened his eyes, having fully assimilated the information about the Crimson Flame Dragon. The Crimson Flame Dragon, possessing the bloodline of an 8-tier magical beast, was classified as a mid-level 7-tier beast, equating to the strength of a 6 or 7-star Dou Zong in humans. A fire attribute beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon excelled in fiery attacks and boasted formidable defenses. With the information about the Crimson Flame Dragon flashing through his mind, Gui's lips curled into a smile. System, extract the Crimson Flame Dragon, he commanded. As soon as Gui's words fell, the red orb in the void began to tremble slightly before vanishing, revealing a colossal creature. Gui finally discerned the true form of the Crimson Flame Dragon. It resembled a giant serpent, adorned with 2 horns, its entire body a striking crimson, and its massive frame covered in numerous sharp and menacing scales that caused the surrounding space to ripple as it moved. After writhing in the void for a moment, the Crimson Flame Dragon descended directly before Gui. Master, a deep, resonant voice emanated from the creature. Gui nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the Crimson Flame Dragon. Though its appearance was somewhat unappealing, its imposing presence was commendable, ensuring he wouldn't be embarrassed to present it in public. He gazed at the Crimson Flame Dragon and inquired, "Do you have a name of your own?" In response, the massive head of the Crimson Flame Dragon shook slightly as it replied, "Please bestow a name upon me, my master." After a moment of thought, Gui declared, "From now on, you shall be called Qijiao." Qijiao, the Crimson Flame Serpent murmured a word of gratitude, then addressed Gui with respect. "Thank you for bestowing me a name, master." Gui glanced at the serpent and replied indifferently, "Crimson Serpent, remain here for a while. I shall take you out in a couple of days." The Crimson Flame Serpent nodded, "Yes, master." Subsequently, with a thought, Gu He exited the system space. Upon returning to his physical form, Gu He turned his gaze towards Ching Lin, who was still engrossed in examining the serpentine pattern on her arm. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed the approach of outsiders. Upon releasing his soul power, he discerned the Xiao brothers making their way towards him. It seemed the materials for the Xiao Yan were ready. Slightly taken aback, Gu He quickly surmised their intentions. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, a knock echoed from outside. Following this, Xiao Ding's voice called out, Master Gu, Xiao Ding seeks an audience. Startled by the voice, Ching Lin hurriedly tugged at her sleeve to conceal her arm. Gu He simply remarked, come in. Creak. The Xiao brothers slowly pushed the door open. Once inside, Xiao Ding presented Gu He with a package, stating, Master Gu, this contains the materials needed for refining the Xiao Yan. Gu He gestured for Ching Lin to accept the package and said, you may come tomorrow to collect the elixir. Xiao Ding's face lit up with joy as he nodded slightly, respectfully replying, thank you, Master Gu. After delivering the materials, the brothers, sensing Gu He's disinterest in further conversation, gradually took their leave. Chapter 124. Would you like to take Elder Gu He as your master? At the summit of the back mountain of Yunlan Sect, shrouded in a mist that resembled an ethereal realm, a young woman clad in a moon-white robe sat cross-legged on a protruding black rock at the cliff's edge, with her hands forming a cultivation seal. She closed her eyes in deep concentration. As she inhaled and exhaled, a perfect cycle emerged, causing faint azure currents of energy to emanate from the rich atmosphere surrounding her, swirling around her before being continuously absorbed into her body for refinement. Once the last wisp of azure energy was drawn into her, Nalan Yanran slowly opened her eyes, a subtle azure glow flickering within. As her flowing hair danced without wind, she realized she had finally broken through to the 7-star Dome Master level. A smile graced her lips as she savored her progress. However, before she could revel in her achievement, the images of Xiao Yan and Lu Ling flashed through her mind. A few days prior, during a sparring session with Xiao Yan, the latter had revealed, under her questioning, that she had reached the 5-star Dome Master realm. Having spent considerable time with Xiao Yan, Nalan Yanran had come to understand her character. She knew that the cultivation level disclosed was not the entirety of her strength, as she was likely holding back. Nalan Yanran recognized this was Xiao Yan's way of shielding her from disappointment. During their previous encounter at the foot of the mountain, she had learned that her junior sister had already attained the 4-star Dome Master level. Given Xiao Yan's exceptional training pace, there was no doubt that she had surpassed merely one level since then. Nalan Yanran speculated that her junior sister had likely reached the 6-star or even the 7-star Dome Master stage. The thought left her with a suffocating feeling. Despite being younger, Xiao Yan had outstripped her by a significant margin in cultivation. With the inter-sect competition looming in nearly a month, Nalan Yanran recalled her earlier vows to claim first place, and she felt like a jester. Not only Xiao Yan, but even Lu Ling, whom she had previously bested, was now beyond her reach. According to Elder Gu He's intentions, both Xiao Yan and Lu Ling would also participate in the upcoming inter-sect competition. With this in mind, the prospect of achieving even second place seemed utterly unattainable. As these thoughts coursed through her, a bitter smile crept upon her lips. At that moment, a female disciple of Yunlan Sect approached Nalan Yanran, who was lost in thought, and said, Sister Nalan, the sect master has returned and wishes to see you immediately. She has returned? Nalan Yanran was momentarily taken aback before a look of joy brightened her face. Rising gracefully, she stood at the cliff's edge, the gentle breeze clinging the moon-white robe to her delicate figure, accentuating her alluring curves. Casting a glance into the abyss below, she lightly brushed her robe and turned to depart from the back mountain. In the spacious and well-lit hall, Yin sat in the main seat adorned in a simple long dress. After the incident in the Beast Mountain range, she had taken time to retreat for self-cultivation and returned only when she felt her heart was at peace. However, despite the passage of days, the memories of her time in the Beast Mountain range remained indelibly etched in her mind, particularly the wildness of that final evening. Yin sat in a daze, her eyes somewhat vacant, as the image of Gu He's refined and handsome visage flashed through her thoughts. Where have you gone, Gu He? Just as her mind was swirling with thoughts, a clear, melodic voice suddenly resonated in the hall. The moon-white figure emerged from behind the gauzy curtain, smiling sweetly at Yin. Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's voice, Yin snapped back to reality, concealing her emotions with a radiant smile. Yanran, you have come. In the presence of her disciple, she would completely mask her innermost feelings. Nalan Yanran's face radiated joy as she cheerfully remarked, Teacher, how is it that you have returned so soon? Yunyan gently caressed Nalan Yanran's hair and replied with warmth. Everything has been taken care of, so I returned early. Yanran, have you maintained your cultivation during my absence? In response, Nalan Yanran declared, Teacher, I have just broken through to the 7-star Dome Master level. Such a rapid breakthrough signifies that my departure did not hinder your training. Yun expressed with delight, her face lighting up with praise. Yet, Nalan Yanran's expression remained stoic, devoid of joy. It seemed that, in her eyes, a breakthrough within such a short span was of little significance. Indeed, she felt it was not a noteworthy achievement at all, especially when compared to Xiao Yan and Lu Ling, where she felt she fell drastically short. Noticing Nalan Yanran's calm demeanor and silence, Yun was slightly taken aback, realizing what lay beneath her disciple's thoughts. Recalling Gu He's suggestion during their time in the Beast Mountain range, Yun felt a stirring in her heart. Hesitating momentarily, she slowly inquired, Yanran, what are your thoughts on Elder Gu He as a person? Nalan Yanran was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Yun, unsure why her teacher would suddenly mention Elder Gu He. Images of Gu He's refined and amiable face, as well as his gentle demeanor towards Xiao Yan, flashed through her mind. She recalled his promise to bestow a special fire upon his disciples, and even thought of the void jade talisman within her spatial ring. After a moment of silence, Nalan Yanran replied, Elder Gu He is a good person and an excellent teacher. An excellent teacher, you say? Yun's gaze became somewhat complex, her heart aching slightly. Hearing her disciple praise another as a good teacher before her was undoubtedly painful for her. Nonetheless, she acknowledged that in the realm of teaching, she could not quite compare to Gu He. After all, as the sect master, she seldom had the opportunity to spend time with Nalan Yanran. After a brief silence, as she contemplated her agreement with Gu He, Yun gradually solidified her resolve. Gu He once proclaimed that on the day of the 3-year pact, he would be able to cultivate Yanran to the level of a Dou Huang. By this single assertion, she could not possibly compare to Gu He. If I were to insist on keeping Yanran by my side, it would likely only hinder her progress. Moreover, the battle tied to the 3-year pact holds significant implications for the reputation that Yunlan Zong has amassed over the years, and Yun dares not gamble with it. More importantly, Gu He is a formidable Dou Zong. In terms of foundational strength, I am far inferior to him. Contemplating this, Yun slowly raised her head, her beautiful eyes gazing at the enchanting Yanran before her, and gently inquired, Yanran, would you be willing to take Elder Gu He as your master? In Wutan City, the morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating the room brightly. On the bed, Xiao Yan sat up, his eyes still heavy with sleep. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he yawned repeatedly and finally got out of bed, performing a simple morning wash. Yao Lao, when shall we set off? He asked curiously, wiping the water from his face. Shortly, you should go and prepare some supplies, Yao Lao replied, his ethereal form appearing abruptly on the chair beside the table. Fresh water, dry rations, a tent, insect repellent powder, low-grade medicinal herbs, and some healing and energy restoration pills are all essential for our journey. You must prepare thoroughly, as we may find ourselves living in the depths of the mountains for quite some time. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's question, Yao Lao's expression remained calm. I am truly looking forward to it, Xiao Yan replied, quickly dressing and feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of embarking on this adventure. Observing Xiao Yan's eager demeanor, Yao Lao raised an eyebrow and gently remarked, from the moment of your birth until now, you have never experienced a life and death battle. A person's potential only erupts like a volcano when their life is threatened. Your previous lackluster training will likely prevent you from ever becoming a true powerhouse. While your talent for cultivation is not lacking, what you truly lack is the tempering wrought by iron and blood. Idly toying with the teacup in his hand, Yao Lao glanced at Xiao Yan, whose pace in dressing was now slowing, and continued, only by successfully enduring the trials of blood will you undergo true transformation, and thus earn the right to become a formidable warrior. At these words, recalling the moment when Yanran had called off their engagement, Xiao Yan's fists clenched tightly. He smiled up at Yao Lao and declared, Teacher, have no worries. I believe I will prevail. Your confidence is commendable. Yao Lao nodded in approval, satisfied with Xiao Yan's assuredness. By the way, when will you teach me the earth-level Dou technique you mentioned last time? Xiao Yan asked, grinning and leaning forward with eager anticipation, having long yearned for that technique. That is indeed an earth-level technique. It is likely that you would struggle to find another within the entire Jia Ma Empire. The fact that my teacher possesses such a technique is remarkable, he mused, his heart brimming with confidence regarding the 3-year pact. With a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, who was beaming with excitement, Yao Lao's aged face broke into a teasing smile. Rest assured, since I have promised to teach you, I shall not go back on my word. Once we leave Wu Tan City, you can look forward to learning at a leisurely pace. Seeing Yao Lao's expression, Xiao Yan felt a sudden unease. Chuckling awkwardly before ceasing to speak further, he gathered all his belongings, opened the door, and stepped outside. In the evening, at the gates of Wu Tan City, Xiao Yan stood at the bustling intersection of streets, gazing at the city he had called home for over a decade. After a prolonged silence, he let out a wistful sigh, then clenched his fists tightly as if to bolster his own spirit, softly murmuring, "The world beyond must be far more exciting. Yanran, wait for me. I, Xiao Yan, will return soon. This time, I shall repay the humiliation you inflicted upon me tenfold, 100-fold. With that, Xiao Yan smiled, shaking off his lingering melancholy, and moved forward, merging into the throng of people, rapidly disappearing from sight. In Shimo City, within the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, Master Gu, have you truly refined the purple jade pill so quickly? In the courtyard, the Xiao brothers gazed in astonishment at the jade vial presented by Gu He. With a slight smile, Gu He replied, "It is merely a second-tier pill. Surely it does not require several days of preparation." Behind Gu He, the obedient Ching Lin stood quietly. "Now that the pill has been refined, we should take our leave," Gu He remarked, addressing the Xiao brothers. At these words, Xiao Ding stored the jade vial carefully and bowed slightly to Gu He, saying, "Xiao respectfully bids farewell to Master Gu. Should you ever return to Shimo City, please do visit my Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Our doors will always be open to you." Gu He merely nodded lightly in response. "We shall see." With that, Gu He took Ching Lin's hand and slowly exited the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. "Brother, why did you not persuade him to stay? Perhaps if we offered a greater share of benefits, Master Gu might choose to remain with the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps," Xiao Lai remarked, unable to contain himself as he watched Gu He's retreating figure. Xiao Ding paused, then shook his head. "You are thinking too simplistically, brother. Someone of Master Gu's caliber cannot be retained by mere mortals like us. He looks down upon our Mo Tai Mercenary Corps." Xiao Lai fell silent, reflecting on Gu He's demeanor during his time with the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. After leaving the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, Gu He held Ching Lin close, and with a thought, they arrived just outside Shimo City. He then released Xiao Jin from the spatial realm. In the next instant, colossal figure appeared before them. Ching Lin gasped, startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao Jin, and instinctively hid behind Gu He. "Child, this is my pet, raised with care. There is no need to fear," Gu He reassured her gently, smiling at her frightened demeanor. Only then did Ching Lin dare peek out, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the imposing yet handsome Xiao Jin. Such a powerful magical beast. Could it really be a pet of the teacher? "Teacher, you are truly formidable." With that, Gu He led Ching Lin directly onto Xiao Jin's back as they ventured deeper into the Tagar Desert. Above in the clear sky, the immense sun hung high, resembling a blazing fireball that continuously released flames. The scorching sunlight poured down upon the golden sands of the desert, roasting the fine grains until they resembled glowing embers. In the desert, due to the intense heat, waves of hot air rose from the yellow sands, distorting the space into a surreal haze. A massive golden figure streaked across the sky, swiftly departing from Shimo City. Chapter 125. The Tension of the Serpent People. Under the clear sky, the colossal sun continued to blaze fiercely, showering the golden sands of the desert with its relentless heat. The temperature was so intense that waves of heat shimmered from the sands, warping the very air around them. In the vastness of the void, a grand golden figure soared through the air. Sitting atop the back of the golden feather giant, Gu He surveyed the ever-changing landscape below, then retrieved a sheepskin map from his spatial ring, studying the route meticulously. "According to this map, we seem to be gradually approaching the depths of the Tagar Desert," he murmured, tracing a path with his finger while licking his parched lips, his voice tinged with contemplation. "This Tagar Desert is simply enormous. It has taken us 3 full days of flight on Xiao Jin to finally reach its depths," Gu He mused inwardly. Since departing Shimo City with Ching Lin, Gu He had been following the route laid out on the map, making their way deeper into the Tagar Desert. The weather in the Hesitation Desert is exceedingly unpredictable. Considering Ching Lin's frail constitution, Gu He can only opt for relatively safe areas to traverse. Due to her delicate condition, Ching Lin cannot endure prolonged flights at high altitudes. Consequently, Gu He descends on the back of Xiao Jin every half day, embarking on a trek through the Tagar Desert. Within this vast expanse, aside from the lurking magical beasts concealed beneath the sands, The most formidable adversaries are the serpentine beings inhabiting the desert. Few dare to confront them, for their insidious tactics involving venomous snakes are dauntingly treacherous. However, for Gu He, possessing the strength of a Dou Zong, these serpentine foes pose little threat. Should he encounter any audacious serpents or magical beasts attempting to disrupt their journey, he would respond without mercy, unleashing his thunderous might to eliminate them. With Ching Lin by his side, even though Xiao Yan moves with remarkable swiftness and guided by Hebadong's map, it still took Gu He 3 full days to reach the depths of the Tagore Desert from Shimo City. At present, Ching Lin sits behind Gu He, her small hands tightly clutching him, as the swift winds generated by their movement instill a sense of fear within her. She seeks solace against Gu He's back, finding comfort in his presence. Noticing the pallor of her complexion, Gu He gently instructs Xiao Yan to reduce their speed. Ching Lin, just a little longer, we shall arrive soon. He reassures softly. As he speaks, he concentrates his Douqi, forming a protective shield around her, attempting to provide her with as much comfort as possible. Sensing his concern, Ching Lin obediently nods and responds brightly, "Teacher, I am fine." In the heart of the Tagore Desert, not all is an endless stretch of golden sands. Intermittent oases punctuate the landscape. Some tribes of serpentine beings inhabit these oases. Presently, at the end of a narrow path beyond the thickets, several lithe serpent women stand resolutely, their expressions fierce as their sharp gazes sweep through the surrounding foliage. Gripping their weapons, they seem ever ready to strike down any intruder. Perhaps due to the harsh desert environment, their skin possesses a deep bronze hue, and their striking beauty, accentuated by their unique diamond-shaped pupils, exudes an alluring charm. Furthermore, the captivating waists of these serpentine women have garnered much intrigue in the realm of humanity. It is not uncommon for men to blush in embarrassment when witnessing a serpent woman performing an exotic dance. Among these serpent women, possess the formidable strength of great Dou masters, while the rest are uniformly Dou masters. They maintain their vigil, seemingly on guard against an unseen threat. Nearby, at the center of this oasis, lies a modestly sized lake, the very source of water for this lush enclave. At this moment, within the crystalline waters, a voluptuous woman bathes. She tosses her long hair, which cascades against her alabaster shoulders. Droplets of water glistening on her flawless skin as they trickle down her alluring waist and into the lake, creating ripples. The woman casually gathers her tresses, slowly turning to reveal a face brimming with seduction. Beneath the clear surface of the lake, a sinuous azure serpent tail sways gently, exuding an untamed allure. As she caresses her exquisite form with delicate hands, she appears utterly enraptured by the experience. In the scorching heat of the Tagore Desert, bathing in this lake is undoubtedly a luxurious indulgence, reserved for those of notable stature among the serpentine folk. Deep within the Tagore Desert lie numerous serpent tribes, varying in size and strength. Among them, 8 major tribes guard the crucial routes leading deeper into the desert. These tribes hold significant power, rivaling each other. With the exception of Queen Medusa, the woman before the lake is none other than Yume, the leader of the mesmerizing serpent tribe. After a moment, Yume emerges from her bath, revealing her enchanting, flawless figure as she prepares to step ashore. Suddenly, she seems to sense something, her beautiful eyes darting skyward. Upon witnessing a colossal golden avian streaking across the sky at an astonishing speed, her pupils instinctively constrict. A formidable pressure descends in its wake, causing her to shudder involuntarily, a flicker of fear igniting within her. Such an oppressive force she has only experienced from one being, the queen of the serpent folk. Could this be a 6th-tier magical beast? Or perhaps a human? In an instant, her pupils widen in realization as she focuses intently on the creature's back, where a figure appears to be seated. Could this golden avian be the pet of this human? If so, the human strength must be at least that of a 9-star Dou Huang, or even greater. As these thoughts whirl in her mind, Yume's breath quickens. Observing the golden avian swiftly crossing the oasis, a tempest of emotions surges within her. Wait, that direction leads to the Medusa Temple. With the golden avian disappearing into the distance, Yume disregards her shock and hastily dresses before racing towards the temple. Unbeknownst to Gu He, his arrival has already attracted the attention of the serpent tribe's higher echelons. Yet, even if he were aware, he would remain unfazed. With his current prowess, no one among the serpent folk could impede him. Perched atop the golden-winged giant, Gu He consults his sheepskin map. There remains half a day's journey to reach the Medusa Temple. In his embrace lies the slumbering Ching Lin, who, after days of travel, has finally succumbed to exhaustion. Observing her sleepy demeanor, Gui decides to hold her close, allowing her to rest peacefully. Within the serpent tribe, not only is there the formidable Queen Medusa at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Huang, but also 4 elders of equal strength. This expedition undoubtedly heralds a fierce confrontation. Glancing at the sleeping Ching Lin in his arms, he hesitates momentarily before resolving to find a secure place for her to rest before he ventures alone to the Medusa Temple. This way, he can act without restraint. Subsequently, Gui extends his spiritual sense, seeking a secluded spot for Ching Lin to stay temporarily. With Xiao Yan as her guardian, he need not worry about any dangers she might face in the Tagore Desert. As for himself, he prepares to ride the Crimson Fire Dragon, a 7th-tier magical beast, towards the Medusa Temple. The following day, amidst the vast expanse of the desert, a colossal city stands proudly, the sacred ground of the serpent folk, the Medusa Temple. Today, the atmosphere within the temple is heavier than ever, infused with a palpable sense of foreboding. Since last night, the serpent tribe has received orders from Queen Medusa. The entire city is to be put under martial law. In this present moment, the grand city, under a strict state of martial law, remains sealed within its fortified gates. Upon the towering walls, fully armed serpentine sentinels patrol diligently, while above them, a dozen obsidian-hued birds circle ominously, their keen gazes sweeping the outer realm for any signs of disturbance. The slightest rustle of leaves or whisper of wind could provoke these beasts to sound the alarm. In a corner of the temple, dozens of armored serpents brandish their venomous spears, their sharp eyes meticulously surveying their designated area. Any creature not of the serpentine lineage would face their merciless wrath. This squad of serpents weaves through their patrol, leaving behind traces marked by the swaying of their serpentine tails. Cursed be those who dare intrude so audaciously into the heart of the desert. If we capture them, they shall experience the excruciating agony of being devoured by a multitude of serpents. Under the blazing sun, a serpentine leader wipes the sweat from his brow, cursing under his breath. "Captain, what transpired? Why has our clan suddenly declared a state of emergency?" One of the serpents impatiently flicks his tail, casting a puzzled glance across the vast, empty desert. He had been dragged out early that morning to search the sands. Upon hearing his query, several nearby serpents direct their questioning gazes towards the leader, revealing their own uncertainty regarding the unfolding events. Do not let your guard down. Our serpent clan is on the brink of confronting a formidable enemy. Last night, Chief Yume arrived at the temple, proclaiming that an immensely powerful adversary is approaching. Moreover, they have already ventured deep into the desert. According to intelligence from the Charmed Serpent tribe, this enemy possesses strength rivaling that of our queen. Hearing this, the leader's face darkens with a grim scowl. The surrounding serpent's expressions shift to one of alarm. An enemy of such power. Who could it be? Could it be a human warrior? Is the human empire contemplating war again? No major tribe within the serpent clan can withstand such a terrifying foe alone. All of our tribes have entered a state of emergency. Furthermore, I have received word that the leaders of the 8 major tribes were summoned by Her Majesty the Queen last night and are hastening to the temple. The swiftest among them should arrive by nightfall, while the slowest may take an entire day. When mentioning Her Majesty, an air of fervent devotion graces the leader's countenance. With the Queen present, the enemy shall not breach the temple. The leader scoffs, raising his head to gaze out over the barren desert, shaking his head in resignation. He gestures with his hand, commanding, "Let us move to another location. There appear to be no signs of the enemy here." Obeying their leader's command, the serpent squad shifts their search to another area, leaving behind a vast expanse of desolate sand. Meanwhile, outside the Medusa Temple, a distant speck suddenly materializes against the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it hurtles toward the colossal city, accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound. Not long after the dark figure's appearance, the sentinels atop the city walls spot it, and with a resounding alarm, countless serpents raise their venomous spears, poised to strike down the intruder. As the shadow approaches within 100 meters of the city, it abruptly halts midair, and a chilling voice echoes across the desert. Chief of the Ink Serpent Tribe, MOBAS, seeks an audience with Her Majesty the Queen. Upon hearing this thunderous proclamation reverberate through the vast sands, a serpent commander's eyelids flicker. It is indeed a leader from one of the 8 great tribes. Within the spacious and opulent hall, a figure, appearing somewhat fatigued, reclines gently against the back of a chair. Occasionally, her languid gaze drifts toward the empty purple crystal throne upon the dais, and she cannot help but shake her head in frustration. rubbing her smooth forehead. A glimmer of joy suddenly dances across the woman's exquisite features as she raises her head to gaze outside the hall, where a dark silhouette streaks in like a bolt of lightning. At last they have arrived. She sighs in relief upon seeing the shadow enter the hall. May. What is happening? Why have we issued 3 emergency decrees? Is our invading enemy truly so formidable? The figure that entered the hall is clearly a male serpent. He possesses a robust physique, clad in a thin garment draped carelessly over his form, his arms adorned with intricate black tattoos that culminate in the grotesque visages of 2 serpentine heads, poised as though they might spring forth at any moment, exuding an aura of menace. Casting a glance at this male serpent, whose status in the tribe is akin to her own, Yume sighs softly, straightening her posture to accentuate her alluring silhouette, and replies languidly, "I've already witnessed their strength. Given his speed, he should have reached the temple by now. Yet he has yet to make his presence known. Oh, are you aware of the enemy's precise strength?" At her words, the male serpent's eyes narrow as he strides further into the hall and takes a seat at the expansive table, his voice tinged with an unmistakable chill. At least a 9-star Dou Emperor, accompanied by a peak 6th-order magical beast. Yume purses her alluring red lips, whispering, "Pass. It seems we are indeed facing significant troubles." What? A 9-star Dou Emperor? And a peak 6th-order magical beast? The expression of Pass becomes solemn as he inquires, "Have you informed Her Majesty the Queen? What did she say?" Upon hearing this, Yume's lips part slightly, and her demeanor grows increasingly grave. The Queen stated that this could be a battle for the survival of the Serpent Clan. She has already gone to the Forbidden Grounds to alert the 4 elders. What? Even the 4 elders have been stirred. Boss's cold eyes flash with astonishment. The 4 elders are powerful beings who have long reached the 9-star Dou Emperor realm. According to the Serpent Clan's laws, the 4 elders would not intervene unless the clan's very existence was at stake. Now that the Queen intends to summon them, it signifies that this enemy is indeed formidable. Damn it. Boss's expression darkens considerably. Who could it be? When did such a being emerge within the human kingdom? Bas gazes at Yume, perplexed. Since you have seen them, do you know their intentions? Why do they invade our Serpent Clan? You overestimate me, Yume replies, pouting slightly. Faced with such an entity, I dared only to observe from a distance. I would not dare to probe further. Hearing her words, Ba furrows his brow and suddenly rises. I wish to see Her Majesty. She must know something. We ought to clarify this situation. Do not go. Her Majesty is currently unavailable. Even I was denied an audience. All communications were relayed by the captain of the Medusa Serpent Guards, Hua Shir, Yume states nonchalantly. Chapter 126. Confrontation, Transaction. Upon hearing Yume's words, Boss's expression darkens. What is the Queen's intention? At such a critical time, she still does not emerge to take command? Is she waiting for the enemy to arrive at her doorstep? Seeing the discontent on Boss's face, Yume plays with her delicate hands nonchalantly. Perhaps Her Majesty has her own plans? Just as she intends to close her eyes, Yume's expression suddenly shifts, and she sits upright in her chair, her elongated eyes coldly fixated on the sky beyond the hall, her voice chillingly stating, "They are coming." Though she had yet to behold the enemy, a formidable and unfamiliar aura had already descended upon the Medusa Temple. Upon hearing Yume's words, Bs was momentarily taken aback, yet soon sensed the same presence. His expression darkened, and after exchanging a glance with Yume, the two instantly vanished from the Grand Hall, their bodies soaring into the sky. Moments later, they arrived atop the city walls, which were already under lockdown. Indeed, shortly thereafter, several hundred meters above the city walls, a colossal beast hovered in the air. A figure languidly perched atop this beast emanated an aura of unspeakable terror. As they approached, Yume's pupils constricted sharply, her face betraying sheer astonishment at the sight of the creature. It resembled a gigantic serpentine beast, adorned with 2 horns. Its body of vibrant crimson, immense in size, and covered in countless sharp and menacing scales. As it writhed, the surrounding void trembled violently. How could this be? Yume could hardly believe her eyes. Just yesterday, she had witnessed a massive golden avian. How could such a powerful dragon-like beast appear now? Furthermore, this serpentine creature felt even more formidable and terrifying than the golden beast from the previous day. The serpent folk were truly in grave trouble. Yume's heart began to sink. Beside her, Boss's complexion turned grave as he recognized the true nature of the crimson flame dragon. The overwhelming aura emanating from the creature filled him with dread. Could their queen truly contend with such an entity? Yet, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Their queen was invincible. With her presence, the serpent folk would undoubtedly be safe. In the distance, a figure and its beast approached the city unhurriedly. Moments later, they halted just outside the range of the spearman station on the walls. The ancient figure, adorned with a silver mask, calmly surveyed the people atop the walls from his perch on the crimson flame dragon. As he observed the pair that had paused beyond the attack zone, two silhouettes gradually materialized on the city walls. The next instant, Mo Ba's cold voice, imbued with a hint of chill, reverberated through the air above the Medusa Temple. Humans, why have you trespassed into our territory without permission? If you wish to avoid provoking war between humanity and the serpent folk, I advise you to return whence you came. You must be Mo-Bas, the leader of the Mo serpent tribe? The ethereal figure of Dou Huang, with an air of elegance, stepped gracefully down from the crimson flame dragon, smiling amicably. After ensuring Ching Lin was settled the previous night, Dou Huang had adjusted himself to peak condition before choosing to descend upon the Medusa Temple today. And who might you be? Mo-Bas inquired, his cold gaze sweeping over the middle-aged man as he slightly unfurled the energy wings of his back, sneering. Names are merely labels. Why must you delve into such trivialities? Dou Huang replied with a gentle smile, seemingly unaffected by Mo-Bas's scrutiny. Upon hearing the clear voice from the skies, you may felt a flicker of unease, her eyes darting upward to behold the silver-masked man who remained unfazed even in the face of countless adversaries, a strange glimmer in her gaze. Though she was uncertain of the man's identity, she could not deny the aura of strength he exuded, one that even she had to acknowledge. Distinguished leaders, I have ventured into your noble domain merely to discuss matters with Queen Medusa. Might I request an audience with her? Dou Huang inquired politely with a smile. You are unwilling to reveal even your name, yet you seek an audience with our esteemed queen? I'm afraid I cannot relay such a request, Mo-Bas replied, shaking his head without hesitation. He lifted his eyelids slightly, coolly stating, Human, I advise you to depart at once. My 8 tribesmen are en route to the temple, and our serpent folk queen is already within. You should be aware of their profound disdain for your kind. Thus, should you wish to leave, you may find that opportunity slipping away. If you do not wish to be permanently ensnared here, I suggest you depart before their arrival. Despite a twinge of trepidation, though the human before him was immensely powerful, their serpent folk had an indomitable queen and the enigmatic 4 elders. Should a conflict arise, he believed their tribe would surely prevail. Upon sensing the threat in Mo-Bas's tone, Dou Huang remained unfazed. But the crimson flame dragon beneath him could no longer contain itself. With a thunderous roar, the sound of deafening thunder echoed across the city. How dare you disrespect my master? The furious voice of the crimson flame dragon resounded, perceiving the figure before it as merely a mere warrior of the Dou Huang realm. A creature so insignificant that it could be devoured in one gulp, audaciously speaking without regard. To insult its master was to insult itself. And the tempestuous nature of the crimson flame dragon could not abide such affront. Feeling the ferocious aura radiating from the crimson flame dragon, Mo-Bas's expression changed drastically. A wave of fear washing over him. Had he not known that their queen was within the temple, he would have undoubtedly fled in terror at the sight of such a fearsome being. Enough, dragon, calm yourself. Observing the now agitated crimson flame dragon, Dou Huang sighed, raising his hand to quell its fury. Following this, Dou Huang scanned the city, exhaled softly, and then bellowed, his voice, carried by fighting spirit, resonating throughout the city. Queen Medusa, I have not come here to wage war with the nobility, but rather to discuss matters with you. I humbly request your presence. Upon witnessing Dou Huang's actions, both Yume and Mo-Bas furrowed their brows, yet they did not intervene. In this scenario, it would indeed be more prudent for their queen to make an appearance. Given their strength, should the opposition truly wish to engage in combat, they would surely find themselves at a disadvantage. The booming voice reverberated through the city, and after a considerable pause, silence enveloped both within and outside the walls. After a moment of stillness, there was still no response. Observing this, Dou Huang's brow furrowed slightly, but just as he prepared to call out again, the space above the city walls suddenly distorted in a peculiar manner. As he beheld this scene, Dou Huang's gaze sharpened, focusing on the warped expanse above the walls. There, illuminated by the twilight glow of the setting sun, a graceful silhouette slowly emerged before the eyes of countless onlookers. The stunning woman that materialized was adorned in an opulent purple robe, beneath which her voluptuous figure resembled a ripe peach, exuding a subtle allure. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders, falling gracefully to her slender waist, and beneath the robe, a segment of a purple serpentine tail flicked gently, radiating a wild and seductive charm that inexplicably ignited a warmth throughout onlookers. Gu He's gaze swept over the nearly flawless form, ultimately resting upon her enchanting visage, and his heart quivered intensely. Upon laying eyes on this woman, Gui began to comprehend why many near the desert spoke of Queen Medusa's beauty being as renowned as her fearsome reputation. For such a woman, the term seductive seems most fitting. However, beneath that alluring exterior lies an essence of regal nobility reminiscent of a queen. This captivating demeanor reminds Gu He of Yunlan. Both possess an air of dignified grace befitting those of high status. In comparison, the enchanting Yume, who stands beside her, pales significantly. In truth, there is no basis for comparison between the two. Your Majesty, upon the appearance of this mesmerizing woman, a throng of serpent people knelt on the castle walls below, their voices, imbued with reverence, resonating through the skies, gazing at the radiant figure of Queen Medusa above. The cold-faced MOBS felt a fleeting sense of enchantment and concealed admiration in his eyes. Is this the infamous Medusa Queen, whose name strikes fear into the hearts of several empires bordering the desert? Indeed, her reputation is well-deserved. With a serene smile gracing his face, Gui regarded the enchanting woman draped in a purple robe, seemingly unfazed by the fearsome reputation of the Medusa Queen. You seek me? Queen Medusa's gaze lowered slightly. Locking on Gui, her crimson lips curled into a delicate arc, instantly enhancing her exquisite beauty, causing Gui to momentarily lose his composure. Under the queen's mesmerizing smile, Gui inhaled deeply, suppressing the emotions swirling within him, and raised his head with a smile, saying, "It is an honor to meet your Majesty, Queen Medusa." The queen's eyes swept over the crimson flame magic serpent beneath him, a flicker of seriousness crossing her gaze. "Speak, what brings you to seek me? Although your intrusion into my clan's territory is exceedingly disrespectful, my serpent people are not without reason." As she looked at Gui atop the crimson flame magic serpent, a hint of skepticism flashed across Queen Medusa's autumnal eyes as she softly remarked, "If you genuinely wish to pay a visit to my serpent clan, I shall overlook your prior offense." With the conversation finally shifting to the matter at hand, a serious expression emerged on Gui's face. The moment Queen Medusa appeared, his formidable spiritual awareness detected 4 powerful presences concealed within the Medusa Temple. Each of these presences radiated the peak strength of a 9-star Dou Emperor. They must be the 4 elders of the Serpent Clan. It seems the Serpent people are prepared for a fierce battle in anticipation of my arrival. To obtain the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire today, I may have to endure a bloody conflict. Exhaling slowly, Gui raised his gaze to the Medusa Queen in the sky and said solemnly, "I have come primarily for the extraordinary fire that your Majesty has acquired." His voice echoed through the heavens, plunging the already tranquil surroundings into a deeper silence. This fellow indeed came for the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Extraordinary fire? When did your Majesty acquire such a thing?" The expressions of MOBAS and Yume above the castle wall reflected their astonishment. Clearly unaware that Queen Medusa had obtained the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire from outside Stone Desert City a month prior. "What does your Majesty need extraordinary fire for?" Blinking in confusion, Yume's face suddenly paled as she turned to exchange a shocked glance with MOBAS, whispering in disbelief, "Could it be? It must be so. Otherwise, Queen Medusa would not expend such effort searching for extraordinary fire. Unless she intends to undertake that task, it seems she has no other purpose." Taking a breath, MOBAS murmured, "But heavens, the failure rate for that endeavor is exceedingly high. If anything were to happen to your Majesty." Yume waved her hands anxiously in front of her, offering a wry smile. "Alas, your Majesty has remained at the Dou Emperor level for many years. Perhaps she has grown somewhat impatient. Although she appears indifferent, I know she longs to grow stronger. Once she reaches the Dou Zong level, the Serpent Clan's power will expand rapidly, freeing us from this vast desert. Despite our adaptation over the years, we serpents do not truly belong here. Our bloodline is, after all, cold." "Montak basait softly." Yume echoed his sigh, raising her head to cast a pained glance at the Medusa Queen above, whose once smiling visage now bore an expression of serene detachment. "Extraordinary fire? How did you come to know of my acquisition?" Queen Medusa's slender fingers brushed through her cascading azure hair, her violet eyes glinting with a hint of frost. "Not long ago, I ventured into the magma world outside Stone Desert City and sensed the presence of extraordinary fire. However, I also discovered a bloodied piece of 7-colored serpent scale. Such scales only manifest on your majesty's body when you exert yourself in battle, and we detected the scent of extraordinary fire upon that scale. Surely, when you retrieved the extraordinary fire, you were injured by it, Dou Huang replied softly in response to Queen Medusa's inquiry. Queen Medusa delicately licked her crimson lips. Her unique pupils fixed intently on Dou Huang, a subtle chill enveloping the air. Sensing the ominous undertone in her gaze, Dou Huang maintained his composure, replying calmly, Your Majesty. Hierbo no ulterior motivas. To be candid, I am an alchemist. You undoubtedly understand the significance of extraordinary fire to an alchemist. It is something I must acquire. Given that the serpent bloodline is inherently cold, extraordinary fire holds little value for you. Therefore, I hope that your majesty might relinquish it. This fellow is indeed an alchemist. Dou Huang's revelation surprised both May and Mobas. Although serpents seldom regarded human powerhouses with respect, they were compelled to acknowledge the importance of human alchemists. They understood well the elevated status and influence of alchemists in the human realm. This individual possesses a 6th-tier magical beast as a companion. He must be a high-ranking alchemist. However, upon realizing Dou Huang's status as an alchemist, a sense of relief washed over them. After all, alchemists tend to focus on their craft, often lacking formidable combat prowess. Perhaps this individual is not as powerful as they initially perceived. Relinquish the extraordinary fire? Upon hearing Dou Huang's words, a faint smirk of derision graced Queen Medusa's lips as she replied with a light laugh. This extraordinary fire was obtained through great effort. How could I so easily part with it? With a slight furrow of her brow, Dou Huang pondered for a moment before proposing. If your majesty willingly hands over the extraordinary fire, I can concoct a Dou Zong pill and a transformation pill for your serpent clan. Engaging in a transaction with Queen Medusa was a decision Dou Huang had considered thoroughly, weighing various factors. The reasons were as follows. First, the serpent clan's formidable strength, bolstered by the 4 elders, amounted to 5-9-star Dou emperors. Moreover, the serpent clan's unique combat techniques were notoriously difficult to counter, instilling a sense of wariness within Dou Huang. Particularly, some of their fusion techniques could amalgamate the strengths of multiple individuals, enabling them to challenge opponents beyond their level. Dou Huang recalled that in the original narrative, the fusion technique executed by the 4 Dou Huang realm members of the Serpent Clan was potent enough to severely injure the Dou Emperor powerhouse Yunlan. Presently, the combined efforts of 5-9-star Dou Emperors could potentially rival him in combat. Though Dou Huang possessed numerous trump cards and was confident in his ability to respond, this battle would undoubtedly be arduous. If he could resolve the matter through pills, it would be a favorable outcome. Second, Dou Huang recalled the words of Ching Lin, the little girl whose dream was for the Serpent Clan and humanity to cease their hostilities. If today I were to engage in battle with the Serpent Clan, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, quite possibly leading to their eventual downfall at the hands of the surrounding human empires. If that were to occur, the young girl, Ching Lin, would likely be heartbroken, a scenario that Dou Huang wishes to avoid. After all, the coexistence of the Serpent Clan and humanity serves as the driving force behind the girl's desire for strength. Dou Huang has no inclination to shatter this aspiration without necessity. Furthermore, Dou Huang harbors a reluctance to fully reveal his own strength, as the northwestern region is rife with formidable Soul Palace practitioners. Should he expose his true abilities, he would likely attract unwanted attention from the Soul Palace. Upon Dou Huang's utterance, Mebas atop the city wall widened his eyes in shock, gazing at Dou Huang with an expression of disbelief. Beside him, May also exhibited a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this individual would so generously offer to act due to the allure of the exotic fire. The Dou Zong pill, that is a 6th-grade upper-tier elixir. It is a concoction capable of igniting envy even among high-level Dou Huang practitioners. The effects of this pill are straightforward yet tantalizing, as it grants a 9-star Dou Huang the potential to break through to the Dou Zong realm. In essence, should a 9-star Dou Huang consume the Dou Zong pill, he might ascend to the status of a Dou Zong powerhouse in a short span of time. It is well known that upon reaching the 9-star Dou Huang level, any further advancement becomes exceedingly arduous. Many practitioners, after decades of painstaking cultivation, find themselves unable to progress beyond this point. This phenomenon is not uncommon. Even Queen Medusa found herself stalled at the 9-star Dou Huang tier for far too long, ultimately resorting to the perilous use of exotic fire in hopes of breaking through. This underscores the immense value of the Dou Zong pill. However, despite its highly coveted effects, the Dou Zong pill possesses a significant resistance. Once consumed, the second Dou Zong pill loses its efficacy for the individual. In other words, a Dou Huang can only consume one Dou Zong pill in their lifetime. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, the Dou Zong pill remains the most sought-after elixir among the ranks of the powerful, with countless individuals willing to pay exorbitant prices for just one. In comparison to the 6th-grade upper-tier Dou Zong pill, the 7th-grade transformation pill is even more astonishing. This elixir has the power to drive countless Dou Huang-level beasts into a frenzy. For with just one, they can completely transcend their beastly forms, gaining the longevity of magical beasts and the cultivation talents of humans. The combination of these two extraordinary effects may well create a legendary powerhouse capable of reaching the Dou Zong or even Dou Sheng levels. The items that Gu Hua presented were almost enough to drive certain individuals to madness, which explains the incredulity displayed by Mebas and Yueme nearby. At this moment, atop the city wall, the two appeared utterly astonished by Gu Hua's offered terms, their expressions a blend of bewilderment and intrigue. Their gazes shifted to the high skies where Queen Medusa resided. Mebas clenched his fists slightly, whispering, "Surely, Her Majesty will acquiesce, right?" All those sharing Mebas' sentiments, including Yueme, directed their anxious gazes toward the silent Queen Medusa, awaiting her response. After all, if she were to agree, this impending battle might very well be averted. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Queen Medusa remained silent for an extended moment, letting out a soft sigh. With her alluring red lips pursed, her enchanting eyes held a hint of regret as she looked at Gu Hua and replied, "I must concede, your terms are indeed tempting, but I'm afraid I cannot exchange with you." Upon hearing Queen Medusa's unequivocal refusal, many were left dumbfounded. While the power of the exotic fire is immensely formidable, it seems to hold little allure for the Serpent Clan. After all, in contrast to their cold-blooded lineage, this violent and destructive force is akin to water and fire, utterly incompatible. Thus, when Gu Hua heard Medusa's words tinged with regret, his expression hardened into one of indifference. What is Her Majesty thinking? Why cling to something that bears little utility for herself? Wouldn't it be wiser to exchange for something of value? Yueme, shaking her head in exasperation, murmured her confusion. Beside her, Mebas also slightly shook his head, a look of bewilderment etched across his features. Is the queen resolute in pursuing this extreme course? After a moment of shock, it seemed as if a realization dawned upon Yueme and Mebas, their expressions settling into a calm understanding. They fully comprehended her intentions following her outright refusal. Indeed, it appears that Her Majesty is truly intent on this path. Otherwise, she would not have so decisively dismissed such an opportunity. Yueme sighed softly. Mebas nodded slightly, a hint of worry and bitterness crossing his features. On the Crimson Flame Serpent, upon receiving Queen Medusa's refusal, Gu Hua felt a slight sigh escape him. It seemed that battle was now unavoidable. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Gu Hua, and his demeanor turned cold and unyielding. He had made significant concessions, yet Queen Medusa remained unappreciative. Thus, he could hardly be blamed for what was to come. "Queen Medusa, I hope you do not come to regret this decision." Gu Hua's icy gaze emanated an endless chill. Feeling the fury of his master, the Crimson Flame Serpent beneath Gu Hua unleashed a terrifying aura, letting out a roar reminiscent of thunder that reverberated throughout the skies above the Medusa Temple. Chapter 127, The Great Battle, Crushing. A powerful and terrifying presence erupted from Gu Hua and the Crimson Flame Serpent, enveloping the Serpent Clan upon the city wall entirely. Mebas and Yueme, sensing this overwhelming aura, turned pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Under such pressure, they were horrified to find themselves devoid of any means of resistance. Could this possibly be a Dou Zong powerhouse? At this moment, the typically composed and aloof Queen Medusa bore a look of grave seriousness upon her exquisite visage. Although she had harbored suspicions, the true weight of Gu Hua's violent pressure left her feeling momentarily shaken. Had she made a mistake? Yet, recalling the benefits documented in the Serpent Clan's ancient texts regarding the evolution through exotic fire, a flash of resolve ignited in her icy gaze. The exotic fire must not be relinquished. In the next moment, with newfound determination, Queen Medusa's voice resonated throughout the Medusa Temple. "I call upon the four elders for assistance." As her words echoed, for powerful auras suddenly surged from within the Medusa Temple, and four shadowy figures ascended rapidly, landing in the void above the city wall. As these four figures hovered in the air, their forms gradually became discernible, revealing aged visages. Upon the appearance of these four elders, Mebas and Yueme atop the city wall were momentarily taken aback before their faces broke into expressions of unbridled joy. The four elders were truly stepping forward. Perhaps, in this battle, the Serpent Clan might yet emerge victorious. Seeing the four figures in the sky, Queen Medusa also allowed a smile to grace her lips. Clearly, the arrival of the four elders bolstered her confidence significantly. As the four elders manifested, Dou Huang also turned his gaze toward them. Indeed, the strength of these four elders was all at the peak of the 9-star Dou Huang level. Moreover, the profound aura radiating from them indicated they had lingered at this level for quite some time. However, this was their limit. Gu could perceive that the life force within the four elder serpents was nearly extinguished, likely leaving them with but a fleeting breath. Following this conflict, it seemed their vitality would soon be depleted, marking the end of their existence. At that moment, one of the elder women at the center gradually opened her eyes, her diamond-shaped pupils locking onto Gu with the cold precision of a viper, sending a chill coursing through his skin. As she opened her eyes, the other three elders also suddenly awoke, and a chilling aura began to rise, coalescing in the air into a massive, pitch-black python. Its emotionless gaze fixated on Gu. An invisible pressure began to mount, gathering upon him like the weight of 1,000 pounds. Feeling the oppressive force, Gu's expression grew increasingly solemn. With a sudden, fierce shout, a flicker of violet flame erupted around him, enveloping his entire being. As the purple flames manifested, the temperature in the void surged, dissipating the chilling aura conjured by the four elders, while the dark python was also affected, vanishing into nothingness. This was an extraordinary fire. Observing the violet flames swirling around Gu, the elder woman's murky eyes flickered with surprise, and the massive serpent-like aura above her gradually faded. She spoke slowly. "Since you possess such fire, why do you still covet the fire that belongs to our queen?" Her voice was grating, akin to stones scraping against glass, leaving an uncomfortable sensation in the air. Naturally, Gu, with his formidable strength, could easily disregard such feelings. He chose not to respond to the elder's inquiry. At this juncture, further dialogue seemed unnecessary. Today, he was determined to claim the heart of the azure lotus fire. Gu's gaze swept over the four elder serpents before settling on Queen Medusa, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Queen Medusa, surely you do not believe that these soon-to-fall ancients can safeguard the fire you hold." The icy undertone in Gu's words caused Queen Medusa's heart to skip a beat. Her lips parted to reply, but one of the elder serpents interjected with indignation. "Arrogant." One elder, with slit pupils, glared at Gu, her eyes glinting with frost. "You underestimate the Serpent Clan far too much." The other three elders remained silent, their faces pale with fury, clearly incensed by Gu's remarks. Gu cast a dismissive glance at the elder, retorting, "You relics of the past." In the next heartbeat, his figure vanished atop the red flame magic serpent. The elder's eyelids twitched at his sudden disappearance. Instantly, Gu reappeared before one of the elder serpents. With such proximity, Gu utilized his skill to traverse distances in the blink of an eye. A massive palm imprint swiftly coalesced in Gu's hand, enveloped in terrifying strength, before it struck mercilessly at the elder's chest. Just half a foot from her chest, the imprint erupted with a horrifying force, slicing through the air and producing a piercing sound that resonated like a siren. Bang! At such close range, even if the elder serpent reacted, it was too late to evade, and she bore the brunt of Gu's attack. The overwhelming power surged into her chest, leaving a discernible dent, causing her to stagger back several steps before she managed to stabilize herself with a harsh shake of her shoulder. Cough! As the elder regained her balance, she spat forth a mouthful of blood. In a mere exchange, Gu had grievously wounded her. After repelling the elder, Gu suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing the two serpents to his right charging toward him. Low growls emanated from their mouths, their blood-red light intensifying as they grasped their hands, unleashing a violent surge that solidified in the void into a sharply defined phantom of a giant serpent. The phantom tore through the air, leaving faint traces as it lunged towards Gu. Ho, imp ho, miatsrex. Unaffected by their assault, Gu's expression remained unchanged, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, he swiftly formed several intricate hand seals, conjuring a terrifying palm imprint. This strike lacked any intricate malice. Rather, it bore an immense weight, distorting the surrounding space and creating an almost imperceptible arc in the air. An invisible air cannon materialized in his palm, resonating with a thunderous sound. In the next instant, the colossal palm imprint collided violently with the serpent phantom. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air, echoing in the ears of countless onlookers. some of whom felt a sharp pain in their eardrums. In the sky, where they met, the powerful energy rippled outward like waves, and the two attacking figures were thrust back several yards upon contact. At that moment, shock flashed in the eyes of the two elder serpents. Feeling a fierce force coursing through their bodies, as if it sought to rend their flesh apart. Struggling to regain their footing, they turned their gaze to Gu, only to be met with the startling realization that his figure had vanished once more. Suddenly, one elder had an epiphany, her expression shifting drastically as she shouted to the last unscathed elder, fourth elder, "Be cautious." As the warning echoed, the final elder's face paled, sensing Gu's presence closing in, leaving her no time to react. A torrent of violent battle energy surged toward her. Before she could even attempt to harness that force, Gu unleashed a fiery palm imprint upon her form amidst a sea of astonished gazes. Boom! The thunderous explosion resounded deafeningly in the sky, unleashing a terrifying wave of flames. As the flames engulfed the area, a figure above spewed forth a fountain of blood, plummeting toward the ground like a bird whose wings had been severed. Witnessing the falling figure, the entire battlefield fell into a stunned silence. Upon the city walls, Yume and MOPS stood transfixed, struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. As realization dawned, their eyes widened in sheer horror at the sight of the calm figure in the void. The four elders had been defeated so effortlessly. It had only taken a fleeting moment. This human was astonishingly powerful. Moreover, what sent shivers down Yume and Mo Boss's spines was the fact that throughout the confrontation, this silver-faced human had seemingly never resorted to any battle techniques. He had vanquished the four elders solely with ordinary battle energy. As they beheld the catastrophic defeat of the four elders, astonishment graced Queen Medusa's exquisite features. In that instant, she finally comprehended the truth. She had gravely underestimated the strength of the human before her. To defeat the four elders in such a brief time frame, this human's power had undoubtedly reached the level of a Dou Zong. It is not that the four elders of the Serpent Clan are weak, but rather that this individual is extraordinarily powerful. His speed is unparalleled. Do not engage her in solitary combat. Invoke the celestial serpent poison seal. Gazing at the wounded fourth elder of the Serpent Clan, a gray-robed matriarch commanded with a grim countenance. This is the Grand Elder of the Serpent Clan, and under her directive, the other three elders swiftly reacted, converging rapidly together. As the Grand Elder chanted, her hands deftly formed a series of intricate seals that dazzled the eyes, and with the movement of these seals, a vast, ethereal bluish light began to coalesce in her palm. In the instant the Grand Elder completed her hand seals, the other three elders followed suit, rapidly executing their own seals. Having practiced this technique countless times, they were able to complete the intricate formations with remarkable speed upon receiving the command. At the moment their seals intertwined, a faint, ghostly energy barrier materialized, enveloping them firmly, evidently a precaution against unexpected attacks. Observing the intensifying energy in their hands, Gu, suspended in midair, was struck by a flicker of intrigued expression. He had long heard of the Serpent Clan's unique combat techniques, particularly their fusion skills that amalgamate the strengths of multiple individuals and unleash them in unison to contend with high-level adversaries. The fusion technique they were currently employing seemed to have reached the elementary level of Earth-grade techniques, a mastery that could be considered profound within the Serpent Clan. Thus, only the elders possessed the strength and qualification to cultivate it. Celestial Serpent Poissonsel. Activate. With the Grand Elder's low command, the four 9-star Dou Emperor experts felt an explosion of radiance erupt from their palms, and in an instant, four enormous bluish energy pillars surged forth from their hands. As these energy pillars shot forth, they began to intertwine, and before long, an immensely colossal energy pillar loomed in the sky. When this gigantic energy pillar appeared, a tempest arose in the desert, filled with an aura of bloodlust and ferocity that surged forth from the energy pillar. The massive energy pillar abruptly began to writhe and transform into a serpentine form, a green energy serpent stretching over several dozen feet in length. Hiss! As the energy serpent emerged, the desert winds intensified, swirling visibly around the serpentine figure with a howling sound that echoed throughout the sands. Gazing at the enormous energy serpent in the sky, Gu was finally gripped by astonishment and gravity. He had not anticipated that these four 9-star Dou Emperors could unleash such formidable energy. Its might was sufficient to rival that of a Dou Zong expert, and even an ordinary 1-star Dou Zong would find it difficult to withstand this power. The Serpent Clan's combat techniques were indeed renowned across the Douqi Continent. And this extraordinary fusion technique was truly awe-inspiring. Taking a deep breath, Gou concentrated his Douqi, his aura sharpening like the edge of a sword. However, it was merely an elementary earth-grade technique. Subsequently, with a thought, Gou began to form hand seals. Vermilion cel. His hands danced, conjuring intricate seals that coalesced rapidly. In an instant, dozens of seals formed between his fingers. As these mysterious seals gathered, a radiant starry pattern emerged in the void. Following this, a resounding cry echoed from the starry sky, and a majestic figure slowly materialized from within. The Vermilion bird's ethereal silhouette, enveloped in scarlet flames, emanated an intensely violent and searing aura, standing as a colossal beast in the heavens, as if poised to incinerate the very fabric of the world. As Gou's hand seal shifted, the Vermilion bird's apparition erupted with blinding brilliance, akin to a radiant sun suspended in the sky. Go! With a snap of his fingers, Gou unleashed a fierce shout. As a command fell, the Vermilion bird's silhouette, which had been hovering in the air, transformed into a streak of blurred light, darting forth with the swiftness of lightning. Despite the terrifying energy contained within the Vermilion bird, it traversed the space with an eerie silence, not even stirring a ripple of energy, yet this very silence instilled a chilling dread. On the city wall, Medusa's gaze remained fixed on the fleeting silhouette overhead. Although she did not confront Gou directly, she sensed the terrifying energy within the Vermilion bird. And her exquisite visage reflected a hint of panic and unrest, her delicate hands clenched tightly. She understood that both the four elders and this human had unleashed their lethal moves, and the moment of reckoning was upon them. Beside her, Yumei and Mobas felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the Vermilion bird's apparition, as if they were suffocating, their breaths becoming labored. As the Vermilion bird zipped through the sky, it ultimately collided with the tumultuous, colossal serpent shadow like a shooting star, resulting in a clash that seemed disproportionate, akin to a bird striking a mountain wall, leaving the latter unperturbed. Yet, one must not underestimate the power of such a strike. As the Vermilion bird crashed into the massive serpent figure, a cold, thunderous shout reverberated through the skies. Boom! The cry echoed from above, followed by a cataclysmic explosion of flames erupting from the serpent's phantom, accompanied by a deafening roar that shattered the air. The explosion resonated across the heavens, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that swept outwards from the point of impact, engulfing a radius of 100 meters. Under this fearsome energy tempest, even those sheltered atop the city walls, including Queen Medusa and Yumei, were struck with shock, their eyes widening in horror. Boom! The thunderous explosion reverberated, and a torrent of fiery waves mingled with dense green energy surged across the sky, ultimately resembling a roaring ocean's waves as they cascaded in all directions. The terrifying flames swept forth, affecting the Serpent Clan members standing on the city walls. Some quick-witted individuals managed to evade, while others, a touch slower, were caught directly by the fiery tide, immediately spewing forth crimson blood as if struck by a heavy blow, which quickly evaporated under the searing heat. The sunlight, cascading from above, began to dissipate, as an endless torrent of flames enveloped the sacred temple of Medusa, rendering even the sun unable to penetrate the thick layers of fiery clouds. The waves of fire, infused with terrifying energy, swept across the sky, compelling nearly all the powerful beings to hastily descend, desperate to avoid the inferno's grasp, lest they meet a tragic fate. Gulp! The fiery clouds swirled in the heavens, reflecting a dark crimson glow upon the awestruck faces on the city walls. Moments later, the sound of swallowed breaths echoed continuously. Yumei and Mobas, trembling, wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Before such a formidable energy, even those at the Dou Huang level felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance and fragility. This kind of power is far beyond their level to resist. The massive, dark green energy giant snake, when it first came into contact with the sweeping Vermilion bird shadow, began to dissipate rapidly like the remnants of snow meeting the heat. In just the blink of an eye, the fierce giant snake roaring into the sky disappeared abruptly, leaving only a slightly mournful hissing sound that slowly echoed through the sky until it dissipated. Countless gazes, after escaping from the impact of the flame storm. He looked up with a slight sense of relief at the flame storm that pervaded the sky, whispering quietly and echoing. Obviously, every snake person wanted to know who the four elders and that human could successfully escape from the flame storm. Under the gaze of one eye after another. After a long time, The flame storm that pervaded the sky gradually dissipated after spreading for a very long distance. However, the two figures inside still remained motionless. There was no movement in the sky, and the snake people on the city wall dared not make too loud noises. As they looked at each other, their faces changed slightly. Did the four elders and that human all die in the flame storm? Queen Medusa stared unblinkingly at the raging storm of flames in the sky. At this moment, even with her strength, she was completely unaware of the situation. Therefore, besides praying, she seemed to have no other effect. Just as everyone was looking around in confusion, a gust of wind suddenly sounded in the vast sky, and soon four figures shot down from the storm. The sudden appearance of the figure immediately drew the entire audience's attention. I saw these four figures like birds with broken wings, falling weakly to the ground and finally landing heavily on the desert outside the city walls in countless horrified gazes. At this moment, Queen Medusa had already reacted and looked at the four figures flying out of the towering flames, her pupils slightly contracting. The four elders have suffered another disastrous defeat. Damn it! Just as the serpents were horrified, a sharp gust of wind suddenly echoed through the sky once again. Immediately, the flame storm that pervaded the sky wriggled, and a white shadow emerged from it. The suspended black ice armor stood out in the sky. Queen Medusa, what else do you rely on now? In the void, Gui held his hands behind his back, dressed in Xianbing holy armor, like a heavenly god, overlooking the entire snake race. The sound of the ancient river, like a vast divine sound, echoed throughout the entire Medusa Temple, making the entire powerful serpent tribe unable to resist bowing their heads. Faced with the powerful human beings like gods in front of them, they no longer have the desire to fight and only have infinite fear in their hearts. Looking at the ancient river standing in the void, Queen Medusa's pretty face showed no trace of blood at this moment. She glanced at the four elders under the city wall whose lives and deaths were unknown, and weakly closed her eyes. The alliance of the four elders has all failed, and it is destined that the great momentum of the Snake Clan is gone. Having witnessed the tactics just employed by the humans before her, Queen Medusa has come to understand that even if the entire snake race were to join forces, they would be powerless against the humans before her. In the void, the figure of the ancient river slowly landed on the red flame magic Jiao, and then looked coldly at Queen Medusa, saying indifferently, "Queen Medusa, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the strange fire, otherwise there will be no need for the snake race to exist." The sound of the ancient river is like drifting out in a cold wind, icy and piercing. Upon hearing the cold voice of the ancient river, Queen Medusa's pretty face turned pale, biting her silver teeth and hissing, "Okay, I can hand over the strange fire, but you must promise not to attack me again." The Snake Race. Chapter 128. Get the strange fire. I just want a strange fire. As long as you hand over the strange fire, I will naturally not harm your people. Above the red flame demon Jiao, Gui looked at Queen Medusa with a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa fell silent and looked at the four elders who had fallen into a coma beneath the city walls, with a complex expression in her beautiful eyes. If she had known it would end up in this situation, she might as well have obediently surrendered her strange fire. In that case, at least you can get a Dou Zong Dan and a Hua Xing Dan. But now, the four elders are seriously injured and dying, and many of their clan members are also suffering heavy casualties. The strange fire still needs to be obediently handed over. Really, I lost both my wife and my troops. At this thought, a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Queen Medusa's mouth. Yume, Mobas, take care of the four elders. Queen Medusa turned to look at Yume and Mebas, the two leaders of the snake tribe. Upon hearing this, Yume and Mobas looked solemnly at Queen Medusa, whose face was somewhat pale, with a hint of gloom in their eyes. They then bowed and said, "I will obey the orders of the queen." In the next moment, two figures fell from the city wall and brought the four elders, who were unconscious and unaware of their lives and deaths, into the Medusa Temple. "Sir, please come with me." Queen Medusa glanced at the ancient river and then rose into the air, heading towards the direction of the Medusa Temple. Watching the direction of Queen Medusa's disappearance, Gui left the red flame demon Jiao in place, and then his figure flashed, following Queen Medusa. After a moment, a clear lake appeared in the sight of the ancient river. In the center of the lake, there is a small island surrounded by rippling water, with no bridge or road leading to it. Queen Medusa stopped in front of the lake, waiting for the ancient river to arrive. With a thought in Guhi's heart, he sensed the presence of a barrier on the lake. After the ancient river arrived, Queen Medusa made several handprints and blasted the prohibition on the lake, instantly opening a gap in the prohibition. "Sir, please come with me." Queen Medusa turned around and glanced at the ancient river, leaving behind a cold sentence as she headed towards the gap. Gui hesitated for a moment, and his figure followed into the gap. After a moment, Queen Medusa and the figure of the ancient river slowly landed on a small island in the center of the lake. Gui turned around and looked at the small island. The island was not very large, but there were lush bamboo forests and some flowers and plants planted everywhere, which looked lively and beautiful. The scent of strange fire. As soon as he stepped onto the island, Gui's expression changed slightly, and he sensed a familiar aura. This is the fluctuation of the power of the strange fire. It seems that Queen Medusa has hidden the blue lotus heart fire on this small island. Walking on the path in the bamboo forest, the quiet atmosphere was devoid of any other sound except for the extremely faint whispers of the footsteps of Dou and Queen Medusa falling on the grass leaves. In fact, even without Queen Medusa's guidance at this moment, the ancient river can still find the most correct path with the faint, strange, and unusual fire smell in the air. With steady steps, he turned around the end of several small paths, and his vision gradually became clearer. At the moment he turned the path, Gui's body suddenly stopped, and his gaze converged, looking at an open area in the center of the small island. This is a circular open area, surrounded by bamboo and flowers that have been cleaned up. Small and smooth stones are scattered among them. The stones sink into a small pool in the open area, filled with crystal clear water. On the surface of the water, white mist lingers. Even though they are far apart, the ancient river can still feel the extremely cold temperature contained in it. Ice Spirit Cold Spring. Staring intently at the crystal clear liquid, after a while, Gui took a long breath of cold air in his heart. The pool of water in front of him was actually filled with icy cold springs. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring is of great use for refining and transforming exotic fires. In the future, Guha will bestow the strange fire upon his disciples, and this Ice Spirit Cold Spring will naturally be an essential item. Such a rare and extraordinary entity can only be found in the frigid or scorching extremes of the world, making it a treasure to be cherished. Gui recalled that in the original narrative, Xiao Yan had to expend considerable effort to barter with Gute for a mere vial of the Ice Spirit Spring. Yet, here an entire small pond was filled with it. The lavishness of Queen Medusa's display was almost terrifying. After gazing for a moment, Gui's initial shock gradually subsided, his focus shifting to a peculiar lotus pedestal carved from a strange crystal at the center of the pond. Atop this pedestal, a swirling azure flame was slowly rising. As he beheld this azure flame, Gui's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. The flame possessed an extraordinary sentience, occasionally coalescing into the shape of a lotus, and at other times morphing into a slender azure flame serpent, gracefully spiraling in the air above the pedestal, exuding a charming and docile demeanor. At last he had found it. Although he had never seen the azure lotus heart fire before, as a fellow controller of otherworldly flames, he could faintly sense a familiar essence within the azure flame that was intrinsically linked to his own divine fire. The crystal lotus platform enveloping the azure lotus heart fire was clearly no ordinary artifact. Each time the azure flame ventured beyond the limits of the pedestal, a faint white barrier would abruptly materialize, repelling the flame back into confinement. Upon closely examining the pond, Gui noticed that each encounter between the flame and the barrier caused a barely perceptible reduction in the Ice Spirit Spring contained within. Evidently, the crystal lotus platform harnessed the power of the Ice Spirit Spring to keep the azure flame restrained. Shifting his gaze to the left, Gui was immediately captivated by the breathtaking visage of Queen Medusa, whose beauty approached the realm of the ethereal. Observing her closely, he could not suppress his astonishment. Draped in an opulent purple robe, her alluring form was enveloped within, accentuating her voluptuous curves and exuding an irresistible allure. Her elongated lavender eyes sparkled with an enchanting glimmer, capable of ensnaring the gaze of any man. Beneath the purple robe, a segment of a purple serpent tail lazily flicked, emanating an aura of wildness and exotic charm. At that moment, Queen Medusa's captivating gaze was fixed intently upon the azure flame in the pond, her lavender eyes reflecting the flickering arcs of fire. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly exhaled a gentle sigh. What a pity, she murmured softly, a complex expression fleeting across her enchanting face. In an instant, hesitation transformed into resolve, and from beneath her purple robe, two snowy white wrists emerged as her delicate hands began to form intricate seals. As the seals shifted, the crystal lotus platform quaked violently, and the luminous barrier gradually dissipated. With the barrier gone, the azure flame, now liberated from its constraints, surged forth violently, erupting into a tempestuous blaze within the blink of an eye. My lord, the otherworldly flame is yours to command. After completing her incantations, Queen Medusa turned her gaze towards Gu He, her voice cool and composed. Watching the now unrestrained and tempestuous azure lotus heart fire, Gu He furrowed his brow. Casting a deep glance at Queen Medusa, the tumultuous flame would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging to subdue. He understood that this was a manifestation of her pent-up frustration. Yet, he could empathize with her feelings. The otherworldly flame she had labored so hard to procure was now to be relinquished. And he knew that if he were in her position, he too would feel an overwhelming sense of indignation, despite his twinge of regret. The significance of the otherworldly flame to him was paramount. If blame were to be assigned, it lay with the weakness of the serpent people. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Had Gu He been feeble at this moment, he would not have dared to reveal his own otherworldly flame, nor would he have ventured into the Tagore Desert. Ultimately, in this world, one's power dictated their fate. Though Gu He harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Queen Medusa's actions in lifting the restrictions, he chose to remain silent. Given his current strength and abilities, subduing an otherworldly flame was not an insurmountable task. After all, compared to other flames, the azure lotus heartfire was not exceptionally formidable. With a focused thought, Gu He stepped forward, then swiftly appeared above the pond, his gaze fixated on the raging azure lotus heartfire below. When an otherworldly flame enters a state of frenzy, it incinerates everything in proximity, including energy. Apart from certain peculiar substances, one could only envelop it with a continuous flow of energy to forcibly contain it. Gu He surmised that Queen Medusa must have employed such a method to extract the azure lotus heartfire from the magma. However, given her strength, she likely endured considerable hardship to achieve it, as evidenced by the colorful scales that had fallen from the magma realm. Yet this method consumed an exorbitant amount of energy. With Gu He's current Dou Zong cultivation, he could barely suppress the otherworldly flame. With determination, he gathered his Dou Qi, channeling it into his right hand, coalescing a formidable energy into a colossal claw that descended upon the tumultuous azure lotus heartfire. Sensing the impending threat, the now sentient azure lotus heartfire became even more frenzied, flames leaping into the air as it sought to break free from Gu He's grasp. Witnessing this, a glint of brilliance flashed in Gu He's eyes as he activated the divine flame technique, summoning a violet flame from his palm that transformed into a violet fire net, ensnaring the azure lotus heartfire within. His innate divine fire was forged from the nine nether flame, and it was evident that while both were otherworldly flames, the nine nether flame possessed a superiority over the azure lotus heartfire. Under the pressure of the violet fire net, the chaotic azure lotus heartfire gradually diminished, its fiery surges calming. Moments later, as the violet fire net continued to constrict, the azure lotus heartfire reverted to its original form, resembling a blue fire lotus. Not far away, Queen Medusa observed the violet flame that Gu He had conjured in his palm, her eyes widening in astonishment. This human-esque control over otherworldly flames had reached such an extraordinary level. Gazing at the now subdued azure lotus heartfire, Queen Medusa felt an increasing sense of dread towards this human. Yet, almost immediately, a flicker of resentment crossed her expression. This human, already possessing an otherworldly flame, sought to seize the one she had painstakingly acquired, truly a figure of insatiable greed. Contemplating the thought of her hard-won otherworldly flame being so easily handed over to this human, Queen Medusa could not help but curse Gu He to suffer a backlash while refining the otherworldly flame. At this moment, Gu He observed the now docile azure lotus heartfire, suppressed under the weight of his innate divine fire, a slight smile gracing his lips. Then, with a focused thought, Gu He quickly tapped his finger on the spatial ring, and a blue light began to rise slowly from within, ultimately hovering before Xiao Yan. Within that azure glow, the exquisitely crafted azure lotus pedestal spun gently, emanating a subtle energy. Gu He had anticipated the moment he would collect the otherworldly flame and had specifically retrieved this azure pedestal from Ching Lin. The azure lotus pedestal, being of the same lineage as the azure lotus heartfire, not only contained the flame's temperature, but also offered a far greater safety margin compared to merely enveloping it with energy. Cradling the Ching Lin seat in his palm, Gu He gently cast it towards the otherworldly flame, suspended in midair. As the Ching Lin seat reached the space beneath the ethereal fire, a faint azure light shield emanated from it, gradually enveloping the Ching Lin earth heart fire within. With the light shield slowly contracting, the otherworldly flame succumbed without resistance, descending back into the heart of the lotus. Instantly, The once vacant center of a lotus blossomed with an enchanting azure flame. Success. The acquisition of the otherworldly flame surpassed Gu He's expectations, and a smile of joy graced his face as he gazed at the Ching Lin earth heart fire contained within the Ching Lin seat. Cautiously, he grasped the base of the Ching Lin seat, his eyes fixated on the cluster of azure flames at its core, a flicker of excitement shimmering in his dark gaze. The purpose of his journey to the Tagore Desert was to obtain this Ching Lin earth heart fire, despite the numerous obstacles encountered along the way. He had finally realized his goal. Holding the Ching Lin seat, Gu He concentrated his thoughts and directly stored the entire Ching Lin seat, along with the Ching Lin earth heart fire, into the system space. Subsequently, Gu He turned his attention to the icy Ling Han spring below, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. However, upon glancing at the icy demeanor of Queen Medusa, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided against the idea of seizing the entire icy spring. Having already wronged Queen Medusa by claiming the otherworldly flame, it would be excessive to also take the spring. Although Gu He did not consider himself a virtuous person, he preferred to avoid such unscrupulous acts unless absolutely necessary. With this thought lingering, he cast a regretful glance at the icy spring below before swiftly appearing before Queen Medusa. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your assistance," Gu He expressed sincerely. Then, observing the Queen's frigid countenance, he felt a surge of inspiration and retrieved 2 jade vials from his storage ring, extending them toward her. Within these vials are a 6th-grade elixir, the Qingming longevity pill, and several healing potions. "Consider this my compensation to Your Majesty," Gu He stated nonchalantly. As Queen Medusa beheld the jade vials presented by Gu He, her exquisite eyes shifted slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. This fellow, it seems, possesses some semblance of conscience. However, recalling that he had not only wrested her otherworldly flame, but had also injured 4 esteemed elders of her clan, any sense of goodwill was swiftly extinguished, leaving only resentment towards Gu He. "What, after injuring my kin and forcibly seizing my otherworldly flame, do you think a mere 6th-grade elixir will suffice to appease me?" Queen Medusa coldly retorted, unaware of the true value of the Qingming longevity pill. To her, it merely appeared to be an ordinary 6th-grade elixir, of little use to her. Thus, she did not reach out to accept the potion, maintaining her indifferent demeanor. Noticing her reaction, Gu He furrowed his brow slightly, and then explained, "The Qingming longevity pill, when consumed, can extend one's lifespan by 10 years, even for those at the Dou Huang level. Does Your Majesty not find it appealing?" With that, he prepared to retract the jade vials. Yet, upon hearing his explanation, Queen Medusa's expression shifted dramatically. Before Gu He could withdraw the vials, she snatched them from his grasp. The prospect of extending the lives of the elders within her clan, who were on the brink of death, made the Qingming longevity pill invaluable. Despite her grievances against Gu He, she could not ignore the potential salvation it offered to her kin. Seeing Queen Medusa seize the elixirs, Gu He was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept onto his lips. This woman, it seems, possesses a touch of pride. Nevertheless, now that she had accepted his goodwill, much of his earlier remorse dissipated. "I take my leave." He offered a respectful bow to Queen Medusa before turning to exit the lake area. With the otherworldly flame secured, there was no reason for him to linger and potentially incite further animosity. As Gu He prepared to depart without hesitation, Queen Medusa's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, she parted her lips, her voice icy as she commanded, "Wait." Hearing this, Gu He paused mid-step and turned back to face her, puzzled. "Does Your Majesty have further business?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Queen Medusa's face as she contemplated her words, finally saying, "Might I borrow the otherworldly flame for a time?" At her request, Gu He frowned. Perceiving his discontent, Queen Medusa felt a surge of anger. "That otherworldly flame was obtained through my own trials and tribulations. Is it too much to ask for a mere temporary loan? Your Majesty wouldn't still be considering that method, would you?" Gu He inquired, his gaze steady on her. "In truth, if Your Majesty seeks to break through, I could forge a Dou Zong pill for you, eliminating the need for such risks." Queen Medusa's expression darkened. "What do you know?" Without hesitation, Gu He elaborated, "I once stumbled upon an ancient text that mentioned the Queen of the Serpent People. It stated that when Queen Medusa reaches the pinnacle of Dou Huang, given sufficient opportunity, a peculiar evolution could occur. After this evolution, not only would you be able to assume human form at will, but your strength would ascend seamlessly to that of a Dou Zong. However, the success rate for this evolution appears to be quite low, and the crucial requirement for this transformation is the otherworldly flame. I presume your majesty is reluctant to part with it because you wish to utilize it for this evolutionary process? Upon hearing Gu He's words, Queen Medusa's expression shifted. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet she fell silent, tacitly acknowledging his assertion. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted her gaze. Regarding Gu He anew, her tone cool. I wonder if you would be willing to lend the otherworldly flame? The thought of having to humbly request a loan for the flame she had painstakingly acquired filled Queen Medusa with a deep sense of frustration. Gu He understood that she was resolute in her decision to pursue this path. Although in the original narrative, Queen Medusa ultimately succeeded. The process of refining her body with the otherworldly flame carried significant risks. A moment's carelessness could lead to devastating consequences. With a soft sigh, Gu He glanced at the Queen's unyielding expression and, after a moment of contemplation, finally spoke. If your majesty wishes to borrow the otherworldly flame, it is not entirely out of the question. However, I have a few modest conditions that I hope your majesty will agree to. You have conditions? More than one. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's brows knitted in displeasure. To her, the otherworldly flame was rightfully hers. The audacity of this man to impose conditions for a mere loan was utterly unacceptable. Yet, acknowledging the formidable power of this human man, she suppressed her fury. Gritting her teeth as she demanded, "What are your conditions?" Gu He was unreserved as he laid out his terms. First, half of the icy Ling Han spring. Second, the cultivation method practiced by Queen Medusa. Third, the sand mandala. Having long coveted the icy Ling Han spring, Gu He seized this opportunity with glee, especially since he intended the cultivation method for Ching Lin. Although Ching Lin's cultivation is currently at the Douqi stage, the enhancement provided by the Azure Lotus Pod, coupled with the spiritual liquid prepared by Gu He, will soon enable her to transcend the Doja realm. Upon reaching this level, further advancement in cultivation will necessitate the study of profound techniques. However, with Ching Lin possessing the bloodline of the serpent people, Gu He does not have any suitable methods for her to practice. Thus, his attention naturally shifts towards Queen Medusa. As the sovereign of the serpent people, her cultivation techniques are undoubtedly extraordinary and must be well suited for one with a serpent people lineage, making them exceptionally appropriate for Ching Lin. The final ingredient, the sand mandrake, is the last component promised by Gu He to aid Hebadong in concocting the breakthrough pill. After a moment's hesitation, Queen Medusa readily agrees to Gu He's first and third requests. While the ice spirit spring is exceedingly precious to the outside world, the serpent people, residing deep within the Tagore Desert, have several sources of it. Therefore, it holds little significance for Queen Medusa, leading to her swift consent. The sand mandrake, being even less rare than the ice spirit spring, is also dismissed by her indifferently. What uses the technique you wish for me to cultivate? Medusa inquires, furrowing her brow at Gu He, puzzled by his second request. After all, the technique she practices is solely suitable for the serpent people's bloodline. Why would this human require her serpent people cultivation methods? To be candid, I have a disciple who possesses a hybrid bloodline of both the serpent people and humans. For her future cultivation, I can only borrow Her Majesty's technique, Gu He replies, without pretense, offering a calm explanation. Bloodline of both the serpent people and humans? Upon hearing Gu He's words, Queen Medusa momentarily freezes, then a flicker of complex emotions crosses her beautiful eyes, rendering her silent. As the queen of the serpent people, she is acutely aware of the long-standing animosity between the serpent people and humans. Humans often capture serpent people women to amuse the nobility, while many serpent people take pleasure in tormenting humans indiscriminately, regardless of gender. She knows that the leader of her charmed serpent tribe, Yume, enjoys capturing strong human men for her own amusement. Incidents of human women being humiliated by serpent people are not uncommon near the Tagore Desert. Logically, relations between serpents and humans typically do not result in pregnancy. However, there remains a minute chance that a woman engaging with a serpent might conceive and bear a child. It is evident that the disciple Gu He refers to bears the mixed bloodline of both serpent and human. The enmity between the two races has become ingrained in their bloodlines, a veritable enmity that seems irreconcilable. Yet, the offspring born of this union are innocent. Naturally, a measure of compassion stirs within Queen Medusa for these children who also possess serpent people blood. After a lengthy pause, Queen Medusa slowly raises her head, as if having reached a decision, and gazes at Gu He, stating, "I can grant you the technique, but I must meet your disciple first. Only those with the serpent people's bloodline can cultivate our methods." Queen Medusa is not concerned about Gu He appropriating the technique for himself. Rather, She harbors curiosity about the disciple he mentioned. After all, how could a Dou Zong powerhouse like Gu he take a human with serpent people blood as a student? Queen Medusa desires to see this exceptional human who bears the serpent people lineage. You wish to see my disciple? Gui responds with a hint of surprise at Queen Medusa's request. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly nods, then please prepare the sand mandrake and the technique, and I shall bring my disciple tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa slightly nods. With her consent secured, Gui wastes no time and proceeds to the ice spirit spring, collecting half of it into his system space. Having completed this task, he departs from the Medusa Temple, riding the crimson flame magic serpent beyond the city walls. Approximately 3,000 meters away from the Medusa Temple, in a flat expanse of desert, Ching Lin sits in a daze atop the golden feathered giant eagle, her gaze filled with concern as she looks towards the direction of the Medusa Temple. She recalls that this is the path her master took. Surely, master will be fine, she thinks, her emerald eyes reflecting her apprehension. Not long ago, she distinctly sensed an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from that direction, coinciding with Gu Hie's departure, which only heightens her worry that this immense energy is somehow related to her master. Little Gold, shall we go look for master? Ching Lin softly suggests, stroking the golden feathers on Little Gold's back. Do not worry, my master will be safe. Little Gold responds in a tender voice, clearly confident in its owner's strength. Such a mere serpent people could never harm my master, especially with the crimson flame magic serpent around. Yet, the thought that her master left with the crimson flame magic serpent while not taking Little Gold along tugs at its heart. Why must master take that ugly creature instead of me? Little Gold grumbles, feeling slighted. Just because it is marginally stronger than I am? Once I break through to the 7th tier, master will surely favor me again. At that moment, Little Gold seems to sense something, its golden eyes fixating on the horizon. There, a colossal figure rapidly approaches from skies. The following day, Gu He, riding the golden feathered giant eagle, arrives at the Medusa Temple with Ching Lin. As Gu He appears outside the city walls, an enchanting figure descends from above, the leader of the charmed serpent tribe, Yume. Clearly, Queen Medusa had instructed Yume to wait for them. Yume gazes at the golden feather giant eagle, and a memory flashes in her mind of a day spent bathing in the lake, causing a shiver to run through her. Another peak 6th tier magical beast, she thinks, looking up at Gu He atop the eagle, a wary glint in her eyes. This human man is undeniably formidable. Just the pet he commands could likely overpower the entire serpent people. Reining in her emotions, Yume turns her attention to Gu He and addresses him cautiously, esteemed one. The queen requests your presence. Gu He nods slightly in response. Meanwhile, Ching Lin observes the serpent tail beneath Yume, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of fear and a hint of familiarity. Please wait outside, Little Gold. Gu He instructs before leading Ching Lin alongside Yume into the Medusa Temple. Shortly thereafter, guided by Yume, Gu He and Ching Lin enter a spacious hall where Queen Medusa waits. Gu He scans the room and sees that the queen has been expecting them. Yume May respectfully announces, Your Majesty, they have arrived. Thank you. You may leave, Queen Medusa's icy voice resounds. After Yume casts a glance at Gu He, she exits the hall. Is this your disciple? Once alone, Queen Medusa slowly turns, her gaze shifting from Gu He to Ching Lin, perhaps sensing the serpent people blood within her. Queen Medusa's expression softens with a hint of affection and pity as she regards Ching Lin. Child, please step forward, Queen Medusa speaks in an unusually gentle tone. Hearing Yume address her as Your Majesty, Ching Lin understands the identity of the woman before her. To her astonishment, the young girl found herself before the legendary Queen Medusa. Living in the human realm, particularly in the arid city of Stone Desert, she had often heard tales of the fearsome Medusa. At this moment, when the queen beckoned her to approach, the girl hesitated, fear creeping into her heart as she recalled Medusa's notorious reputation. Instinctively, she cast a glance towards the side, seeking reassurance from the ancient figure of Gu He. Fear not, my dear apprentice. I am here to protect you, Gu He gently reassured, ruffling the girl's hair. Encouraged by his comforting words, she mustered her courage and began to step forward towards Queen Medusa. As she drew nearer, the queen's demeanor softened further. Reflecting on the girl's origins, Medusa's gaze turned tender as it met the girl's enchanting eyes. However, her expression shifted abruptly. She noticed that the young girl's irises had a hint of green, and deep within her pupils lay 3 exceedingly small emerald spots. Fixated on the girl's verdant eyes, a spark of realization ignited in Medusa's mind, and her countenance subtly altered, though she had only glimpsed them for a moment. The queen was convinced. This child had awakened the legendary three flower eyes of the Emerald Serpent, as chronicled in the ancient texts of the Serpent Kin. As the queen of the serpent tribe, Medusa understood all too well the significance of such an awakening. In her own youth, she had been designated as the Holy Maiden of the Serpent Tribe after awakening the petrifying serpent eyes, ultimately ascending to the throne as queen. In comparison, the status of the three flower eyes was unparalleled among the serpent folk. Medusa's heart raced with the certainty that if the elders of the serpent tribe discovered that a child of their bloodline had awakened the three flower eyes, they would surely fall into a frenzy. The thought alone left her unsettled. This child must remain within our tribe. After a prolonged silence, Medusa resolved firmly within herself. It was a rare stroke of fortune to encounter the fabled three flower eyes, and she could not let this opportunity slip away. By nurturing the girl within the tribe, she could potentially lead the serpent kin to unprecedented glory. However, contemplating the challenge of separating the girl from Dou Huang, Medusa felt a sense of trepidation. Countless thoughts raced through her mind as she observed the child, only to realize that her previous composure had faltered. Casting a sidelong glance at Dou Huang, she pondered whether this human had discerned the girl's extraordinary gift. If he had, he would likely refuse to allow her to remain with the serpent tribe. After a moment's hesitation, Medusa addressed Dou Huang, her tone laced with a hint of persuasion. "Esteemed one, since this child bears the bloodline of my kin, might we allow her to stay by my side? I assure you, I shall nurture her with utmost care." Dou Huang, initially taken aback by the queen's request, soon shook off his surprise. "You wish to keep my disciple among the serpent kin?" he exclaimed, and without a moment's hesitation, he firmly rejected the proposition. "Absolutely not. I cannot allow my hard-earned disciple to remain with the serpent tribe." His resolve against Medusa's suggestion was unwavering. Upon hearing Dou Huang's outright refusal, Medusa's expression shifted subtly, a glimmer of frost flashing in her eyes. Yet, she felt an undeniable weight of power emanating from the man before her, rendering her somewhat powerless. After a brief silence, she turned her gaze back to the girl, allowing a gentle smile to grace her exquisite features. "Child, do you wish to remain with the serpent kin? If you do, I shall bestow upon you the title of Holy Maiden, second only to me among our people." Medusa's tones softened as she addressed the little girl, hoping to sway her decision. Having observed Dou Huang's character during their previous encounters, she reasoned that if the child expressed a desire to stay, he might relent. Upon hearing the queen's enticing offer, the girl's brows furrowed in confusion. Clearly taken aback, memories of less favorable experiences flooded her mind. "No, I do not wish to stay with the serpent kin," she declared resolutely, shaking her head vigorously before turning on her heel and rushing back to Dou Huang, throwing herself into his embrace, her voice quivering with a hint of tears. "Teacher, do you not want me anymore? I do not want to stay with the serpent kin." A smile danced on Dou Huang's lips as he regarded the queen with a hint of irony in his gaze. "Fear not, my dear. How could I ever abandon you?" He gently patted her back, offering comfort. Once the girl had calmed, Dou Huang turned his attention back to Queen Medusa, his tone growing colder. "Your Majesty, it is time to honor your word." In that moment, Medusa recognized that her hopes had been dashed. She cast a deep, contemplative gaze at Dou Huang, feeling a pang of reluctance, yet she nodded resignedly. "I shall uphold my promise. However, do not forget our agreement regarding the strange fire." Dou Huang nodded in acknowledgement. "As agreed, I shall return to the serpent kin in 3 months." Shortly thereafter, Dou Huang and the young girl departed from the majestic temple of Medusa. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had swiftly passed. At the junction of the desert and the land, a few patches of azure grass dotted the landscape, rare but far more pleasing to the eye than the monotonous golden sands of the desert. As they neared the edge of the desert, it became common to encounter travelers and mercenary teams returning from hunting beasts within sands. At the boundary of the desert and the land, 2 figures emerged, one tall and one short, one clad in white and the other in blue. As the blazing sun began to dip below the horizon, they finally paused. The figure in white lifting his gaze to the sprawling city that appeared at the edge of their vision, a gentle smile gracing his handsome features. "Desert City, we have finally arrived." These 2 figures were none other than Dou Huang and the young girl. After departing from the temple of Medusa, they had traversed for 7 days and had now returned to Desert City. Moments later, they entered the city and arrived at the entrance of an antiquated map shop at the end of the street. Upon stepping inside, Dou Huang immediately spotted the busy figure of Dou. "Hi, it is I, Gu." His cheerful voice resonated within the small shop. Startled by the familiar voice, the elder paused mid-action, quickly turning to face Dou Huang. After a brief moment of surprise, joy illuminated his features. "Ah, Dou Huang, You have finally returned. I've been waiting for you. Gently setting down his brush, Hai Bodong's eyes sparkled with excitement as they swept over Gu He. With a gentle smile, Gu He extended his palm towards Hai Bodong and said cheerfully, "Old Hai, I have brought back the items you requested. So it is time for you to hand over that fragment of the map, is it not?" Upon hearing this, Hai Bodong chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his palms together, and replied with a sheepish grin, "Gu He, we had a deal. If you assist me in concocting the elixir to break the seal, I would provide you with the final fragment of the map, and in doing so, I would owe you a favor." "Very well," Gu He said, fixing his gaze on Hai Bodong for a moment until the latter appeared somewhat uncomfortable. He then casually nodded, withdrew his hand, and added with a faint smile, "I hope that after receiving the elixir, old Hai will not come up with any further excuses." Gu He was quite indifferent to Hai Bodong's little schemes. Even if Hai Bodong regained his strength, he was still far from being Gu He's match. There was no reason to fear that he would go back on his word. Yo spug nonsense. Am I not a man of my word?" Hai Bodong replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. He patted his chest, assuring Gu He, "As long as you can concoct the elixir I need, I will certainly keep my promise." "That would indeed be for the best," Gu He smiled, nodding and lifting his chin slightly toward Hai Bodong. "Shall we begin then?" "Now." Hai Bodong was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly nodded, "Yes, yes, please." He hastily pushed open the counter and ushered Gu He into the back room. Gu He's gaze turned to Ching Lin, and he spoke gently, "You wait outside for your master, will you?" At this moment, Hai Bodong finally focused on Ching Lin, looking somewhat puzzled. "Who is this little girl?" Gu He replied nonchalantly, "She is my newly accepted disciple." "Your disciple?" Upon hearing this, Hai Bodong looked at Ching Lin with surprise and curiosity. To be accepted as a disciple by the renowned alchemist Gu He, this young girl must possess some extraordinary qualities. Gu He urged, "Old Hai, let us proceed with the alchemy." Hai Bodong regained his composure, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, follow me." The two then entered the room, where Gu He casually sat on a chair, casting a sidelong glance at Hai Bodong, a slight smile gracing his lips as he softly said, "The recipe and the materials. Sometimes I find myself envious of you alchemists. This recipe to break the seal was something I procured with great difficulty, and now, upon your glance, it seems I must change its name once more." Hearing this, Hai Bodong was momentarily taken aback before he resignedly retrieved a plethora of alchemical materials from his spatial ring, holding out an aged, yellowed piece of parchment. The pained expression on his face was not feigned. He had sacrificed immeasurable effort to obtain this recipe. With a warm smile, Gu He felt a flicker of amusement within. As an alchemist, he understood the immeasurable value of certain recipes capable of breaking seals. While the fragment of the map was indeed his primary desire, acquiring a recipe for crafting 6 great elixirs would be an exquisite bonus, despite having received the legacy of a 9th-grade alchemist. He knew well that merely recalling the recipe did not equate to ease in its crafting. To obtain a recipe without cost brought Gu He immense joy. With a beaming smile, he accepted the ancient recipe that Hai Bodong reluctantly handed over. His gaze swept across the parchment, and his smile grew even brighter. The words breaking the seal elixir were inscribed in faint black, slightly blurred, yet exuding an aura of ancient wisdom. As he read through the effects of the elixir detailed on the parchment, his smile deepened further. This 6th grade elixir was remarkably effective in breaking most seals and even endowed the user with a resistance against similar seals in the future, should they encounter such a situation again. Truly an impressive item, Gu He mused, surveying the ancient parchment. This elixir not only broke seals, but also granted the afflicted individual some degree of resistance to previously encountered seals, a feat worthy of its 6th grade status. Indeed, the price I paid to obtain this recipe still stings in my memory, sighed Hai Bodong, gazing longingly at Gu He. "Well, no matter the cost. It pales in comparison to regaining your strength as a Dou Huang," Gu He reassured him, then unceremoniously placed the aged recipe into his spatial ring right before Hai Bodong's eyes. In the realm of alchemy, there exist unwritten rules. If one wishes to enlist the aid of an alchemist to concoct specialized elixirs, they must not only provide the recipe, but also supply the materials. Moreover, the recipe must be surrendered to the alchemist's discretion, including the possibility of them appropriating it entirely. Crafting a recipe is not as simple as jotting down notes. It requires an alchemist to use their soul power as ink and a brush to guide the creation of a legitimate recipe. When utilizing the recipe, the alchemist must infuse their soul power to extract the vital data hidden within, such as the quantities of required materials and the necessary temperature during the process. These elements are crucial in the alchemical process. Without them, No matter how skilled an alchemist is, they would need to conduct numerous experiments, risking the destruction of rare materials in the process, an enormous loss indeed. Thus, despite having possessed this recipe for some time, Haibo Dong still found himself unable to replicate it. Witnessing Gu He's actions, he could not help but twitch his lips, eventually shaking his head in frustration. Resigning himself to the fact that this fellow was appropriating his hard-won possession without a hint of remorse. With a smile, Gu He carefully stored the breaking the seal elixir recipe and turned his gaze to the large pile of materials on the table. These materials could be considered rare treasures. Some could fetch no less than 500,000 gold coins at an auction. However, despite their value, they were rarely seen in the marketplace. After all, anyone with a modicum of discernment would not part with such precious herbs, for one never knows when they might encounter an alchemist in need of them, making for a far more satisfying transaction. Perhaps fearing failure, Haibo Dong had prepared multiple sets of these materials, neatly arranged on the table. After meticulously inspecting the materials and confirming that nothing was amiss, Gu He nodded slightly and turned to the anxiously watching Haibo Dong, smiling as he said, "Old Hai, I presume you are aware that alchemy carries an inherent risk of failure. Before we begin, I must say something that may not sound pleasant. I have a degree of confidence in concocting this sixth-grade elixir, but I cannot guarantee success. Therefore, if for any reason the attempt fails, the responsibility." Gu He's words were not born from a lack of confidence. Though the breaking the seal elixir was peculiar, his current alchemical skills were more than sufficient to craft it. He simply sought an excuse to retain any leftover materials. "I understand. You bear no responsibility, correct? You alchemists are all the same. If you fail, am I to drag you back?" Haibo Dong waved his hand, chuckling wryly. It's good that old Hai understands. By the way, could you prepare a quiet room for me? During my absence, I must not be disturbed by anyone, including the old gentleman himself. Gu He collected the various medicinal herbs on the table into his storage ring and smiled. "Follow me." Nodding, Haibo Dong walked toward a side door, with Gu He closely trailing behind. Upon entering the side door, a dimly lit corridor came into view. After walking alongside Haibo Dong for a while, they halted before a door at the end of the corridor. Pushing the door open, a soft light emerged, illuminating a room that appeared quite tidy, possibly due to regular cleaning. It served as a temporary residence for alchemical endeavors, which was rather satisfactory. As Gu He stepped inside, he glanced around and nodded with a smile. "Gu He, how does this place suit you?" Haibo Dong inquired, and upon receiving a nod in response, he continued, "In that case, please proceed with your alchemical preparations here. I shall remain outside in the corridor. During this time, you will have the tranquility you require, and no one shall interrupt your work." With a smile and a nod, Gu He watched as Haibo Dong exited, gently closing the door behind him. Subsequently, Gu He concentrated his thoughts and summoned the Dragon Soul Cauldron, preparing to commence the alchemical process. Chapter 130. Haibo Dong's Restoration of Power. Inside the room, Gu He arranged all the medicinal herbs prepared by Haibo Dong neatly on the table. His gaze swept over the 10 or so pristine jade boxes before him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the surging emotions within him, flicked his fingers, and the massive Dragon Soul Cauldron manifested, crashing heavily to the ground, accompanied by deep, resonant dragon's roar. Narrowing his eyes, the method for concocting the breakthrough pill and various points of caution flashed through Gu He's mind. After a moment, his eyes abruptly opened, and from the depths of his dark irises, a purple flame surged forth. With a soft sound, a tendril of purple flame erupted from Gu He, and with a flick of his fingertip, the flame transformed into a streak of light, darting like lightning into the cauldron. As soon as the flame entered the cauldron, it expanded dramatically, transforming into a roaring inferno within moments, while the dragon motif on the surface of the Dragon Soul Cauldron seemed to come alive, radiating a dazzling golden glow. Bang! Moments later, Gu He methodically completed all the alchemical steps with impeccable precision. In the tidy room, the golden cauldron rotated slowly in midair, while the purple flames churned violently within. As the cauldron spun, waves of subtle energy ripples emanated from it, expanding outward in concentric circles until they quietly dissipated just before reaching the walls. As time passed, within the cauldron, a thumb-sized pale purple pill began to take shape amidst the flames. At one moment, a rich, deep purple fragrance suddenly wafted from the cauldron, filling the room and lingering in the air. "Excellent. Very smooth," Gu He remarked with a smile, savoring the purple fragrance. The aromatic essence was typically a precursor to the formation of a high-grade pill. Although the breakthrough pill possessed somewhat peculiar effects, its difficulty of concoction was not excessively challenging, and with the assistance of the Dragon Soul Cauldron, the time required was at least halved. Observing the hovering purple pill within the cauldron, Dou Huang nodded slightly. After a brief pause, he waved his hand, and the purple flames surged violently, enveloping the pill entirely as the final round of intense incineration commenced. The purple flames flared up for just a moment before rapidly extinguishing. As the flames dissipated, a thumb-sized, lustrous pale purple pill appeared, spinning gracefully within the cauldron. At the instant the purple pill manifested, a fierce wave of energy ripples erupted from within it. Although part of this energy was intercepted by the dragon's soul cauldron, the remaining force still permeated outward, surging violently in all directions. If left unchecked, the room would undoubtedly collapse under the strain. With a casual glance at the rapidly expanding energy ripples, Dou Huang waved his hand nonchalantly, and an invisible shield of spiritual energy swiftly formed within the room. Upon contact with the energy ripples, the two forces clashed, causing the intangible shield to ripple as if a stone had been cast into a lake, generating waves of energy. The ripples gradually transitioned from tumultuous to subtle, and, after a brief moment, completely dissipated. Once the last ripple faded, Dou Huang retracted the spiritual shield. With a gesture towards the dragon's soul cauldron, the pale purple pill was expelled from the cauldron and landed obediently in Dou Huang's palm. Holding the pill, Dou Huang examined it closely and nodded in satisfaction, offering a mild appreciation. Not bad. The pill's surface was a delicate purple, rounded and gleaming with a soft luster. Moreover, it appeared to bear peculiar patterns that seemed not to be artificially crafted, twisting and turning like a profound piece of art. Upon further scrutiny of the breakthrough pill, Dou Huang could faintly sense the extraordinary power contained within it, the very essence capable of breaking seals. Nodding in contentment, Dou Huang retrieved a fine jade vial from his storage ring and carefully placed the breakthrough pill inside. Having completed this task, Dou Huang turned his gaze towards the remaining pile of herbs, a slight smile gracing his lips. Without hesitation, he unceremoniously stuffed the precious herbs, painstakingly gathered by Dou Zong, into his storage ring. Consider this a bonus for my alchemical efforts. The herbs prepared by Dou Zong, if taken to market, would undoubtedly fetch at least 1,000,000 gold coins, and some were irreplaceable even with wealth. Dou Huang had no intention of returning these herbs to Dou Zong. Finally, everything was in order. After securing all the herbs in his storage ring, Dou Huang patted it with satisfaction. Subsequently, he stored the dragon's soul cauldron and tossed the jade vial in his hand, adjusting his attire before making his way out of the room. In the dimly lit corridor, Dou Zong leaned against the wall. Although his aged face appeared calm, the fingers that rhythmically tapped against the wall betrayed his underlying tension and anxiety. Feeling the slow passage of time, he glanced back at the closed door at the end of the corridor, his brow furrowing involuntarily. After a moment, he sighed. The materials for the breakthrough pill were not easily procured. He had spent nearly several years gathering these herbs. If Xiao Yan were to fail in the concoction, his desire to restore his power would undoubtedly be delayed once more. Rubbing his palms together, a hint of worry finally surfaced on Dou Zong's tranquil visage as he murmured, "Could it be that he has failed? Alas, it seems I may have acted a bit recklessly." The breakthrough pill was a rare concoction, significantly more challenging to create than ordinary 6th-grade pills. Given that Dou Huang was a newly minted 6th-grade alchemist, the success rate for crafting the breakthrough pill was, by all accounts, rather low. With a fist colliding against his palm, Dou Zong's expression fluctuated. After a moment, he despondently shook his head and chuckled bitterly. At this point, I can only hope that Dou Huang can work some miracles. After all, he wields that extraordinarily fearsome otherworldly flame. Time trickled away like a steady drip, and the ambience in the corridor gradually thickened with a sense of impatience as moments passed. Fingers drummed restlessly against the wall, and in an instant, a surge of frustration enveloped them, resulting in a forceful strike that left a gaping hole in the surface. Go take a look. The withered face of Dou Zong twitched as he could no longer endure the torment of waiting. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly turned around, ready to step into the corridor. At that moment, as he pivoted, his body stiffened, and his expression morphed into one of astonishment, staring blankly at Dou Huang, who leaned against the wall with a smile. After a brief moment, he swallowed hard and hurriedly stepped forward, urgently inquiring, "So, Dou Huang, have you succeeded?" Dou Huang shrugged his shoulders, strolling toward the eager Dou Zong, and with a casual wave of his hand, he tossed a jade vial toward him. "Relatively fortunate. I managed to succeed, albeit barely." Gazing at the vial that had been thrown his way, Dou Zong fumbled awkwardly, almost as if cradling a child, and carefully held it in both hands. His eyes fixated on the purple pill within, and a wave of ecstatic disbelief washed over his aged visage. The joy stemmed from finally obtaining the coveted breaking seal pill. while the astonishment was rooted in the incredulity that this young man had managed to concoct it in such a short span of half a day. In that moment, Hai Baodong's mind churned with an assessment of Gu He's increasingly formidable alchemical skills. Observing Hai Baodong's ecstatic grip on the jade vial, Gu He chuckled softly and remarked, "Old Hai, I have successfully concocted the item for you. What about the fragmentary map?" Upon hearing this, Hai Baodong momentarily froze, then swiftly pulled himself from his euphoric state, licking his lips and glancing around, his face revealing a hint of embarrassment as he replied, "Well, Gu He, you're not going to start making excuses, are you?" Noticing Hai Baodong's demeanor, Gu He furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Well, about that." With an awkward expression, Hai Baodong raised the jade vial and chuckled nervously. "Gu He, don't hold it against this old man for being cautious. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I've never seen what the breaking seal pill looks like. I only know from the prescription that it's purple. So I was wondering if you could allow me to consume the pill and verify whether it truly has the capability to break the seal. If it really works, I will promptly hand over the fragmentary map and apologize to you, young brother." In truth, Hai Baodong had his own considerations. Although he had been living in seclusion in the desert city, he had heard quite a bit about Gu He's exploits. He was aware that Gu He had only recently ascended to the rank of a 6th rank alchemist, given his current level of alchemical prowess. The concoction of the breaking seal pill should have been no small feat yet. Here was Gu He, having achieved it in merely half a day, which left Hai Baodong both astonished and somewhat skeptical about the pill in his hands. After all, the breaking seal pill was of utmost importance to him, necessitating extreme caution. If he handed over the fragmentary map to Gu He and the pill turned out to be flawed, he would be placing himself in a precarious position. Though he was somewhat familiar with Gu He's character and believed that the young man would not engage in such deceitful behavior, one could never be too careful. After all these years apart, he could not assure himself that Gu He had not changed from the aspiring youth he once knew. If he were to be deceived, with his current strength, he would not stand a chance against Gu He, which would be truly vexing. "Old Hai, your continuous excuses and delays lack the grace befitting one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire. I remember that the old Hai of you did not engage in such machinations." Gu He's slender fingers flicked away a speck of dust from his sleeve as he spoke with an impassive expression. "I have exerted all my effort to assist you, yet your actions are somewhat disheartening." Hai Baodong understood the implications in Gu He's words and felt a surge of dissatisfaction swell within him. This old codger had come to help him out of goodwill, yet now he was doubted, truly ungrateful. "Alas, Gu He, we did indeed agree that as long as you helped me concoct the breaking seal pill, I would hand over the fragmentary map. However, you must allow me to verify the authenticity of this pill. Wouldn't you agree? To put it bluntly, if you just handed me any random pill as a substitute, and I didn't check, wouldn't that put me at a significant disadvantage?" The expression on Hai Baodong's face was considerably more tormented than Gu He had anticipated, his bitter smile making him appear as the greatest victim in this scenario. Observing the distressed Hai Baodong, Gu He's brow furrowed as he responded coolly, "Old Hai, I must remind you that it was you who provided me with the prescription for the breaking seal pill. I followed it to the letter in concocting the pill. Whether or not it possesses the ability to break the seal is your concern. Thus, if you consume the breaking seal pill and the seal remains unbroken due to your prescription, wouldn't it all fall on my shoulders? All my efforts in traveling across the desert, risking being killed by Queen Medusa while searching for the sand mandala, and expending immense energy to concoct this pill would be disregarded?" Gu He's voice carried a hint of displeasure as he crossed his fingers before him, his expression growing somewhat cold. "After all I have done, all I receive is a fragmentary map and a verbal favor from a Dou Huang powerhouse. Would you say I am a loss or a gain?" Upon hearing this, Hai Baodong's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and after a moment, he managed a dry chuckle. "I am well aware that my demands may be a bit excessive, but rest assured, I would never engage in such ungrateful behavior. If the breaking seal pill yields even the slightest effect, I will not go back on my word. Moreover, this breaking seal pill was personally concocted by the esteemed alchemist Gu He. Surely, you have confidence in its efficacy, do you not?" Upon hearing this, Gu He raised his gaze to meet Hai Baodong's forced smile, his brow furrowing in contemplation for long, while before he waved his hand dismissively, stating coolly, "Very well, I will acquiesce to your request. However, old Hai, remember this. This is my final act of forbearance." Gu He pondered over Hai Baodong's thoughts and quickly grasped them. While he could understand the hesitation, the attitude of suspicion left him feeling disgruntled. "Thank you for your understanding of my predicament." Upon hearing Gu He's agreement, a look of joy illuminated Hai Baodong's face. and he carefully stowed the jade vial into his storage ring before addressing Gu He. Gu He, please accompany me to the basement. If the seal is truly broken later, the basement will contain the aura and prevent any unnecessary troubles. Nodding slightly, Gu He spoke in a detached manner. Wait a moment. He then stepped outside the small shop and noticed the young girl meditating on a green lotus platform. He silently nodded in approval, choosing not to disturb her before returning inside. Let us go. At that moment, Gu He seemed reluctant to engage in further conversation with Hai Baodong, maintaining a cold demeanor as he gestured for him to lead the way. All right. Observing Gu He's current expression, Hai Baodong understood that he was displeased and could only manage a forced smile as he obediently walked ahead. Following behind Hai Baodong, Gu He observed the brisk steps of the elderly figure ahead and sighed inwardly after a moment of silence. It appeared that the years of sealing had dulled Hai Baodong's once fiery spirit. He was no longer the impetuous ice emperor of yesteryear. However, this was to be expected. Anyone faced with such setbacks at the pinnacle of their power would inevitably become despondent. Suddenly, Gu He thought of Xiao Yan. In the original tale, Xiao Yan experienced a downturn in his cultivation at the peak of his glory, becoming a waste in the eyes of others and suffering 3 years of scorn. Compared to Hai Baodong, Xiao Yan's temperament is considerably stronger. At the very least, he has not been crushed by 3 years of humiliation and has managed to revive his spirit. Were it not for the past grievances between Xiao Yan and himself, as depicted in the original narrative, Gu He would not have hesitated to accept him as a disciple. Alas, shaking his head to cast aside distracting thoughts, Gu He slowly followed in Hai Baodong's wake. With a slight pursing of his lips, he gazed ahead at Hai Baodong, narrowing his eyes as he murmured inwardly, Old man Hai, I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our past camaraderie. Although the corridor was not particularly spacious, its intricate twists and turns were somewhat unexpected. Following closely behind Hai Baodong, they navigated several bends within the corridor, and the monotonous surroundings induced a slight sense of fatigue. Fortunately, Gu He possessed considerable composure, so the experience was not overly unbearable, though he felt a subtle oppression in his heart. The corridor was dimly lit, with a lamp emitting a faint glow every 10 meters or so. In this somber ambience, the two maintained a silence broken only by the soft sound of their footsteps reverberating in the long passage, lending an eerily chilling atmosphere. While the corridor was linear, Gu He sensed that they were traversing a downward slope. After approximately 20 minutes of this oppressive walk, Hai Baodong abruptly halted. Turning to Gu He with a smile, we have arrived. Glancing past Hai Baodong, Gu He surveyed the area illuminated by the soft light, where a sturdy iron door came into view at the end of the passageway. The door was dark and imposing, exuding a sense of solidity. As he gazed at the iron door, Hai Baodong's pace quickened noticeably. Moments later, he reached the door, manipulating a black iron lion's head that adorned it. With a resounding click, the door began to open slowly, a bright light spilling forth from within. Please, Hai Baodong gestured toward Gu He with a smile, stepping inside first. Evaluating the surroundings at the entrance, Gu He cast a glance around the door before also stepping into the basement. Upon entering the basement, the temperature dropped significantly, a subtle chill enveloping him. Gu He looked around and soon realized that this basement was akin to an underground ice cavern, with thick layers of frost adorning the ceiling and walls, and sharp icicles resembling deadly swords hanging from above. A thin, cold mist wafted through the space, lingering perpetually. One could only wonder how much time and effort Hai Baodong had invested in creating this vast subterranean chamber. The fighting technique I practice leans toward the cold, so training in such an environment yields better results. Moreover, being underground allows the ice and earth to conceal the aura here, preventing it from being detected by other powerful beings, Hai Baodong explained, seemingly aware of Gu He's unspoken curiosities. Indeed, nodding slightly, Gu He made himself comfortable on a chair positioned centrally in the basement, raising his gaze to Hai Baodong and calmly stating, Please be swift. I'm not particularly fond of this environment. Understood. Grinning and nodding, Hai Baodong retrieved a breaking dam from his spatial ring, then lightly tapped his foot on the ground, leaping onto a platform formed entirely of solid ice. He sat cross-legged and promptly placed the breaking dam into his mouth, swallowing it with a slight motion of his throat. Seated in his chair, Gu He cast a fleeting glance at Hai Baodong before summoning a scroll from his spatial ring. Serpent Spirit Technique. As he unfurled the scroll, Gu He noted the name of the technique inscribed within. This Serpent Spirit Technique was indeed the method practiced by the Queen Medusa. Unlike human techniques, the Serpent Tribe's methods did not have clear classifications. However, based on Queen Medusa's descriptions, This technique should not be inferior to initial-level Earth-rank techniques. Let us wait until that little girl becomes a fighter. Dou Huang mused, gradually stowing the scroll back into his ring. Only by becoming a fighter could she qualify to practice such techniques. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the Azure Lotus platform and Dou Huang's various concoctions, it wouldn't take long for the girl to break through to the fighter realm. As the atmosphere in the frigid basement became increasingly silent, with Hebadong entering a state of cultivation, tranquility reigned for nearly half an hour before a fierce ripple of energy shattered the stillness. On the IC platform, Hebadong, who had been in deep silence, suddenly trembled violently. A surge of potent energy rippling rapidly from his body, shattering nearby tables and ice pillars with explosive force. Observing the approaching energy waves, Dou Huang felt a surge of determination as a violet flame energy shield rapidly manifested around him. The searing purple flames incinerated the encroaching energy ripples into nothingness. Hebadong on the IC platform seemed oblivious to the devastation he had caused. After a moment of violent shaking, his aged visage tightened, as an eerie azure energy began to coalesce on his forehead. In an instant, a slender azure energy serpent coiled above Hebadong's brow, sealing away the tumultuous fighting spirit within him. As the serpent appeared, a faint purple energy spiraled up from his neck and swiftly made contact with the azure serpent. The clash of these two powerful energies resulted in the previous waves of energy ripples. The violet and azure energies locked in a fierce struggle on Hebadong's forehead, their faint luminescence casting an unusual glow on his face. The intense pain arising from this battle of energies in such a critical area caused Hebadong's features to contort slightly, lending him an almost fiendish appearance. Dou Huang raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Hebadong's face, which radiated dual-colored light. He could not help but reflect on the peculiar nature of the sealing technique employed by Queen Medusa. Had it not been for the fortuitous discovery of the breaking dam, Hebadong might never have had a chance to turn his fate around. The violet and azure energies continued to wrestle for dominance on Hebadong's countenance. However, after nearly half an hour of stalemate, the azure serpent began to dim noticeably, indicating that the breaking dam was indeed effective against the seal. The effects of this breaking dam are quite remarkable. If I have the opportunity in the future, I should prepare some for the little ones. After all, if they were ever sealed, it would be prudent to have some means of counteraction. Dou Huang mused, observing the serpent growing increasingly faint in a violet glow. As the violet energy leveraged its advantage, it gradually began to expel the serpent from its dominion over Hebadong's forehead. With a sudden surge, the violet energy forcefully expelled the serpent from Hebadong's mind. The moment the serpent detached from Hebadong, it trembled violently before dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. As the serpent left his body, Hebadong's tightly shut eyes flew open, brilliant light shooting forth from his gaze like a tangible force. And a fierce aura erupted from within him, akin to a lion awakening from a long slumber, surging forth after being repressed for nearly decades. Under the formidable pressure, the icy layer within the basement began to crack. This damned seal has finally been vanquished. I have regained my title as Emperor of Combat. With my feet firmly planted on the IC platform, Hebadong's body soared into the air like lightning, his face alight with ecstatic joy as he threw back his head and laughed uproariously. Chapter 131. The Revival of the Purple Spirit Pill. The profound fighting spirit, accompanied by a violent shockwave, shattered the already cracked ice surrounding him into fragments. In the frigid basement, after a moment of exultant howling, Hebadong gradually calmed the excitement within his heart. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, his gaze glinted with brilliance as he slowly turned his attention to the ancient and motionless figure of Dou Huang seated in the chair, his murky old eyes narrowing slightly. Is this old fellow unable to contain himself any longer? Sensing the piercing gaze emanating from above, Dou Huang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he lifted his head, his countenance as tranquil as the depths of an unfathomable well, quietly gazing at the Emperor of Combat who had regained his strength. In the air, their two gazes intertwined, subtly radiating a chill. The atmosphere suddenly became taut, as both gazes exchanged an inexplicable meaning, an intangible chill lingering in the air. Dou Huang leaned slightly back against the chair, his expression remaining as placid as an ancient well, showing no signs of disturbance in the face of the fierce aura of the Emperor of Combat enveloping the basement. Old man Hai, do not misjudge the situation. Though Dou Huang's face remained impassive, a flicker of coldness surged within his heart. His decision to rescue Hebadong was indeed driven by personal motives, yet it was largely influenced by their past camaraderie, as he could not bear to witness the once mighty Ice Emperor languishing in obscurity. However, it seemed that this old fellow was not particularly grateful. Hebadong's earlier suspicion towards Gu He had left him deeply dissatisfied, eroding the bonds of their past friendship. Should Hebadong recklessly attempt to strike against him, Gu He would not hesitate to disregard any past sentiments. Even though Hebadong had now recovered a significant portion of his strength, if Gu He wished to eliminate him, it would merely be a matter of a single strike. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Hebadong's gaze towards Gu He suddenly sharpened. His murky eyes fixed intently on Gu He below, and with a flicker of thought, a faint chill emanated from his palm. With the seal lifted and his strength restored, the emotions that had been suppressed for over a decade within Hebadong erupted forth at this moment. The memory of Gu He possessing the half-scroll of the map that rightfully belonged to him ignited a glimmer of frost in his eyes. The Ice Emperor of Ur, cold and domineering, had never allowed anyone to forcibly take anything from him, and Gu He's appropriation of the mysterious half-map, which he cherished dearly, had undoubtedly shattered a taboo. Until now, Hebadong had displayed no hostility due to his sealed strength, but with the seal broken, the once dominant Ice Emperor had fully returned. The sudden surge of power prompted Hebadong to secretly entertain thoughts of reclaiming the half-map, though he remained uncertain of the map's true purpose. Gu He's attitude towards it clearly indicated that it harbored immense secrets. Otherwise, why would a dignified 6th-grade alchemist risk his life to venture into the Tagore Desert in search of the Sand Mandala? Hebadong still vividly recalled that it was this very map that had led to his relentless pursuit by Queen Medusa, culminating in his eventual sealing. It could be said that his very imprisonment stemmed from this map. Having endured so much suffering, the notion of relinquishing the half-map willingly was intolerable to Hebadong. Suspended in mid-air, surrounded by chilling energy, he fixed his gaze on the composed Gu He, his mind racing with various thoughts. He believed he had a fair understanding of Gu He's cultivation. The reason Gu He was titled the Pill King was that his cultivation remained at the level of a combat king. Although his strength had not fully recovered, he was undoubtedly capable of handling any challenge posed by someone at the combat king level. With this realization, Hebadong instinctively released his soul power to gauge Gu He's cultivation level. After a brief assessment, he could not help but furrow his brows. He was unable to sense Gu He's cultivation. How peculiar. Could it be that he practiced some form of technique to conceal his presence? Gazing at the calm Gu He below, a sense of trepidation inexplicably stirred within Hebadong. Gu He's silent demeanor, which exuded an air of profound mystery, began to temper Hebadong's previously inflated confidence. Squinting his eyes into narrow slits, Hebadong suddenly recalled that this individual had ventured deep into the heart of the Tagore Desert and returned unscathed. Years ago, he himself had been sealed precisely because he had ventured too deep into the desert, where he had attracted the attention of Queen Medusa. Yet, Gu He had similarly delved into the depths of the Tagore Desert and managed to return safely. This made Hebadong's heart flutter with uncertainty. As the image of Gu He's violet flames flashed through his mind, an unexpected chill surged from within Hebadong's heart. Almost forgotten was the fact that this fellow possessed a rare flame. Though he was not an alchemist, he was well aware of the legendary nature of such extraordinary flames. Even a combat emperor would face near certain death attempting to refine such a flame. The fact that Gu He could refine it hinted at his extraordinary capabilities. As the chill within Hebadong intensified, his body involuntarily shuddered, and the coldness on his face gradually melted away, replaced by a seemingly gentle smile that adorned his somewhat rigid, aged visage. After a period of introspection, Hebadong's overzealous confidence, spurred by a surge of power, began to dissipate under the pressure of reason. He calculated vaguely that he must not offend this individual. With this thought in mind, a hint of softening warmth appeared on Hebadong's aged features as he nodded amiably at Gu He, retracting the chilling aura that had surrounded him. With a glimmer of playful mockery in his eyes, he observed the figure hovering above, who, after a moment of contemplation, had suddenly retracted his fierce demeanor and begun to express goodwill. Gu He, fiddling with the spatial ring on his finger, chuckled playfully. "Old Hai, I was beginning to think that you, having regained your strength, might intend to take action against me. Your earlier display was quite frightful. Du flatame. How could I forget the assistance you have provided? Such ungratefulness is beyond me." "Hebadong," he replied, hastily waving his hand as he slowly descended to the ground. Explaining himself with a smile, "My apologies. I was momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden resurgence of my strength. making it difficult to control my aura. I did not mean to startle you. Dou He chuckled lightly, seated in his chair, as he gently patted his sleeve with a hint of regretful mirth. What a pity it is. I had intended to witness the true prowess of the once mighty Ice Emperor who once dominated the Gamma Empire. Now, it seems such an opportunity has slipped away. Upon hearing this, Hebadong's eyes subtly twitched, his piercing gaze fixating intently on Dou He's seemingly jesting expression. After a moment, he chuckled softly, swiftly averting his gaze. Simultaneously, he silently rejoiced, observing this fellow's demeanor, which suggested a lack of caution regarding his own restored strength. Fortunately, he had refrained from severing ties earlier. Otherwise, in a confrontation, the outcome would have been uncertain. Moreover, Dou He was a 6th-tier alchemist and an esteemed elder of the Yunlan Sect. Offending an alchemist capable of concocting 6th-grade pills was evidently an unwise endeavor. If he possessed the ability to eliminate his opponent on the spot, that would be one thing. But should he allow the other to escape, it would undoubtedly lead to incessant troubles in the future. Having witnessed the influence of high-tier alchemists, Hebadong was acutely aware of the formidable nature of such practitioners. Ah, Dou Flatame. My old bones lack the vitality of youth. Hebadong chuckled awkwardly. Waving his hand dismissively, Dou He slowly rose from his chair, extending his palm and fixing his gaze intently on Hebadong, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ao de hai. The seal is now lifted, and my mission is, in essence, complete. That fragmentary map. At the mention of the fragmentary map, Hebadong's withered face twitched slightly. Yet he refrained from offering further excuses. He could sense Dou He's cold demeanor, indicating his profound displeasure. If he continued to make excuses, he would undoubtedly offend this formidable 6th-tier alchemist. Oh well, after so many years without any breakthroughs, it seems this item is not destined for me. It's better to let it go to him. With a bitter smile and a sigh of resignation, Hebadong's fingers brushed over his storage ring, revealing a small, exceedingly ancient piece of yellowed parchment. He tenderly caressed the aged fragment, lamenting, I've spent decades creating maps, yet I have never encountered one as intricate as this. Shortly after obtaining it, I attempted to replicate it, but the resulting map bore an uncanny resemblance to the original. After several failed attempts, I ultimately abandoned this endeavor. I suspect this may be due to the map's incomplete nature. Dou He's gaze remained fixed on the fragmentary map, stealing a glance at Hebadong's countenance. While he could vaguely discern some reasons, he refrained from voicing any clarifications. Upon acquiring the first fragment in the Monster Mountain range, Dou He had discovered that these fragments concealed an immense soul power. This soul power was exceedingly subtle. Without the heightened mental acuity of an alchemist, it would be nearly impossible for others to detect. This soul energy did not directly harm individuals, but if someone attempted to replicate the map's routes and patterns, it would gradually erode their consciousness, leading to a final product that differed greatly from the original. After lingering over the fragment for some time, Hebadong finally shook his head in frustration and handed it to Dou He, offering a wry smile. Alas, take it. In my estimation, these fragments are likely divided into numerous parts, and possessing only this one is of limited use. Moreover, searching for the other fragments across such a vast continent is undoubtedly akin to finding a needle in a haystack. With a smile, Dou He received the fragment, running his fingers over its surprisingly smooth texture. A faint aura of antiquity and weariness enveloped him, indicative of the fragment's long history. Holding the small piece, Dou He retrieved the other fragment he had taken from Hebadong previously, and upon gently aligning them, he nodded in satisfaction upon finding no gaps between the two. Ha! Dou He, you seem particularly intrigued by these fragmentary maps, Hebadong remarked, his eyes glinting with curiosity as he observed Dou He's expression. I harbor a significant interest in these peculiar items, Dou He replied with a subtle smile, his response deliberately vague. Now that all the fragments are in your possession, might I inquire about their purpose? What can be gleaned from gathering them together? Hebadong asked, rubbing his hands together, unable to suppress his curiosity. Ao de hai. I previously mentioned that aside from that one instance at the auction, this is my first time acquiring such fragments. Thus, I'm also uncertain about the secrets they conceal. Dou He shrugged, a cheerful smile illuminating his face. With the fragments now in his possession, Dou He felt a sense of relief, his demeanor no longer shrouded in aloofness. Hearing this, Hebadong chuckled, a grin splitting his face, but inwardly he mused. You don't know? It's absurd to risk one's life for an unknown fragment. You, with your astute demeanor, hardly seem like a fool. Upon hearing Dou He's words, Hebadong understood that he did not wish to share the secrets of the fragments. He could only shake his head in resignation. Now that the fragments were in Dou He's hands, there was little he could do. To forcefully seize them would likely lead to irreparable enmity with this master alchemist. As a sixth-tier alchemist, Dou He wielded considerable power and was also an esteemed elder of the Yunlan Sect. He could not afford to offend him lightly. Furthermore, although the fragments contained great secrets, he had failed to unravel them over the years. Even if he managed to snatch the fragments, he might not possess the means to comprehend their mysteries. Offending Dou He would be unwise, especially since his own escape was solely due to Dou He's intervention. Hebadong felt genuine gratitude towards him and could not bring himself to turn hostile. Carefully placing the fragment into an exquisite box before stowing it away in his storage ring, Dou He breathed a sigh of relief. After much effort, it was finally secured. Elder Hai, now that your strength has been restored, you surely want to continue to linger here as a shopkeeper? Dou He remarked with a smile, hands tucked into his sleeves. Hebadong nodded, glancing at the smiling Dou He. You have something to discuss? Indeed, I have a matter to request your assistance with, Dou He said, his fingers lightly flicking within his sleeves as he chuckled softly. Haha, are you already eager to call in the favor I owe you? Hebadong chuckled, replying, I've stated before that you've helped me once. Thus I owe you a favor. However, if you seek my aid now, then this debt must be settled. I am confident that you, Elder Hai, may find yourself indebted to me even more in the future, not for any other reason than my status as an alchemist, and moreover, a sixth-tier one. Dou He responded with a gentle smile. Ah, while that may sound brash, it is indeed true. A sixth-tier alchemist is a coveted ally, even among battle emperors. And I am no exception, Hebadong sighed, nodding in agreement. After all, on this continent, alchemists, especially those of higher tiers, were perpetually favored companions of every formidable individual. Not to mention, the renowned Pill King Dou He stood before him. Now, what do you need me to do? I shall not refuse within the limits of my capability, Hebadong inquired, stroking his short beard thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Dou He rose slowly, a serene smile on his face. Rest assured, Elder Hai, what I ask of you will surely fall within your realm of ability. Oh, Hebadong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do share. Dou He, without any preamble, directly produced a list of rare herbs from his spatial ring and handed it to Hebadong with a smile, saying, Old Hai Bao, all I require is for you to gather the herbs listed here. Herbs? At this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hebadong's face as he casually accepted the list from Gua's hand. Frostbone branch, linglong fruit, blood soul grass. Hebadong's eyes darted over the list, and his eyelids twitched slightly. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. The herbs documented on this list were undoubtedly treasures of extraordinary rarity. In fact, many of them he had never even heard of. Upon reaching the end, Hebadong's lips twitched faintly, his expression darkening as he looked up at Dou He, his voice cold. Dou He, you are overestimating my capabilities. Each of these herbs is precious beyond measure. I lack the ability to procure them. Do not underestimate yourself, Old Hai Bao. Dou He shook his head, exuding an air of confidence in Hebadong. He replied nonchalantly, You have managed to gather the ingredients for the wondrous breaking barrier pill that alone attests to your prowess. Moreover, let us not forget your esteemed position. You are the grand elder of the Maitel family, renowned as the wealthiest clan in the Jaimar Empire, with Maitel auction houses sprawling across the realm. If you set your mind to it, these herbs should pose no challenge for you. Dou He said with an amiable smile. Nonsense. Upon hearing Dou He's dismissive remarks, Hebadong's displeasure was palpable. His aged visage contorted with dissatisfaction as he glared at Dou He, retorting, You speak so casually. Do you have any idea how much time I spent gathering the ingredients for the breaking barrier pill? The sacrifices I made? The herbs on this list are peculiar and likely harder to find than those for the breaking barrier pill. I must insist you reconsider. This condition is simply unattainable for me. By the end, Hebadong firmly rejected Dou He's proposition. In the face of Hebadong's refusal, Dou He remained unfazed, evidently having anticipated this response. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Hebadong and smiled. Old Hai Bao, how many stars do you possess as a Dou Huang now? 2 stars. Why do you ask? Hebadong's expression stiffened at Dou He's inquiry, responding somewhat begrudgingly. Ah, may I inquire how many stars you had before your seal? A sly smile crept across Dou He's face, akin to a fox eyeing its prey. 5 stars, Hebadong replied, casting a sidelong glance at Dou He with a huff. 5 stars, you say? It appears that although the seal has been lifted, you have yet to regain your former peak. Dou He remarked with a hint of regret. Hebadong's lips twitched, and he waved his sleeves dismissively. Having been sealed for decades, it is impossible for my strength to return to its former glory so swiftly. Given 4 to 5 years, I will naturally regain my peak. Ah, perhaps even you do not fully believe that. It is well known that once one's strength declines, reclaiming it may require even more time than the initial ascent. Guha chuckled, shaking his head. What exactly are you trying to convey, Guha? Hebadong's brows furrowed as he scrutinized Guha's peculiar smile. I merely wish to state that I might be able to restore your diminished power due to the seal. Completely within a year, and without significant side effects, Guha said, casting a sidelong glance at Hebadong, a low chuckle escaping his lips. At this, Hebadong's aged face shifted slightly, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, after a moment, his expression returned to normal, and he cautiously regarded Guha, hesitating before asking, What method do you propose? Are you familiar with the resurrection purple pill? Guha's long fingers lightly tapped as he observed Hebadong's somewhat bewildered expression, unable to suppress a smile. This is a 5th-tier pill. While its rank may not be exceptionally high, the materials required are rather elusive. Its effect is to completely restore power that has waned due to seals or internal injuries, making it perfectly suitable for you, Old Highbow. Resurrection purple pill? Hebadong murmured, repeating the name with a trace of delight while fixating intently on Guha, his lips moving as he said, So you have been waiting for me all along? Chapter 132, Breaking Sect Pool. Return to Yunlan Sect. With a hint of joy still lingering on his face, Hebadong gazed earnestly at Guha, his lips moving again. So you've been anticipating my arrival? Guha's face radiated with a smile, though he did not deny it. Observing Guha's beaming countenance, Hebadong furrowed his brows, visibly displeased. Yet, deep down, he found it hard to resist the allure of the resurrection purple pill. With this pill, he could rapidly restore his cultivation to its prime. Old Highbow, you must understand that relying solely on your own strength, barring any extraordinary encounters, it is unlikely you will regain your peak within 10 years. However, if you return to the Mytel family, with a mere command, you could save that decade. This trade seems exceedingly favorable. Consider all that you could accomplish in those 10 years. Guha's airy voice relentlessly chipped away at Hebadong's fragile defenses. With a solemn expression, Hebadong wrestled internally as Guha remained silent, patiently awaiting his response. In the spacious living room, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy and quiet. After a lengthy pause, Hebadong finally sighed in resignation. Fixing his gaze upon Guha, he spoke with gravity. Very well. I can agree to your terms. But when will you provide me with the resurrection purple pill? You surely cannot expect me to gather the herbs, and then only afterward will you concoct the pill for me? Hebadong countered. The list Guha provided contained numerous herbs Hebadong had never even heard of. He had no absolute confidence in his ability to gather them all. If he expended considerable time and effort yet still failed to procure the necessary ingredients, and Guha were to withhold the resurrection purple pill, he would find himself at a significant loss. Guha could see through Hebadong's thoughts at a glance and responded with a cheerful demeanor. Rest assured, Old Highbow, as long as you sincerely assist me, I would never let you suffer loss. After a moment of contemplation, Guha's tone turned serious. Here's the deal. I shall grant you 1 year. If you achieve results, I will concoct the resurrection purple pill for you. In truth, Guha had already gathered the materials for the resurrection purple pill through the Mytel family, and had taken the opportunity to concoct it during his spare time. However, he would not present the pill to Hebadong until he demonstrated sufficient earnestness. Upon hearing Guha's assurance, Hebadong finally nodded with satisfaction. That seems much more reasonable. Then, peering at the herbs on the list, he inquired with curiosity, Guha, might you reveal what kind of pill you are preparing to concoct? The herbs listed were all exceptionally rare, and Hebadong was convinced they were not the usual ingredients for an ordinary pill, likely indicating a 6th-tier pill. Guha smiled and, without reservation, slowly replied, Have you heard of the Breaking Sect pill? The Breaking Sect pill? At this, Hebadong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at the list in his hand. These are the ingredients for the Breaking Sect pill? As one of the 10 strongest figures in the Jayamar Empire, Hebadong was no stranger to the significance of the Breaking Sect pill. In fact, every Dou Huang expert, particularly those of higher ranks, will be familiar with it. After all, the Breaking Sect pill was among the finest even within the realm of 6th-tier pills, and its efficacy could make many peak Dou Huang experts envious. While it did not enhance one's strength, it could increase the success rate of breaking through to Dou Zong by margin, ensuring that even if one failed in their attempt, their power would remain stable at the level prior to the attempt, thus avoiding any regression in rank. It is well known that for a Dou Huang to ascend to Dou Zong, the probability of success is exceedingly low and fraught with peril. A failed attempt can lead to a tumultuous fluctuation of internal Dou Qi, resulting in the most tragic regression in rank, a fate that all peak Dou Huang fear above all else. At that juncture, Even a slight decline in rank would require them to expend vast amounts of time and energy in recultivation, which is undoubtedly the most dreadful prospect for them. Consequently, the efficacy of the breakthrough pill becomes irresistibly alluring. Although the 1% success rate appears minuscule, it has already claimed the lives of countless peak Dou Huang. As the effects of the breakthrough pill flashed through his mind, Hai Buodong's breathing grew increasingly rapid. With uncertainty etched on his face, he gazed at Gu He and inquired, "Can you truly concoct the breakthrough pill?" The breakthrough pill is a 6th-grade high-tier elixir, and as far as he was aware, Gu He had only recently advanced to a 6th-grade alchemist. It was hard for him to fathom that in such a brief span, Gu He had acquired the ability to refine the breakthrough pill. Moreover, the formula for this elixir is exceedingly rare, even with the standing of the Yunlan Sect. Obtaining it would be a challenge. Where then did Gu He procure the formula for the breakthrough pill? Unbeknownst to Hai Buodong, Gu He was aware of his thoughts. In response to Hai Buodong's skepticism, Gu He confidently nodded. "Since I have asked you to gather the medicinal materials, I am assured of my ability to refine it." The plan to concoct the breakthrough pill had long been formulated in Gu He's mind, with 2 distinct purposes in mind. Firstly, it is intended for Yunyan's future use. Ever since that fateful night in the magical Beast Mountain range, Yunyan has become his woman. Regardless of her acknowledgement, Gu He has already regarded her as a cherished possession. Naturally, he would not allow any injustice to befall her. The breakthrough pill was specifically prepared for Yunyan. Given her current cultivation level, it may not be required immediately, but Gu He was merely taking precautions by preparing the materials in advance. When Yunyan eventually reaches the rank of 9-star Dou Huang, presenting her with a breakthrough pill will surely astonish her. Gu He is quite attentive to Yunyan's cultivation. After all, she is his woman, and he does not wish to find himself at the pinnacle of the world without a companion by his side. Secondly, it is time for the golden-winged giant eagle to enhance its strength. As his first pet, Xiao Jin holds a significant place in Gu He's heart. Now that he has broken through to the Dou Zong realm, yet Xiao Jin remains at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Such disparity is undoubtedly a hindrance. Should it fail to keep pace with his progress, Xiao Jin may find itself with limited opportunities in the future. As an 8th-tier magical beast with boundless potential, Gu He is unwilling to relinquish it. Thus, he intends to refine a breakthrough pill to assist Xiao Jin in breaking through to the 7th tier. Can you truly refine it? Gazing at the self-assured Gu He, Hai Buodong was increasingly astonished, and soon his mind began to race. Despite currently being a 5-star Dou Huang, Hai Buodong possessed considerable talent, and had it not been for years of sealing, he might have reached 8-star Dou Huang by now. He held confidence that he could eventually break through to 9-star Dou Huang. If he could obtain a breakthrough pill, perhaps he could challenge the Dou Zong realm. At this thought, Hai Buodong's breath quickened, his gaze towards Gu He filled with fervor. However, he suddenly recalled that he still owed Gu He a favor. Moreover, he was reliant on Gu He to concoct the restorative purple spirit pill to recover his cultivation. His lips moved, but ultimately he could not bring himself to speak. Gu He, catching a glimpse of Hai Buodong's thoughts, seemed to discern his intentions. "Should you require it in the future, I, Gu, can prepare a breakthrough pill for you at no cost." "Really?" Hai Buodong looked at Gu He with uncontainable joy, unable to believe his ears. Gu He nodded slightly, stating earnestly, "As long as you, Hai Lao, sincerely work for me, I shall not treat you unfairly. Not only the breakthrough pill, but I can also refine the Emperor's extreme pill. Provided you gather the necessary medicinal materials, I promise to concoct one for you." Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong's eyes widened in astonishment, the shock within him beyond words. He was well aware of the reputation of the Emperor's extreme pill. At this moment, it held even greater value to him than the breakthrough pill. "Rest assured, Gu He, I will ensure that the materials on this list are sought after with utmost urgency as soon as I return to the Maitel family." Emboldened by Gu He's enticing promise, Hai Buodong became exceptionally proactive regarding the tasks assigned to him, assuring Gu He with a firm pat on his chest. Seeing his desired outcome achieved, Gu He nodded in satisfaction. "Then I shall rely on you, Hai Lao." After Gu He and Hai Buodong finalized their plans, they exited the inner quarters. "Teacher." Upon spotting Gu He, Ching Lin, who had ceased her cultivation, brightened and called out cheerfully, "Let's depart," ruffling the little girl's hair. Gu He took her hand and slowly exited the shop. Bearing numerous secrets, Gu He chose not to travel alongside Hai Buodong. After leaving the shop, he embraced Ching Lin, swiftly departing from Mo City and arriving at the expansive desert. Subsequently, Gu He summoned the golden-winged giant eagle, and together they ascended onto its back, flying towards the distant city of Doudu. It had been a month since leaving the Yunlan Sect, and Gu He's objectives in the Tagore Desert had been accomplished. At this moment, he yearned for home, wishing to linger no longer. That little brat, Lu Ling, must have broken through by now. It's time to pass on my teachings. Throughout the month, Gu He had been in constant motion, his cultivation still stagnating at the 3-star Dou Zong level. After attaining the Dou Zong realm, every increment in strength is exceedingly arduous. This made Gu He nostalgic for the exhilarating sensation experienced while imparting teachings to Xiao Yan and Lu Ling at the Yunlan Sect, watching their cultivation surge. He wondered if Yan had returned to the Yunlan Sect. On the back of the golden-winged giant eagle, a fleeting image of her crossed Gu He's mind, stirring a complex mix of emotions. To be honest, upon returning, he was uncertain how to face Yun, let alone what her current stance towards him might be. Sighing. The following day, not wishing to remain in Mo City as a purveyor of maps, Hai Buodong prepared to leave the city early in the morning after their discussions. He took nothing from the small shop where he had resided for decades. As he stated, perhaps in the future, weary of conflict, he might return to settle down permanently and peacefully, standing atop a towering sand dune. Hai Buodong cast a final glance at the vast city nestled at the edge of the desert and land, letting out a soft sigh. His expression was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Decades of seclusion had imbued him with a certain sentiment for this place. Enough is enough. Having remained silent for so long, I, the Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, shall reemerge. Suppressing his myriad thoughts, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his murky eyes. After all these years, he wondered if his old friends were still alive. To the imperial capital, I, Hai Buodong, return. With a thought, his icy blue wings unfurled, and with a step into the void, his figure transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the distant horizon. At the Yunlan Sect, in a secluded courtyard, Lu Ling was submerged in a wide wooden tub. Intermittent cries of agony escaped Lu Ling's lips, revealing his distress. His skin was flushed crimson, and his face contorted as he endured immense suffering. Moments later, the cries subsided, and Lu Ling's breathing gradually steadied. Bang! After a brief moment, a muffled sound resonated within, causing Lu Ling's aura to surge. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Subsequently, she sent forth a strand of her soul energy to sense the changes within her body, and moments later, an uncontrollable laugh of elation escaped her lips. Ha ha ha! I am now a 6-star Dome Master. I have finally broken through. Her voice, filled with excitement and exhilaration, echoed throughout the room. At that very moment of her breakthrough, a colossal golden figure materialized outside Yunlan Mountain. Moments later, the golden giant descended at the foot of the mountain, and 2 figures leapt down from above, swiftly transforming the golden giant into a diminutive golden bird. Ching Lin, this shall be your home from now on, Gu He said, pointing at the majestic and awe-inspiring Yunlan Mountain with a smile directed toward the young girl beside him. How towering! The little girl gazed at the mountain that pierced the clouds, her emerald eyes sparkling with excitement, anticipation, and a hint of eagerness. Ching Lin tilted her small head to look up at Gu He and innocently asked, Master, is this Yunlan Sect? During this time, Gu He had shared his identity and the exploits of the Yunlan Sect with the young girl. At this moment, Ching Lin finally grasped a semblance of understanding regarding her sect. As she beheld the magnificent mountain, her eyes brimmed with excitement and pride. From now on, I shall be a disciple of Yunlan Sect. Indeed, Gu He nodded gently, then lifted the little girl into his arms, saying softly, Let me take you to meet your elder brother and sister. With that, he soared into the air, directly ascending to the summit of Yunlan Mountain. Hey look, who is that? Who dares to fly above Yunlan Sect? That seems to be Elder Gu He. Oh, then there's nothing to worry about. Gu He, cradling Ching Lin, soared to Yunlan Sect, naturally attracting considerable attention and sparking murmurs among the onlookers. Observing the scene, Gu He felt a twinge of nostalgia. The last time he had carried little Yao up the mountain, it had been a similar spectacle. Months had passed, and he was now bringing along another disciple. Chapter 133. The first encounter with Gu He's speed, he swiftly reached the peak of Yunlan Mountain, then landed directly in his courtyard with little Ching Lin in his embrace. Disciple, from now on, this shall be your home in Yunlan Sect. Gu He surveyed the courtyard before him and spoke gently to Ching Lin. What a spacious courtyard! The little girl's eyes widened as she took in the expansive area, her youthful face brimming with anticipation and excitement. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed, followed by the melodious and surprised voice of little Yao resounding in the courtyard. As Gu He landed, he did not conceal his aura, and his conversation with Ching Lin had not been whispered. sensing the familiar aura and hearing the long-awaited voice. Little Yao immediately dashed out from the room. The moment Gu He looked up, he saw Little Yao, clad in white, appearing before him. "Master, is that really you?" Upon catching sight of Gu He, Little Yao could no longer suppress the longing within her heart. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, she rushed toward him and leaped into his embrace. Having not seen Little Yao for a month, Gu He felt a pang of longing for his caring disciple. Looking at the girl nestled in his arms, he displayed a warm smile and gently patted her back. "All right, did I not return? Master, I missed you so much." Little Yao slowly raised her head, her bright eyes glistening with tears, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Gu He reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, smiling gently. "Enough now. No crying in front of your little sister. It wouldn't be proper." "Little sister?" Upon hearing this, Little Yao sniffled, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes as she glanced behind Gu He. It was only then that she noticed the presence of another person and, recalling her earlier display, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Ching Lin, possessing a naturally timide disposition. Though she had made slight progress under Gu He's guidance, still felt bashful in the presence of strangers. When Little Yao emerged, she shyly hid behind Gu He. Observing Little Yao weeping in her master's embrace, and recalling Gu He frequently mentioning Little Yao and Lu Ling, Ching Lin quickly pieced together Little Yao's identity. "Is this my second elder sister?" she thought curiously, watching the girl crying in Gu He's arms. "So, my second elder sister is prone to tears." Unbeknownst to Little Yao, she had left an impression of being a crybaby on her little sister during their first meeting. As her gaze fell upon Ching Lin, Little Yao instantly ceased her tears, her eyes still glistening with remnants of sorrow, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stared dumbfoundedly at the girl in green before her. Meanwhile, Ching Lin, peeking out from behind Gu He, scrutinized her new second elder sister with curiosity, seeing the beautiful girl in white attire and her delicate features. Ching Lin could not help but marvel inwardly. Elder sister is so pretty. In contrast, Little Yao observed the timid Ching Lin in her azure robes, quietly thinking, "Is this the new disciple my master has taken? How adorable." Gu He, unaware of the girls' internal musings during their first encounter, found it amusing to watch them silently gaze at each other. As he noticed Ching Lin hiding behind him, he felt a tinge of helplessness. The girl's shy nature had yet to change. Gu He gently pulled the little girl forward and warmly introduced, "Ching Lin, this is your second elder sister I mentioned. So why not greet her?" Forced from her hiding spot, Ching Lin's face instantly turned crimson. Timidly looking at Little Yao, her lips quivered as she sweetly uttered, "Elder sister." Instantly taken by the adorableness and shyness of her little sister, Little Yao's heart melted. What a lovely little sister. After introducing Little Yao, Gu He then continued, "Disciple, this is the new little sister I have taken in. From now on, it will be your responsibility to look after her." Little Yao nodded eagerly, stepping forward to gently pat Ching Lin's small head, lowering herself to whisper, "Little sister, my name is Little Yao. What is your name?" Ching Lin shyly replied, "Elder sister, my name is Ching Lin." Ching Lin, Little Yao repeated, then praised, "What a lovely name for such a cute little sister." Afterward, it seemed an idea struck her, and she waved her hand over her storage ring, producing a jade vial that appeared in her palm. "Little sister, this is the spirit refinement liquid I concocted, a gift for you." Little Yao handed the vial to Ching Lin. Staring at the jade vial placed in her hands by Little Yao, Ching Lin blinked in surprise and chirped, "Thank you, elder sister." Gu He, observing the vial in Ching Lin's hands, felt a flicker of astonishment. "Child, have you advanced to the third-rank alchemist?" The spirit refinement liquid was indeed a third-rank elixir, only capable of being concocted by a third-rank alchemist. At his words, Little Yao nodded and looked up at Gu He, her expression lively as she replied, "Yes, master. Just a few days ago, I happened to break through to third-rank alchemist. Moreover, it was thanks to the soul refinement pill you gave me. Otherwise, I might have needed a few more months to achieve this breakthrough." Little Yao explained, her gaze toward Gu He brimming with gratitude. The soul refinement pill, a superior fifth-rank elixir, had significantly enhanced her soul energy, having inherited Gu He's insights as a sixth-rank alchemist. Once her soul energy reached a certain level, coupled with a bit of alchemical experience, she could easily break through. After consuming the soul refinement pill, it did not take long for her to ascend to the rank of third-rank alchemist. Gu He nodded in approval and encouraged, "Keep up the good work. I shall reward you again in due time." Gu He calculated that it had been about 10 days since Little Yao's last breakthrough, marking nearly a month's time. By then, he would be able to trigger the system's tenfold return mechanism again. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu He felt a subtle joy within. Remaining at the Yunlan Sect, close to the disciples, would surely facilitate his rapid advancement through multiple sessions of imparting skills and enlightenment. Upon hearing her master's promise, the little medical fairy nodded, her heart brimming with determination as she resolutely declared, "Master, I shall strive even harder." Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, accompanied by the excited and ecstatic voice of Lu Ling. Clearly having learned of Gu He's triumphant return to the sect. Upon receiving the news, Lu Ling, who had just made a breakthrough, was overwhelmed with joy and dashed toward Gu He's courtyard. Chapter 134, Lu Ling's Setback. Junior sister, this is a token of welcome from your senior brother. In the courtyard, Lu Ling beamed as he retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring and offered it to Ching Lin. Upon bursting into the courtyard, Lu Ling was taken aback upon encountering the unfamiliar Ching Lin. However, after Gu He's introduction, the two managed to establish a semblance of acquaintance. Although Lu Ling found Ching Lin's sudden appearance somewhat unexpected, he quickly adapted, recalling his previous experience with the little medical fairy's arrival. Gazing at Ching Lin's adorable visage, Lu Ling naturally felt a surge of affection. After Gu He's introduction, he promptly presented a vial of elixirs as a gift for their first meeting. On the other hand, upon seeing Lu Ling, Ching Lin, initially timid, shyly hid behind Gu He, peeking out with curiosity. When she noticed the jade vial being offered to her, she hesitated, unable to muster the courage to reach for it. It was evident that, being both girls and particularly beautiful, the little medical fairy had more readily won Ching Lin's heart, allowing her to accept the senior sister with ease. In contrast, Lu Ling, as the senior brother wearing a peculiar mask, required more time for Ching Lin to acclimate to him. Thus, she looked at Lu Ling's offering with trepidation, glancing toward her master for reassurance. Seeing Ching Lin hesitate to accept his gift, Lu Ling assumed it was perhaps too trivial. This thought reminded him of the teasing he had endured from his master when he had initially gifted something to the second junior sister upon her arrival. With this in mind, Lu Ling quickly clarified, "Junior sister, this is a third-tier recovery pill that I personally concocted. Please do not dismiss it lightly." The third-tier pill was indeed the finest offering Lu Ling could present, a gesture imbued with sincerity. On the side, Gu He's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Lu Ling's words. "You've also advanced to a third-tier alchemist. Not bad. It seems during my month away, neither of you has been idle. I shall reward you adequately later." Hearing this, Lu Ling's face immediately lit up with delight. He would once again receive his master's guidance, and it appeared that his strength would surge once more. However, a hint of confusion soon clouded Lu Ling's features. A sudden realization struck him, and disbelief flickered in his eyes as he turned to the little medical fairy, astonished. "Junior sister, have you also ascended to the rank of third-tier alchemist?" The little medical fairy nodded gently, smiling as she replied, "I just broke through a few days ago." Upon receiving her affirmative response, Lu Ling fell into silence, a pang of hurt gripping his heart. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware that the little medical fairy had only begun her alchemical studies after being defeated by their master. Calculating the time, she had been learning for less than a year, and within that brief span, she had directly attained the third-tier alchemist realm. This was utterly preposterous. Initially, Lu Ling had already felt a significant emotional blow from being overshadowed by the little medical fairy's rapid cultivation speed. Now, even in the realm of alchemy, he found himself eclipsed by her, delivering a crushing blow to his morale. Clearly, he needed to exert even greater effort. Recalling his master's words regarding extraordinary physiques, Lu Ling could only silently accept his fate. Compared to such exceptional talents, his own seemed rather pitiful. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Ling cast a glance at Ching Lin, who stood behind Gu He, and a notion arose within him. Could this new junior sister, taken under their master's wing, also possess an extraordinary physique? This fleeting thought intensified Lu Ling's sense of urgency. Being surpassed by one junior sister was already challenging. If another emerged, his position as senior brother would be rendered inconsequential. It was evident that he must work even harder moving forward. Meanwhile, Gu He observed Lu Ling's changing countenance and understood that the young man had likely suffered another setback. However, Gu He refrained from offering any explanations. Compared to the extraordinary physiques of the little medical fairy and Ching Lin, Lu Ling's innate talent was indeed lacking. Without a bit of pressure, he might become complacent. Subsequently, Gu He turned to Ching Lin, speaking gently. "Since this is your senior brother's heartfelt gesture, you should graciously accept it." Upon hearing Gu He's words, Ching Lin finally glanced at Lu Ling, then extended her small hand to timidly accept the jade vial, murmuring, "Thank you, senior brother." With the three of them now acquainted, Gui chose not to linger on the matter, instead addressing the little medical fairy. "Why don't you help your junior sister select a room? She will be residing here from now on." The little medical fairy nodded in agreement, then took Ching Lin's hand gently, saying, "Come along, junior sister." Ching Lin cast a hesitant look at Gu He, and after receiving a slight nod from him, she reluctantly allowed the little medical fairy to lead her away. Once the two departed, only Gu He and Lu Ling remained in the courtyard. As if recalling something, Lu Ling's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Gu He. Understanding the unspoken thoughts of Lu Ling, Gu He directly instructed, "Come and kneel before me." Lu Ling froze momentarily, then his face brightened with excitement as he replied, "Yes, master." He obediently approached Gu He and knelt before him, his expression radiating eagerness. "Make sure to last longer this time," Gu He remarked lightly as he rose and positioned himself behind Lu Ling, placing his palm against him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling resolutely declared, "Master, I will endure." With a serious demeanor, he silently vowed to persist longer this time, hoping to impress his master. Lu Ling had been diligently using spiritual liquid to temper his body, and he had prepared thoroughly for this moment of impartation, confident that he could break the record. "Focus and calm your mind," Gu He instructed. Then, with a flicker of thought, he activated the impartation technique, channeling a torrent of powerful energy through his palm into Lu Ling's body. As Lu Ling felt a surge of immense strength coursing through him, he was taken aback. Master has grown increasingly formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ling poured all his effort into harnessing this power. As the robust and tempestuous energy surged within him, he immediately sensed his meridians straining under the pressure. His complexion paled as he hastily directed the energy toward the cyclone of fighting spirit within him. Soon, the aura surrounding Lu Ling began to shift noticeably. In less than 20 breaths, a muffled sound resonated from within Lu Ling as he successfully broke through to the 7-star Battle Master level. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Gu He continued with the impartation. After 30 breaths, Lu Ling's aura transformed once more, reaching the 8-star Battle Master level. Chapter 135, 15 Years of Cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ling experienced a series of sharp pains within, but recalling his master's earlier words, he gritted his teeth and persevered, determined not to disappoint him. After several more breaths, Lu Ling's aura shifted yet again, achieving the 9-star Battle Master level. Within the span of just over 100 breaths, Lu Ling had consecutively broken through 3 realms, having transcended from a 6-star Dou Master to a 9-star Dou Master. At this moment, Lu Ling had nearly reached his limit. With a determined heart, he fervently urged the Xiang Ju to refine the energy within his body. After several breaths, Lu Ling felt a tearing sensation in his meridians, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "Master, I can't hold on any longer. I feel as though I might explode." Upon hearing the pain-laden words of Lu Ling, Gu He's countenance changed, and he swiftly ceased his efforts. In the next moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has imparted half a day's worth of cultivation to his eldest disciple. Lu Ling, congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return, gaining 15 years of cultivation. The 15 years of cultivation have been credited to the system space. Please check, host. Hearing the system's notification, Gui felt a tinge of disappointment. Only half a day's worth of cultivation. Sigh. Fortunately, this time it was a 10,000-fold return. Otherwise, the outcome would have been rather hard to accept. 15 years of cultivation is still somewhat bearable, despite the limited nature of this gain. Gui couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. With his 15 years of cultivation, he should be able to muster the strength to break through the barrier to the 3-star Dou Zong realm and successfully ascend to the 4-star or even the 5-star Dou Zong realm. He then turned his gaze to Lu Ling, who was still immersed in refining the energy within his body, and nodded slightly. This lad may not possess great endurance, yet he has certainly put forth his best effort. At the very least, he managed to endure another round. Otherwise, he might not have even withstood half a day's worth of cultivation. In truth, Gui had long anticipated this result. As his own cultivation progressed, the endurance of these young ones would likely continue to diminish. He could see that during his absence, Lu Ling had not been idle. His physique had indeed strengthened significantly. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Gu He's cultivation had escalated at a much swifter pace than Lu Ling's. After all, Gui had more than just Lu Ling as a target for imparting his teachings. With the growth of his cultivation, the Dou Qi within him naturally became increasingly robust, resulting in a more substantial amount of cultivation represented by a single day. Thus, even though Lu Ling's physical strength had seen significant enhancement, his endurance would still diminish. After all, as a Dou Zong powerhouse, the Dou Qi Gu he absorbed in a single day was not something a mere Dou master like Lu Ling could easily withstand. This was still thanks to Lu Ling's persistent use of spirit liquid for body tempering. Had it been another Dou master, they likely wouldn't have been able to endure even a few hours of cultivation. Were it not for Lu Ling's consistent body tempering with spirit liquid during this time, Gu he surmised that he would have shattered his meridians long before even half a day of cultivation. It appeared that moving forward, he would need to devise ways to significantly enhance their physical tempering, Gu he concluded inwardly. Subsequently, Gu he immersed his consciousness in the system space, examined the 15 years of cultivation energy orb, and then exited the system space. The breakthrough to the Dou Zong realm was bound to cause a great stir. He needed to find a secluded location far from the Yunlan Sect to make this leap. Observing that Lu Ling had not yet awakened, Gu he remained patient. He seated himself in a pavilion, quietly awaiting Lu Ling's emergence from his meditative state. Bang! Just as Gu he had been seated in the pavilion for half an hour, a muffled sound emanated from Lu Ling's body. His aura surged suddenly, and his cultivation broke through to the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou master. At this moment, Lu Ling had finally absorbed all the dense energy within him, and his cultivation stabilized completely. After a brief moment, Lu Ling slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at Gu he seated in the pavilion, Lu Ling was momentarily taken aback, but once he regained his senses, he immediately checked his own cultivation. 9-star Dou Master Pinnacle. The next instant, an expression of sheer exhilaration illuminated Lu Ling's face. Feeling the formidable power within him, he was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly bursting into a dance. In such a short span, he had ascended from a 6-star Dou Master to the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Master, just one step away, and he could break into the great Dou Master realm. Indeed, some of the stewards within the Yunlan Sect were of similar cultivation, yet here he was, achieving such a feat in his teenage years. It was truly astonishing. He reflected in awe, grateful that he had managed to endure a bit longer in the final round. Otherwise, he might not have reached the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Master. He then felt a sense of relief, thankful that he had not been idle during the month of his master's absence. Otherwise, he might have faltered during the first round of importation. His master was truly formidable. Comparing it to the last time, Lu Ling could distinctly sense that his master's Dou Qi had become even more substantial. It was as if a tremendous transformation had occurred. Clearly, during the month his master had been away, he must have encountered some fortuitous event that greatly enhanced his strength. With this thought, Lu Ling cast a curious glance at Gu he. He had never witnessed Gu he in action and had no idea what realm his master currently occupied. The rumors in the outside world claimed that his master was merely at the Dou Huang level. Yet, Lu Ling found it hard to believe that such profound and terrifying Dou Qi could belong to a mere Dou Huang. He had often interacted with several Dou Huang elders within the Yunlan Sect, and he could distinctly feel that their auras paled in comparison to that of his master. Could it be that his master had already broken through to the Dou Huang realm? As he surveyed Gu he seated in the pavilion, the thought emerged in Lu Ling's mind. Sensing Lu Ling's gaze, Gu he turned to look at him and casually remarked, "Awake?" Upon hearing Gu he's words, Lu Ling immediately sprang to his feet, approaching eagerly with a beaming smile. "I'm awake, master." Gu he inquired, "How do you feel?" Lu Ling's face lit up with excitement as he replied, "Fantastic. Master, you're truly becoming increasingly powerful." Gu he understood Lu Ling's inner exhilaration. After all, he frequently relished the sensation of a meteoric rise in strength himself. "You must continue to temper your body and never slacken your efforts," Gu he advised calmly. Indeed, Lu Ling nodded resolutely, affirming, "Master, I will certainly strive harder." "Very well, come forth. I shall bestow upon you your second reward." After conversing for a while, Gu he suddenly spoke. "Certainly, master." Upon hearing this, Lu Ling felt a jolt of excitement and promptly squatted before Gu he without hesitation. No need to squat this time. Observing Lu Ling's habitual squatting position, Gu he casually remarked before retrieving a jade vial from his spatial ring. The vial contained the coveted companion purple crystal source. "Master, what is this? Is it a pill?" Lu Ling asked, momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the jade vial Gu he extended towards him. A hint of confusion in his voice. Gu he replied nonchalantly, "This item is known as the companion purple crystal source." "Companion purple crystal source?" Lu Ling took the jade vial from Gu He, scrutinizing it closely, when suddenly a frown creased his brow. He felt as though he had heard this name before. At that moment, a distant memory surfaced in Lu Ling's mind. It was something he had read in an ancient tome within the Yunlan Sect's scripture pavilion. As the foremost sect of the Gamma Empire, the Yunlan Sect naturally housed numerous ancient texts. The content that now emerged in Lu Ling's mind was indeed an excerpt regarding the companion purple crystal source from one such ancient tome. Companion purple crystal source. As he repeated the phrase, the memories in Lu Ling's mind fully unlocked, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring incredulously at the jade vial in his hand, exclaiming, "This is actually the companion purple crystal source." In a fleeting moment, a wealth of information regarding the companion amethyst crystal source surged through his mind. The companion amethyst crystal source is an extraordinary treasure birth from the body of the amethyst-winged Lion King, a remarkable beast of innate gifts. Each time the Lion King gives birth, there exists a minuscule probability that alongside the offspring, this companion amethyst crystal source is also produced. Due to its prolonged residence within the Lion King's belly, the energy it harbors is remarkably pure and potent. When a young beast reaches the fourth tier of magical beasts, consuming this companion amethyst crystal source will enable it to ascend directly to the fifth tier. Furthermore, the purple fire within it will be significantly more formidable than that possessed by other amethyst-winged lions that have not consumed this source. "Master, you managed to procure something as rare as this?" Lu Ling exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Gu He. She recalled the ancient texts, which stated that the companion amethyst crystal source not only benefits the cubs of the amethyst-winged Lion King immensely, but can also greatly enhance the strength of humans at the Great Fighter Realm upon consumption. Most notably, after ingesting the companion amethyst crystal source, there exists a substantial chance of absorbing the unique beast fire contained within, purple flame. This purple flame is mightier than the purple eagle flame she has refined herself. Gu He regarded Lu Ling, whose face was brimming with enthusiasm. With some surprise, this young one possesses quite a bit of knowledge, even recognizing the companion amethyst crystal source. This is advantageous, he thought, as it would save him the trouble of explaining. Gu He merely cautioned, the companion amethyst crystal source contains an exceedingly violent energy. Given your current cultivation level, it would be wise to consume it in 3 portions to avoid the risk of bodily explosion. Lu Ling, well versed in the properties of the companion amethyst crystal source, nodded earnestly in response to Gu He's warning, saying, "Master, I understand." A fiery determination flickered in her eyes. With this companion amethyst crystal source in her possession, she believed she would soon break through to the Great Fighter Realm and also acquire a more powerful beast fire. Ding! The system has detected that the host has granted the first disciple, Lu Ling, a companion amethyst crystal source. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 10,000-fold return and obtaining a Phoenix Bloodstone. The Phoenix Bloodstone has been dispatched to the system space. Please check it, host. At that moment, a notification from the system resonated within Gu He's mind. A Phoenix Bloodstone? Gu He pondered, momentarily taken aback. What could this be? Perhaps a form of extraordinary treasure? Observing Lu Ling, who was grinning foolishly while holding the companion amethyst crystal source, he felt a stir of curiosity and immediately delved into the system space. Upon entering, Gu He's consciousness was drawn to a blood-red orb floating in midair. Ding! Would you like to extract the Phoenix Bloodstone? As Gu He's consciousness made contact with the blood-red orb, the system's prompt echoed again. Gu He replied calmly, "Extract." In the next moment, the blood-red orb quivered violently, transforming into a beam of crimson light that shot towards Gu He, hovering before him and revealing a blood-colored gemstone. Is this the Phoenix Bloodstone? Gu He's gaze fixated on the gemstone, scrutinizing it closely. The blood-colored gem pulsated with a sinister glow, appearing extraordinarily enchanting. Upon closer inspection, Gu He discerned an ethereal image of a fire phoenix dancing within the gemstone. Unable to resist, Gu He reached out to grasp the Phoenix Bloodstone. However, the instant his hand made contact, his expression shifted drastically, and he immediately withdrew his hand. It was scorching hot. Gu He stared in astonishment at the blood-red mark appearing on his palm. The Phoenix Bloodstone seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet its temperature was astonishingly high upon touch. It is worth noting that his physical body had already been tempered by exotic fire, granting him extraordinary heat resistance. Yet, the moment he touched the Phoenix Bloodstone, he felt an agonizing burning sensation, and had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been severely injured. As Gu He processed the shock, a surge of information flooded his mind. The Phoenix Bloodstone is the blood of an ancient divine phoenix, condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, containing extremely pure fire attribute energy. Upon successful refinement, one can acquire the immortal fire, an exotic flame. This revelation regarding the origin and function of the Phoenix Bloodstone was nothing short of extraordinary. Dou was pleasantly surprised to learn that refining the Phoenix Bloodstone would yield an exotic fire. The immortal fire, what manner of exotic flame could it be? Reflecting on the intense heat he had just experienced, Dou resolved internally, it appears I must utilize the divine fire technique, employing my innate divine fire to refine it. My innate divine fire can consume other exotic flames to grow, making it perfectly suited for devouring the Phoenix Bloodstone. Moreover, the energy absorbed by my innate divine fire can be returned to me, allowing me to advance my cultivation significantly, and after absorbing the immortal flame, the power of my innate divine fire will ascend to new heights. Having made these determinations, Dou focused his thoughts and exited the system space. Outside, Lu Ling was captivated, examining the jade bottle in her hands. Unable to resist, she opened it, and an overwhelming wave of energy surged forth from the bottle. Seeing this, she quickly sealed it, fearing the energy would escape. Lu Ling was inherently frugal. Wasting energy would surely cause her distress. At that moment, Dou opened his eyes and casually remarked, "All right, store the companion amethyst crystal source away. I shall bestow upon you your third reward." The third reward? Upon hearing Dou's words, Lu Ling's eyes brightened, and she hastily stowed the companion amethyst crystal source, her face lighting up with anticipation. What could this third reward be? Dou exited the pavilion, stating, "Follow me." Huh? Lu Ling was puzzled. What could her master possibly wish to give her? Was it to be in the courtyard? Soon, Dou arrived at the center of the courtyard, and with a thought, a small purple beast materialized before him. Woo-woo. The moment the purple creature appeared in the courtyard, it sniffed the air, its eyes gleaming as it dashed towards Dou, licking the soles of his shoes. Observing the little purple beast, Dou couldn't help but smile. This creature was none other than the cub of the amethyst-winged Lion King, which he had already tamed. The cub had been born not long ago, still devoid of intelligence. Dou had merely offered it some treats and fed it elixirs and magical cores to foster a bond. Beside them, Lu Ling stood momentarily stunned upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the purple beast, but then realization dawned, and her face broke into an ecstatic smile. Could this purple creature be the third gift her master had prepared for her? The thought ignited her excitement. Ever since she had seen her junior sister soaring through the skies on the iron-winged giant eagle, she had been consumed by envy. After all, who would desire a magical beast companion? She had heard that her junior sister's iron-winged giant eagle was a fifth-tier magical beast, capable of rivaling a fighter king's might as it matured. The prospect of finally receiving her own magical beast companion from her master filled her with hope. As she gazed at the purple cub, which was currently licking Dou's shoes, Lu Ling couldn't help but appraise it. What kind of magical beast is this? It seems somewhat lion-like. It certainly appears unique and majestic. Lu Ling's imagination began to run wild, envisioning herself riding this purple beast with an air of authority. Dou played with the amethyst-winged Lion King cub for a while, then turned his gaze towards Lu Ling. The creature is named the amethyst-winged lion, and it is the third gift I have bestowed upon you, Dou said with a smile. Is it truly for me? Although she had long harbored expectations in her heart, upon hearing Dou's words, Lu Ling could not suppress her excitement. Had it not been for her concern about maintaining her composure in front of her teacher, she would have been unable to contain her joy and would have danced with glee. From this moment forth, I, Lu Ling, shall possess my very own magical beast companion. Wait a moment. What did the teacher just say this little lion is called? The amethyst-winged lion? In an instant, Lu Ling recalled the amethyst source she had just encountered. The amethyst source, after all, originates from within the body of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and it is specifically prepared by the amethyst-winged Lion King for its offspring. Why then, does my teacher possess both the amethyst source and the cub of the amethyst-winged Lion King? A thought flashed through Lu Ling's mind. Could it be that the teacher seized them from the amethyst-winged Lion King? The moment this thought emerged, it sent tumultuous waves through Lu Ling's heart. The amethyst-winged Lion King is a sixth-tier magical beast, a creature that ordinary Dou Emperor-level warriors would not dare to provoke. Yet now, my teacher has somehow taken the amethyst source and the cub from its grasp. This is utterly outrageous. It seems my initial feeling was not mistaken. The strength of my teacher has already reached the level of a Dou Emperor. With this realization, Lu Ling gazed at Dou with admiration. A Dou Emperor is a being of the same caliber as a sect leader. Amidst her astonishment, a surge of elation rushed through Lu Ling's heart. The stronger her teacher's power, the more formidable her own support would be, with a Dou Emperor as her mentor who would dare to bully her in the future. Moreover, her teacher is also a 6th-grade alchemist. The combination of these two aspects means that in the Gamma Empire, few would dare to offend her teacher. As the eldest disciple under her mentor, her status would undoubtedly rise alongside the tide. Seeing Lu Ling frozen in place with a silly grin on her face, Gui couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Are you unimpressed by this amethyst-winged lion? If you do not want it, I can give it to your junior sister. Upon hearing Gu's words, Lu Ling immediately snapped back to reality, hurriedly embracing the cub of the amethyst-winged lion king, and awkwardly chuckled. How could that be? Teacher, I truly cherish this gift. Gui glanced at the squirming amethyst-winged lion cub in Lu Ling's arms and replied nonchalantly, this little one is quite gluttonous. Be sure to feed it plenty of pills and magical beasts, and it will surely grow fond of you. Lu Ling eagerly nodded, her expression brimming with excitement. I understand. Teacher. She then quickly retrieved a jade vial from her storage ring, pouring out a pill and placing it before the cub's mouth, causing the little creature to gradually calm down. Lu Ling delightedly stroked the purple fur of the amethyst-winged lion cub, her eyes filled with ineffable affection. Since this is the cub of the amethyst-winged lion king, does that not imply that my pet possesses the bloodline of a 6th-tier magical beast? A 6th-tier magical beast bloodline. Could it not grow to rival a human Dou Emperor in strength? Ding! The system has detected the host bestowing a 6th-tier bloodline amethyst-winged lion cub upon the eldest disciple. Congratulations, the host has triggered a 10,000-fold return, acquiring a 9th-tier bloodline void beast cub. The void beast cub has been dispatched to the system space. Please check, host. At this moment, Gui heard the anticipated system notification resounding in his mind. A 9th-tier bloodline, the void beast. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Gui's eyes brightened slightly, and he could not help but let a smile dance upon his lips. This is an incredible profit. He then glanced at Lu Ling, who was playfully toying with the amethyst-winged lion cub, her face alight with joy, and urged, All right, I've given you your 3 rewards. Now return and cultivate diligently. Your disciple obeys, Lu Ling replied, finally ceasing her playful antics with the amethyst-winged lion cub and cheerfully cradling the little creature as she slowly exited the courtyard. After Lu Ling departed, Gui focused his thoughts, his consciousness directly entering the system space. Upon entering, he beheld the silvery orb suspended in the void. He then sent a strand of consciousness closer to the shimmering silver orb. Ding! Does the host wish to sign a master-servant contract with the void beast cub? Just as Gui's consciousness approached, the system's notification echoed softly in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Gui declared, Sign the master-servant contract. As soon as his words fell, a drop of crimson blood suddenly separated from Gui's body, drifting towards the silvery orb. Gui was momentarily taken aback. As the blood left his body, he felt a slight wave of fatigue. This is my essence blood. In the next instant, the drop of blood landed upon the silver orb. How? At that moment, the silver orb erupted with blinding silver light. Faintly, Gui seemed to hear the sound of a youthful beast's roar. The blood that fell upon the golden giant egg suddenly emitted a bright red glow, which then coalesced into a blood-red mark that slowly seeped into the silver orb. Moments later, Gui's expression shifted slightly. He felt an extremely subtle connection forming between himself and the silver orb. He could sense a life form existing within the silver orb. It seemed that the entity within sensed his presence, and a tender voice echoed in Gui's mind. Master, Master, I want to come out. Did I succeed? Feeling all of this, Gui's demeanor shifted, a smile gracing his face. He then directly commanded the system, extract the void beast cub. As soon as Gui's voice faded, the silver orb in the void trembled slightly before descending before Gui, revealing a small silver beast. Gui could not help but scrutinize the silver creature before him. The silver beast radiated a luminous silver glow, its body adorned with patches of silver scales. Appearing somewhat majestic, yet a small silver horn atop its head added a touch of adorability. Master, the silver beast, upon seeing Gui, immediately burrowed into his embrace, exuding a sense of intimacy. Gazing at the silver beast nestled in his arms, Gui could not resist stroking its cool, silvery scales, so refreshing and comfortable, with a remarkably sturdy texture. Its defense should be quite impressive. At that moment, a surge of information surged into Gui's mind. Gui closed his eyes, gradually absorbing this influx of knowledge which pertained to the void beast. After a brief while, he opened his eyes, having fully comprehended the information. The void beast is a creature born from the chaotic currents of the void, inherently mastering numerous void-related abilities: void traversal, void slicing, and void confinement. After reviewing the information, Gu He's eyes shimmered with excitement. This void beast is simply too extraordinary. Its only drawback is its slow growth rate. To mature, the void beast must consume void energy, a top-tier source of power. Human cultivators can only begin to approach void energy upon reaching the Dou Zong realm. It is evident how challenging it would be for Gu He to nurture the void beast to maturity. However, Gu He was not anxious. With the 10,000-fold return system, as long as it grows, resources will never be lacking. Through his soul perception, Gu He discovered that the current strength of the void beast was approximately at the mid-7th tier, comparable to a human cultivator at the 6 or 7-star Dou Zong level. Yet, with the myriad of void abilities it possesses, it would be invincible even at the Dou Zong level. Even when confronted with Dou Zong level powers, the void beast could slip into the void to evade their attacks, placing it in an inherently undefeated position. Little one, your current strength surpasses even that of your master, Gu He said with a satisfied smile as he looked at the silver beast in his arms. With the existence of the void beast, I now possess an additional card up my sleeve. Woof, master, I will protect you, the void beast replied in a youthful voice upon hearing Gu He's words. Gu He smiled, saying, "Good. I shall rely on you from now on." After a moment of contemplation, while gazing at the silver scales adorning the void beast, he decided to name it Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, let us venture outside." After imparting some precautionary advice to the void beast, Gu He focused his thoughts and let it out of the system space. In the next instant, a small silver beast appeared abruptly in Gu He's embrace within the courtyard. "All right, go and play, but be sure not to harm anyone. And do not stray too far from your master," Gu He instructed the void beast earnestly. "Understood, master," the void beast replied before playfully wriggling free from Gu He's arms. Then, right before Gu He's eyes, it vanished entirely. Seeing the spectacle, Gu He immediately extended his soul perception, yet sensed nothing. Xiao Yan's abilities are indeed extraordinary, he mused, shaking his head as he slowly retracted his outward soul perception. Feeling somewhat wistful, at the peak of Yunlan Sect, within a certain pavilion, Elder Gu He has truly returned? Yun inquired as she observed the exuberant Nalan Yanran rushing in, her expression shifting intriguingly at the mention of Gu He. Opposite Nalan Yanran, dressed in a moon-white robe, nodded affirmatively. "Teacher, I witnessed it with my own eyes." Upon receiving Nalan Yanran's confirmation, a vivid image of Gu He's refined demeanor flashed in Yun's mind. Strangely, her thoughts drifted back to that cave in a monster beast mountain range. The events that transpired within that cave had lingered in her heart, and as she had believed, she had almost come to terms with them during this period of tranquility. She realized now that the return of Gu He had reignited those feelings. When Gu He had been absent, she had yearned for his return. Yet now that he was back, she found herself uncertain of how to face him. In an instant, her emotions became convoluted. At that moment, Nalan Yanran recalled a scene she had witnessed earlier and furrowed her delicate brows slightly. However, it seems Elder Gu He returned with a little girl in his arms. Hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Yun slowly came back to herself, suppressing her unusual emotions, and inquired with some surprise, "A little girl?" Nalan Yanran nodded. "That little girl is even younger than Sister Sienna. Teacher, do you think Elder Gu He?" Nalan Yanran pondered, recalling the moment when Gu He had brought little medical fairy back, and immediately speculated, has he taken on a new disciple? At this thought, Nalan Yanran felt a pang of urgency. Her beautiful eyes turned towards Yun as she eagerly asked, "Teacher, did Elder Gu He truly promise to accept me as his disciple?" Upon hearing this, Yun's mind flashed back to the wager made with Gu He in that cave of the monster beast mountain range. When a 3-year term would conclude, he had vowed to train Nalan Yanran into a Dou Huang powerhouse. Indeed, this was a promise made by Elder Gu He himself. Yun replied calmly. "Then, teacher, could you take me to meet Elder Gu He tomorrow?" Nalan Yanran urged with impatience. If Elder Gu He truly accepted that little girl as his disciple, then he would already have 3 disciples under his wing. One must seize the opportunity to become a disciple early. If this continued, who knows how many disciples Elder Gu He might take on. The thought of having to compete with a multitude of senior brothers and sisters after her apprenticeship was something Nalan Yanran found hard to accept. Observing the troubled expression on Nalan Yanran's face, Yun understood her unspoken thoughts. After a moment of silence, She made her decision and nodded slightly to Nalan Yanran. Very well, I shall take you to meet Elder Gu He tomorrow. Chapter 139, The Heavenly Serpent Technique. Teacher. Gu He was enjoying tea in a pavilion when little medical fairy and Ching Lin approached leisurely. Gu He set down his teacup, looked at the two, and smiled. Have you chosen your rooms? Yes, little junior sister S room is right next to mine. Little medical fairy nodded, her cheeks radiant with joy. Ever since Gu He's return, her smile had not faded. That S wonderful, Gu He replied with satisfaction. Then turned his gaze to the timid little girl and spoke gently. Ching Lin, this will be your home from now on. Your master and senior sister are your family. There are no strict rules here, so do not feel constrained. Upon hearing this, Ching Lin obediently nodded, her small hand grasping little medical fairy S, indicating a growing bond. Clearly, little medical fairy S' attentive care during their room selection had helped her gradually accept this second senior sister and develop a sense of belonging to the Yunlan Sect. Little medical fairy took Ching Lin's hand and led her into the pavilion, deftly pouring tea for Gu He as she whispered, Teacher, now that you are back, you won't be leaving again, will you? Gu He nodded slightly in response. No, I should not be leaving anytime soon. I now have 3 disciples under my care, which is sufficient for the time being. Of course, he had not forgotten his promise to Queen Medusa. In half a year's time, he would set aside time to visit the Serpent People's territory to lend her some otherworldly fire. As he thought of Queen Medusa, Gu He glanced at Ching Lin, hesitating for a moment before retrieving a scroll from his spatial ring. This scroll was none other than Queen Medusa's cultivation technique, the serpent spirit technique. Ching Lin, come here, Gu He beckoned to the little girl while holding the serpent spirit technique scroll. Ching Lin paused, then obediently approached, her emerald eyes glimmering with curiosity. One of the 3 gifts I promised you is still pending. This cultivation technique shall serve as the 3rd gift, Gu He stated as he handed the scroll to Ching Lin. Initially, Gu He had planned to wait until Ching Lin broke through to the Dou Zong realm before presenting her with this scroll. However, considering that one of the 3 gifts included an opportunity to trigger a 10-fold return mechanism, he decided it would be better to give her the serpent spirit technique in advance. After all, he was uncertain what else to bestow upon her, and he didn't want to waste the chance to activate the return mechanism. As he observed Ching Lin cradling the scroll as if it were a treasure, Gu He reminded her, Ching Lin, you have yet to break through to Dou Zong. Thus, you cannot practice this technique until you achieve that breakthrough. Teacher, I understand. Ching Lin nodded, never opposing her teacher's words. Gu He continued, you must devote yourself to training diligently so that you may soon reach the Dou Zong realm and begin practicing the technique. I will, Ching Lin affirmed, silently vowing to work hard and not disappoint her teacher. Ding! The system detected that the host had granted the 3rd disciple the Earth-ranked beginner technique, Serpent Spirit Technique, and congratulated the host for triggering a 10-fold return, receiving the Heaven-ranked beginner technique, Heavenly Serpent Technique. The Heaven-ranked beginner technique, Heavenly Serpent Technique, has been dispatched to the system space. Please check, host. Heaven-ranked? Even the Serpent Technique? Gu He felt a stir within. It did not immediately enter the system space to check as he usually would. The Heavenly Serpent Technique was a cultivation method that could only be practiced by those with serpent people bloodlines. Thus, Gu He held no particular expectations regarding it. At that moment, little medical fairy seemed to recall something and looked at Gu He with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Teacher, a while ago, Nalan's senior sister came to see you. She mentioned that she wishes to become your disciple. Little medical fairy's gaze shifted to Gu He, her interest piqued. When she had heard Nalan Yanran express her desire to be Gu He's disciple, little medical fairy had been quite astonished. To her, Nalan Yanran was the direct disciple of the sect leader, with a promising future ahead, likely to inherit the position of sect leader of Yunlan Sect. However, with such a status, why would she still want to become her teacher's disciple? Would the sect leader agree? The little medicine sage was engulfed in contemplation for quite some time, yearning to glean her mentor's thoughts. Upon hearing the name of Nalan Yanran, Gu He was instantly reminded of the wager he had made in the Beast Mountain range. He had vowed to take Nalan Yanran as his disciple, with the aspiration of nurturing her to the level of a Dou Huang within 3 years. It appeared that Yun had already divulged certain insights to Nalan Yanran. Observing Nalan Yanran's demeanor, it was evident that she was inclined to accept him as her teacher. It seemed that he was on the brink of welcoming yet another disciple into his fold. A smile unwittingly graced Gu He's lips at the thought. With Nalan Yanran's addition, he would boast 4 disciples. Consequently, the pace of his own cultivation would escalate to unprecedented heights. He had previously broached this matter with the sect leader. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon have another junior sister. Gui's gaze shifted towards the little medicine sage, a smile still lingering on his face. Clearly in high spirits, the little medicine sage, upon hearing his words, momentarily appeared taken aback. After a brief silence, she finally remarked, "So that is the case." She had come to realize that her mentor seemed to possess a peculiar penchant for teaching. From herself to the amiable Ching Lin, and now to Sister Nalan. It seemed that every time her teacher ventured out, he returned with a new disciple. Now, even the sect leader's direct disciple, Sister Nalan, was not exempt from his grasp. The little medicine sage was somewhat perplexed, pondering the purpose behind her mentor's accumulation of so many disciples. Reflecting on her own situation, she had often considered why such a renowned pill king of the Jaimar Empire would take notice of her. The only plausible explanation lay in her unique and unfortunate poison body. It was her extraordinary constitution that allowed her to enter her mentor's tutelage. As for Ching Lin, the little medicine sage cast a glance at the obedient girl beside Gu, harboring a certain suspicion. Could this junior sister also possess some extraordinary physique akin to her own? Yet, why would her mentor choose to accept Sister Nalan as a disciple? It seemed that Sister Nalan lacked any exceptional constitution. The little medicine sage's mind was rife with questions. However, despite her doubts, she harbored no ill thoughts. In her eyes, no matter her mentor's intentions, as long as he treated her with sincerity, that sufficed. The care and attention he had bestowed upon her during this time had left an indelible mark on her heart, filling her with immense gratitude. Were it not for her mentor's acceptance of her as a disciple, she might still be a mere healer in Qingshan town, unable to ascend to the rank of a third-grade alchemist in such a brief period.